Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 158, Chapter 88, Traveler. Story: I'm a demon, so what? Disclaimer: I do not own the original setting. Chapter 88, Traveler. There are up to 15 chapters ahead at patreon.com/theagbasilisk. My Faruki. You are leaving now then? She asked Gadra. Yesterday Gadra had come to seek permission to utilize 3 of her subordinates, which she agreed to. Gadra was her teacher and she was willing to help him as long as she got her subordinates back before the war truly began. Those 3 were fairly powerful after all. Gadra nodded. I am. Once again, thank you for your assistance, Mai. Gadra said with a smile. It was no problem. She answered. Gadra gave her one final nod before turning and leaving her office, leaving her to her thoughts. Gadra and his students would likely take some time to reach Tempest and Azeroth respectively. They could not teleport there due to the barriers in place, plus they were meant to go undercover. She sighed as she thought about her current situation, about the responsibility she had placed upon her own shoulders to achieve her goal. Once upon a time she had been content with her place in the hierarchy. She didn't have much hope that she would ever accomplish her dream, and so she was content to merely wait and hope something would change. She was originally a Japanese schoolgirl. She was not built to fight to the death with monsters and the like, but life was not fair. And so she was separated from her dying brother in this new world with almost no hope to ever see her brother ever again. However, her dream was recognized by the world itself as she arrived in this world with the unique skill, Traveler. However, the world was also cruel. Her unique skill merely gave her the ability to manipulate space to a fairly high degree as well as a high affinity for the space element. She had thought that perhaps her skill had the potential to grow into what she needed, but after looking through the Imperial Library she was unable to find anything related to the evolution of a unique skill, though there were recorded instances of common and extra skills evolving, so she still had some hope. When she first appeared in this world, Yuki Kagarazaka had assured her that he would find a way to help her. Her only job was to wait for him in the Eastern Empire for when he would stage a coup on the tyrannical emperor. She had trusted his word. However, over the years she began to doubt more and more. She didn't know how long her brother had left. She didn't know if 1 second in this world was a year in her original. And then Yuki died. However, by then she already had a new hope in mind. Her unique skill, Traveler's function, wasn't solely spatial manipulation. There was one other. It also allowed her to feel when people came and left from this world. And demon summonings for some reason did not register under her skill. It was only otherworlders that registered. Gadra had guessed that it was due to her own desire. Her wish was to return to her home world, to travel between worlds, and so her skill only registered phenomena similar to what it was that she desired. Demon summonings and other kinds of summonings were similar but still far too different from otherworlder summonings to fall under the purview of her skill. She made use of this information to recruit more stray otherworlders into her division, but some time ago for the first time she felt someone leave this world. Never before had that occurred as long as she had been in this world. It gave her hope that maybe, just maybe, she could return to her homeworld and heal her brother of his illness. It was why she had focused on mastering healing magic after all. Her skill was rather cruel, showing her what she craved but couldn't have. She immediately began training constantly, even returning to Master Gadra's tutelage. Now she was far more powerful than previously, with her primary form of attack being spatial manipulation. Space was a powerful weapon. Merely severing space and using that as a weapon could tear even her most powerful foes apart. It was how she secured her position as the strongest of the composite division. With the drive to grow more powerful, she had continued to grow to an extent she didn't know she was even capable of. She was no saint, but she felt she was a powerful enlightened. She had even become a general, managing to tame the entirety of the composite division with her newfound power. Though that did not mean she was uncontested. There were those in her division that could perhaps rival her should she let her guard down. However, the god-grade equipment that was bestowed upon her due to her new military position made it difficult for someone to challenge her for her position, not to mention she could easily kill her opponents through the severing of space, as not many could defend against it. Though she preferred not to resort to such things. She had hoped that her new position would perhaps assist in her goal of reuniting with her brother. Her power told her the general area of where this being left this world. They also returned to this world almost instantaneously. Unfortunately, she was able to figure out that the location was deep within the territory of Demon Lord Felix. Even as strong as she was now, she felt she had no chance of making it that deep into his territory on her own. She was strong, but not Master Gadra levels of strong, not yet at least. She could not directly teleport to Demon Lord Felix's territory. It was too far away, not to mention there were various barriers covering the territory preventing teleportation from those not authorized. So she came up with a plan. She would grow strong enough to venture into a Demon Lord's territory to seek the Demon Lord's assistance. She was willing to offer anything she could, information about the Eastern Empire, her services, her body, even her soul, as long as her adorable little brother got to live. Then she would do whatever she had to do. She knew it wasn't the most well-thought-out plan, but what other choice did she have? Yuki had not contacted her in ages, so she ceased waiting for his help like a damsel, and then he went and died. The Eastern Empire had no methods to venture to other worlds as far as she knew. Even Master Gadra the court mage had no idea how to do such a thing. If the Demon Lord was as powerful as people said he was, then he likely knew who it was that was venturing to other worlds in his territory. From what she knew, Demon Lord Felix was a master of spatial manipulation. He may have even been able to sense space and time warp as someone breached into another world. Perhaps he mastered it to the extent that breaching into other worlds was possible for him. Now she had a new opportunity. Emperor Rudra was preparing for war. She had been told that the composite division would be attacking Demon Lord Felix's territory, likely as a test, as it would be this division's first true combat test. The Emperor likely thought that Demon Lord Felix and his forces would make for a good whetstone for her composite division. Her new plan was to invade his territory as planned, however she would immediately surrender while begging for an audience with the Demon Lord. She would attempt to get her subordinates to be spared as well if possible. It was a plan with many holes, however at this point she was desperate. She was latching onto any hope she could. With Yuki dead, she did not have many allies left. She would continue to grow stronger in the hopes that it would assist in getting her an audience with the Demon Lord. She may have undertook a suicide mission, but what other choice did she have? She was not incredibly well connected, she was not overwhelmingly powerful like the legendary single digits. She had to make do with what she had. Ever since the first time she felt someone venture to another world, it had continued to happen in varying locations. Mostly within the territory of Demon Lord Felix, however it occurred near Tempest on the night of the attack on Tempest, and it had also occurred in Riberius. And as it turned out, Demon Lord Felix was an ally of the goddess of luminism and Demon Lord Rimuru/. Demon Lord Felix's territory was the originator of this phenomena, so he would continue to be her goal. She would possibly lead her army to their deaths in the hopes that Demon Lord Felix was feeling merciful enough to hear her out. She was truly a vile woman. Her mission was that of a fool, but she would be the fool if she had to. Felix. Elmesia elegantly crossed her legs as she waited for the maid to serve the tea. I hope you have been enjoying your stay, Felix. Elmesia said. After showing us around the capital of her territory, Elmesia had shown us to her palace where we had rooms assigned to us. Kurumi's room was next to mine, while Kenya's was elsewhere in the palace. It was enjoyable, thank you for the hospitality, Elmesia. Elmesia pouted. Mao. Call me El and I'll call you Fel. I cringed hearing that butchery of my name. What's with that look? Elmesia asked with a pout. I sighed. Fine, fine, do what you want. Elmesia clapped. Excellent. I took a sip of the tea the maid served me and sighed in approximation. I wasn't originally much of a tea guy, but it's grown on me. Siko can now make pretty solid tea, while Raiden's tea is by far the best I've ever had. As I set my teacup down, I looked around the room with interest. We were in one of the conference rooms of Elmesia's palace as she wanted to speak with me about something in an official capacity. Kurumi wanted to tag along, but I told her to explore the palace and the divine tree some more. Throughout the room I could sense the presence of a few hidden individuals. Elmesia noticed my observation and sighed. I told them that they wouldn't be able to fool your senses, ignore them, Felix. I had asked them to leave us alone, but they take their duties far too seriously. Elmesia said. Are they the Magus I've heard about? The Magus are the royal guard of the sorceress dynasty of Sarion. The Magus basically pilot autonomous armor to protect Sarion's interests. Elmesia raised a brow. They are, their existence is meant to be kept quite secret. I do wonder where you heard of them. That's a secret. Elmesia pouted but nodded. Lalatina's intelligence network has begun spreading quite far. She may not act it, but she was scarily competent when it came to fulfilling her duties. She had to be with all her experiences. These must be the Ace-class knights, right? I asked. The Ace-class knights were the strongest among the Magus. The ones hidden in this room were likely Ace-class knights, since their EPs were around the 500,000 range. It was pretty funny since each one was far stronger than even Clayman, who was a demon lord. There were quite a few of them too. Elmesia had a fairly powerful force under her command. Elmesia nodded. They are. You have quite the force under you then. Elmesia smirked. They are quite powerful, yes. I am grateful for their continued service. I could sense the happiness of the guards hidden in the room. They are no primordials, but I trust them to protect me. Elmesia finished. Seeing as the small talk was over, I set my teacup down. So. What did you want to talk about? Elmesia looked to the maid that was serving us. Leave us. The maid bowed before leaving. First, I wish to apologize for any trouble little Leo caused. I heard that you were there to receive him alongside Rimuru. That boy can be rather reckless when it comes to that friend of his. I could sense the surprise of the ace-class knights hiding in the shadows. I'm sure they didn't like their divine empress apologizing to me, but they knew their place and seemed to be sucking it up. At least that confirms how Leon found out about Chloe's existence. I was rather annoyed that Elmesia did something as reckless as send Leon to Tempest without warning. Leon may not look it, but if he was angry, he could cause a lot of damage. I wouldn't doubt his ability to one-shot Veldora in fact. Thankfully time stop exists. But I would hear Elmesia out before saying anything. If Leon caused trouble I would be feeling differently, but everything worked off so I wasn't as ticked off as I could be. You should apologize to Rimuru, not me, it was his country at risk. Elmesia nodded. I have already done so. I nodded. I wouldn't ask what she did to make it up to Rimuru, that was between her and Rimuru. But seeing as how Rimuru hasn't said anything about his alliance with Sarion falling through, I can only guess it went well. Though I doubt Elmesia would let it get to that point. We still had Laplace and her mother had yet to make contact with us, so Rimuru and I still held the cards. So you were the one that told him about Chloe then, huh? Elmesia nodded. I did unintentionally. I raised a brow. Oh. Elmesia sighed as she took another sip of her tea. I had mentioned Kenya as a student I would be taking in. During that conversation the name Chloe Aubert popped up. Ah, going by Leon's personality I'm sure he freaked out. Elmesia chucked. Foo-foo. You would need to be there to truly understand, but yes, he freaked out. I ended up telling him that Rimuru had custody of Chloe and he set off from there. I see. I rested my chin against the palm of my hand. Fine, I suppose I can forgive you for sending a potential nuke to the place me and my friend were hanging out. In the end no harm was done. Elmesia made a bit of a mistake and she owned up to it, if what she did could even be considered a mistake. From her perspective she was just chatting with an old friend about what she did at the festival and mentioned some interesting kids she met. She couldn't have known that one of those same kids was the target of a centuries-old obsessed stalker. Elmesia grinned. Excellent. But I would still milk Elmesia's so-called mistake. I raised a finger. On one condition. Elmesia narrowed her eyes. What condition? I hope you do not take my apology for a show of weakness. I snapped my fingers, placing a sound isolation barrier around us. Elmesia raised her brow at my actions but didn't say anything. Nothing like that. I was merely curious about your ultimate skill. You may not know it, but I guess you could say that I have a slight, very minor, obsession with skills. I've been rather curious about what your ultimate skill is capable of, so I'd like to see a basic demonstration of it. Elmesia looked at me with suspicion. After a few moments she slowly nodded. Very well. I do not see the harm in satisfying this obsession of yours. I have known many with far worse interests. Score. I'm sure Elmesia considered if what I had told her was even true. But in the end what was more believable, that the kind-hearted, handsome demon really liked skills, or that he would somehow gain something from looking at her using her ultimate skill a single time. It was hard to even consider the possibility of copying skills, let alone ultimate skills. Ultimate skills were the crystallization of one's beliefs, of their dreams, of their will. They realistically should be nigh impossible to copy. While they were basically just keybinds to controlling certain laws, a skill was still made from the person themselves, it held a part of them. But sometimes people just break the rules, but most people wouldn't consider that possibility. That's why I'm fairly certain Elmesia hadn't even seriously thought of the possibility of me gaining something other than my own satisfaction from seeing her ultimate skill in action. Every being of sufficient strength had some odd kinks, she just thought that mine was that I liked skills. Elmesia raised her hand with her palm facing upwards. My ultimate skill focuses on manipulating one of the elements, wind in particular. Elmesia explained. I raised a brow. An ultimate skill focused on manipulating an element was far from abnormal. My own Ouroboros manipulates space, Uriel does the same. Wind did suit Elmesia seeing as she was a high elf. Did that count as racial profiling? Either way, having dominion over wind was a rather powerful ability. Elmesia could likely strip the environment of all breathable air, though that wasn't an issue to spiritual life forms. She could still cause a significant amount of death though. And with an ultimate skill that controlled wind, I'm sure Elmesia could stretch her abilities as long as what she was attempting to do had some relation to manipulating wind. Elmesia should be able to manipulate pressure via controlling air molecules, or she can pull a Whitebeard and manipulate vibrations by releasing bursts of compressed air molecules. Whitebeard was damn powerful, he was said to be capable of destroying the world, and his world was the size of Jupiter, it was massive. Though, destroy the world, did have different meanings sometimes. It could mean eliminating all life on a planet, mass destabilization of civilization, or straight up blowing the planet up. Who knew what Whitebeard was capable of in his prime? He was simply a beast, so I couldn't say. It would be incredibly difficult and likely require years if not decades for Elmesia to master her ultimate skill to use it in such out-of-the-box ways, but she's had time. I watched with interest as a miniature tornado formed in Elmesia's palm. The ultimate skill, Vayu, Lord of Heavenly Wind, has been analyzed. Vayu. If I remember correctly, Vayu is from Hindu mythology and had some authority over wind, which lines up. He was also a very close associate of Indra, the king of the gods in the Hindu pantheon. That's another new ultimate skill that I discovered that's part of the Hindu series skills, as I'd come to call it. Brahma, Lord of Creation, was also part of this series. I maintained my intrigued facial expression as I instantly went over the data I now had on Elmesia's skill. I could feel that I could call upon its abilities through Brahma, though that wasn't really necessary seeing as it was simple wind manipulation taken to the ultimate level. Something I could do on my own thanks to the enhanced understanding Vayu gave me. It was as Elmesia said, it was simple wind manipulation with the potential to be taken to the extreme. Elmesia dismissed the tornado as an invisible burst of pressure shot outwards from her. It didn't bypass my infinity, of course, but it was enough to show me that Elmesia likely had very fine control over her skill. Elmesia went on to demonstrate her mastery over her skill for a few more moments before stopping. Was that enough? She asked with a raised brow. I nodded. More than enough. Wind manipulation is a truly powerful ability. Well done. Complimenting Elmesia on what is likely one of her greatest achievements can only help me. Elmesia smirked slightly under my praise. Thank you, Fel. I rolled my eyes at the nickname. Whatever, El. Elmesia swirled her glass of tea as she stared at me, that atmosphere relaxing a bit. Do you mind answering a question for me? It is one I have been rather curious about your answer to. Oh. What question? Why do you pursue strength, or why did you pursue strength to get to your current status? Elmesia asked with unhidden curiosity. That's a rather odd question. I voiced out. Elmesia shrugged her shoulders. It is one I have asked many before you. It allows me to understand a person better, I suppose. Some say for glory, others say for protection, others for women, and it goes on and on. So why do you pursue strength? I took a sip of my tea as I considered how I should answer. In the end, I decided to be truthful. I pursue strength because it makes life easier. I answered simply, and it was the truth. With enough strength you could live whatever life you wanted to. Elmesia raised a brow. Oh. Do elaborate if you would. Sure. Personal power allows you to do almost anything you could possibly desire. It protects you and opens up an infinite number of paths that you can go on should you desire. To continue living my ideal lifestyle, isn't it obvious I would want to continue to seek strength and improve myself? Some say that strength without purpose is meaningless. The meaning behind my strength is to protect my current lifestyle and have fun. It's not anything fancy, but it's mine. I never proclaimed to be a man who used his strength to make the world better. No, in the end I only cared about myself and my own. I was inherently an extremely selfish person. Perhaps it was a trait that carried over from the Jujutsu Kaisen world. Anyone with any power there was selfish in their own way. Or perhaps that's just who I always was. Satoru wanted to change Jujutsu society. He appears to be a protector of humanity, fighting against curses and safeguarding his people. Yet underneath that he is an extremely arrogant person. He believed that he alone is the pinnacle of strength and that his ideals were the most important. That was his selfishness. Then there's Suguru Geto, whose selfishness led him to betray the very people he once considered friends. After experiencing becoming disillusioned with humanity, he decided that only Jujutsu sorcerers were worthy of survival. He cast aside the kindness that he used to have, and began seeking to exterminate non-sorcerers to create an ideal world where might makes right. He desired to reshape the world to his whims due to his selfishness. I didn't have any world-shattering dreams, but my selfishness was no different. I wanted more power because there were people out there that wanted to take my enjoyable lifestyle away. That was enough reason for me. I wasn't going to hide behind things like the greater good and whatnot. I wanted power for a selfish reason and I'd own up to it. The power I now possessed was great, but when compared to those out there who slave away training their lives away, I'm sure my efforts look less. I knew full well that there were people who trained harder than me after all. I was just lucky enough to train in the most optimized way possible. Guy was born as a devil lord, yet he has been fighting for eons, gaining an ultimate skill and the recognition of Veldanava on his own merit. The true dragons were born as ultimate lifeforms. The world was just not fair. In the end I got lucky with my skill set and grew to heights that I normally would not have ever reached. The world was unfair, and in the end I got lucky. But some say luck is a power in itself. Elmesia chucked as she took in my response. I suppose I should have expected that from you. You seem to be one that values having choices and taking whichever suits you. Indeed, as you said, personal power opens up many doors for you. She remarked lightly. Why do you desire strength? One doesn't get an ultimate skill without desperately wanting more power. Elmesia looked out the window where she could see one of the many bustling streets. I suppose I acquired strength out of necessity. Elmesia took a sip of her tea before continuing. When the original elven kingdom fell due to displeasing the destroyer, my mother was already pregnant with me. She had gathered many of the surviving elves under her and ruled over them with benevolence. When I was born, I decided to do even more. I wanted to create an elven society where us elves could live in peace without worry. Becoming the protectors of the divine tree helped in that endeavor. I suppose she doesn't have heroes hockey for nothing. Though I will be the first to admit that I rather enjoy the status I possess. Us monarchs should not be slaves to the people. As long as we fulfill our duties, we are free to bask in the wealth and luxury they hold. I raised my tea glass. Haha, to an excessive amount of hedonism. Elmesia clinked her cup with mine. Cheers. As I took a sip of my tea, I looked Elmesia in the eye. Still no word from your mother? Elmesia sighed. Not yet, I'm afraid. I nodded. It hadn't been long since the festival in the first place, less than a month in fact, and she could be anywhere. So Felix, you know a fair deal about my territory now, why don't you tell me about yours? Elmesia asked. I would like to visit your territory eventually. She added. Yeah, we can plan something like that out. I'll let Arcuade know. As for my territory, it doesn't have as many completely new things as Tempest does, since I've basically just copied a lot of what Tempest has, but I suppose I can share a bit. Elmesia sat up as she waited for me to continue. I ended up telling Elmesia a bit about Azeroth and its capital city. From the various races that lived there to the nicer shops I had been to while disguised. After getting the serious stuff out of the way, it was an all chill time with Elmesia. There is one last thing. Elmesia stated. Oh. How is Laplace doing? Ah, I was waiting for that question. From what I've heard, he doesn't really have much to do. Luminous got bored of him after some time, so I'm guessing that his biggest enemy is boredom. Though he is also knocked unconscious fairly often. Elmesia sighed. I see. Don't worry, I'll give him to you once we meet with your mother. I had some idea of my own that I'd like to test out whenever I meet Laplace next. He isn't a priority for me, so I haven't had the chance to test my theories. Elmesia nodded, a small smile on her face. Thank you. No problem. I finished my tea before setting it on the table. Well, if that's all, I think I will accompany Kurumi. You'll get to learn more if you visit Azeroth. Elmesia nodded. Very well, I will wait for the message from Arcuade. I do hope you enjoy your visit. Elmesia said. I nodded. I think I will. I'm planning on leaving tomorrow, by the way. Elmesia lips evened out. I see, I do still have much to show you, but I suppose that can wait for another time. I'll look forward to it. With that I vanished, appearing next to where I sensed Kurumi. Master. Kurumi said without any surprise at my sudden appearance. We were currently in one of the many training grounds dedicated to the military of Sarion. In front of me was Kenya facing some knight and getting absolutely destroyed. Elmesia had already begun Kenya's training, and she was starting at the basics. Was your meeting with Elmesia satisfactory? Kurumi asked. I thought back to the new ultimate skill I now had access to. More than satisfactory. Kurumi smiled. That is wonderful. Since we have accomplished our objective, will we be returning soon? I put a sad expression on my face. Ah, you don't want to accompany me any longer. How cruel. Kurumi's eyes widened in full-blown panic. And never would I suggest such a thing, Master. I was merely curious. Haha, I know, I was just messing with you. We'll leave tomorrow. Though I'll be dropping you off before I visit someone else. There is no need to trouble yourself for me, Master. I can accompany you if you wish. Kurumi said. I can literally teleport you with a thought. Kurumi nodded. Very well, I will do as you wish. I plan to visit Guy after dropping Kurumi off. It would be a short visit, just telling him not to make things even more chaotic with his appearance in the West when Grand Bell inevitably attacks. Chaos in the Western nations is something that would attract Guy's attention, seeing as his literal God-given mission was to be the mediator. If I told him I'd handle it, he'd probably leave it to me. Kurumi and I watched Kenya get his ass beat for a few more minutes before I spoke up. Wanna go and explore a bit? Kurumi nodded as her lips curled upwards. Of course. With that, Kurumi and I vanished, appearing on the lower levels of the divine tree where elves were out and about. I looked up at the shimmering divine tree that towered over me. It was quite incredible for a tree to be one of the single things sustaining this entire planet's existence. Without it regulating the magicules and dealing with the nukes that tend to fly around every 5 minutes, this world would be poof. There's a reason I can fling miniature black holes at people and not worry about the consequences of creating a black hole, though the world itself helped with that as well as it fought off the effects of those kinds of things. I hadn't really considered why exactly this world was as durable as it was before learning about the divine artifacts, but I was always fairly confident that this world could handle more than most. I turned to Kurumi, who was looking around the street we appeared in. Our appearance was mostly ignored since I placed an illusion over the two of us. Anywhere you want to go. Kurumi nodded as she pointed to a clothing store. There. The style of clothing was a bit different depending on where you were. Sarian's clothing was far more loose and showed off more skin than the clothing I was used to. Let's go then. This is quite a large library, I said to my guide. I had asked if I could check out the Grand Library, which was famed to possess all the knowledge in Sarion. Elmesia allowed me to visit, though on the condition that I would not get to see the restricted area, which was fine. I laid a hand on one of the bookshelves as often as quickly got to work on recording all the information to be added to my own library in my territory. Indeed, it is the pride of Sarion and has been worked on for centuries, Irald said proudly. As I walked around the library, inspecting various books that caught my attention to maintain my cover, I asked Irald a question. How's your daughter? I did have a positive impression of Elin. She did try to help me and Rimuru out when everything went to shit with the Falmouth invasion. Irald smiled. He seemed to like talking about his daughter. Erin has been busy. She has been learning some of the new magics that Tempest has made available to her. I nodded. That's good. More strength is always a plus. Irald nodded. Indeed. Irald and I continued to make small talk as I analyzed every single bookshelf I had access to. Most didn't have any information I didn't already know, though they were still useful as they were already in book format, so I could easily add them to my library. The books were filled with the basics of many kinds of magic, the basics of battle will, contracting elementals, plus general history about Sarion and the world. There were also some books about other crafts such as blacksmithing, construction, sewing, and teaching. It wasn't the largest library in Sarion for nothing. As we were leaving, I turned to Irald. Thanks for guiding me. It is no problem, Lord Felix. Irald responded. We would be leaving in a few hours. I had accomplished most of what I wanted to on this trip. My date with Kurumi was rather enjoyable. I hadn't spent as much time with her recently, so I wanted to make up for that. It was part of the reason I brought her with me to Sarion. I got to learn a bit more about her hobbies. When she isn't training the Beast Corps, she usually enjoys making art, which came as a bit of a surprise. Kurumi showed me some of her artwork and she was damn good. For such a short amount of time she had progressed a ton in art, so I made sure to support her. After the date, Kurumi asked if we could sleep together in a non-lewd way, so she just laid on my stomach in her cute little fox form while I slept. Being lazy together is one of the best ways of bonding. I got the opportunity to learn a bit more about elven culture. I got to learn more about the divine tree. Not to mention Elmesia's ultimate skill and shortening the time needed for Veldanava's memories to be recreated. All in all, this was a good trip. I stood across from Elmesia and Kenya with Kurumi at my side in front of Elmesia's palace. Though I sensed the presence of an interesting being close by. Just what does Elmesia have planned? Thanks for having me, Elmesia. It was no problem, Felix. Elmesia responded. Kurumi and I would be leaving after one final goodbye. Make sure to keep in touch, Kuru. Elmesia said. Kurumi nodded with a smile. I will. It's good that Kurumi is making friends. As Kurumi and Elmesia were chatting, I looked at Kenya. Be good and you'll be a hero yet, I said, sounding wise. Kenya nodded with a determined expression on his face. Yes. There were stars in his eyes as well. It seems I could pull off the wise old master impression. I gave one final nod to Elmesia, but before I left she interrupted me. Wait a moment. I looked at her with a raised brow. Elmesia merely smiled as the presence I sensed earlier approached. Moments later I spotted an elven homunculus dressed as a maid heading towards us. She looked incredibly similar to Elmesia, but there were subtle differences. The homunculus had the same shade hair as Elmesia, however her eye color was of a slightly different shade. She was slightly less curvy than Elmesia, her facial features were a bit different, and her hair was styled in a ponytail rather than Elmesia's rather free-flowing hair. The maid bowed to Elmesia. Empress Elmesia. Elmesia merely nodded to the maid. Elmesia gestured to me. He will be your new master as long as he accepts. Elmesia told the maid. Elmesia then turned to look at me. You would be doing me a great favor if you take her in temporarily. You can freely make use of her abilities while she is under your service. Huh. I narrowed my eyes as I observed the homunculus. A moment later I had to hold back my laugh as I understood just what Elmesia was doing. If I couldn't see souls as I could, then I wouldn't have spotted it. This homunculus in reality was Elmesia. She was closer to a split body than anything else. A fragment of Elmesia's consciousness dwelled within the homunculus. I could also see the connection between Elmesia's soul and the homunculus. It didn't surprise me that Elmesia knew a spell that could be used to split her consciousness to inhabit another body while also piloting her main body. I'm sure she had enough computational power at the very least. Now just what was Elmesia planning? Was she trying to get me to take in a Trojan horse? I didn't think she was. Elmesia didn't seem to be the type of person from what I knew. However, I wanted to make sure she had no hostile reason for trying to get me to take what was basically a fragment of herself with me to my territory. I almost snorted as I read her desires. She was eager, slightly nervous, along with a few other emotions. At the very least, I now knew her intentions weren't malicious. According to the personality profile I have on Elmesia, I do believe she is merely trying to play a prank on you whilst also having fun. That's what I guessed. It seems Elmesia wanted to slack off a bit. Since she couldn't do that in her main body, she made a new one for herself. I wasn't sure if she ever did this in the past, but it oddly fit Elmesia's personality. It doesn't surprise me that she doesn't think I'd notice her little trick. She has no idea what abilities I possess. Even Rimuru would fail to see through the trick she played. She wants to play at being my maid. Fine, I can have some fun with this too. The maid bowed to me. It would be my honor to serve you, Master Felix. Wow, no hesitation in calling me master. I guess Elmesia wasn't the sort to have an excessive amount of pride. Before I answer, who exactly is the elf behind this homunculus? When an elf uses a homunculus, they basically transfer their spirit into the homunculus, leaving their main body rather vulnerable. In this case, I knew it was a tad different, as Elmesia split off a chunk of her spirit, allowing her to be in two places at once, but it would be weird if I didn't ask these questions. I didn't think Elmesia would straight up lie to me, so I was curious about what answer she had prepared. You do not need to worry about that, Fel, but if you must know, her original body is in safe hands. Elmesia answered. I gave her a half-lidded stare at that half-assed answer. Normally I would have said no right then and there if I didn't know what Elmesia was doing, but I also wanted to mess with Elmesia a bit now. And this maid was perfect for that. Seeing my doubtful gaze, Elmesia continued without prompting. She is a rather close ally of mine that wished to explore the world more. I felt that she could learn a thing or two by your side, Fel. She has been trained to be a maid and will fulfill any orders you give. Elmesia added. To be fair, none of what she said could be considered a straight-up lie. Fine, fine, I'll accept this gift of yours, so long as you are willing. I asked the maid. Yes, it would be my honor. The maid answered with a quick bow. Elmesia smirked victoriously. Oh, I would be having a lot of fun with this. If a maid messed up, isn't it the master's duty to punish them? What's your name then? I can't just keep calling you that maid in my head. My name is Evelyn. I nodded. Got it, nice to meet you, Evelyn. I gestured to Kurumi. This is Kurumi, you may see her around when fulfilling your duties. I'll be having you introduced to my head maid who can decide what to do with you. Though I'll have Evelyn stationed somewhere I have easy access to so I can mess with her a bit. Elmesia has given me a great opportunity to mess with her with no consequences, of course I'm going to take it. Evelyn lightly bowed to Kurumi. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Kurumi. Kurumi nodded. Likewise. If that's all, I'll be leaving then. I stated. Elmesia nodded. Very well. Goodbye, Felix. See ya. I waved. I looked to Kenya. See ya, kid. Bye. Kenya waved. I snapped my fingers, teleporting the three of us back to Azeroth. In the blink of an eye we appeared in my personal office. Evelyn. I said, addressing my new maid. Yes, master. Evelyn responded. Record that. It has already been done. Hey, it would be fun to mess with Elmesia with that whenever the cat's out of the bag. You'll be under the wing of my head maid, Raiden. Evelyn nodded. As you wish. I turned to Kurumi, who was lazily lying on my chair in her fox form. Kurumi, you do whatever it is you want to do. Kurumi raised a paw as she nodded. She really was adorable in her fox form. Now to call Raiden to take care of Evelyn. I could sense that she was in one of the training grounds beating some dragons up. It came as a surprise, even though it shouldn't have, that Raiden actually enjoyed fighting quite a bit. In the end, she was a dragon through and through and enjoyed showing her dominance over her lesser kin in battle. Though she was gentle about it, since afterwards she'd tell them what they did wrong and how to improve. Raiden, could you come to me if you're available? I didn't want to interrupt what she was doing, but I did want to visit Guy before the sun set. I will arrive at once, master. In the blink of an eye, Raiden appeared before me without a single blemish. She didn't even leave a trail of lightning behind her. It seems she has been improving on her control over her lightning. Master. Raiden greeted with a deep bow. Hello, Raiden. I waved. I got someone here for you, I said while gesturing to Evelyn. Raiden looked to Evelyn, who met her gaze without hesitation. Heh, now that's what I expected from Elmesia playing as a maid. She wasn't backing down from Raiden's stare at all. Is she a new recruit, master? Raiden asked. I nodded. She is. Elmesia said she wanted to see a bit more of the world outside of Sarion, so she asked me to take her in. Raiden nodded. I see. I will bring her up to par then, master. I shot Raiden a thumbs up. I'll be counting on you. Don't be afraid to be a bit rough, she has about 200,000 EP. The higher level homunculus were rather impressive to be able to channel 200,000 EP. I'm sure there are homunculus that can channel even more power as well. Elmesia had split a fraction of her power and imbued it within the homunculus, allowing the homunculus to draw upon that power. Raiden nodded. Very well. I will make sure she will not stain your name with poor performance. Raiden stated with conviction. I spotted Evelyn's lips twitching, but she held back her tongue. She was just a maid now, not an empress. I'll leave it to you then, Raiden. Raiden bowed before turning to Evelyn. Follow me. Raiden ordered as she walked out of the room. Evelyn shot me one last glance before following Raiden. Once Raiden left, I shot her another quick thought communication. Master. Was there something else you required? Raiden asked in confusion. I just wanted to tell you to have Evelyn stationed somewhere where I can see her going about her duties regularly, and have easy access to her. As you wish, master. I will make sure she can satisfy all your desires. Raiden responded without hesitation. Meant she didn't even ask why I wanted her to do such a thing. I feel like she may have misunderstood, but it'll be fine, probably. Now to visit Guy. Maybe I can make that deal for some souls with him too. I am highly motivated by your guys' reviews and likes, so do that. I'll probably keep writing or something. Author's note. Sup everyone, back with another chapter of Daemon. In this chapter we get to learn a bit more about Mai. She will become more relevant later on, so I wanted to build up her backstory now. Felix also got to copy Elmesia's ultimate skill, which is a win. We get to learn a bit more about Kurumi, and then Elmesia delivers herself into the jaws of a tiger. Thanks for reading, peace. Thanks to @Salanti and @Flowerman for betaing this chapter. Chapter 159, Chapter 89, Power Up for 2. Story, I'm a demon, so what? Disclaimer, I do not own the original setting. Chapter 89, Power Up for 2. There are up to 15 chapters ahead at p@treon.com/theagbasilisk. Johann Rostia. Johann couldn't help but gulp nervously as he faced Granbel Rosso. Johann was a man who had more political power than even kings. He could casually order for a princess to be delivered for his own uses and no one would bat an eye. Yet he still felt nervous as his ancestor, the one man that could claim to be his superior, stared him down. As one of the 5 elders, only Granbel Rosso could order him. Him and Maria Bel Rosso, but the latter was no longer relevant to him due to her untimely death. The deaths of both Yuki and Maria Bel have caused a rather large change in the political scene of the Western nations. Many did not know of Maria Bel, yet she did still control quite a lot behind the scenes. Yuki's own political power could speak for itself, but a new and rather promising candidate to replace Yuki had shown up, so Johann was no longer worried about the Free Guild's stability. Will you be able to? Granbel asked. Johann quickly nodded. Why yes. Granbel Rosso had ordered for him to sabotage the barriers protecting the meeting place for the Council of the West. He asked to do it on the day that Rimuru Tempest would be meeting with the Council of the West to discuss an alliance of some kind, or perhaps even joining the council itself. It would have been a momentous occasion, yet it seems Granbel Rosso had his own plans. And whenever the true king moved, then everyone else merely had to bow to his whims. He and his fellow elders would make sure Granbel Rosso's will was done. He had no idea what the elderly man was planning, only that it would likely cause chaos in the West. Granbel smiled. Good. I knew I could count on you, Johann. Granbel stood up, but before he left he paused. The coming weeks will be quite chaotic, Johann. Granbel said as a warning before leaving. Johann released a sigh of relief as he relaxed into his seat. He would fulfill Granbel's order, but that didn't mean he wasn't nervous every time he met the man. Raiden. As she escorted her newest subordinate, she considered how to best fulfill her master's orders. She had yet to fail him in anything, and she wouldn't fail him in anything if she had her way. Evelyn was rather powerful, a special A-class individual. 200,000 EP may not seem like a lot when compared to those she associated with, but that was more powerful than the maids her master had named. Only Fiel and Shara surpassed Evelyn, and they were given 2 names, putting them a cut above the rest. Her master wished for her to mold Evelyn into a proper maid, and so she would. At a mere glance, Raiden could tell that Evelyn was merely playing at being a maid. She didn't yet understand what it truly meant. A maid wasn't just a servant, she was the silent guardian of her master, carrying out her duties with grace, loyalty, and purpose. They were always prepared to be of service and had to serve with precision and pride, embodying discipline and humility. It would be her duty to enlighten Evelyn to this fact. Her master wished for easy access to Evelyn and for Evelyn to be nearby to satisfy his desires. Raiden could read between the lines and understand that her master wished to bed the elf. She did not understand why. Her master was above the elven faker, but it was not her place to question her master. She looked to the side and saw Evelyn looking around with curiosity. The moment they had left the presence of her master, it was as if she dropped the mask she was wearing. All that remained was a curious elf. Evelyn spotted her gaze and caught up to her to walk side by side. "How long have you been serving Sir Felix?" Evelyn asked. Raiden's eyes narrowed. "Address him as master." Evelyn blinked in confusion before nodding. "Ah, of course. How long have you been serving Master Felix?" She had her work cut out for her, but it was good enough for now. "I have been serving under Master for approximately 3 years now," Raiden answered. Evelyn nodded. Not that long then. She did not know how old Evelyn was. For all she knew, 3 years could be a blip for the elf. In comparison to Sir Midray and other older people she looked up to, 3 years was nothing. Sir Midray had served under Lady Malim for over 2,000 years. "So where are we going, Miss Raiden?" Evelyn asked with a cheery curiosity. "To the training grounds," she responded. Evelyn looked at her in confusion. "Eh? Why the training grounds?" "What you may not know is that all the maids that serve in this palace are all combat proficient. Each of them can slay special A-class enemies with ease and are capable of defeating stronger disaster class ones when they group up," Raiden stated with no small amount of pride. She was the one who had trained them to their current state and she was proud of their progress. "Master has combat maids. No fair," Evelyn whined. "Indeed, the forces at our master's command are significant." Evelyn continued to ask questions about what duties were expected of her and such as Raiden led her. Before long they arrived at the training ground dedicated to her and her maids. She spotted a woman in the distance who was sparring against 2 other maids. Fiel raised her hands, casting 4 spells simultaneously. A spiraling cyclone of flames erupted from her left hand. The flames roared across the battlefield as Fiel's other hand spewed jagged icicles towards the second maid. The shards spiraled around the inferno vortex, creating a cloud of steam and mist. Fiel stomped her foot, summoning walls of earth. Thick slabs of stone rose from the ground, forming a protective barrier between herself and the first maid. With her final gesture, a powerful gust of wind formed around Fiel before unleashing sharp blades of wind that lashed out at her opponents. The maids quickly bowed out as they were overwhelmed by the synchronized spells. Fiel was quite skilled at multicasting. If she wished, she could have used a far more catastrophic spell by using compound magic, merging multiple compatible spells together to increase a spell's destructive power multiple times over. "Who is that?" Evelyn asked with curiosity. "That is Fiel, one of the lieutenants of the Battle Maid Corporation." Evelyn nodded in understanding. "Intriguing. She is rather powerful." Raiden nodded. "She is." It didn't take long for Fiel to notice them. In a burst of speed, Fiel appeared in front of her. "Lady Raiden." Fiel greeted as she bowed. She nodded in return. "Fiel. I wish to introduce you to Evelyn." Fiel gave Evelyn an appraising glance before nodding. "Nice to meet you." Evelyn slowly nodded. "Likewise. I will leave you to your business, Lady Raiden," Fiel said as she bowed out. She nodded in thanks. "Follow me," she told Evelyn as she began walking towards one of the more isolated training grounds. "Master Felix didn't skimp out on the facilities, did he?" Evelyn said as she cheerfully followed. "Of course he did not," Raiden retorted. They both took their places across from each other. Evelyn seemed rather relaxed for someone about to begin a spar. Raiden snapped her fingers, layering extra barriers over their portion of the training ground. "This is merely to test your current capability so I know what I can rely on you for," she stated. Evelyn nodded as she got in position. As if they had an unspoken agreement, they both dashed forwards at the same exact time. Raiden's punch was swiftly intercepted by Evelyn's sidearm, sending a minor shockwave through the air. Although she had not been using her aura, Raiden was impressed by Evelyn's ability to block such a powerful strike. Given her own strength as a dragon, Evelyn managing to defend against her was impressive. Evelyn had to rely on fighting spirit to reinforce herself, of course, but it was impressive nonetheless. Evelyn retaliated with a quick kick, but she easily blocked it. Raiden was rather impressed. She of course wasn't going all out, but from that alone she could tell that Evelyn had a good reaction time and had some combat ability. Being a capable fighter was important for the maids serving her master, as they needed to be capable of taking out any no-name riffraff in case her master's territory was attacked. So far she was quite happy with Evelyn. Evelyn merely needed to be educated in how to be a proper maid. Still, she was curious as to how far Evelyn's combat abilities went. Suddenly, Evelyn dashed backwards and waved her hand. Raiden reacted instantly, leaping into the air to avoid the wind slashes created behind her. She looked down to see the ground marked with small craters from the attack. Raiden felt a smile begin forming on her face as gravity did its work, forcing her back to the ground. Evelyn merely smiled at her. "You're pretty good, Miss Raiden," Evelyn said cheerfully. She nodded. "You as well, Evelyn. I hope you do not mind if we, as the humans say, kick things up a notch." Evelyn nodded. "Do what you need to do, Miss Raiden." Raiden nodded with a smile. She wouldn't be using any of her lightning, but Sir Midray had taught her much about battle will as well as using the planet's energy. In the blink of an eye, Raiden appeared in front of Evelyn, her fist drawn back and charged with fighting spirit. Evelyn's eyes widened as the punch came closer. At the last moment, Evelyn managed to summon a wind barrier, but Raiden's fist tore through it, landing a solid hit to Evelyn's chest. "Oof!" she cried out as she shockwaved away. Evelyn was flung to the other end of the barrier she had previously set up. Though the wind barrier absorbed some of the impact, the punch's force was still significant. Raiden watched as Evelyn slowly rose to her feet, blood trickling from her mouth. "Ugh. That hurt," Evelyn murmured, but she quickly regained her stance. Evelyn charged forward again, seemingly intent on putting Raiden on the defensive. Raiden braced herself, sensing Evelyn manipulating the wind around them. Despite the wind's attempt to disrupt her balance, it lacked the power to be truly effective. In an instant, Evelyn was before Raiden, her fist pulled back. Raiden expected a punch but was surprised when Evelyn suddenly accelerated. Thanks to thought acceleration she could mentally process what was occurring, but her body could not move fast enough to reposition in time. She felt Evelyn's fist connect with her face. The sting faded quickly as Raiden's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, she executed an uppercut, her wings unfurling behind her. In a flash, she soared above Evelyn, delivering a powerful kick that sent her crashing back to the ground, creating a sizable crater. Evelyn had likely used her power over wind to push her forwards with speeds she would normally not be capable of. It seems she had underestimated her newest underling. As Raiden descended, she was content to be on the defensive now. It would make it easier to analyze Evelyn's combat proficiency. As Evelyn slowly got up out of the crater, Raiden gestured towards her in a come-hither motion which seemed to tick Evelyn off. As Evelyn dashed forwards once more, Raiden wondered what her master was doing. "Felix." With a flap of my wings I tore through the sound barrier and soared through the sky, quickly bursting through the clouds. I looked down at my territory for a moment. It really does all look so small from up here. I mumbled before I teleported to the ice continent. In the blink of an eye I appeared above the frozen continent. I could see Guy's ice palace below me. As I descended I released my aura. I'm sure Guy will want to be all official like he always is. Once my feet touched the ground, Misery appeared to greet me. "Lord Felix. Your visit was unexpected but not unwelcome." Misery greeted me with a bow. I smiled at the primordial. "Hello, Misery. It's nice to see you." "You as well, Lord Felix. I will guide you to Lord Guy." Misery responded. "Lead the way." I gestured forwards. As Misery led me deeper into the ice palace I expanded my senses. "Hey, Misery." Misery paused for a moment. "Yes. Is it me or are there more demons than usual in Guy's palace?" Guy had a lot of demons wandering the ice continent, but the ones he approved of resided in the ice palace as his servants. Last time there weren't all that many of them, but each was an archdemon, so they were still quite strong. Now however the number of demons residing in the ice continent had practically doubled. "You are correct. Lord Guy had ordered Rain and I to recruit more demons as he felt they may be needed with the chaotic times coming. So even Guy could tell that shit would be going down soon, huh?" "I see." Misery led me through the ice palace and to the throne room. The same troll guards were stationed at the large double door. Once the trolls spotted us they began opening the double doors. As I walked through, Misery began making her grandiose introductions. "Lord of Darkness, Guy Crimson. Demon Lord Felix White, the usurper of Black has arrived," Misery announced. I rolled my eyes at Guy's theatrics. The man was a drama queen. But at his age I suppose he takes pleasure in the little things. Guy himself was lounging on his throne, a characteristic smirk on his face. Rain was stationed behind him. She was standing stoically. If one didn't know her true self she would look like a proper maid. Throughout the throne room other archdemons littered around. I noticed a few new faces but most of them were the same as the previous times I had been here. I wonder, whenever Guy senses my arrival does he summon all the archdemons to stand around for a proper entrance? Heh, I bet he does. "Felix, welcome," greeted Guy. I inclined my head as I approached his throne. Once I was in front of Guy's throne I decided to be a bit theatrical myself as I raised the ice beneath me to put me at an equal height to Guy. It took a bit more effort than I expected, but this is the ice created by Velzard, a true dragon. I should have expected it to be harder to manipulate. "Hello, Guy," I responded with a smug smirk. Guy raised a brow before laughing. "So, what is this visit for, I just wanted to speak to you about a few things. Guy nodded. Very well. Let us relocate to the lounge. Without turning, Guy said, prepare us some snacks, Rain. Guy ordered. Rain bowed, but I could notice a pout on her face. Yes, my master. She said before she left the room. Guy actually turned to Misery. And you, prepare some tea. Misery bowed. As you wish, master. She said before also vanishing. Guy stood up from his throne. Follow me. I nodded and jumped off the platform I made. I'm sure Misery or Rain can take care of it. As I walked side by side with Guy, he said, I heard that Velzard and Veldora fought. He mentioned. I nodded. Yeah, I'm guessing Velzard told you. Guy nodded. That and more. To think that Brat would end up getting an ultimate skill. Only Guy would call a true dragon a brat. To be fair, he was far older than Veldora. Veldora was practically a brat when compared to Guy, as was I. I also heard that you had a cryptid under your command. I nodded. Yeah, her name is Kurumi. It was rather interesting that Kurumi had such otherworldly origins. Though Kurumi herself wasn't from the underworld, her mother likely was, though. Guy nodded. You have some interesting subordinates. Velzard informed me about another demon duke under your command, Ingvild. Ingvild is a real sweetheart, but yeah, she is a demon duke. I was already prepared for Velzard to tell Guy about what she learned. It wasn't a big deal that Guy knew a bit more about my forces. He already knew more than enough even before, a bit more wouldn't hurt anything. It seems powerful people seem to be drawn to your side, Felix. Guy said as he gave me a side eye. I rolled my eyes. Pot meets kettle. Mr. My partner is the strongest true dragon. Guy laughed. Kahaha, I suppose that is accurate. As we were talking, we had arrived at the lounge. I took one of the seats at the ice table while Guy sat across from me. Just as we both sat down, I heard Misery rolling her cart towards us. She gave us both tea glasses and swiftly poured us our tea before leaving. I've been having a lot of tea lately. I took a sip and smiled, as did Guy. So, what did you wish to speak about, Felix? Guy asked. There are multiple things, but to start off I want to ask you not to interfere with the mess that will be happening in the Western nations soon. I know it's your job and all to maintain the stability of the world, but I'll handle it. Guy raised a brow. And why should I listen to you? If something is happening in the West that sounds like something I should be interested in as the mediator. I sighed. I expected that. I might tentatively consider Guy a friend, but he didn't really owe me anything. Plus his God-given job was to make sure the world didn't implode on itself due to the idiocy of the various races. If something big is going on in the West, it would make sense that he would want to be there to make sure things don't go wrong. Normally this really wouldn't be an issue. But in the other timelines, Guy straight up fought Cronoa due to her being a threat. In this timeline that is less likely since Chloe is in control, but if Chloe decides to help fight off the attack on Rabirius, then Guy may get certain ideas that could be troublesome at this point in time. Overall it was just an unneeded risk. Chloe isn't the main issue I am worried about though, since I could probably just ask Rimuru to keep her out. The main thing is that humanity will temporarily be in chaos. The largest religion in the Western nations was being attacked, and I wouldn't be surprised if Gran Bell and Kigali arranged other attacks throughout the Western nations to create more chaos to distract us. I feel like I know Guy well enough to say that in that situation he would probably try and attract humanity's attention to stop the infighting and focus on him, the big bad demon lord of the ice continent. That's what he's been doing throughout history. He has been the villain so that humanity doesn't implode due to infighting. He will probably send some demons to invade the Western nations, which will not help at all. Honestly, Luminous, Rimuru and I have planned everything out. Guy's interference will just overcomplicate things, to be honest. I did have an idea about how to get Guy to listen to me though. He did owe me a favor, a fairly large one at that. But asking Guy to ignore one of his duties temporarily will be costly. He was a prideful man and wouldn't want to fail in the duties Veldanava assigned him unless he really had to. I could have used this favor to get Guy to give me the data on his own personal ultimate skill, but I'll get an opportunity to analyze his skill eventually, so I wasn't too bummed out about not having his ultimate skill. Besides, from what I understood, his ultimate skill was similar to Odin in that it copied other skills. It was the only reasonable explanation for him being able to mimic Satnal's effects. That honestly wasn't very useful to me since I already had similar data from Odin. I just wanted his ultimate skill just to have it. I'm a collector of skills, acquiring Guy's is a goal of mine. Fine, I'll use my favor then. Guy raised a brow. Very well then. I will not interfere in the coming chaos in the Western nations unless you fail to control the situation. I shrugged. Good enough. Guy nodded. I will still owe you a small favor as the information you provided me was quite useful. I nodded. I didn't really know what I would do with a small favor, but it would be good to have either way. Actually, I knew just the thing a small favor could get me. Then I'll be calling in that small favor now. Tell me about the Eastern Empire, anything and everything you can share within the bounds of that favor. Guy nodded. Very well. It seems you have caught on to the brewing climax. That was an odd way to put it, but I still nodded. Yeah, I'm fairly suspicious of the Eastern Empire. I have a feeling they are preparing for war and their first targets will be my own territory and Tempest since we are in between the East and the West. Tempest would likely be the main target though, it was just easier to get through than my own territory since Malim's territory neighbored my own. Guy crimson. Guy could feel a smile creep up on his face as he considered what to share with Felix about Rudra and his plans. He wasn't going to share everything just yet, Felix merely used a small favor after all. For now Felix would stay ignorant about the true nature of his and Rudra's relationship, about how this entire world was merely the board to a game between the two of them. But Felix was right to be concerned about the Eastern Empire. Felix was powerful, but it was always wise to be wary of a threat you did not have much information on. Though Guy felt Felix did not have much to worry about. Felix was one of the few with time stop which allowed him to eviscerate 99.99999% of every being alive in every single world. Though perhaps Rudra or Velgrind had attained the status of digital lifeforms over the years, he wouldn't know, so perhaps Felix was correct to be cautious. I will confirm your suspicions to start. The Eastern Empire will be invading within the next few years. Rudra has always desired to rule the world and enforce his own way of justice. Felix nodded. I was expecting an invasion, so that isn't a surprise. Though knowing the motive is a nice bonus. He had already told Felix about the existence of Michael, Lord of Justice, but he wouldn't be sharing much more about that. He wouldn't hand everything to Felix, not to mention that information was not within the bounds of a small favor. Plus information on Michael was a well-kept secret. It was a truly powerful skill, one befitting of the title as God's power. Castle Guard alone was rather troublesome. Perhaps it would have been wise to tell Felix everything he knew so he could be more prepared for the climax of their game, but Guy wanted to keep some things a surprise. He felt like Felix could handle it. If Felix failed, then he merely failed to live up to expectations, which would disappoint Guy, but it would hardly be the first time someone failed to live up to his expectations. I suppose I can share more about the power the Eastern Empire holds. Felix nodded. That would help. Keep in mind that my information is rather outdated. The Eastern Empire has a rather large military, however you do not need to worry about the standard military. From what I heard, they rely on technology to make do and are rather weak due to this. The only division that matters somewhat is the Imperial Guardians. Imperial Guardians. That's a rather gaudy name. Felix mused. Rudra liked those kinds of things. Guy responded. Each of the Imperial Guardians is an enlightened at minimum, and the top 9 of them are all saints and known as the single digits. He went on to tell Felix about some of the Eastern Empire's policies, and the general military structure. Guy personally did not know an incredible amount about the Eastern Empire, he merely knew what he deemed as important, which was generally only the single digits, and Velgrind. Now what I will be telling you next will repay the favor I owe you. Felix raised a brow. If you think it's worth that much, then go for it. Personally, Guy thought the information he was about to share was rather valuable, but he liked Felix, so he would give him a tiny freebie. Rudra can only wield Michael's most powerful ability for approximately 10 seconds at a time, at least it was 10 seconds last I spoke to him, which was 2,000 or so years ago. Felix pursed his lips. 10 seconds for Michael's most powerful sub-skill, huh? I suppose that is useful information. Thanks, Guy. There is one more piece of advice I can give you. Do not underestimate Rudra. I know him better than anyone else and I am sure he has something in mind if he plans to take action soon. Felix nodded. He hadn't told Felix about the issue with Rudra's soul. How his soul was slowly being chipped away at, forcing him into reincarnation. Something that is slowly weakening his sense of self. He turned towards Rain, who was rolling a cart full of food towards them. He turned to look back at Felix. Let us eat, then we can discuss what else you wish to speak about. Felix nodded. Sounds good. Felix. As Rain served Guy and me our food, I thought about all the information Guy had shared about the Eastern Empire and Rudra. I'm sure he didn't tell me everything, nor did I expect him to, but what he shared was fairly useful information. Nothing truly game-changing, as I already expected the Eastern Empire to have saints, but having confirmation is nice. Same thing with the information on some of the Empire's tactics that Guy could remember. I already knew that the Scorched Dragon would likely help the Eastern Empire in whatever they do, thanks to Cronoa's memories of the other timeline. In the other timeline, Velgrind had shown up after Malim started rampaging and causing catastrophic damage to the Eastern Empire's infrastructure. Guy further reinforced this belief by saying that Velgrind was not merely the guardian deity of the Eastern Empire, she also held the highest attainable military position. I had no doubt she would have a part to play when the Eastern Empire invaded. I had considered some time ago the possibility of just taking the fight to the Eastern Empire. But that sounded like an unnecessary risk. I didn't have enough information, and despite my strength, I wasn't an idiot who would charge ahead recklessly. For all I knew, Rudra could fight me evenly. The simple fact that Guy hadn't acted on anything was suspicious enough. No, the simple fact that Guy had warned me not to underestimate Rudra was enough to not act without a proper plan. I just didn't know how strong he was. Same with Velgrind, 2,000 years was a lot of time, more than enough for a true dragon to grow stronger. Melim whomped Velgrind in the other timeline, but theoretically, if given time, Melim could whomp me too, so that wasn't saying much. There was also the issue with Granbell. He would be acting soon, and the last thing I wanted was to enter a fight with an enemy whose strength I don't know while being in the middle of someone else's plan. If I was going to be fighting, I wanted to fight one enemy at a time. In the end, I was satisfied with letting the Eastern Empire attack. We had a rather large advantage since we knew they would invade and could start preparing right now. I would just continue to bolster my defenses. I had some plans about strengthening my military, too, so they could fight off the troops of the Eastern Empire. Not to mention I had an idea to use Small World on the invading force to basically isolate them from my territory so the common populace isn't affected by the war. That way I can also resurrect any of my people who die with Small World's authority over dimensions it creates. I could, of course, likely solo the invading party, but the military has been training for a while. Defending one's country tended to help people bond, so it would be best if my military could fight off the invaders on their own. While my direct subordinates and I deal with those the military can't possibly beat. It would also serve to keep my own strength relatively hidden. If I just attacked everyone myself I would be giving Rudra a free show to start planning against me. The less info they had, the better. Though having Rudra underestimate me might be off the table at this point since Rimuru used a fight between Veldora and I as an excuse to evacuate adventurers from the dungeon when I stopped restricting my power. But perhaps things weren't too bad. Velgrind mopped the floor with Veldora last they fought. Rudra and Velgrind would have no reason to think that Veldora has grown any stronger and I wouldn't blame them for that thought. Without Rimuru's influence Veldora would be the same as he always was. At most Rudra would place me at the same level as the former Veldora which wasn't impossible to deal with. Either way, I wasn't placing too much importance on making too many plans of my own. What was that saying? Make the plan, execute the plan, wait for the plan to go off the rails, and throw away the plan. I was distracted from my thoughts when Rain placed a plate of food in front of me. Oh, fried chicken. Nice. Guy nodded. I had heard about some of the interesting dishes Tempest, Azeroth, and other allied kingdoms have been serving. I had Misery recreate them, all of them are rather delicious, ramen especially. Heh, the thought of a guy like Naruto and a man like Guy sitting together eating ramen is a rather amusing one. One a shonen protagonist that uses talk no jutsu, and the other an evil demon lord that has killed millions. As I bit into the fried chicken, the crispy, golden coating gave way to tender, juicy meat, the flavors blending perfectly with just a hint of seasoning. The satisfying crunch made me smile, and I nodded in appreciation. Not bad at all, I said, savoring the warmth and richness of the dish. I could tell it was made from mystic chicken so it was even more juicy and tender than a normal chicken. I looked to Rain who was standing nearby awaiting orders. I shot her a thumbs up. Stand proud, you can cook. Rain gave me a smug smirk as she puffed up her chest. Misery, who was standing next to Rain elbowed Rain in the side. Hey! What was that for? Rain whisper shouted. TSK. That was for almost messing up the fried chicken. It would have burned if it wasn't for me. Misery whispered back. It's not my fault that I got lost in thought. Rain said back. Then whose is it? Misery questioned. Rain looked confused for a moment before shrugging. Dunno, but it isn't mine. Misery just sighed. I looked back to Guy as I held back my smile. Guy looked constipated and as if he was debating if keeping those two around was even worth it. Hey Felix. Guy said as he put his drum down. He had a perfect smile plastered on his face which made me suspicious. How would you like a new maid? She is a primordial even if she is the youngest among us. Guy asked sweetly. My eyes widened as I crossed my arms over my chest making an X. No thanks, I'm actually quite content as is. More than content, really, I'm doing just fine. Perhaps there were many plus sides to getting offered someone like Rain. She was a primordial, even if weaker than Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina, at least in my eyes. However, her loyalty to Guy was literally ingrained into her. Overriding it would involve rewriting the infants of her soul, something that wasn't worth it for me. I didn't want to make it a habit to brainwash people to be my subordinates every time I had the chance, it just left a bad taste in my mouth. But all that were side reasons, the main one was that I do not want Rain as a subordinate. That sounds like a pain in the ass. Guy's smile faltered slightly as he leaned forwards, but he tried to recover. Are you sure? She's really great at. Trust me. I interrupted, holding up my hand. I am good. Guy sighed as he leaned back. It was worth a shot. Good try, buddy. I said as I took another bite of the crispy chicken. Fried chicken just hit a different spot. It wasn't some fancy gourmet dish, but it was still damn good. There's a reason I have Raiden make me some from time to time. That was mean, Lord Guy. Rain exclaimed with teary eyes. Guy ignored Rain's whining, as did I. Guy and I ate in silence as we listened to Misery and Rain's bickering. They bickered like sisters, with Misery being the responsible one and Rain the bratty little sister. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's true. They were basically siblings. We both finished up our meals quickly. Once the plates had been taken by Misery and Rain, Guy looked at me with a renewed seriousness. So, what was the next thing you wish to discuss? Guy asked as he lounged back on his seat. I have a method of awakening Rain and Misery. I began. Perhaps it was foolish to tell Guy this, but I had a plan. That alone caused Guy's eyes to widen before he scoffed. If it was so simple, then I would have done it already. I've wasted tens of thousands of souls on them to no avail. I nodded. I am aware of the issue, but I came up with a method to induce an artificial harvest festival. As long as someone possesses the qualifications, meaning a demon lord seed, I can awaken them as long as I have souls. Fine, I'll bite. Why haven't you done this for your subordinates? I know some of them have demon lord seeds. Guy said. Before I could tell the truth about my primary reason, that being that I didn't have the souls, I was interrupted. Inform Guy Crimson that they have not reached their full potential yet. Due to this, germinating the seed too early would be wasteful. Got it, I'll trust you. It wasn't even a lie, it just wasn't the primary reason that came to mind. It would be a waste. Each of them has room to grow. The stronger they are before their harvest festivals, the stronger they will be after it. Guy nodded. A sound explanation. Guy stood up. Very well then. I suppose I can give this plan of yours a shot. Do you require anything from my end? I nodded. I needed the souls. Normal harvest festivals required 10,000 souls, artificial harvest festivals needed 10x more, so 100,000 souls each, 200,000 souls total for both Misery and Rain. Inform him that you require 1,500,000 souls. I immediately realized what game Othinus was playing. Fuck it, we ball. I need 1,500,000 souls. That also was not technically a lie. I did need more souls. Guy never specified if I needed anything for just Rain and Misery in particular. Deception. What is that? Can you eat it? Guy didn't even bat an eye. Oh. That's all you need. In that case, the amount I have stored up should be enough without killing any more humans. I rolled my eyes at his casual mention of mass slaughter. It didn't surprise me that Guy had a reservoir of souls at his disposal. Is that so? Good. Guy raised his palm upwards as a mass of energy appeared floating above his palm. No, it wasn't just simple energy. Guy was holding 1,500,000 souls in the palm of his hand. He casually chucked them at me. Thankfully I could interfere with the metaphysical soul, so I was able to catch it with ease. Those are high-quality souls, straight from the high human kingdom that occupied this land. Guy states with indifference. I stared at the amount of souls in my hands for a moment before sucking them into infinity space. Guy didn't bat an eye at the souls disappearing. Rain, Misery. Come here. Guy yelled. I could feel the differences between the souls, some were stronger than others. Individual differences were detected in the souls obtained. Do you want to reconstitute uniformly? Othinus chimed. Go for it. The number of souls immediately swelled up to a little over 1.6 million. Damn. I separated 200,000 souls from the rest as I began making preparations. I was well aware that the majority of the souls I received from Guy were from innocent bystanders who were unlucky enough to be in the high human kingdom when Guy showed up. I doubt a large portion of the populace were actually bad people. I'm sure they existed, as according to Luminous the high human race was a flawed one from the start. But that didn't make each and every single member of that race bad and deserving of death with no hope of reincarnation. During harvest festivals the consumed souls fight for their survival. If they lose they are consumed fully, core and all, leaving them with no hope for reincarnation. That's what happened to Clayman's men that I used to evolve, same thing for the Falmouth army. I didn't regret my decision back then, but I wasn't needlessly cruel. In the first place, an artificial harvest festival didn't require the consumption of the cores of souls, so I could preserve the core of these souls and revive them at a later date or just send them off into reincarnation if I wished. Rain and Misery appeared behind Guy. You too, Felix here will be giving you a power-up, show your thanks. I could tell both Rain and Misery were confused, but they bowed nonetheless. Thank you. I nodded. Come closer. Once both of them were in front of me I placed a hand on both of them. This would be easier if I had a soul corridor with them, but it is what it is. I looked to Guy. This is a rather large favor, one I will be cashing in soon, I stated. Guy nodded without a hint of surprise. I wasn't doing this for free after all. I separated the cores from the energy of the souls, safely storing the 200,000 cores for some other time. I closed my eyes as I located their Demon Lord seeds, which were located deep within their souls. I gently pushed the soul energy of 100,000 souls into each of them and directed the energy towards the seeds. Both of their eyes widened as they felt what was happening. Guy himself was also watching with a keen eye, but I didn't think that he would be able to learn what I was doing, especially since Othinus was blocked his analysis attempts. The evolutions of both Misery and Rain have begun. Great, thanks Othinus. I let go of the two as they both looked incredibly drowsy all of a sudden. Though it seemed like they were able to resist it. Unlike the initiation from standard harvest festivals in which an individual has to resist the resentment of all the souls the seed consumed, the artificial harvest festival merely induces an evolutionary sleep which can be easily resisted. I see. I could sense some of the archdemons close by falling unconscious, as could Guy going by his look. I'm guessing those were the subordinates of Misery and Rain who qualified for the gifting. Both Misery and Rain were looking at themselves wide-eyed. Rain clenched her fist. Haha, finally I'm back at full strength, baby. No, I'm even stronger than before. Misery had a wide uncharacteristic grin on her face. They weren't official true demon lords, they hadn't been recognized by the voice of the world, but their seeds had germinated and they got to evolve because of it as well as receive a bit of a power-up. Misery and Rain were now certifiably devil lords, meaning they had returned to the level of power they held as primordials in the demon realm. Though it seems these two surpassed their original peak. Their EP had yet to stabilize, but both of them were well over 2 million, they'd likely go a decent bit higher once they stabilized. You two, go collect the ones undergoing the gifting. Misery and Rain both bowed before vanishing. I didn't believe it. Well done, Felix. Guy complimented. Don't sweat it. Actually do sweat it, since now I'm calling in that favor you owe me. Guy raised a brow. Oh. What did you require? I could ask for quite a lot for what I just did for Guy, but there was one thing Guy had that I wanted. It wasn't something I needed, and I was aware I could probably use this favor in a more efficient way. But I was really curious, and my inner skill collector demanded to be satisfied. However, maybe I could get two useful things out of this if I play things right. I raised 2 fingers. I want 2 things. I am highly motivated by your guys' reviews and likes, so do that. I'll probably keep writing or something. Author's note, sup everyone, back with another chapter of Daemon. This chapter we see Granbell making the last of his preparation. Raiden is hilariously misunderstanding Felix's intentions, but fuck it, we ball. Elmesia, even in a homunculus, is rather powerful as well. Then finally Felix tells Guy to stay out of the west and gains a bit more in that visit as well. Plus some good old Rain bullying. Every time she shows up in this story she is bullied. Thanks for reading, peace. Thanks to @Salanti and @Flowerman for betaing this chapter. Chapter 160, Chapter 90, Devil Lords. Story, I'm a demon, so what? Disclaimer, I do not own the original setting. Chapter 90, Devil Lords. There are up to 15 chapters ahead of my update schedule at p@trian.com/theagbasilisk. Felix. I didn't believe it. Well done, Felix. Guy complimented. Don't sweat it. Actually do sweat it, since now I'm calling in that favor you owe me. Guy raised a brow. Oh. What did you require? I could ask for quite a lot for what I just did for Guy, but there was one thing Guy had that I wanted. It wasn't something I needed, and I was aware I could probably use this favor in a more efficient way. But I was really curious, and my inner skill collector demanded to be satisfied. However, maybe I could get 2 useful things out of this if I play things right. I raised 2 fingers. I want 2 things. Guy gestured for me to get on with it, though I could tell he was ready to reject me if I asked for too much. Give me your ultimate skill. Guy's lips twitched, but I still continued. 2. Tell me more about the threat of the Eastern Empire. I know you know more than you're giving off. Guy didn't answer me at first. He walked back to the table and took a seat. I followed along with his example. Explain. He all but demanded. I'm guessing you mean the whole ultimate skill thing. Guy nodded. That's simple. Give me the information on your ultimate skill. I hadn't yet had a chance to copy his ultimate skill, and if it was copying other skills like I thought it was, I don't think I'd have many chances to copy it. The only real way to copy a skill that doesn't have any influence on the world was to get the data on it. If Guy's skill only allows him to copy others as I suspected, then I really didn't need it. That didn't mean I didn't want it though. Guy looked to be genuinely conflicted before he sighed. Fine. I suppose your favor deserves its own reward, perhaps now those 2 can be of more use against Rudra. Not to mention the new demon dukes I will undoubtedly have. It didn't surprise me that Guy was also building up a force against Rudra. They were rivals. I wouldn't be surprised if the two of them fought each other sometime soon. Before giving you the data on my skill, I will give you some more useful information on Rudra. Guy said in a tone that brokered no argument. I nodded. I already got a lot out of Guy today. A fuck ton of souls, some information on the Eastern Empire, I got him to stay away from the West for some time, and I got to eat some damn good fried chicken. Today was looking up. Rudra's ultimate skill is fighting him every step of the way, and likely even now. There is a possibility that Rudra's soul was harmed due to this. Guy shared. Huh. Well, that's something. Guy nodded. Indeed it is. Make of that information what you will. I slowly nodded. That information might not seem like much, but I could draw some conclusions from it. 1. Michael was fighting against Rudra, which suggested it had an ego, which wasn't surprising with the history it had behind it. Michael was once Veldanava's skill and one of the virtue series, so it contained an ego seed. 2. If a fight between me and Rudra were to break out, there is a possibility that Michael could backfire against Rudra, which is good to know. I wouldn't be relying on such a fluke, but any extra information can be useful. Though I am curious as to why Michael is rebelling against Rudra. It is likely because his master had died. Veldanava. Yes. Skills with egos such as my previous incarnation as well as my current self are vehemently loyal to the individuals who awakened them naturally. Perhaps Michael blames Rudra for whatever reason for Veldanava's death. Perhaps Michael doesn't see Rudra as worthy, or perhaps he has some other plan in mind, who's to say? I see. Even knowing that there is a chance that Rudra's soul has been weakened, I'm still not planning to bring the fight to Rudra. Guy's information is outdated. For all I know, Rudra has managed to subdue Michael and is in peak condition. Rudra was a man who had named Guy Crimson after Guy had tied with Velzard. The amount of energy needed to name someone as strong as Guy, even if he was weaker than his current self, would be absurd. A guy like that in peak conditions was definitely someone to take very seriously. Attacking someone like that without all the factors is an extremely risky play. So while the information was nice, it wasn't going to change my current actions. I see, thanks for the information, Guy. Guy nodded. I could tell he wasn't that happy with what I had asked him, but he knew he owed me. His pride wouldn't let him back out now. Besides, he was likely coping in some way or another as well. Probably telling himself that since I can likely already copy skills, it wouldn't be a big deal, yada yada. Guy held out his hand to me. I grabbed it. The moment I did, I felt a flood of information particles attempt to enter my being. It is safe. Athena said as she quickly analyzed the infants. Guy let go of my palm. TSK. Is that enough? Data on the ultimate skill, Lucifer, Lord of Pride, has been acquired. I slowly nodded as my grin turned upwards. Ha ha ha, Lucifer ha. I guess I should have expected that from you. Guy having Lucifer fit, especially if his buddy, Rudra, had Michael. Veldanava knew what he was doing. Guy raised a brow. Is something the matter? I shook my head. Nah, it is rather amusing though. Oh. Care to share? Guy inquired. Sure, sure. From my old world there were various mythologies, each with their own stories. One of the big ones was the biblical one. I'll summarize it real quick. Basically, Lucifer was a high-ranking angel who rebelled against God. His pride led him to challenge divine authority, which resulted in his fall from grace. He became synonymous with pride and rebellion, often depicted as a ruler of hell, representing defiance against order and a thirst for power. Guy shrugged. I suppose that is interesting enough. Not just that. Lucifer's twin brother was Michael. Guy blinked. Huh. I'm fairly certain that at this point Veldanava just peeked at other worlds and stole the names of his skills from the mythos from that world. Why do the work when someone else has done it for you? My lips twitched as I went through its soul ability. Lucifer, Lord of Pride's ability was basically what I thought it was. It had one soul ability, though I'm sure Guy had skills like thought acceleration, analyze and assess, chant annulment and various others in their extra skill forms. Lucifer allowed Guy to replicate any phenomena he observed as long as he could analyze it. So he couldn't recreate skills as I guessed, but he could do something very similar. For example, if I didn't block his analysis, he could observe Hollow Purple and the laws it functioned on and perfectly replicate it. It would also be tagged onto Lucifer as its own sub-skill. However, this wasn't limited to just skills, it could replicate any phenomena. Meaning in theory, he could take a look at anti-skill and just give it to himself if he was able to analyze it. In theory, even authority should be something Guy can instantly acquire. Something which actually made Lucifer, Lord of Pride, more valuable to me. It was up to Guy to analyze and understand the phenomena he was observing, but once that was done he basically won as it became a sub-skill under Lucifer. It was honestly incredibly surprising that he could basically completely analyze and understand ultimate skills like Satinel and Metatron solely on his own abilities. I had my ego, but I was not ashamed to admit that I could not do that. Not with only my own computational abilities at least. I was able to copy Metatron from Guy's recreation of the ultimate skill in question because Guy's recreation was identical to the real deal, making even Odin misclassify the data. The world itself recognized the ability Guy was using as Metatron, Lord of Purity, not as something else. That's just how perfect his recreation was. Though Guy couldn't analyze any of the internal mechanisms of Metatron since that isn't something he could observe, still what Guy had was enough to satisfy the condition of recreating an entire skill with just a piece of its data. I planned to take some inspiration from Lucifer to perhaps further improve Brahma, getting rid of the limitation that I could only bring 70% of the power of a given ultimate skill to bear. In fact, I was already planning something similar. This just made me even more certain that I was onto something. Athanas was refraining from interfering from my little experiment upon my request. I didn't want to rely on her for every little thing. When it came to something less major like this, I was more than willing to let my pride win over my common sense. I was already strong. I didn't need to be in a manic state of always seeking more power. That was no way to live. Lucifer was similar to the original Odin, but also different. Odin was focused on not just copying but also in being my partner. Lucifer was focused on just copying, and so its powers went further than Odin's did in that respect. Humph. I'm far better than it now. Yes, nothing is better than you, Athanas. It's good that you know that. Odin could not copy authorities like Small World at all. Perhaps Guy's Lucifer would also fail, seeing as it was what served as the template to the multiverse and might be too complex for even Guy to analyze. Athanas could at the very least recreate authorities after some analysis, but now after getting the data on Lucifer, I had felt her give herself the ability to copy any phenomena basically upon sight. Still, Guy having Lucifer, and his rival having Michael was just poetic at this point. Even if the stories don't really match up. I suppose you could say Guy rebelled against God when he challenged Veldanava to a fight. Though technically Lucifer didn't let Guy just directly copy any phenomena he observed, it was a bit more complicated than that. It more boosted Guy's already incredible computational power to perfectly analyze and understand any phenomena he observes. Through this, Guy used his own mastery over magic and the laws of the world to recreate the effect, which could then be stored in Lucifer for easy access in the future. Simply put, it is Guy that made Lucifer what it was, not the other way around. Guy snapped his fingers, summoning a glass of wine. A glass appeared in front of me as well. Guy and I both took a sip. So how is Dino doing in Tempest? I assume you are aware of his presence in your friend's kingdom. Guy said. I nodded. I am. Dino is doing rather well from what I've seen and heard. Rimuru made him work though, something he protested against. Kaha. Serves that useless fallen right. Guy chortled. One thing I did notice was that he does seem to have a rather odd relationship with Malim. I mentioned. Guy nodded. That is natural. Dino was one of Veldanava's most loyal angels. In fact, the entire reason he became a true demon lord was due to his slaughter of the kingdom that was involved in Velda's death. I nodded. Yeah, I'm guessing he feels guilty or something. I shrugged. Guy tilted his glass. Perhaps. I stopped trying to understand how Dino thinks long ago. I nodded. Fair enough. From the little I'd seen and heard of him, he managed to be lazier than even luminous yet also productive. He got his work done after some nagging and then he was asleep. Some weeks ago I also sensed the appearance of the Chaos Dragon. It was quite easy to sense once it stopped suppressing its presence, that miasmic presence is rather unique. Though shortly after it was unleashed its presence vanished once again. Guy continued, probing me. It was odd to consider that the attack on the Tempest Founding Festival was just a few weeks ago. I felt like a lot has happened since then. Killing Yuki, learning about Granbell and Kigali's plans through Vega, acquiring Brahma, unsealing Cronoa, learning about the story behind Chloe's time loops, becoming lovers with Luminous, naming Odin, Hinata's evolution, the date with Lalatina, Leon's appearance, fighting Malim, Gaia's hatching, the date with Luminous, the hot spring date with Arcuade, going to Sarion with Kurumi. A lot has happened in a short period of time, and I still had more I wanted to do. I had some more dates to go on. I didn't want to neglect any of my lovers, plus I enjoyed going on the dates. I've been sparring off and on with Megumin, which she considered a date, but perhaps she'd like something different at some point. I didn't get straight into bed with Megumin. She seemed to prefer a slower progression. She would do it in a heartbeat if I asked, but it wasn't urgent to me. Raiden seemed to enjoy small but meaningful gestures the most, like randomly getting her flowers or other basic things. Siko just enjoyed being included in anything. Lalatina just enjoyed my attention, and Arcuade liked being appreciated and valued, as well as small gestures. I focused my attention back on Guy as I considered how to answer his question. The Chaos Dragon was involved in the attack on Tempest. I shared. Guy nodded. I knew that, of course. How did Malim react? I'm assuming you handled it since I didn't sense her rampaging. I nodded. We did handle it in a way Malim was satisfied with. Guy raised his brow. Nothing more to share? I shook my head. Nope. Guy didn't need to know about Gaia. Gaia was far too weak to handle Guy's attention at this point. If I told him that Gaia was alive, he is 100% the type of guy to want to take a look at Gaia in person. Guy shrugged his shoulders. Very well then. As I took a sip of my wine, I felt a portal open up beside the table Guy and I were sitting at. I looked towards the blue portal and didn't bat an eye as Velzard stepped straight through the portal as she looked at Guy and I with an exasperated look. Hello, Velzard. I greeted. She nodded. Hello, Felix. Guy nodded towards Velzard. I'm assuming you sensed it. Velzard rolled her eyes. I'd have to be blind, and an idiot to miss it. I'm sure Velgrind and Rudra felt it too. I raised a brow. I'm guessing you're talking about the harvest festivals. Guy nodded. How did you manage it in the first place? I thought you gave up after all those failed attempts. Velzard inquired. Guy gestured to me. Felix figured it out, somehow. Velzard looked at me. Did he now? What can I say? I am a man of many talents. Or rather, Othanis is a woman of many talents. Othanis OP, please don't nerf. Velzard rolled her eyes. So it seems. Deciding I had spent enough time here, I got up. Well, I'll be heading back now. Nice talking to you, Guy. I turned to Velzard and gave her a nod, one she returned. I gave them a two-finger salute. Peace. Guy crimson. As Felix vanished from his sight, he turned his attention back to Velzard, who took Felix's seat. You truly do not know how he did it? She asked. He shook his head. I have a vague idea. He seemed to have directed the souls directly into Misery and Rain's demon lord seeds, which caused them to germinate and trigger an artificial harvest festival of sorts. It was difficult to observe as there were no phenomena in the world I could observe, and my analysis through their souls was rather unsatisfactory. Velzard nodded. Shame. He nodded. What did he ask for in return? Felix doesn't strike me as the type to do you such a favor for free. Guy's lips twitched as he recalled what he gave to Felix. I gave him some more information on Rudra and? Velzard asked. He sighed. I gave him the data on Lucifer. Velzard raised a brow. I suppose that is a fair enough trade. He will not be able to wield Lucifer at even a fraction of your level, same with my own Gabriel. Plus, if your understanding of his abilities are right, Lucifer's abilities will not improve his abilities. Guy nodded. That's true. He was still rather annoyed at giving Felix the data on Lucifer, but he had thought it through. While Lucifer was powerful, it wasn't what made him strong. He was strong even before he gained Lucifer. He had managed to face Velzard for a short while without Lucifer before he triggered its evolution. Was he Guy Crimson because of his pride? Or did he have his pride because he was Guy Crimson? In the end, only Guy knew the answer to that question. In the end, he wasn't that annoyed at giving Felix the data for Lucifer. He knew more than others that merely copying someone's power was not enough at their level. Each individual was uniquely suited for the skills and powers they possessed. It was why copying skills wasn't as great a power as it seemed. One needed to be able to use that power for it to matter. It was still an excellent power to have, one that assisted in his rise to power, but it had its limits. Besides, he was still working on evolving Lucifer further. If Guy had his way, the data Felix now had would be irrelevant, as he would have acquired a new, more powerful ultimate skill. He accepted that Felix did do him a large favor with evolving Misery and Rain. Their evolution would also trigger the evolutions of their lieutenants into Demon Dukes. Plus now they would be of more use against Rudra. Still, Felix would struggle with controlling Lucifer if he desired to use it. He had only given Felix the data of the skill. It was a rather prideful skill. He would know firsthand with how he was suppressing some of its more annoying tendencies. Though in the first place he was not sure if Felix could recreate a skill out of pure data. If he could, that was rather worrying, but it wasn't something to worry about now. As for how Felix managed to control Stardust and Satinel, Guy just chalked that up to Felix having a high affinity for those two abilities. He knew that Malim was the one to name him, which likely increased Felix's affinity for her skill set. And since Felix wasn't classified as Malim's subordinate, he could still undergo the Harvest Festival. It was a shame that the world recognized Misery and Rain as his minions, otherwise they could have evolved long ago. Will you be testing those too? Velzard asked with curiosity. Guy nodded as he stood up. It has been quite some time since they were at full power. I'm sure a spar with me would be helpful. Plus it would allow him to compare their current combat ability with back when they first challenged him in the demon realm like the fools they were. Before leaving he looked at Velzard. You coming? Velzard shook her head. No, it sounds rather boring. He nodded, not at all surprised by Velzard's words. He sent a thought communication ordering Rain and Misery to come to him. A moment later the two of them appeared. Yes, Lord Guy. They seemed to be in a rather happy mood, he didn't blame them. It had been quite a long time since they were back to full power. In fact, energy-wise they were slightly stronger than they were back in the demon realm. Their energy had yet to stabilize as well, so they would grow further. They had the potential to acquire an ultimate skill as well. Come, we will be sparring. A panicked look overtook Rain's face. There's no need for that. She pleaded. I wasn't asking. Misery just sighed in defeat while Rain slouched. He snapped his fingers and enveloped the three of them in a spatial distortion, transporting them to one of the edges of the ice continent. Misery and Rain both jumped backwards, taking their places together as they got into a combat stance. If there was one thing Guy would praise the two in, it was their teamwork. He walked a little further away before placing multiple barriers around them. One meant to expand the space inside, and then two barriers meant to keep the effects of the battle isolated. His boots rustled in the snow as he smirked arrogantly at both of his maids. You won't use your weapon, Lord Guy? Misery inquired. Guy scoffed. As if I'll need it. You two aren't worthy. Even back in the demon realm when the two of them ambushed him he didn't need a weapon. And he was far stronger now than he was back then, and his weapon was far beyond the leagues of these two. They were far from worthy of a Genesis-grade weapon being drawn on them. Even with Felix he restrained world's power to the god grade. Rain squawked at his insult. Hey! That's mean, Lord Guy. He rolled his eyes. Stop whining. I will allow the two of you to start this spar. Misery and Rain both eyed each other before nodding in mutual understanding. Misery dashed forward, leaving a sonic explosion in her wake as Rain fired multiple nuclear cannons towards him. As the blasts erupted, the air itself ignited, turning into a swirling inferno of plasma hotter than the hearts of dying stars. The shockwave alone sent razor-sharp winds screaming outward, shearing the landscape down to bedrock. Within the blast radius the ground liquefied, turning into a churning sea of molten rock, shifting and bubbling. The sheer heat warped light into mirages and bent the horizon with waves. The soil, once solid, became unstable. However, none of that wasn't enough to deter him. He created a platform under him, preventing him from sinking into the mushy ground. He raised a brow as he felt gravity push down on him. Misery always preferred to use gravity manipulation over anything else. In the blink of an eye Misery appeared in front of him, her fist aimed for his face as her demon lord's haki was concentrated on her fist. It was an impressive show of her own control as haki was difficult to manipulate as she was doing. Misery wasn't much of a physical fighter, but Guy guessed that she wished to understand her physical power before anything else. Misery always had a more methodical outlook to battle, whereas Rain was more instinctual. He effortlessly caught her fist before spinning around and sending her flying to the edge of the barrier. The wind from his throw boomed around him as he turned around in time to slap away the nuclear cannons that Rain had fired at him. Rain didn't allow Misery's disappearance to distract her. Rain may be a ditz, but in combat she was just as ferocious as any of the primordials. In the blink of an eye Rain cast tens of magic circles. The circles surrounded him from all angles. A single one of the spells Rain was preparing could one-shot a saint if they weren't careful. Despite his taunting of Rain and Misery, the two of them still held power befitting of their stations as primordials. In the blink of an eye tens of powerful spells were fired in his direction at speed some saints couldn't even follow. Yet he merely placed a skin-tight barrier over himself, allowing the spells to crash harmlessly against him. TSK. I should have expected that. Rain said. Misery had also appeared next to Rain. It was a valiant effort, Rain. Rain nodded. Yeah, now let's get serious. Rain yelled as an icy mist was released from Rain's body. A mist illusion formed beside Rain, a powerful one at that. Misery and Rain released their demon lord's haki with renewed vigor. There was a sudden weight to the world around him as their haki collectively pressed around him. The sky parted as the world practically bowed down to their hakis, at least in this area. He ignored the flickers of red and black energy that materialized into existence, the telltale sign of demon lord's haki. Even the mist illusion was capable of channeling demon lord's haki, if at a lesser level than the original Rain. He felt a smirk coming onto his face as he loosened the chains on his own haki, bringing some of it out to bear. A loud crack was heard as his haki pressured the entire ice continent that was within his barriers. Flickers of energy materialized in and out of existence as he increased the pressure. His demon lord's haki contested against both Rain and Misery's. Both Rain and Misery took that as the signal to begin their attack. Misery dashed forwards, appearing in front of him in less than a second. His eyes narrowed as he blocked her strike before delivering a counterattack of his own. Misery winced as she caught his fist before firing off a high-powered magic bullet from her free hand. Before her magic bullet could land he used the spell Felix was fond of, Archangel Shootdown, to intercept the magic bullet that was fired at point-blank range. The resulting clash created an explosion that both he and Misery easily withstanded. Before he could continue with his counterattack, he sensed the illusionary Rain appear behind him. Mist was a skill that Rain had developed so she could be in multiple places at once. It was similar to the extra skill, Body Double, but far better. Rain was capable of generating a single doppelganger out of Mist with a similar level of power to the original. At any point in time, the user is capable of moving their consciousness between their original body and the new Mist body, making the one they currently inhabit their main body. In the blink of an eye, he leaped upwards. Guy smirked in midair as he sensed both Misery and the illusionary Rain dash after him, their combined Demon Lord's haki flaring with intensity. He knew they were trying to corner him, but it wouldn't be so easy. He avoided the nuclear magic, ice magic, compound magic, and various other magics that the real Rain fired at him as the illusionary Rain and Misery chased after him. It wasn't that the spells were slow or weak, he was simply Guy Crimson. Rain would need to try far harder if she wished to hit him. Even back in the demon realm, he defeated the two without being touched once. He deliberately slowed down his own speed, allowing the two to gain some distance on him before he took action. He let out another burst of his own Demon Lord's haki, not quite at full power but enough that the oppressive force halting their momentum midair for a split second, enough time for him to vanish from their sight. He reappeared behind the real Rain, who had been preparing another series of magic circles to bombard him. Rain immediately felt his appearance and attempted to teleport away. She knew full well the futility of attacking him without a truly powerful attack. Predictable. He muttered, flicking a hand toward Rain's back, aiming to send her spiraling to the other side of the barrier. Before his attack could land, Rains transferred her consciousness to her doppelganger, making the body he was attacking the Mist illusion, while the Mist illusion became the new primary Rain. The doppelganger caught his strike with a well-timed Mist barrier that shattered instantly but absorbed the impact as he had not used much force. The real Rain spun around with a devilish grin, her hands already glowing with blue energy as she used the time she had to get closer to him. "I told you, Lord Guy. We're not pushovers anymore." She unleashed a stream of freezing energy, the ice spreading rapidly in every direction. Even the space within the barrier around them crackled with frost, as the air itself froze over. Rain always was a very good user of ice magic, not on Velzard's level of course, but he would still be hard-pressed to find anyone as good as her. Still, it wasn't enough. He barely raised a finger before an invisible shield protected him, the frost cascading over the barrier harmlessly. Misery took advantage of Rain's diversion and closed the distance once again, gravity itself bending around her fists. This time, she aimed for a joint attack with Rain, who had already summoned another barrage of spells. Each one felt sharper, faster, and far more dangerous than before. It seemed she had purposefully weakened her earlier spells in an attempt to catch him off guard now. A small chuckle escaped Guy's lips. Impressive, but still far too slow. He extended his arms, and the entire battlefield seemed to tremble under the force of his power. He released more of his Demon Lord's haki, and for a brief moment, everything stood still. Even Misery's next attack stopped mid-strike, frozen in place as Guy's overwhelming pressure overwhelmed them both. Rain's spells flickered, and her misty doppelganger disintegrated instantly under the weight of his haki. Misery grunted, her body refusing to move any further, but her resolve didn't waver. They were ancient primordials, devil lords, they wouldn't give up without trying, as was proper of them. There was a reason why he accepted the two of them under his service. They may have been annoying, but if there was one thing he admired, it was their will and refusal to give up. Even when beating them to the ground in the demon realm, the two of them got back up until he got bored and killed them. Of course they weren't dead for long. Why don't I try a little more now? He could see the light of fear in Rain and Misery's eyes as they instantly began attempting to dodge whatever attack he would throw. He vanished again, appearing between Rain and Misery in an instant, moving faster than either of them could react. His hands lashed out, targeting both of them simultaneously, Misery's chest and Rain's back. They barely managed to dodge, but the shockwaves of his strikes tore the ground apart beneath them. Guy's grin widened as he saw both of his maids struggling but refusing to give up. "Show me everything, or this will be over in an instant." Felix. As I appeared in my office, I immediately sent out a thought communication to Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina. "Could you three come to my office if you aren't busy? Do you wish for the three of us to serve you together, Master?" Lalatina exclaimed. "Shut up, Lalatina." Megumin responded in embarrassment. "I am sure that Milord has something important to discuss. But, if you really want to then." "Kaha, that's cute, Megumin, but you're right. I do have something serious to discuss." "We will be on our way, my lord." Arcuade responded for the three of them. With that I ended the thought communication. With the souls I now have, I could use life reconstruction to see if those three can evolve. Undergoing a life reconstruction was a rather strenuous process, similar to a harvest festival in which an individual has to withstand the resentment of all the souls used in the evolution. Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina were ready for such a thing. The others, not so much. Siko, Raiden, Kurumi, and Sukuna still needed some time to further develop before I felt comfortable with them undergoing such a risk, and I wasn't sure if Ingvild would even want to do such a thing, so I'd leave her for later. I took a seat on one of the love seats as I waited. It didn't take long for all three of my demonesses to appear in front of me. Megumin walked in first. "Sup, my lord." "Hello, Megumin." After her came Lalatina. "Master." My lips curled up into a fond smile at Lalatina's shenanigans. Lalatina. Lalatina plopped down across from me on another one of the love seats, as did Megumin. The last to enter was Arcuade. "Hello, my lord." Arcuade greeted with a smile. Unlike usual, she didn't kneel or anything. The hot spring date did bring us a bit closer. I learned more about her past, her hobbies and such. I didn't doubt that in an official setting she would act as professional as she always did, but progress was progress. Once Arcuade was sat down, I began. "I have a way for each of you to evolve into Devil Lords, to return to the state you were in when you ruled the demon realm." All three of them seemed rather interested in the prospect of returning to their once greater strength. Devil Lords were big deals, straight-up divinity with a minimum EP of 2 million. And theirs was likely higher than that. Even now the three of them could fight on the ultimate level, their magic was that high level. I'm sure each of them will become quite something after becoming Devil Lords once again. That's not even considering an artificial harvest festival down the line. Arcuade smiled as if she expected nothing less. "I have been working on reacquiring my former strength, however it will be a long process. Evolution for us demons becomes rather difficult at the higher levels." Lalatina nodded. "Yeah. I'm guessing that to reach the Devil Lord stage we need some kind of stimulus." Megumin nodded. "Heh, nothing a battle to the death can't solve." I ignored Megumin's words as I nodded. "Yeah, that's why I wanted to see if you wanted to use this method of mine." Evolving as a demon became a pain in the ass after the Archdemon stage. Up to the Archdemon class it was still difficult but not impossible. Becoming an Archdemon if you weren't born as one required immense effort and skill. But there hasn't been a single natural-born demon duke according to Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina. Moss evolved into a demon duke from my naming, as did Veyron. I used the energy from being named by Malim to evolve. If demon duke was that hard to naturally reach on your own efforts, then I imagine becoming a Devil Lord is nigh impossible. Still, the fact that Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina were still trying to reach that stage to please me did warm my heart a bit. The devotion of these three was rather heavy, and I didn't want to be the kind of person to misuse or abuse that devotion. "How does this method of yours work, my lord?" Arcuade questioned. "It's pretty simple, I call it life reconstruction. Basically I will remake you into a stronger form using souls. Similar to a harvest festival you will need to withstand the hate and resentment of 50,000 souls and absorb all their energy, using it to refine yourselves." Megumin smirked. "Sounds easy enough." "Yeah, I don't think any of you will have much trouble." Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina had been alive for an absurd amount of time. Their egos were incredibly powerful, they should be capable of resisting the egos of 50,000 souls easily, even if the souls are stronger than usual as they are from high humans. Lalatina clapped. "I will trust your judgment, master. If you think I should do it then I'll do it." Lalatina said while puffing up her chest. I smiled. "Thanks for your trust then." I turned to Arcuade and Megumin. "What about you two?" Arcuade huffed. "Of course I will undergo this ritual as well." Megumin nodded excitedly. "Me too." I stood up. "Excellent. If none of you have any prior obligations, do you want to go through it now? The evolution may force you into a slumber for a few hours, so keep that in mind. I have already ordered my subordinates to continue with their tasks." Arcuade responded. "I was just training up some of the riffraff. They'll keep training if they want to get stronger." Megumin said. "I was just hearing some reports, it can wait until later." Lalatina said. I nodded. "Great." I snapped my fingers, deploying small world around the room, turning it into an isolated dimension I had complete control over. I switched around the surroundings a bit, creating 3 beds for Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina to lay on. Each of you lay on one of the beds. Once they were all situated I began the ritual. "Othinus, help me out. I didn't want to mess up, who knows what consequences that could have." "Of course." Arcuade's eyes close in calm acceptance. Megumin, ever enthusiastic, grinned even as she relaxed into the bed. Lalatina was looking at me with doe eyes as I made my preparations. The way life reconstruction worked made it so that the entirety of the soul had to be used. Due to that I couldn't extract the cores from the souls to perhaps revive the souls at a later date. So I would be condemning 150,000 souls to being used as fuel for my 3 demonesses' evolution, and I was fine with that. I wasn't a perfectly moral person. I'd help the souls out if I could at some point, but I would prioritize my people's lives and safety over some random souls that died thousands of years ago. It is what it is. I felt Othinus pull on 150,000 souls of the 1,400,000 souls I currently possess. I had understood the process that the three were about to undertake, but I wanted to leave it to Othinus to minimize the risks. Let's begin then. I voiced out. I separated the 150,000 souls into 3 groups of 50,000 before I focused the groups of souls into each of my demoness's bodies. 50,000 souls went into each of them as Othinus began the ritual to basically force an evolution through sheer energy. I felt the energy of the souls course through each of their bodies as the 3 immediately got to work on refining and forcing the energy. Of course it wasn't that simple, no soul wants to be consumed in another's evolution, so they fought back. The soul's resentment and hatred was quite tangible. I could feel the resentment and hatred contesting against Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina's wills. Of course the souls were facing a losing battle. The only reason this process would take time is because the process of refining the souls would take some time. As Othinus conducted the ritual, I heard her speak into my head. Did you wish for me to assist in the development of their ultimate skills? They're already forming ultimate skills. I wouldn't say I was surprised, they were primordials after all, but it was still impressive. The beginning process has begun. They are condensing their will and desires, which will eventually take form in an ultimate skill, though this will take time. So maybe Rain and Misery were also in this stage, the process of forming an ultimate skill. I was quite surprised that the only real gain from the Harvest Festival those two got was increased reserves and divinity. Will you helping them weaken them in any way? If an ultimate skill wasn't formed from someone's will, rather it was given to them, then the skill would be far weaker. An ultimate skill was still an ultimate skill, but I didn't want to weaken these 3 unnecessarily. It will not weaken their ultimate skills as they will still be the driving effort behind the formation of the skill. I will merely speed things along. Go for it then. Arcuade. She internally scoffed in derision at the presumptuousness of the foolish souls she was using as fuel for her evolution. Did they think one such as her would be impeded by their meager wills? She could feel her body being refined by the soul energy she was siphoning from the souls, as well as her spirit being strengthened back to its former might and beyond. She could feel the seals the world placed on her existence unshackle as she began to feel her energy soar in both potency and quantity. The ritual her lord devised was rather interesting. The simplest explanation was that the ritual would use the lifeblood of the souls to elevate her own existence, forcefully breaking through the seals. The very existence of the souls was being burned in her evolution, their memories and experiences included. In fact, flashes of the soul's memories would appear in her mind before she brutally suppressed them. They had no experiences she could make use of, so they were unfit to contaminate her essence. As she suppressed the raging wills of the souls, she thought back to everything that had happened. Things do change rather quickly. She thought back to her dear friend. I don't think you would have liked him, Blanche. Blanche was a gentle girl. Her lord's tyrannical ways would likely upset Blanche, but Arcuade knew that if they had time her friend would get along with her lord. Unfortunately, some things were simply not meant to be. She felt the energy within her get to a breaking point. She swiftly began focusing on further controlling the energy. Control was what separated the riffraff from the truly strong. Even the strong needed to hone their ability and stop relying on their superior strength. That was something she had been working on exclusively ever since incarnating. Before, she had no reason to work on improving herself, she was already at the peak of the demon realm. However, in this world her lord needed her to be stronger, and she lived to satisfy his wishes. How one controlled their power made a world of difference in how strong you were in this world. She felt something attempt to take form within her, however it wasn't quite complete. It was a familiar power she had made use of for millennia, it was the source of her freezing white flame. All of a sudden she felt some entity connect to her from her lord. The being came from her lord, so she did not have her guard up against it at all. If you give me permission, I will assist in the formation of your ultimate skill. The being spoke into her mind. If she was conscious, her eyes would have widened. That voice. It was the same voice that had spoken through her lord's body during his harvest festival. I am Othinus, our master's partner. And I am Arcuade. She spoke out into the darkness. Very well, I give you permission to assist me. Excellent. The next moment she felt that same something that had attempted to take form change. It took on a clearer shape. Arcuade focused her attention on it. She focused her determination and her desire onto it, further growing that something. Before, she would suppress this power and bend it to her whims. Now, however, she attempted to nurture it, to let it fully bloom. The ultimate skill, Belial, Lord of Underworld, has been acquired. Megumin. As Megumin felt the calm darkness envelop her, she thought back to everything that had happened. Things had changed quite a lot ever since she was brought to her lord by Arcuade. Now, instead of chucking nuclear magic at Leon's territory out of boredom, she had an actual job to do. A job that her lord entrusted to her, and so she could not fail. She had rather enjoyed her time under her lord. She, Arcuade, and Lalatina had grown closer than before. Megumin always considered them as rivals and friends, that was simply the nature of their relationship, but seeing each other almost daily did allow her to understand her fellow primordials better. She was glad her lord had other such capable servants. Fuck Diablo though, that guy was just a dick. Her combat capability had also grown, something that hadn't happened for millennia. In the demon realm she was at the top of the food chain. Merely one spell could wipe out even the strongest of archdemons, so she had no need or desire to improve. That changed after meeting her lord. She wanted to be more useful to him, she wanted to protect him, she wanted him to rely on her. She was a demon, once they found someone worthy they tended to latch on, that was true even for the primordials. Guy and Veldanava, Diablo and Rimuru, reign in misery with Guy, and then the three of them with their lord Felix. And so she got to work on becoming more useful. She had to make up for no longer being a devil lord somehow, and skill was the method she chose. She took up swordsmanship and had Adra teach her. Her reasoning for swordsmanship in particular was because her lord also used a blade. It was simple, but she liked simple. She had an infinite lifespan and used to spend her days at will, never dedicating her all to anything. But once she found something to dedicate herself to, she found her skill growing by leaps. Her swordsmanship was now at a point where she could last against Adra for some time, and Adra was a demon who had been training for millennia. Not to mention her general combat abilities also grew thanks to sparring with Arcuade and Lalatina fairly often. Her spars with her lord also allowed her to understand new things about herself and improve her fighting style. Overall, while she may not have possessed the raw power she once did, she had almost certainly grown stronger. In the end, the strength of one's will determines one's strength. That was something she learned when her lord absolutely destroyed her when she asked him to go all out. Her will was powerful, but she never truly had anything to give it her all before meeting her lord. I agree. Now if you give me permission I will assist you in forming your own ultimate skill. She mentally shrugged. Sure. She could tell the thing talking in her head was an ally of her lord. She may have been unconscious, but she could feel the characteristic familiarity of her lord coming from the new connection within her. Excellent. She felt something deep within her soul begin to change. She knew what was happening, and so she focused her dreams and ambitions on the change within her. Skills were meaningless if they were given. It was only through the desire to acquire it that its essence could truly be utilized. She now understood that she would never be able to defeat those who had awakened to the ultimate power. Even more so, she could never be a match for Guy Crimson, the one at the top. It was not enough just to think about increasing power. If that was the case, no matter how hard she tried, she would only end up as food for the strong. If one truly wanted to fight the strong, one needed to understand themselves more deeply. To do this, what she needed above all was a strong will. The ultimate skill, Abaddon, Lord of Destruction, has been acquired. Lalatina. As she felt herself change, and the seals placed on her unshackle, Lalatina contemplated the various ways she could be of more use to her master. She had changed much since the past, now the very center of her being revolved around her master. Her every thought was spent on ways to be near him or to please him. She was a primordial demon, and yet she had been reduced to such a state, and he couldn't have been happier. Before meeting her master her life was boring. Fight Arcuade or Megumin, torture some disappointing souls, beat up her minion, scheme for ways to acquire a material body, rinse and repeat. Originally she had only believed the beings capable of defeating her were her fellow primordials and the non-standard beings such as the true dragons. At her full power in the demon realm even Luminous would have been helpless against her. But then she had met her master and that belief was shattered. A demon, one not a primordial, had so thoroughly destroyed her. Most would see it as a humiliation, she however saw it as an opportunity. She had gotten the opportunity to experience that battle. And she had survived, though she had been changed and died in her master's colors. It's true that our basic abilities are very high. That said, relying too much on our potential is also a problem. With more ingenuity, one can become even stronger. After meeting her master she had begun experimenting on her. Her combat capabilities were immense, however she could admit to herself that her raw power was what set her apart from the rest. She wanted to change that, she wanted her skill to be what put her apart from the rest, to become someone her master would be proud of. He had already said he was more than happy with her and that he cared, maybe even loved her, but she wanted more. Her master may have seen her as enough, but her master deserved only the best. She was someone who had never gained more power before. But this time, she wished to have it too. How much stronger could a powerful being who is already invincible become, if they strive and work hard to reach a higher level? Someone like her master and Guy Crimson. She knew that she was half-hearted in everything she did before meeting her master, and although she was a massive talent, she had no experience of working for anything with her whole heart. Lalatina continued to focus on that wish, on that desire. I suppose I can help you with that. She conveyed her sense of approval to the voice, trusting her master to have protected her. And then she felt something change. The vague sphere of power that was always within her but had never taken shape began to form into something new, something powerful. The ultimate skill, Samel, Lord of Deathly Poison, has been acquired. I am highly motivated by your guys' reviews and likes, so do that. I'll probably keep writing or something. Author's note, sup everyone, back with another chapter of Daemon. Felix finally gets the data on Lucifer, though it won't do much for him. Felix just likes collecting skills at this point. Was the guy fight scene necessary? No. Did I still do it? Yes. Guy's Chadness needs to be displayed. Dude has been done dirty in canon. Finally Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina have returned to their full power and beyond. Plus Rain and Misery got a bit of a power-up. I also got to show you all a bit more about how Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina think. Character development, yay. Anyways, thanks for reading, peace. Thanks to @Salanti and @Flowerman for baiting this chapter. Chapter 161, Chapter 91, The Emperor. Story, I'm a demon, so what? Disclaimer, I do not own the original setting. Chapter 91, The Emperor. There are up to 15 chapters ahead at p@trian.com/theagbasilisk. Felix. I watched Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina complete their evolution. It had been a long few hours since their transformation process began, and now their auras were practically bursting with newfound strength. They couldn't quite control their auras perfectly right after evolution, they weren't even continuous yet, so expecting that from them was absurd. It was still clear they were on an entirely different level now. My own energy reserves had increased a bit due to food chain as it increased my power if those considered my subordinates grew stronger as well, so that was nice. The three of them were already stronger than they were when they first became demon dukes in the Cardinal World before this evolution. Not only due to the training but also due to food chain, which strengthened them appropriately if I myself grew stronger. And I grew quite a bit stronger from the dragon factors. I could see that all three of them developed ultimate skills of their own, thanks to Athanas' help. Athanas was really something special. She had not only hastened their development but also customized the skills themselves, ensuring they were more refined and efficient than they would have been naturally. They would have developed them on their own eventually, but Athanas sped up the process while also optimizing certain aspects of their ultimate skills. She even added some sub-skills that they wouldn't have awakened otherwise, making their abilities far more versatile than I had anticipated. Arcuade got the ultimate skill, Belial, Lord of Underworld. It wasn't one of the Sin series, so it seems there is an entirely new skill series I discovered, the Demonic series. Belial, Lord of Underworld, was a rather powerful ultimate skill. The core of Belial was formed based on Arcuade's freezing white flame. Its sub-skills include Thought Communication, Universal Sense, Demon Lord's Hockey, Space-Time Manipulation, Multidimensional Barrier, All of Creation, Life Domination, and Afterworld, which is a world system skill. Athanas merged Thought Communication, Universal Sense, All of Creation, and Demon Lord's Hockey into Belial for efficiency purposes. Arcuade already had those skills. Space-Time Manipulation and Multidimensional Barrier, however, came from Athanas' own tinkering. Without her intervention, those two sub-skills wouldn't have been awakened at all. Arcuade simply didn't have a high enough mastery over space and time to develop space-time manipulation, and Multidimensional Barrier was a very complex form of spatial manipulation that would have remained locked for some time if not forever. Multidimensional Barrier was just that complex. I hadn't met someone that could pierce through it other than the top-level fighters of this world. The only one who has managed to pierce through it in practice was Guy, and Hinata, though I call bullshit on Hinata. She cheated by getting a skill specifically designed to break through my defenses. Being a sore loser does not suit you, master. I ignored Athanas' words as I focused back on the skill at hand. Either way, Multidimensional Barrier was an incredibly powerful defense, though part of that was due to my own spatial abilities. For Arcuade it wouldn't be quite as absolute, but it was still powerful. She was practically unbeatable before she evolved, but now she was on an entirely different level. Life Domination was also a powerful skill. Arcuade's focused more on the death attribute rather than life, the opposite of Asmodeus. Arcuade could rip the life force out of someone if her will was greater than her opponent's. She could manipulate the energy stored in the body and soul along with a variety of other uses. Then Afterworld was the trump card of Belial. It basically traps the souls of everyone around her in a world that constantly burns hotter but never kills her enemies unless she wishes to. It was as if her freezing white flame had evolved into something more, a metaphysical prison where suffering could be drawn out indefinitely. It did not sound fun at all. Belial also came with another side benefit. It connected Arcuade to the abyss of hell more deeply, allowing her to draw on minus energy with ease. Overall, Arcuade gained a rather powerful skill. Megumin similarly gained an ultimate skill from the Demonic series, Abaddon, Lord of Destruction. Its sub-skills also include Thought Communication, Universal Sense, Demon Lord's Hockey, Space-Time Manipulation, Multidimensional Barrier, and All of Creation. Abaddon's unique abilities were Limit Break and Dimension Rupture. Limit Break was basically shown in power in the form of a skill. it allowed Megumin to temporarily surpass her physical and magical limits. I couldn't help but chuckle, it was a perfect fit for her, the one who always went plus ultra with her explosive magic. It suited Megumin's rather straightforward and determined nature. Then Dimension Rupture was basically an anti-space sub-skill. It allows Megumin to disrupt spatial-type abilities. Theoretically, even multi-dimensional barrier wouldn't work against Dimension Rupture if Megumin puts enough power behind her attack. I think I ticked her off with always using Infinity to ignore her attacks. Then finally Lalatina's ultimate skill was Samel, Lord of Deathly Poison. Its foundation was Lalatina's rather overpowered Cursed Poison, and as such Lalatina's Cursed Poison was optimized and strengthened by multiple degrees. If her poison touches my skin directly, even I'd be in trouble. Its sub-skills also include Thought Communication, Universal Sense, Demon Lord's Hockey, Space-Time Manipulation, Multi-Dimensional Barrier, and All of Creation. As for its unique abilities, it had Weakness Identification, which allows Lalatina to find her target's weaknesses and assist in creating a poison tailored to kill them. Then there was Death Poison Refining, which allows Lalatina to produce and refine her cursed poison to match her target's lethal dose. Then finally there was Death World, another world system skill which was basically anti-fodder. It was absurdly powerful in its simplicity. Death World was like flipping a switch on life itself. It unconditionally kills any and all targets with the exception of spiritual life forms at the ultimate skill level. Lalatina could kill millions in an instant with it. I trusted Lalatina to use it properly and not accidentally harm any allies with it. Samel also seemed to be a bit connected with the abyss of hell and minus energy. I lowered my thought acceleration as Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina all opened their eyes to gaze at me, each looking at me with worship and adoration. It looks like all went well then. I spoke up. Arcuade clenched her fist, testing her new strength. Yes it did. She replied. All three of their vessels had evolved alongside their powers, making them far more powerful than before. Megumin jumped up from her bed, her eyes gleaming. Ha! I bet I can hit you now, my lord. She laughed. She was probably talking about Dimension Disrupture. Theoretically it could allow Megumin to pierce through all my defenses, but she'd need to put a lot of power behind her blow. Plus I also have other defenses I can deploy that aren't spatial-oriented. Lalatina raised her palm, forming a dark purple ball of poison above it, a wicked grin spreading across her face. Indeed, my poison has grown far more potent. She said confidently. Both Arcuade and Megumin were looking at the cursed poison with wariness in their eyes. Even they could sense the greater danger that Lalatina's poison now posed. Each of their EPs had increased accordingly with their evolutions. Their power had yet to stabilize, but so far Arcuade was at 3,632,123 after forming her ultimate skill, which drained a significant amount of her EP. Megumin was the highest at 4,021,234 after getting her ultimate skill, and Lalatina was the lowest of the three at 3,232,345 after getting her ultimate skill. And their EPs would still grow a bit further as their energy was still steadily rising. They had yet to go through their harvest festivals and they were already that broken. Each of them would become total monsters after their harvest festivals, wouldn't they? That is correct. I will be optimizing their harvest festivals so they can get the most out of it. More useful servants for you means that you are safer. Often as stated into my head. Thanks for looking out for me, but I don't think I need protection. Nonsense, you will always need protection. Sure, whatever you say. Humph. I focused my attention back on Arcuade, Megumin, and Arcuade. Now that you three have evolved, I suggest getting a handle on your new power, including your ultimate skills. Those can be a bit tricky to control at first. You'll mostly have to rely on instinct to get the hang of them. After that you can begin experimenting. I then looked to Lalatina in particular. I hope this doesn't need to be said, but do not use Death World in a location where innocents may get caught in it. I said sternly. Lalatina nodded. Yes, master. I nodded. Good. Lalatina, Megumin, you two can leave and begin getting a handle over your power. I wanted to talk to Arcuade about something. Megumin nodded with a grin. Got it. We should fight later. I smirked. Sure, whenever we both get a chance. You've got another thing coming if you think your new ultimate skill will be enough. Megumin laughed. Well, we'll see about that. She said as she left the room. Lalatina followed behind her. Bye, master. See you. The both of them left rather casually. It wasn't like we wouldn't see each other again in some hours. Once they were gone I looked to Arcuade, who had sat up on her bed. I snapped my fingers and rearranged the room back to how it was before, and then I dismissed Small World's authority, dispelling the overlaid dimension entirely. What did you wish to speak about, my lord? Arcuade asked with curiosity. I visited Sarion recently and found something I wanted you to incorporate into the reward center. Arcuade was the one that actually handled the logistics of all my random ideas. For that I'd be forever grateful. Arcuade tilted her head. Very well, what did you wish to do? In Sarion, people with magical experience were basically selling their time. They would be paid to help someone for a certain amount of time as long as it related to magic. It could be helping someone learn a spell, helping someone create a new spell, and so on. I want you to add something similar to the reward center, put all of your names in, including your lieutenants, for a certain amount of points. I'll leave it to you to decide how much. Arcuade nodded. Very well, that can be done. Did you wish for me to include the close combat fighters as well, or merely those experienced in magic? Close combat as well. If someone wants to help in manipulating their aura, then they can ask for Seiko and such. Arcuade nodded. Very well, it will be done. One more thing. Add my own name in too. Arcuade's eyes widened. There is no need for you to lower yourself to do such a thing, my lord. I waved her off. It's fine. If someone manages to acquire the absurd amount of points needed for my direct teaching, then they've earned it at that point. Arcuade sighed. Very well, I will not protest against your desires. I clapped. Excellent. Arcuade got up off the bed, which I had not gotten rid of with Small World. Arcuade clenched her fist once again. I will need to get a better understanding of my power before I resume my work. My lord. I am more powerful than I was even in the demon realm now. I nodded. Take your time. Arcuade bowed, but before she could vanish I raised a hand. One more thing, Arcuade. Arcuade tilted her head. Yes. You have been making moves to gain some control over the Free Guild, right? I wasn't quite aware of what exactly Arcuade was doing, less because she hid it from me and more because I just hadn't asked. I trusted her to be careful. Arcuade nodded, a small smile on her face. Yes, you now have almost full control over the Free Guild and can mobilize its members freely. My brows furrowed. I wasn't quite expecting that much control over the Free Guild, but the more control the better. I see, don't change much in their day-to-day operations. I still want them to be what is holding the adventurers in the West together. My reason for bringing this up is because I suspect Granbell will be finally enacting his plan soon. It's only been a few weeks, but with the resources he has, that should be enough time for him to get everything he needs. When the attack occurs, I want you to mobilize the adventurers if you can, to keep the chaos in the Western nations to a minimum. Luminism was quite literally the biggest religion in the West, maybe in the world. They had influence in every single Western nation. An attack on Luminism would spring certain kingdoms to action, and it may also be a catalyst for the more ambitious to finally try and seize power in their own kingdoms. That much chaos was rather bothersome, since I wasn't sure when exactly the Eastern Empire would make their moves just yet. Having the Western nations in my back pocket could prove useful, so keeping the West in peak conditions was ideal. Arcuade nodded. Very well, it will be done. When this attack occurs, did you wish for me to assist in fighting off the enemies? I looked thoughtful for a moment before shaking my head. No, only if things get dire should you, Megumin, and Lalatina intervene. You three are already powerful enough, but luminous forces could use the kick in the back to get their things together. Not to mention I wanted Sukuna, Raiden, Seiko, and Kurumi to be involved in fighting off Granbell's attack. It could be an opportunity of growth for the four of them. I was especially curious to see how much Sukuna had progressed. When he wasn't doing butler things he was usually training, it seems getting slapped around by Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina lit a fire under him. He had the same soul as Ryaman Sukuna, the strongest jujitsu sorcerer, so Sukuna most definitely has a lot of potential. Now that he realized he was no longer at the peak, he was striving to grow stronger, just as he did in the Heian era before he reached the peak. Some of that potential was likely stifled by having his ego rewritten. Strength in this world was highly related to will. I won't ignore the fact that his will was overwritten, which may impact his future growth. But I'm sure he can work his way back if he tries hard enough. In the end, will was all that mattered in this world. He just needed to rebuild his. Arcuade nodded. Very well, I will relay your orders then. A small smirk formed on Arcuade's face. Though I do think Megumin will be rather disappointed. I rolled my eyes. Just tell her that if she behaves I'll spar with her a bit in the future. I'm sure that'll bring her mood back up. Arcuade chuckled softly, clearly amused by the thought of Megumin's excitement at the prospect of a sparring match. She gave a respectful bow, and with a swift movement, she vanished from the room, leaving only a faint trace of her aura behind. Now would be the appropriate time to say that I have made a breakthrough in regards to soul energy and souls in general. Oh. What breakthrough? Due to the amount of souls I received to analyze at once, I was able to deepen my understanding of souls. Using Brahma, it is now possible to create soul energy. However, creating a brand new soul from scratch is impossible as of now. Theoretically it is possible, but they wouldn't truly be alive, they wouldn't have free will. The soul would be coded with certain instructions that they would follow to the letter. They may be extremely complex instructions that makes it impossible to distinguish them from normal life forms, but they still cannot go beyond the instructions that were built into them. I see. I wasn't really upset at all that I couldn't create souls. Sure, it was something I may want to do in the distant future, but I didn't think I was responsible enough to be creating life other than the fun way as I was now, nor did I really have a reason to want to create souls. What about recreating souls? Is it the same with recreated souls? For now, yes. The recreated souls would be imbued with a recreated ego and recreated memories of the individual who had passed away. They would by all means act the same, the one difference is that they would be incapable of truly changing as a person. They would be hardwired to act the way their ego points them towards. That's a shame. There were some people that I wanted to revive, but I guess that'll have to wait until Othinus can straight up recreate souls, true souls, not robot souls or whatever that is. I suppose my earlier thoughts were just misunderstandings then and I was hyping myself up. Well, that's what I get for jumping to conclusions. I'm sure I'd get to that stage eventually, it was just a matter of having enough data on souls. Still, good work, Othinus. Thank you, I will continue to gather more data on the relevant subjects. Right. The new information that Othinus shared shouldn't affect the recreation of Veldanava's memory, so that's good. What the big guy upstairs' memories have been recreated, I'm sure Othinus will have all the data she needs. That is true. Plus, being able to make soul energy means for the artificial harvest festivals no souls are needed, as the artificial harvest festivals rely solely on soul energy rather than souls at the cost of a lot more soul energy than 10,000 souls would normally have. Now I wonder how Evelyn is doing under Raiden so far. Raiden. I called out, and within the blink of an eye, she was bowing gracefully before me. It's actually impressive how she's always here when I need her. The power of a maid is truly filled with mystery. Yes, master. She responded with a perfect bow. How has Evelyn settled in? I trust she's doing well so far. It had only been a few hours since I first brought Evelyn here, so I wouldn't be surprised if she hadn't settled in yet. Raiden's nod was affirmative. After you left her in my care, I assessed her combat abilities while also briefing her on the basics of her duties. I nodded. I see. Unlike most maids in this world, mine weren't actually specialized in cleaning and maintaining the palace. Oh sure, that was part of it, but magic made such things fairly simple and easy. What my maids did was prepare food if Raiden wasn't able to, and fulfilled any errands I needed done. Other than that, they took care of any threats to my person, which in my opinion wasn't really needed, but Raiden insisted on it, so I was fine with it. My maids operated more as a specialized military unit than traditional housekeepers. She performed admirably and will not be needing any further training from me. Raiden informed. I nodded, not showing any surprise. I expected Evelyn to be very proficient in combat, she was just Elmesia LARPing as a maid in the end, and so she should have quite a bit of combat experience. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Evelyn was better than Raiden at combat, in fact I expected it. The fact that Raiden hasn't mentioned anything of the sort means Evelyn held back, which was appropriate if she wanted to keep her cover. Since you wish to have easy access to her, I have stationed her to be your direct maid alongside me. Raiden informed. Along with that, I have begun training Evelyn in the more intimate aspects of her duties. My brows furrowed before I shrugged. I'm guessing Raiden means taking care of cleaning me in the baths and stuff on the rare occasions I didn't use magic to clean myself. Though that was usually only Raiden who did that, so that was odd. I shrugged. Good work then, Raiden. Raiden bowed. It is my duty. I tilted my head. If you aren't busy, do you want to go on a date? I hadn't planned this, but I was feeling like having some casual fun with Raiden. Spontaneous stuff like this keeps a relationship alive as well, not that I needed to worry about that. Raiden froze for a moment, then turned slightly away, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. I caught a glimpse of a small, genuine smile struggling to surface. I would be honored if you desire such a thing. She was still super easy when it came to things like this. A smirk curled at my lips. I do indeed desire it. I extended my hand toward her. Shall we go? Raiden accepted my hand with a gentle, almost hesitant grip, her maid uniform transforming into a more casual yet elegant attire. She now wore a purple dress that was slightly form-fitting with a tasteful V-cut, embodying a blend of grace and sophistication. Seiko. She smirked victoriously as Luminous ate the bowl of soup she made without protest. Luminous set the spoon she was using down. This is quite delicious, and it doesn't look like an abomination that came from the pits of the demon realm either. Seiko pouted hearing Luminous. They didn't look that bad. She had learned recently that the presentation of a meal often tended to matter just as much as the taste of the meal itself. She didn't quite understand why, if something tastes good then it was good, right? Apparently not. Luminous scoffed. The texture and look of your previous dishes ruined the entire meal for me, and I'm sure most would agree with my assessment. My chefs needed to have their palates completely reset as they couldn't believe just how bad the texture was. Seiko pouted at Luminous' cold-hearted words. So mean. TSK. Just because Felix won't tell you the cold truth doesn't mean I'm as soft. Luminous responded. Siko grinned thinking about Felix-sama. I'm sure he will like the new dishes I present to him. Luminous nodded. He better appreciate the effort I went through to make you capable of creating such dishes. Siko smiled gratefully at her new friend. Thank you for your help, Luminous. She had been in Luminous territory for approximately 3 days now, and she had been enjoying herself. Felix-sama was right, taking a break and hanging out was fun. Luminous turned away. It is no problem, you are repaying me for my efforts after all. Siko nodded. Luminous wished for her to be her sparring partner. Luminous had been attempting to develop new techniques and wished for a second eye as well as for someone powerful enough to test them on. She wasn't as powerful as Luminous, but she could at least last as a training partner. When she had asked Luminous why she hadn't asked Hinata, Luminous simply said it would be improper as Hinata was her subordinate. She had retorted that they seemed more like friends, but Luminous wouldn't budge on that. Siko guessed it was a matter of pride for Luminous. Even Felix-sama always said that Luminous was rather prideful, something Siko agreed with. Of course Luminous handily defeated her every time they sparred. Their spars allowed Siko to truly understand the might of one of the 9 sovereigns. It was only expected that Felix-sama was part of such a distinguished group of Majin. Luminous had created some truly powerful techniques with her skill, she was glad that she was an ally of Felix-sama. How has your time training Hinata's underlings been? Luminous asked. Hinata had asked her to assist in training her subordinates since she was staying with Luminous, they were called the 9 Great Saints or something. Though Hinata was one of them, so she only trained 8 of them. Calling it training would be generous, Hinata just asked her to routinely beat her subordinates up, something she gladly did. Hinata's subordinates had trouble taking on an intelligent Majin that also had enough power to be recognized as a disaster class, though according to Felix-sama she was beyond that tier entirely. Most adventurers and holy knights were used to taking on monsters, some of which could be quite powerful, however they lacked intelligence making it easy to plan around them. In return for this task, Hinata would spar with her. Siko could admit that Hinata was the superior fighter between the two, at least for now. So she was able to learn quite a lot from Hinata. Hinata could manipulate fighting spirit to a masterful degree, and her swordsmanship was practically divine. Something that was only expected of Felix-sama's student. Siko's own swordsmanship had improved through the spars that they had been having, so she was thankful for that. She had also observed how Hinata manipulated her fighting spirit and attempted to recreate some of the technique. Hinata with all her strength also trained. Apparently Felix-sama had told her about spiritron manipulation, and so Hinata had been working on building up her ability to manipulate spiritrons. Siko didn't quite understand it all but she didn't ask more about it. Siko mostly fought by instinct and experience after all, thinking too much about how to fight never helped her. None of them could even scratch me, but they have been getting better. They had been getting more coordinated, more team-oriented as they were able to meld their attacks together to complement each other. One would use fire magic and the other would amplify it with wind magic and whatnot. They were incredibly used to combat at this point, to the extent that their focus was quite difficult to interrupt. With most fighters a significant enough disturbance can cause one to dismiss their fighting spirit reinforcement, or disturb the aura they have coated their blade in. These disturbances were often fatal for newbie adventurers as they would be left defenseless without their aura since most had mediocre armor. The mental exhaustion of a battle could not be underestimated, it was something she had trained the purple guards in extensively as mental exhaustion could be as deadly as physical exhaustion. Hinata's subordinates were already fairly powerful by her standards before Hinata started training them with renewed intensity. One was an incomplete saint while the others had the potential to reach that stage, now they were all realizing that potential. She had taken inspiration from some of Hinata's teaching methods that she would be applying when she taught the purple guards. Luminous nodded. Good, I will need capable fighters. Siko nodded in agreement. She had already been informed by Felix-sama about the troubling times coming ahead. That was why she had been training herself so much, so she could be more useful to Felix-sama and protect his territory. Will you be heading back soon? Luminous asked. She nodded. Omo. I have enjoyed my time having fun, but I must make sure none of the purple guards are slacking. And I am sure Felix-sama is in need of his #1 secretary. Luminous nodded as if she had been expecting her answer. Very well. However, until Felix arrives to pick you up, you are free to have fun, as you call it. Siko nodded. Gladly. Luminous sighed lightly, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her lips. You truly do love him, don't you? Siko paused for a moment. I do. Perhaps not at first, it may have just been admiration and adoration for the person who named her and care for her chosen liege. But those feelings had grown into something more. Love is rather simple in this world, sometimes it just happens and there is no specific factor that attracts an individual. Her own parents were the same before they passed away. They had simply just grown to be attracted to each other and were able to fill in the blanks of their respective partners. I truly wonder what he does to attract so many different types of women. Luminous said with a roll of her eyes. Siko smiled. That's easy. He's perfect. Luminous sighed. It's a good thing I'm here, otherwise his ego would be too overinflated with you praising him to the high heavens. She pouted hearing Luminous. As they conversed, the atmosphere around them felt lighter. In the past 3 days, she had developed an almost camaraderie with Luminous. She knew that Luminous was her superior in both status and strength, but she didn't mind that, and neither did Luminous. Though Luminous remained as sharp-tongued and prideful as ever, Siko had come to realize that behind the cool, untouchable exterior was someone who, though rarely admitting it, valued companionship, especially when it came from people with no exterior motives. Speaking of the purple guards, Luminous added, her gaze turning more serious. How is their progress? You've been training them for Felix for some time now. I am a bit curious about them. Siko paused, her expression shifting. They've gotten better. Their discipline is sharpening, each of them are very dedicated. Luminous smiled. Good. No matter how strong you are, having underlings to complete your tasks is always better. Siko nodded. Umo. Felix-sama shouldn't have to fight mundane battles himself. It would besmirch his name as one of the 9 sovereigns. Rudra Nam ul Nazca. His eyes slowly blinked open as a small smile began to form on his face. You're awake, Rudra. He turned to the voice and met the eyes of his beloved. She was dressed in opulent clothing and was a beautiful, blue-haired woman, his companion for thousands of years. She was also the marshal of his empire, the one with the most power over the Eastern Empire after him. Authority that was well earned in his eyes. She was a true dragon as well and often even substituted for him as the emperor when he wasn't feeling well. She even did his paperwork for him sometimes. She truly was perfect. He had woken up after quite some time. Due to the battle within his soul, he needed to go into a recovery sleep of sorts to recuperate rather often. Velgrind. How did the reconnaissance go? He had asked Velgrind to gather what information she could without leaving the bounds of the Eastern Empire. She had asked Konda for his assistance. Ever since Konda managed to acquire an ultimate skill, she stopped looking at him as a lesser, and more as a useful ally. Rudra was personally rather fond of Kondu. He was loyal to a fault, had good style, and got his job done. Not to mention his strength would be very useful against Guy now that the climax of their game was approaching. Their game had been won in the making for millennia. They had wagered the right to rule this world. This game didn't have any complicated rules. You simply had to use your pawns to overwhelm your opponent. The world was their board, monsters and humans their pawns. Initially, Guy's pawns consisted of monsters and magents, while Rudra's were drawn from a fraction of humanity. Over the centuries, they had exchanged pieces in their ongoing game. Now, the match was nearing its climax, with chaos beginning to stir on both sides. Stealing pawns from one another had always been part of the game's strategy. Moreover, their most powerful pieces were their allies, the true dragons. The only unbreakable rule between them was simple: they could only utilize the designated pawns. This meant that as long as Guy and Rudra refrained from directly confronting each other, they were free to act as they pleased. Of course, if the world were to be destroyed, the game would end. Neither wished for such a conclusion, prompting them to take precautionary measures. However, there were wild cards in play. These included the rogue true dragon, Veldora, and the primordials. These wild cards operated outside the formal game, and it was up to the players, Guy and Rudra, to decide whether they would become allies or enemies. The primordials' presence was constantly monitored as he had wanted to recruit them at some point. John was constantly playing around with Demon Lord Leon, one of Guy's allies. In the west, any reckless action could bring down the wrath of Violet, the Violet primordial, who resided there. And in his own territory, there lurked Blanc, the white primordial. It wasn't truly possible to wipe them off the board as they would be reborn, and those demons could hold a grudge. They would likely commit to becoming thorns on his side permanently, so he had left them be until he came up with a sure plan to recruit them. Kondu has gathered some rather useful information, but his means are quite limited as Guy, Demon Lord Rimuru, and Demon Lord Felix each have suitable defenses preventing anyone from getting deep into their territory without authorization, similar to the Eastern Empire. Velgrind stated. His smile faded slightly at the mention of Rimuru and Felix. That slime was proving to be more troublesome than expected. In a short time, Rimuru had gained power and influence far beyond what any Demon Lord should possess, and as for Felix, Velgrind's reports were rather concerning when it came to his strength. Political power had its uses, but what Rudra was truly wary of was personal power, which this demon seemed to possess in spades. His brows furrowed, but he nodded. He didn't expect much less from 2 demon lords that Guy seemed to be interested in. That man doesn't get interested in those without potential. Velgrind sauntered towards him and took a seat on the armchair of his throne. I will start with what Konda was able to confirm. It seems that Granbel's granddaughter has passed away in an attack done by the Harlequin Alliance. He raised a brow. The Harlequin Alliance. Were they not involved with Cerberus? Velgrind nodded. They were according to Kondu. He nodded. I see. They had long known about Cerberus and the black market of the Eastern Empire. Rather than suppress it, he allowed it to thrive under limited supervision. It was Kondu's job to keep it under control, and he had managed to gather quite a lot of information on Cerberus. Yuki Kagurazaka also perished in the same attack. He nodded. A smokescreen then. Velgrind nodded. That is likely. According to Clayman, the Harlequins would never willingly turn on Yuki. Clayman had been rather useful due to all the information he held. He was the one who sent Kondu to control Clayman, as he was one of the weakest links in the old Demon Lord Council. Thanks to Clayman, they were able to evaluate the threat levels of Guy's pawns rather easily. He didn't even consider the Demon Lord seeds a threat. The mid-level Imperial Guardians could take care of them with ease. Those who were a threat, however, was his niece. She had inherited some of Velda's power and was incredibly powerful herself, though he was confident that using Michael he could deal with her. The only issue was how limited he was in using Michael, since the skill was always at war with him within his soul. Ramiris was a shell of her former self. He didn't even think about her for more than a moment before moving on. De Gruul. De Gruul would pose a significant threat to many. Even Velgrind would face a challenge against him. He would likely have to deal with De Gruul himself, as his castle guard can easily negate all of De Gruul's forms of attack. Luminous Valentine could be dealt with using his higher-level single digits, as she did not have an ultimate skill according to the reports he had received, though that could always change. Dino was a significant threat. He was given an ultimate skill by Velda, but his Michael could deal with Dino in a heartbeat once the moment came. The backdoor Velda installed into the angelic skills would allow him to easily deal with those with an angelic series skill. He brushed off the thought of controlling Dino now and using him as a double agent. Leon Cromwell could pose a threat. He needed more information on the hero-turned-demon lord for an accurate threat assessment. Beating Kazalim did not tell him much, as Kazalim was a mere demon lord seed, nothing to think much about. The current lineup of demon lords had changed, which was what caused him to take action earlier than initially planned. At least Kondu also got to recruit his new assistant from under Clayman's eyes. Eva was rather powerful and could have had a place in the single digits if she were raised in the Eastern Empire. But as it stood now, she was in no way loyal to the Empire. Kondu kept her on a leash through his Sandalphon. Without it, neither he nor Kondu had any doubt that she would attempt to rebel, and he did not wish to make use of Michael to fully rein her in at this point. It would be a waste of power. He tapped his finger onto the armrest of his throne. I see, it seems things truly are changing over in the West. Quite a lot had happened in a rather short period of time. So much change hadn't happened for perhaps centuries. It is likely that Granbell is planning something, as according to reports he was rather attached to his granddaughter, and after her death was known he hasn't been making his regular moves. Velgrind shared. He sighed in reminiscence. It felt like so long ago when he was teaching a young Granbell how to fight, how to live. He had been one of his most trusted allies, and was even a friend at times. His betrayal was unexpected, yet he was used to the sting in his heart at this point. After all the failures he had caused, he expected nothing less. First Veldanava and Lucia, then Malim. It seems he simply could not get it right. For just a moment, the weight of his empire pressed down on him. His dream of uniting the world had cost him so much, friends, family, and even his own humanity at times. Yet he couldn't stop, not now, not when the game was nearing its end. He shook his head away from the depressive thoughts. All that mattered now was the game. Rudra clenched his fist, feeling his almost unending power surge within him. He had come too far and sacrificed too much. If he was to lose this game, it would not be because of a lack of resolve. He would bend the world to his will, and those who stood against him would fall to the Eastern Empire so his dream could be realized. He felt Velgrind's hand gently grip his own. How are the Mixed Corps acting now that Yuki is dead? He asked. Many of the Mixed Corps were indebted to Yuki. Nothing too abnormal other than what was already important. My Furuki seems to have had a fire lit under her as she continues to train herself. Velgrind said. He nodded. Good, perhaps she will awaken into a saint during the war and can join the single digits. Mai and Calgurio were the ones he felt had the highest chance of awakening sometime soon. It was why both of them would be at the head of their own attacks where there was much risk. Mai attacking Azeroth, and Calgurio attacking Tempest. Of course nothing concrete had been decided as for who was attacking who, but he was the Emperor and he reigned supreme. He would merely guide the military to the result that he desired through manipulation. He could of course order them, but that often left a sour taste in the mouths of his subordinates. It was less bothersome to simply manipulate others to his desired outcome. That was a lesson he had learned over the years. Human pride could cause individuals to take the oddest of actions. Kondu also left a note saying that Yuki's death was likely planned and that he had likely made an enemy of someone he shouldn't. Velgrind informed. Rudra nodded as he went over all the information he possessed. Some had suggested launching an early invasion with their elite troops after the attack on Tempest, as its infrastructure may have been harmed, something he swiftly rejected. Kondo had sent spies to the Tempest founding festival, and that spy had reported that the attackers were dealt with easily. Tempest's infrastructure was hardly damaged. Launching an invasion would be foolish. Gadra has left to conduct a deeper reconnaissance, correct? Velgrind nodded. Him and 3 of his students who are members of the Imperial Guardians. Kondo had approved their departure. Rudra nodded. Good. He can be trusted to provide worthwhile information. He paused for a moment. How do you think the initial invasion will go? Velgrind scoffed. It will be a monumental failure. But that is the plan, no? He nodded. The initial attack would merely be a smokescreen, one meant to make their enemies underestimate them while also providing ample opportunity for evolution. He always preferred quality over quantity. The current plan was for the Composite Division headed by Mai to attack Azeroth, and then the Armored Division, headed by Calgurio, to attack Tempest. The last division, the Magic Beast Division, would take multiple airships to weaken the infrastructure of the Western nations. Velgrind sighed as she relaxed into his side. What will you be doing about that demon lord, Felix? Felix had turned into a rather large concern. He was a mere demon, one not even a primordial, yet he had Guy's recognition. Velzard had even spoken highly of him to Velgrind, which worried Rudra. That woman was rather picky with her praise. More than that, Konda's spies had reported that Felix and Veldora had seemingly fought, a fight that resulted in a draw. Guy having another true dragon-class individual was truly a pain. He even sped up the invasion due to this demon lord Felix. In a mere few years he had grown by such a monstrous extent. Rudra did not want to give the demon even more time to grow. But the invasion preparations would still take a few months. Gathering supplies for the mortal troops would cost the most time, but it must be done. Though in the end, his castle guard could take on all. It was God's ultimate defense for a reason. Still, I feel that he has yet to return to his prime after his seal was undone. I didn't detect any violent magical storm, like the ones that ravaged the lands in the past. In the past, I would have felt that aura from any corner of the earth, but now it seems to have disappeared completely. Perhaps his resurrection was incomplete. That would explain why a mere demon could possibly fight him off. Velgrind guessed. He nodded. He had considered that factor as well, but any individual that could match even a weakened true dragon was one that he would give his attention to. That was the entire reason he was willing to allow the Composite Division a chance at fighting Demon Lord Felix and his forces. Because they may possibly have a chance depending on just how much weaker Veldora currently is. Indeed it would, Velgrind. He responded. Still, he is not the only threat on Guy's side. We both sense the awakening of misery and rain. I am not quite sure how Guy managed to do such a thing, but it's just like him to do something so absurd at the last moment. Rudra sighed. Now we have 2 more Devil Lords to deal with. They may even possess ultimate skills. Velgrind nodded. With everything that had happened lately, he didn't want to give his enemies any more time to prepare. How do you feel about our enemies? He asked out of curiosity. Velgrind hadn't made her opinion on their new enemies apparent yet. Velgrind tilted her head. I suppose their resistance will be admirable if nothing else. But in the end you will be the victor. He nodded. That was a very Velgrind-like response. As for Rimuru and Felix in particular, those demon lords dare to bribe my foolish brother and deceive my dear niece. I will be sure to punish them properly. Velgrind continued. Rudra laughed when he heard Velgrind. She was always rather fond of Veldora, despite their differences. He could only pity Rimuru and Felix, for they had the Scorched Dragon on their tail. Their plan still had many more layers that needed to be discussed. After the initial invasion he had changed the objective from gaining control over Veldora, a true dragon, to gaining control of the demon who seemed to just continue to grow. Initially he planned to place Veldora under the control of Michael, but in Rudra's eyes, and even Velgrind's, the demon had the potential to be more of a threat, so he would be dealt with first and foremost. Veldora would always be easy to deal with. He had so much potential but he wasted it on his rampages. It was due to that reason that he never considered Veldora a threat. He was simply too foolish to be one. In the end the initial attack didn't matter much to Rudra. It was all about getting all his pawns to be as powerful as possible, while also stealing Guy's own pawns. That was the core of the game he and Guy were playing, and he would win, no matter what. I am highly motivated by your guys' reviews and likes, so do that. I'll probably keep writing or something. Author's note, sup everyone, back with another chapter of Daemon. Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina got one hell of a power-up, and they aren't finished yet. Siko is also training with Luminous and Hinata. Everyone is making progress. I'm wanting to have everyone be stronger than their canon counterparts because YTF are ancient beings so weak in canon. We also get to learn a bit more Rudra lore. As you can see, Rudra is kinda fucked in the head. If you all are wondering why his train of thought switches so quickly, it's due to Michael not wanting him to think of certain things. The Eastern Empire invasion is being prepped in the background, and Granbel's attack is coming up soon. My goal is to start it next chapter or the chapter after. I know it took a while to get here, but we finally made it. The pace of the story should pick up a bit after Granbel's attack. Anyways, thanks for reading, peace. Thanks to @Salanti and @Flowerman for baiting this chapter. Chapter 162, Chapter 92, Empress Bullying. Story, I'm a demon, so what? Disclaimer, I do not own the original setting. Chapter 92, Empress Bullying. There are up to 15 chapters ahead of update schedule at p@trian.com/theagbasilisk. Kigali. Is everything ready? Kigali asked, her voice calm but laced with anticipation. Granbel swirled the wine in his glass, his movement slow and deliberate, before giving a curt nod. Everything is ready. His voice was smooth, as if the impending chaos was nothing more than a minor inconvenience in his grand scheme. The wine in his hand caught the dim light, glowing a deep crimson, almost like blood. He took a slow sip, savoring it, his expression never wavering. If there was one thing she could give Granbel, it was that he was rather elegant, he had a presence to him. Though he had been practically ruling over the West for centuries, if he could not act as befitting of that status then Kigali would be disappointed. Kigali's eyes narrowed slightly as she nodded in response. Good. Her gaze shifted to the figure standing silently behind Granbel, the towering presence of Razel engulfed the room. Even Tear seemed metaphorically tiny in comparison. Razel's black armor was gleaming under the dim light, but Kigali thought it looked less like traditional armor and more like an exoskeleton, like that of a bug's. The intricate design was unnerving, made from an unknown material that absorbed light rather than reflected it, giving Razel an eerie, shadow-like presence. It was sleek, powerful, and menacing. Not to mention the sheer aura that Razel emanated was suffocating, far beyond anything she had encountered in her prime. The closest comparison was Leon when he killed her. She felt a ripple of cold fury at the reminder of her past, of Leon, who had been the start of the downward spiral in her life. It all started with him. The memory of him, of his indifferent face as he struck her down, sent shivers of rage through her. Back then Leon had claimed a portion of the territory neighboring her own. She had been building her influence back then as Demon Lord Kazaliman had wanted to get Leon on her side as she had with Carrion and Fry, to build influence. And that was the plan initially. She had gone to meet Leon with her army as a show of power, yet Leon didn't bother with bringing his own people, as if he alone was enough. That had ticked her off, but what really caused her to abandon all thoughts of an alliance was his face. Leon was so beautiful, one of the most beautiful individuals she had ever met, which drove her into a jealous frenzy as her own looks back then had been scarred by her father's experiments. And so she attacked him with relentless abandon, however he eliminated her army with ease before taking care of her with contemptuous ease. All she recalled was the intense feeling of the energy all around her, as everything glued gold before she was practically erased. She squashed the feelings of hatred. Personal vendettas would have to wait. The time for retribution would come, but not until the true dragon-class hero was under her control. Razel's strength, terrifying in its own right, reassured her. With him, they could challenge even the strongest forces, including Demon Lord Valentine. Hinata Sakaguchi, the Western Church's blade, was already out of the equation due to their own efforts. In the first place, Granbel used to be a rival to Valentine. He could likely hold her off alone, let alone with the rest of the fighters they would have on their side. Granbel was not to be underestimated, as she had learned. If he had a subordinate as powerful as Razel, chances were he may possibly be comparable to Razel himself. Kigali's lips curled into a subtle smile. She relished the thought of Valentine's defeat, how her proud facade would crumble. Back before her father had gone insane, she had met Luminous Valentine. Originally Kigali always thought that Roy Valentine, the Bloody Lord and one of her old rivals, was perhaps descended from the ancient true ancestor, but she had no idea what happened to her ancient relative until recently. Back when she was a child, she was rather intimidated by Luminous Valentine. Her father, the High Elf King, had been rather welcoming of Valentine. Luminous had merely glanced at her, the princess of the High Elf Kingdom, before looking away in disinterest. Even back then that had burned at her pride. Demon Lord Valentine wouldn't know what hit her with this lineup. Granbel broke the silence with his calculated voice. I've had the barriers surrounding the Western Council sabotaged. When the time comes, your people will be able to strike with ease. Kigali nodded again. The sabotage would allow the Magic Inquisitors to infiltrate the council meeting, where Demon Lord Rimuru would also be present. The ensuing chaos would work in their favor. If representatives from several nations died during a conference hosted by Rimuru, it would shatter the trust Tempest had been building with the Western nations. Even the flimsiest rumors of betrayal would stir the human nations into a frenzy, and once that seed of doubt had been planted, it would grow wild. To outsiders, it would be easy to frame Rimuru as the mastermind behind the attacks, even the one that would be happening on Riberius, taking the attention off of them. After all, he was a demon lord, who else could control such powerful magian? Humans, she knew, were predictable when it came to fear. Stirring paranoia would not only isolate Tempest but also destabilize the delicate balance of power in the West. "Why don't we go over the plan one last time?" she said. Granbell nodded, unfazed. Very well. He understood the importance of precision. Everyone involved needed to know their roles inside and out. Only she, Granbell, Razzle, and Tyr were present, serving as the core of the plan. Once this meeting ended, Kigali would make sure the rest of their forces were equally prepared. "First, you will strike the Grand Cathedral in Lune, the capital of Riberius." Kigali began, her eyes flickering toward Razzle. Razzle didn't speak, didn't move. He stood as still as a statue, yet no one could forget him or the power he held. Though his silence unnerved her at times, she couldn't deny the comfort of having such raw strength on her side. "Misha will assist with her tamed monsters, and your friend Razzle will serve as your backup." Both Granbell and Razzle nodded, their expressions cold and unreadable. Misha had managed to tame an archdragon of the Cannet Mountains with help. Her orb of domination in combination with Misha's own powerful charm capabilities managed to subdue the Dragon Lord, though it was weaker than the true lords of the mountain. It was still incredibly difficult to accomplish without gaining the attention of Gazel Dwargo, but it had been done. Granbell had been the one to come up with the idea, and so he offered his own assistance, which is what made taming the archdragon without anyone's notice possible. Dworgen had a base meant to monitor the dragons of the Cannet Mountains. Granbell was responsible for making sure the guards in the base did not find out about anything. She did not know how he went about it, she guessed some sort of illusion magic or mind magic. In the end it didn't matter, they got what they wanted. "Meanwhile, Tyr and I will infiltrate Demon Lord Valentine's palace in Night Garden." Kigali continued. "During the distraction, I'll use my orb of domination to order the Magic Inquisitors to attack the Western Council, where Rimuru will be meeting with the representatives." Granbell nodded. "I still have many other worlders under my control. They will be assisting me in my part of the attack to create a large distraction for you to be able to safely extract the masked hero." Kigali's eyes glinted at the mention of the masked hero. "Right," she said. "And Cerberus forces will support Misha's attack." Granbell nodded once more. "Perfect. With Demon Lord Rimuru distracted by the carnage, he won't be able to intervene when we move against Valentine. And should Demon Lord Felix make an appearance, Razzle will handle him." Kigali's expression darkened for a moment. "I mean no disrespect," she said carefully, "but can Razzle handle someone who fought Veldora to a standstill? At least that is what the rumors said." Granbell scoffed dismissively. "That demon may have fought Veldora, but he's nowhere near the level of the Emperor." Kigali's lips twitched hearing about the Emperor. The mention of the Emperor always brought a mixture of awe and trepidation. Back when they focused more on the Eastern Empire, the Emperor was one of their biggest fears. The current Emperor was one of the descendants of the original true hero. However, she believed that the original true hero had survived to this day, and the current instated Emperor was a mere puppet. How could a true hero, a spiritual life form, die of old age? She didn't believe what the people of the Empire believed when it came to the Emperor's survival. It was worrying that Granbell may have had a connection to the legendary hero of beginning, but it would be something to be dealt with later. She needed Granbell, she couldn't afford to alienate him now. Her circumstances were dire, but she would have to make use of what she had. Her unique skill, Planner, had ensured her that Granbell wouldn't betray them until the plan had been completed. After that, however, Granbell was an extremely valuable resource at this point as Cerberus resources were drying up. They had lost much of the control they held over the Eastern Empire's black market without Yuki, since most of their resources were now focused on the West. Kigali didn't mind though. Once she had Cronoa under her control, then anything would be possible. A true dragon-class individual was that much of a game changer. Only one other being was given the catastrophe class ranking other than the true dragons, and that was Guy Crimson. True dragon-class beings were that powerful that they were in the league of Guy Crimson, making acquiring Cronoa all the more important. Veldora was likely fighting at a fraction of his full strength. Granbell continued. "No stronger than a saint due to his weakening from the seal. Razzle can handle Demon Lord Felix if it comes to that. And with Hinata out of the picture, or so you have said." Granbell said with narrowed eyes. She nodded. "Hinata is out of the picture. I have it from a reputable source that she was injured or worse. The Western Church's announcement lines up with that." Thankfully, Laplace had managed to deal with Hinata. Whether Hinata was merely grievously wounded and was still recovering, or she was dead, was unknown to her, however. Laplace's strength was overwhelming. She wouldn't be surprised if Laplace managed to kill Hinata entirely and the Western Holy Church was merely trying to reassure the populace that their hero was still safe and sound. Granbell nodded. "Very well then." Kigali hesitated but nodded. "If Demon Lord Felix shows up, he's Razzle's problem." In truth, she doubted Demon Lord Felix would even learn of their plan, much less manage to teleport from Azeroth to Riberius in time. The logistics of such a feat were nearly impossible, even for the most powerful of saints. The amount of calculation that went into teleporting over such a vast distance was mind-boggling. Back when she was on the Demon Lord Council, she even remembered Malim Nava complaining about how annoying teleporting over long distances was. If it was even difficult for Malim Nava, then she could rest assured. She would always be in awe when Guy Crimson's maids, Rain and Misery, managed to teleport around the world to pick up each of the Demon Lords, but Guy Crimson's power was second to none. She expected miraculous feats from him and his subordinates. She set her cup of wine down. Very well then. It seems we have a plan then. In 1 week's time, Cronoa will be ours, she said with clenched fists. Once she had Cronoa under control, then Kigali would deal with Demon Lord Rimuru and Demon Lord Felix. Laplace was still alive, she owed it to him to at least try to save him. Not to mention she was rather eager for revenge. Demon Lord Felix took everything from her, and Demon Lord Rimuru was involved in some way. Her fingers tightened around the wine glass. They would pay, all of them. For Laplace. For her ambitions. For the life she should have had. They would all rue the day they crossed her. Luminous Valentine. In the depths of her palace, Night Garden, Luminous stood facing the grand windows, a delicate glass of crimson wine in her hand. The moonlight poured through the towering, intricately designed stained glass panes, casting an ethereal glow that shimmered across the polished marble floor. Each of the intricate panes depicted a scene from her own history or mythology, moments Luminous had witnessed firsthand, and others she had heard mere tales of. She had commissioned these windows centuries ago. The flickering light caught on the glass shards of the mosaics, creating a cascade of colors that danced across the room. The delicate sound of a piano echoed faintly through the expansive halls. Gunther had learned to play the piano to keep her entertained some centuries ago, and he had gotten quite good at it now. It had been 3 days since Siko had left with Felix, and in their absence, the palace had grown too still for her liking. Boredom crept in like an unwelcome guest. Luminous had underestimated how much Siko's presence had entertained her. They had cultivated a surprising friendship. Felix better be grateful that she had managed to turn Siko into a half-decent cook without relying on her certain outcome. That in itself had been quite the achievement. She closed her eyes. She could feel that the world would change soon. She didn't believe in fate, however some things were always meant to happen. The clash between her and Granbell was one of them. She was the Demon Lord and he was the hero, that was how their story was going to end. She was always going to be the reason for his downfall or vice versa. She opened her eyes, gazing once again through the stained glass windows. The moonlight bathed the night garden in a pale glow, casting long shadows across the rose bushes and ivy-laden arches. She thought back to the good times they shared. They weren't always enemies. There was a time when she, Granbell, and Maria would speak and joke around. Those were good times, but time waits for no one, not even her. Immortality was a wondrous gift, but it had its costs. The world was ever-changing, and she remained unchanging, but she preferred it that way. A small smirk crept up on her face at the thought of Granbell. She was sure he would be rather surprised at her newfound strength, if he ever got the chance to witness her true power. Until recently the progress she had been making was minimal as she felt she had no reason to grow stronger. She already had an attack that could kill a true dragon in their entirety, yet Felix had managed to irritate her into training. Not to mention it was quite heartwarming that he was worried for her, even providing her various techniques that would prove useful to her. They were lovers now, so she would not hold herself back from making use of Felix's resources, just as he should not hold back from using her own resources. The magicule circulation technique that she had been practicing had been improving her efficiency dramatically. She hadn't mastered the technique, but any progress she made on the technique would directly improve her efficiency. Not to mention the progress she had been making with her ultimate skill. Thanks to Siko she had managed to test many of the ideas she had. Most of them were not suited for a true battle, however some of them were. Then there were those domain expansions Felix spoke about. Those seemed like an interesting avenue of power, imbuing a barrier with her Asmodeus power, giving her some sort of control over all the individuals inside her domain. It wouldn't be exactly the same as a domain expansion as she wasn't quite sure how to incorporate the sure-hit aspect of a domain, but it would still be a useful ability to have. Of course it wasn't an easy ability to develop, imbuing Asmodeus power within a barrier alone required some practice, let alone everything else. But anything that was worthwhile required time. She swirled her wine thoughtfully, the liquid catching the moon's reflection. As far as she knew, Granbell had yet to achieve the status of a true hero. Time had begun to wear on him, that much was evident. He wasn't the same man he had been when they had last crossed paths. But she knew better than to underestimate him. Granbell was dangerous precisely because he was a survivor. He had outlived demon lords, Tenma wars, genocides and other various events in history. He was a human who had managed to clash against her in the ancient past through sheer skill, he didn't have as much energy as her, his body wasn't as strong as hers, and yet one thing she had noticed about humanity was that they surpassed their limits and managed to do what many would call impossible. Perhaps that was what had Veldanava so attached to the species. Even she could see the good sides of humanity, yet she still stifled their potential for the good of her own people. The humans under her were a fraction of what they had the potential to be, but they were happy, and wasn't that all that mattered in the grand scheme of things? So she would continue training, she wouldn't allow Felix to taunt her about her lacking mastery over her ultimate skill. His constant needling about her incomplete mastery over her ultimate skill had been a source of both irritation and motivation. He truly had too large of an ego if he thought he could talk down to her as if she was a child that needed scolding. She would show him. She was not doing any of this for any other particular reason either, it was solely for her own good, not for praise or anything similar. Not that she needed anyone's acknowledgement, of course. She was Luminous Valentine. She didn't require praise, or validation, or anyone's approval. The music came to a gentle stop, and Gunther's quiet footsteps approached. He stopped just short of her, bowing slightly before speaking. "Is there anything else you require this evening, my lady?" Luminous took one last sip of her wine before setting the glass down. She turned to face him, her cold heterochromia eyes gleaming in the moonlight. "No, Gunther. That will be all for now." He nodded and withdrew, leaving her alone once more with her thoughts. As the door closed behind him, she allowed herself one final moment of reflection before turning away from the window. The clash with Granbell was coming, she knew Granbell well enough to know that he wouldn't wait for much longer. She knew Hinata also wanted to have her own go at Granbell, and Luminous was leaning towards allowing Hinata the opportunity to face her previous mentor. It could be an opportunity for growth for Hinata, and she would not hold her friend back. "Felix." I flicked my finger in Seiko's direction, sending a force of repulsion toward her. The moment the invisible wave made contact, she froze, her muscles locking up briefly before the force catapulted her to the far end of the barrier. She hit the ground with a resounding crash, dust clouding the area from the impact. The sheer power of the repulsion left faint tremors in the earth beneath us, and that was with me holding back a significant extent. Gravity manipulation was no joke. If my greatest affinity wasn't with space, then gravity is the next thing I would likely focus on due to the amount of potential that gravity manipulation has. After my date with Raiden, I had gone to pick up Seiko from Luminous territory. The date with Raiden was rather enjoyable. I got to learn a bit more about what she had learned from Midray, as well as more about her hobbies, her thoughts on everything and whatnot. Raiden was making friends, which was good. Apparently her and Fry have been communicating. Harpies like Fry respected species with wings for whatever reason, and Raiden had wings and destroyed her in a spar naturally earned that respect. It was no small feat either. Harpies were notoriously prideful about their aerial prowess, and to lose in their domain was something Fry would never take lightly. Yet here she was, willingly maintaining contact with Raiden. I'm guessing Fry was trying to network a bit. Fry was always someone that was good at navigating relationships in my eyes. It's how she ended up getting Malim as a protector. When I went to Riberius, I also sparred with Hinata for a little bit as she showed me her advancements in Spirit Ron manipulation. She got the basics down pretty quickly, but she was far from being able to create a disintegration-like beam on her own just yet. Though I was sure she'd get to that level rapidly. After that, Seiko, Hinata, and I had dinner with Luminous. Seiko and Luminous seemed to have become closer friends, they were joking around and whatnot. Luminous ended up asking me a bit more about domain expansions as well. I'm rather curious if she will be able to develop a world system skill on her own, since it seems that any domain expansion becomes a world system skill in this world. At least that was the case with Sukuna. Luminous had made some good progress from what I could tell. I didn't ask about her training or anything, but her EP alone had risen by around 67,000 in a short few weeks. When you consider the fact that Greater Majin were at around 10,000 EP, then 67,000 EP was quite a lot. I also really need to bring Adelman and Albert to Riberius at some point. I'm sure they both have some unresolved issues with the place with their history. But that's something for another time. Right now Seiko was my main focus. Seiko had wanted to spar with me to show me her progress as well as test herself. She had been training relentlessly, and the progress she was making was noticeable. Her movements had become more refined, and the once erratic slashes of her odachi now flowed with precision, like a river carving through rock or something. I had never been good at metaphors. Seiko and I hadn't sparred with each other in a fairly long time. Seiko usually spars with others closer to her level, but sometimes facing someone far stronger than you can be quite helpful, as you can see the various issues in your combat form. That was why I wasn't just using raw power to wipe Seiko out, I was trying to lower myself to her level while defeating her through finesse alone. Throughout this spar of ours I had been taking advantage of any weaknesses I could find in her swordsmanship form. To be fair, there weren't many weaknesses at all, but they were still there. Her strikes were sharp and precise, but occasionally, her footwork faltered. Each misstep was subtle, almost imperceptible, but I capitalized on it, forcing her to rethink her entire stance. Each time I would take advantage of a weakness, Siko would adjust her swordsmanship to cover for that weakness as best as she could. Siko may be magically incompetent, incapable of even teleporting properly, and is incapable of truly understanding the laws of the world, but she makes up for her lack of talent in magic with her talent in battle will and swordsmanship. She didn't really need to understand the laws of the world, seeing as Siko's cook could do the heavy lifting for her when it came to manipulating the laws of the world. Everyone has things they are good at and things they suck at. Not everyone is fortunate enough to have an OP skill AI in their head helping them out. I considered myself lucky in that regard. Without Othinus, I might not have made it this far. But Siko. She was pure grit and perseverance, which I admired. Each of my subordinates were a rather special lot. I knew I was lucky to have them. I believe that Siko grew the most in combat, the same as Raiden. There is a reason Raiden has recently grown more than she had in months. It's because she has been sparring with Midray somewhat regularly. And a spar with that beast might as well be a life or death battle for Raiden. She had to claw her way through every fight. Midray pushed Raiden to her very limits, and each time that happened Raiden came out all the better for it. I really had to get a present of some kind from Midray. Even if he had willingly taken Raiden on as an apprentice of sorts, I still wanted to show my appreciation. Midray was a good guy, if a bit muscle-headed. So I planned to have them help fight off Granbel's attack. He wasn't going to be attacking alone after all. He should be aware of Lumina's true strength, as well as that of Lewis's. Unless he is a fool, he should have a plan to deal with all possible threats. Hopefully sicking Raiden and Siko on some of Granbel's helpers will be enough stimulation for the two of them to grow a bit. I'll probably throw in Kurumi and Sukuna as well. Those two had been training rather hard and could use an enemy they can test themselves against. They all needed more than just training. They needed real battles to push their limits and understand where they stood in the world, and this was the perfect opportunity. This world partially worked on shonen logic apparently. Surpassing your limits through willpower was very much a real thing here. With barely a moment of recovery, Siko shot back to her feet. She raised her Odachi high above her head before slashing downward, her blade carving the air as a powerful aura slash surged toward me. The sheer force of it was palpable, the wave traveling multiple times faster than the speed of sound, threatening to cleave anything in its path. The air cracked around the attack as the sheer force behind the attack kicked up the training ground. Normally, I'd just slap away something like that, but I was lowering myself to her level. Someone on her level wouldn't be able to casually slap away an incredibly powerful aura slash like that. So instead I dodged to the side, avoiding the aura slash entirely, but it could tell it was just meant to be a decoy to buy Siko some time. I could feel the laws of the world changing as causality itself was beginning to be warped. My eyes widened as I felt the intent behind what she was doing. Something like this was at the cusps of the ultimate level. All of a sudden Siko gasped as she lost her footing and dropped her blade. Before she could collapse, I appeared behind her and caught her in a princess carry. Siko covered her face with both her hands as she looked away in embarrassment. Gah. I thought I would have it this time. She whined. Moves like that take practice, Siko. I responded as I channeled my own energy through her, aiding in her recovery. I couldn't tell what exactly she wanted to do, but manipulating the laws of the world to the extent she was trying to do was incredibly difficult. Siko slowly lowered her hands and looked up at me, a crimson blush on her face. Thank you for catching me, Felix-sama. I smiled. No problem, anytime you fail I'll be there to catch you. Kia. Siko yelped, turning away in embarrassment, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Mao, that's not fair, Felix-sama. Gah. I guess I don't play fair then, I chuckled, gently lowering her to the ground. As her feet touched the earth, she regained her composure, though a lingering blush colored her face. She picked up her Odachi and sheathed it on her back, by which point her blush was under control. Thank you for your guidance, Felix-sama. Even Hinata hadn't spotted the flaws you managed to take advantage of. Siko said. I shrugged my shoulders. They were very, very minuscule. I just had the speed and perception to take advantage of it. If there was one thing I couldn't continuously lower, it was the speed of my thoughts, so it still wasn't quite a fair battle, but it is what it is. You've progressed a lot, good work, Siko. Siko preened at my praise as she puffed up her significant chest. Thank you, Felix-sama. I snapped my fingers, releasing a subtle wave of magic that washed over her. The dust and debris that had clung to her clothing from our sparring session instantly vanished, leaving her pristine once more. Even the minor cuts on her sleek, purple secretary suit mended themselves seamlessly. The fabric reknitted itself as though time had reversed, and she gave a small nod of appreciation as she smoothed down the jacket. She really did look good in that suit. The deep purple fabric hugged her tall, curvaceous figure, accentuating her curves and narrow waist. The jacket, fitted perfectly to her torso, had sharp, clean lines with silver buttons that gleamed under the light. Beneath the jacket, a white-collared shirt peeked out, neatly tucked into her purple pants. I lowered the barrier I had created around the training ground we were using. All around us many members of Siko's Purple Guard were training relentlessly. Each of their shifts consisted of 8 hours of work, which was primarily just training. That was 160 hours of training a month. A lot of progress could be made in that time span. Many of her subordinates were gaping at us in awe. I sighed as I looked back at Siko. Well, I'll leave you to it then. Siko nodded. Yes. I will see you tonight, Felix-sama. I nodded. See ya. In an instant I appeared in my study. I sat on my comfy leather chair and spun around aimlessly. I have finished analyzing the high human lineage factor using the souls that Guy Crimson gave you. Ofteness chimed into my head. Oh. Well, what did you learn? Not much information about high human made it to this day and age, at least information easily accessed. At this point only the ancient monsters like Guy could tell me a bit about high humans. Not much that you do not already know, but I did learn more about the general strength level that being a high human award. Well, share with the class. According to my analysis, an enlightened high human is possibly only a little below the level of current humanity's saints. A saint high human is hypothesized to be around the level of a mid-tier awakened. A true hero high human has the potential to push to the true dragon class with enough training and understanding of the world. High humans on average were likely from B to a rank. Holy fuck. Guy single-handedly nerfed the entirety of the human race by getting rid of that broken race. No wonder humanity was Veldanava's favorite, with such absurd stats his favoritism clearly shows. If a saint could be a match for a mid-level awakened, then with training they could likely grow even further. Currently Siko and Raiden are at the level of a low-level awakened, just over 1 million EP, a mid-level awakened is upwards of 2 million EP. According to Luminous, the members of that race had one hell of an ego on them, and I don't blame them after learning all that. The fact that Guy was able to wipe out 2 kingdoms of high humans just goes to show how much of a monster Guy is, both figuratively and literally. Guy was restricted to the level of an archdemon when he was first summoned, yet he managed to beat an entire kingdom of high humans before incarnating. According to Guy, Rudra was a high human. He was one of the last remaining high humans, as that line had dwindled down to a few back then due to Guy's own actions, but a high human nonetheless. That would explain how a true hero managed to fight Guy Crimson, who fought the strongest true dragon, to a tie. Rudra even managed to name Guy. A race with that much potential and the capability to reproduce without losing magicules would likely have a large amount of control over the Cardinal World in this era if Guy didn't eradicate them. Good work, Othinus. It was no issue. I myself was rather curious about the high human race. Now what to do? Why not mess with my new maid? Raiden had said to make use of Evelyn, however I wished, as she was my maid. I of course wasn't going to abuse Evelyn or anything, but some light messing around was fine. I had to show Elmesia that what she did was pretty dumb. A small grin formed on my face as I called out. Oh, Evelyn. I called out. I heard a squeak and a sigh come from the hallway in front of my study. A few moments later the door to my study opened up and in came Evelyn. The maid outfit she originally wore had been changed. Apparently Raiden didn't like the maid uniform that Sarion supplied to Evelyn. Of course the maid uniform that Raiden supplied was a bit more tight on the curves and had a cleavage window. I honestly have no clue what Raiden is cooking up. None of the other maids had such revealing outfits, but I'll leave it to her. I'm sure she has a plan. It won't go wrong. Probably. Why yes, master. Evelyn stammered out. I had been messing with her here and there over the last few days. Nothing major, just getting her to do maidly things for me. Could I have done them myself? Of course. But that wasn't as fun. Elmesia delivered herself to me, so I was going to take advantage of that. I tilted my head as I considered how I could mess with Elmesia. Why don't you rub my shoulders? They're feeling a bit stiff. Evelyn's lips pursed as her eyes narrowed. We both knew I was talking completely bullshit. My shoulders would never get sore or anything like that. The muscles I had were made completely of energy basically. Elmesia should have known better than to give me power over her, or a version of her. I will take any opportunity one have to mess with figures of significant status without any consequences. Evelyn pouted as she bowed. Yes, master. Through Lover I could tell that she was exasperated, slightly annoyed, a bit embarrassed, and very minorly aroused for some reason. I'm guessing she was having just as much fun with this. I didn't prod too deeply with Lover just yet, so I couldn't tell exactly what she was enjoying. But what matters is that she wasn't upset. If she was, I wouldn't have gone forward with this plan of mine. I did respect Elmesia, and I didn't think of myself as someone who would use my power over others to bully them into compliance. Well, at least I wouldn't bully people that hadn't done anything to me into compliance. I smirked as Evelyn slowly approached, her eyes flickering between rebellion and obedience. Despite playing at being a maid, she was still an empress, and she had been an empress for centuries. That kind of pride was deeply engraved into her, as is normal after ruling for so long. However, that made it more fun for me. I was self-aware enough to know that it boosted my ego to have someone of such significant status massaging my shoulders. I leaned back in my chair, spreading my arms out in an exaggerated stretch, exposing my neck and letting out a soft groan. Ah, much better already. I teased, watching the faint blush rise to her cheeks. She stepped behind me, her hands gently resting on my shoulders before starting to rub them in slow, careful circles. Her touch was featherlight, almost hesitant. I sighed in relief. Despite never doing this before, Evelyn was rather good at massages. I could feel her making use of some sort of magic to guide her as well as make the sensation more pleasurable for me. Seeing no reason to deny her magic, I allowed her energy to seep into my muscles. I'm sure Othinus would warn me if it was harmful. I raised a brow as the enjoyment I was feeling from the shoulder massage increased. It seems it was something similar to lover but to a far lesser extent. It didn't surprise me that pleasure magic, or sex magic, existed in this world. In fact, I would be disappointed if it didn't. It wasn't a surprise that Elmesia knew of those magics either. She was an elf. Elves were always known to be the lewdest creatures in fiction. Elmesia is an Erifu. You're not putting your heart into it, Evelyn. I chided softly, rolling my shoulders back into her hands. If I didn't know better, I'd think you didn't want to please your master. I teased playfully. Evelyn's hands paused for the briefest of moments, her breath catching. I am doing my best, master. She stammered out, though I could hear the slight tremble in her voice. I could sense her desires going haywire through lover. She was confused as well as enjoying the power she had over me, or rather the power she had over my pleasure. Or at least that's what I think. Her desires were a mess. Geez, just how wound up was she? She was prideful that she could bring an individual like me pleasure while also being confused at her own pride. How the hell am I supposed to understand her desires when she herself doesn't? What kind of fucked up head did she have? Though I suppose I wasn't one to talk when I entertained Lalatina's debauchery and even enjoyed it. I knew I was probably getting a bit carried away, but fuck it, why not go all in? Consequences. What are those? Can you eat them? Are you now? I responded to her earlier statement as I reached up to gently pat her hand, my fingers lingering for just a moment too long. I wonder, how else you could be useful today? I let the words hang in the air, enjoying the way her flustered expression deepened. Evelyn was genuinely embarrassed by my comment, but a lot of her expression was merely a show that she was putting up. Elmesia was a true hag that couldn't be taken off guard with light flirting, unlike Luminous. Elmesia had lived for a long time and had a lot of worldly experiences. Elmesia was likely the standard for the hags still around in this era. Luminous was the odd one with such a weak defense, though I'm guessing that's because of Luminous' NEET tendencies. Her hands resumed their movements, though there was a bit more pressure now, as if she were trying to distract herself from my teasing. I chuckled, leaning back even further into her touch. You know, Raiden certainly has an eye for fashion. This new uniform suits you much better, highlights all the right places. I added, glancing over my shoulder to catch the embarrassed look on her face as her grip tightened slightly. I was probably going too far, but it'll be fine. Probably. Evelyn's lips twitched. Master. She mumbled, her eyes darting to the floor in faux embarrassment. This wasn't even Elmesia's true body, even if it shared a lot of similarities, so I guess Elmesia didn't really care about being ogled in this form of hers. Though oddly enough her desires were still confusing me. She was prideful about her looks even though they weren't her real looks. Was this how women who became completely different people with makeup felt? I don't think I'll ever understand. I'll just leave it at women being confusing. Now just how far should I take this? I am highly motivated by your guys' reviews and likes, so do that. I'll probably keep writing or something. Author's note. Sup everyone, back with another chapter of Daemon. Next chapter should be the start of the attack. I originally planned to start it in this one, but Elmesia teasing got in the way. Even I'm not sure where I'm going with that whole relationship, but fuck it, we ball. It'll be fine. Probably. Anyways, Kigali is coping as usual. She really is just a ball of angst after all the unfortunate events that have happened to her. Granbell is assuming Felix is weaker than he actually is due to the widespread belief that Veldora is weakened. Can't even blame Granbell for that assumption, as Rudra and Velgrind are making the same assumption. Honestly, Granbell is right to be somewhat confident in his plan. He knows Luminous likely doesn't have an ultimate, can't blame him for not realizing she got one after the whole Hinata situation. He has Razzle, who is an absolute beast. Magic basically doesn't work on Razzle up to a certain level. Misha's monsters will cause a lot of issues for the church, plus the Dragon Lord. He has another trump card that hasn't been brought up yet, I'm pretty sure. Honestly, Granbell is just unlucky this time. Sucks to suck, I guess. We get to hear a bit more of Luminous thoughts. She is being at Sundra as usual. Get a short spar with Siko as well as some light flirting. Now I know this feels like it's been dragging a bit, but we're finally going to get into the attack in the next chapter. After this whole arc is done, there will be some cleanup, then another world trip. Anyways, thanks for reading, peace. Chapter 163, Chapter 93, Beginning of the Attack. Story, I'm a demon, so what? Disclaimer, I do not own the original setting. Chapter 93, Beginning of the Attack. There are up to 15 chapters ahead of update schedule at patreon.com/theagbasilisk. Felix. Her hands resumed their movements, though there was a bit more pressure now, as if she were trying to distract herself from my teasing. I chuckled, leaning back even further into her touch. You know, Raiden certainly has an eye for fashion. This new uniform suits you much better, highlights all the right places. I added, glancing over my shoulder to catch the embarrassed look on her face as her grip tightened slightly. Evelyn wasn't quite a look-alike of Elmesia's, but they could be considered sisters and their general body types were almost the same. I was probably going too far, but it'll be fine. Probably. Besides, I was a demon lord, I could be a degenerate if I wanted to. Wait, that thought was something Lalatina would think. She infected me. Evelyn's lips twitched. Master. She mumbled, her eyes darting to the floor in faux embarrassment. This wasn't even Elmesia's true body even if it shared a lot of similarities, so I guess Elmesia didn't really care about being ogled in this form of hers. Though oddly enough her desires were still confusing me. She was prideful about her looks even though they weren't her real looks. Was this how women who became completely different people with makeup felt? I don't think I'll ever understand. I'll just leave it at women being confusing. Now just how far should I take this? I grinned, thoroughly enjoying her reactions. Messing with people with authority would always be an enjoyable hobby. I knew there was a reason Satoru liked to fuck with Yaga and other important people so much. Relax, Evelyn. I'm just enjoying the view. I said with a wink, watching her cheeks turn a delightful shade of red. For now, keep up the good work. I'll let you know if I need anything more personal. Evelyn's hand stilled for a moment as my words sank in. I could feel her emotions swirling, pride, embarrassment, confusion, it was all tangled together in a chaotic mess. The fact that she was still maintaining her composure, even playing into my teasing, only made it more amusing for me. Her fingers resumed their massage, firmer now, the magic flowing through her touch making the sensation extremely pleasant. I let out a contented sigh, closing my eyes as I enjoyed the attention. I decided to subtly tweak Evelyn's own desires with lover, nothing drastic that would be noticed. I just increased her own pleasure a bit, she'd associate that pleasure with giving me a massage and that would confuse her more. I had no idea where I was going with this, but I would stick along for the ride. What's the worst that could happen? Evelyn. Evelyn's hands froze. Yes, master. I tilted my head. I think I'm in the mood for some wine. Could you get me some from the cabinet? I said as I gestured to my wine cabinet in the corner of the room. Evelyn stepped back. As you wish, master. As Evelyn went to get the wine I closed my eyes as I thought everything through. I could tone it back on the teasing if I wanted. I was likely doing way too much at this point as Evelyn's tenure as my maid was still early on. My lips twitched as I felt a sense of victory emanating from Evelyn's desires. That brat hag. I refused to allow her to think she won, even in the depths of her mind. I do believe that you are getting a bit carried away. Athanas chimed in. If Athanas thinks so, then chances are I probably am getting carried away. But what's life without a bit of mischief here and there? I could feel Athanas' exasperation. Here you are, master. I opened my eyes to see Evelyn holding out a glass of wine for me. You seem to be deep in thought, so I did not wish to disturb you by asking which of your collection you wish to enjoy. I nodded as I examined the wine. This is one of my more special wines. I said as I gazed up at Evelyn. You must have gotten quite lucky picking it as it is one I enjoy. Evelyn merely smiled. Indeed, I must have gotten lucky, master. I smiled. It must have been. Why don't I tell you a little bit about it then? Evelyn bowed. I would be honored. This, I began, appreciating the weight of the glass in my hand, is a rare bottle from one of the most well-known vineyards in Sarion. They say the grapes are bathed in starlight during their harvest, allowing them to absorb the purest form of energy. Each sip is said to bring clarity of mind, a heightened awareness of the world around you. I had gotten a bit interested in the various wines out there after trying some of Clayman's collection back when I first took over his territory. Clayman's wine collection was worth a literal fortune due to how rare and how old most of them were. The power of magic could really create some wondrous foods and drinks. Wine was something that had been heavily experimented on since having a lot of vintage wines was a symbol of status. I'm sure Evelyn didn't pick this wine by mistake, she probably had a personal preference for it. Evelyn's eyes widened in wonder. What an extraordinary wine. Indeed. It costed me a fortune. It was even capable of getting me a bit drunk if I lowered my resistances, which is exactly what I did as I took a sip. Just as good as I remember. Now, why don't you resume your massage? Evelyn bowed as she got back into position behind me. She quickly got back to work massaging my shoulders, using magic to boost how pleasurable it was for me. You know. I mused, my tone low and playful. If you keep this up, I might start thinking you actually enjoy serving me. I said, making it obvious that I knew that she was not exactly happy with her circumstances. But Elmesia did serve herself on a platter. Honestly, she is way too trusting with me to give me access to basically a fragment of herself that connects to her main self, though I suppose she likely didn't think I'd realize that I would know about that. Evelyn's breath hitched again, her hands faltering just slightly before she quickly composed herself. I live to serve, master. She reassured, though there was a subtle bite to her words, as if she were challenging me to push her further. It seemed she had given up keeping up the act of a perfectly submissive maid. It didn't take long at all for Elmesia's pride to win out against her desire for fun. I chuckled, my eyes opening just enough to catch the brief flicker of defiance in her expression. Do you now? I drawled out. You seem to be enjoying yourself almost as much as I am. Evelyn's cheeks flushed deeper, her eyes narrowing slightly as she leaned in closer, her breath ghosting over my ear causing a pleasant shiver to travel down my spine. Sex magic was truly a wondrous thing, whoever created it must be in the promised land. I'm merely doing my duty, master. She murmured, her voice soft but laced with a bit of playfulness now. Though I can't help but notice how sensitive you are to my touch. She teased back as she put some more pressure on my shoulders. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her sudden boldness. It seems she has decided to take on the fuck it we ball mindset. A respectable choice in these circumstances, it was what I was rolling with after all. Sensitive, am I? I replied, turning my head slightly to meet her gaze, my smirk widening. You have no idea. I said with a wink. For a moment neither of us said anything. Evelyn's hands were still on my shoulders, but her touch had become more deliberate, more confident. Through her desires I could tell that she was testing the waters, pushing back against my teasing in her own subtle way. Even now I could see a hint of Elmesia peeking through Evelyn's disguise, what with this whole game she was playing. Hinting and prodding at my defenses to see what sort of reactions I'd give. I decided to push things a little further than I should have probably. You know, Evelyn. I began, my voice dropping to a low, suggestive tone. There are far more intimate ways to please your master. Ways that would truly test that loyalty of yours. Her eyes widened, but the shock quickly gave way to something else, curiosity, perhaps, and even a hint of temptation. There was pride in her as well as a feeling of power. Her lips parted as if to respond, but she hesitated, her emotions still a tangled mess that even I couldn't quite decipher through lover. Seriously, what is wrong with her? Was ever ancient being in this world just a bundle of confusing desires? Before she could speak, I leaned back into her hands again, sighing dramatically. But for now. I said with a playful smirk. This will do. You're adequate. I said, giving Evelyn an out. I didn't want to go much further than this at this point. In the future maybe, but I wouldn't expressly aim for anything. I didn't want Elmesia to dive into something she didn't want just because I taunted her pride, for now I was just enjoying messing with Elmesia. Evelyn's lips twitched in what could have been a smirk of her own, though she quickly masked it behind her usual calm demeanor. I'm glad to meet your standards, master. She replied, her tone carefully measured, though I could hear the faint hint of satisfaction beneath the surface. I chuckled, leaning back further into her touch, enjoying the game we were playing. Oh, I'm sure you'll rise to the occasion soon enough. I teased, casting her a knowing look. Her eyes met mine, and for a brief moment, I could see the flicker of defiance, that fiery pride that came from centuries of being an empress, hiding beneath the surface. But just as quickly, she lowered her gaze and gave a soft bow. Of course, master. I will always strive to exceed your expectations. I smirked, leaning back in my chair once more. Good. I look forward to it. I said as I took a sip of my wine. I wonder what the Elmesia back in Sarion is thinking right now. She should be receiving Evelyn's memories the moment they happen through the soul link Evelyn and Elmesia share. They were practically the same person but not the same person at the same time. From what I understand, Elmesia forged a connection between the homunculus known as Evelyn and herself. So Elmesia was basically piloting the homunculus known as Evelyn. It was confusing but Elmesia made it work. Basically she was Evelyn, but Evelyn was not her. Elmesia El Ru Sarion. She bit her nails as she slouched on her throne. A low growl escaped her throat, the delicate mask of royal composure faltering for a brief moment. That bastard. Her free hand repeatedly tapped on the armchair to her throne, making a loud tapping noise echo through the throne room. The sound of a weary sigh came from behind her. What happened this time, Elmesia? Erald questioned. He was fulfilling his duty as both her uncle and the leader of the Ace-class knights, a stalwart presence always at her side. She noticed that his voice was calm, though it held the faintest edge of exasperation, as if he had been through this with her many times before. Which, to be fair, he had. He had been by her side during her many shenanigans to cure her boredom. They had once even gone and pranked her grandmother and his father together. The look on that hag's face was one she would never forget. Elmesia was lounging in her throne room, the grand space that was equal parts opulent and suffocating. This was where she spent most of her time when she was forced to endure the incessant parade of nobles who came with their tedious problems and petty grievances. It irked her to no end that after she had united the 13 kingdoms the elves had split into, they still bickered and complained. What had once been glorious, noble bloodlines had devolved into sycophantic, quarrelsome aristocrats who had forgotten the horrors that had nearly annihilated them. They had forgotten about Malim Nava's rage and the monsters that lurked within this world. And then there were the idiotic questions they asked. Why have you allied us with a monster kingdom, Empress? Why have you allied us with demon lords, Empress? She had to suppress the urge to laugh every time she heard them. As the divine Empress, she had enough power to crush them all with a flick of her wrist, but she did not wish to be a complete tyrant. Her mother did not wish that of her. While she was not beholden to her mother, she still didn't want to disappoint the woman that birthed her. She admired her mother so much when growing up that her spirit willed her physical body to develop in a similar way to her mother. There was a reason that her mother and she looked almost exactly alike, excluding their differing hair colors. Even their proportions were exactly the same, from their rather large busts to their thin waists and large bottom. Still, her patience was wearing thin, and these fools were testing her limits. Truly, she was suffering from success. She turned to Erald with a small pout on her face. Her icy exterior, the one that made even her most loyal retainers hesitate before approaching, was replaced with the far more familiar expression she only showed in front of those she trusted. Currently, her uncle was the only guard stationed in the throne room, and for good reason. None of the other guards had the audacity to stay when Erald was present. He was strong enough to deal with most threats on his own, and he had the trust of the Empress. As far as she was concerned, the rest of her guard was too serious, too focused on duty and honor. Which wasn't quite bad, they were just too boring for her taste. They were always talking about protecting her as if she needed protection. She was a saint, for heaven's sake, with an ultimate skill and power second only to her mother's within the dynasty. And even then, she liked to think she could give her mother a run for her money if they ever came to blows. That bastard is teasing me. She squawked, her pout deepening as a small blush crept onto her cheeks. She could feel the heat rising in her face, a stark contrast to the cold, unyielding mask she usually wore. It was humiliating. She had lived for centuries, seen countless battles, conquered foes, and yet this. Felix, with his infuriating charm, had gotten under her skin. Despite her many years of experience, some of the things Felix said to her were so shameless, so vile. Her mind flashed back to their last encounter, and she felt her stomach do a strange flip. She did not peg him for a leech, a pervert of the highest order, but here he was, proving her wrong at every turn. His comments, his insinuations, truly despicable. Worse still, Raiden, Felix's loyal maid, had taken it upon herself to educate her. The memory of their bizarre interaction made her cringe internally. She could still hear Raiden's voice instructing her on services, ones she had no intention of ever performing. The most mortifying part of it all was Raiden's insistence that the large phallus she was using for her demonstration was a replica of Felix's own. Elmesia had to fight the urge to slam her head against her throne. Those kinds of services do not fall under the purview of a standard maid to her knowledge. She knew the debauchery some human nobles got up to, making use of their maids for their own pleasure, but they were different. Surely she was right, surely standard maids were not expected to perform such services. Were they? Yet Felix didn't seem to wish her to be one of his standard maids. She ignored the part of her that couldn't help but be impressed by the sheer size of the thing. Yes, magic and potions could be used to enhance one's physical attributes, but still, it was something. From an entirely clinical perspective, of course. Umo. I mean, really. Why would she expect me to? Elmesia's thoughts were interrupted by Erald's cough, drawing her back to the present. I have no idea what you're talking about. Erald said flatly, his tone implying that perhaps he didn't want to know. He had a way of remaining detached, even as she ranted. She sighed, not wanting to think about that situation anymore. Her thoughts wandered back to Raiden. They hadn't had much interaction just yet as she was only starting her tenure as a maid, and yet Raiden's loyalty to Felix was clear as day. She had thought Raiden to be an admirable fighter, their spar gave her some insight to Raiden's power. She would likely have to go all out to defeat Raiden, which meant using her ultimate skill, which was a feat on its own. Felix truly got lucky recruiting Raiden. Not to mention that her loyalty to Felix was admirable. Elmesia could only wish all her subordinates were as loyal to her as Raiden seemed to be to Felix. Yet she was discovering the hidden depths to Felix's dragon maid. Raiden had given her an example to follow by filleting the phallus in front of her. It was clear that she had quite a lot of experience. To think Felix would lay his hands on such a loyal maid. He was truly a leech of the highest order. A despicable demon lord. She sighed, slumping further into her throne. I was bored, so I decided to create a homunculus and split a part of myself into it. Right now, I'm here, but I'm also giving Felix a massage," she said, rolling her eyes dramatically. Irald's spear clattered to the floor as his eyes widened in shock. "You what?" She rolled her eyes again, this time with less patience. "I split a part of myself into a homunculus, sent it along with Felix to amuse myself. Do you understand now? Or must I repeat myself?" She was already annoyed by all the bullshit she had to deal with recently. She wasn't in the mood to deal with Irald's shenanigans. Irald's jaw dropped, and he pointed an accusing finger at her. "Why you?" he stammered, momentarily lost for words. He composed himself, though his tone was still incredulous. "What am I going to do with you? Do you even realize the risk you've taken?" She waved his concern away with a casual flick of her hand, though a part of her knew his worry was justified. She was aware of the potential dangers, and she understood why Irald would be alarmed by her decision. But honestly, she had grown tired of the constant warnings, the incessant need to be cautious. She was bored, and boredom was the bane of someone in her position. Besides, what harm could come from it? Felix was complicated, but she did not sense true malice from him. Not yet. In the end, she knew she was the one being unreasonable for expecting her right-hand man to be fine with her risking herself. If she were to die for whatever reason, her dynasty would be thrown into chaos. None of the kingdoms were all that loyal to her, they were loyal to her power and the security she granted them. She united them with her strength and charisma. In this world, everyone wants to take shelter under the strong. If she were to die, however, each of the 13 kingdoms under her would split off on their own and attempt to secure themselves if her mother did not intervene. Some would attempt to take over, but they would fail as none of them had enough political power and military power to take over such a vast amount of land. She hoarded the majority of the military power for that very same reason, to prevent rebellion. Without her serving as protection, many other kingdoms would see her death as an opportunity to take Sarian's resources and enslave the elves. She was quite fond of humanity, but that did not mean she was blind to its faults. Any race different than their own was heavily discriminated against, even the elves and dwarves who followed the same evolutionary pathway. However, she had a feeling nothing truly bad would come of having a part of herself accompany Felix, and as a saint she tended to live by her instincts, but she did still have a countermeasure in place. Besides, she was bored. She was willing to do a lot to find entertainment. She had once hired assassins to come kill her because she was that bored since she heard good things about them. Of course the assassins failed to entertain her, but that showed the lengths she was willing to go to entertain herself. "Do you not realize the amount of risk you have placed yourself in?" Irald continued. "For a demon lord to have access to a piece of yourself, to give him such power over you is extremely short-sighted, Elmesia." Elmesia's lips twitched in amusement. She understood the risks all too well, but a part of her found Irald's protectiveness endearing. He cared deeply for her, though she often felt he worried too much. "I am aware of the risks, but I have countermeasures in place. At any moment, I can sever the connection between myself and the homunculus, completely separating us. It will take me a month to regenerate the fragment of my power, but that's a small price to pay for some entertainment." She leaned back, crossing one leg over the other. There was a chance that Felix had already figured out Evelyn's true nature. If that were the case, then he was playing his cards close to the chest. Perhaps that was why he had been so willing to accept Evelyn's presence, knowing she was no ordinary maid. If he did know that she was Evelyn, then that would explain his interest in Evelyn. She had noticed that he didn't pay his other maids much attention, excluding Ryden. Oh sure, he thanked them for their service and all when he passed by them, but he never ordered them to serve him in other ways as he had Evelyn to her knowledge. Even Ryden said she did not know why Felix was interested in her, but that it wasn't her place to question him. His awareness of Evelyn's true purpose would explain it, or another explanation was that he was merely interested in Evelyn due to being curious about what kind of relationship she and Evelyn had, completely unaware that they were the same person. Or he was simply attracted to elves, with Evelyn being the first elf he had direct access to. She had long since known certain individuals fetishized her race. Irald, still in shock, sighed heavily. "I suppose I can't stop you. Have you at least learned anything useful from your little experiment?" Elmesia tilted her head thoughtfully. "A bit. Ryden, Felix's maid, is extraordinarily powerful. She's at least on par with the strongest of the ace-class knights, including you. I wouldn't be surprised if she was even beyond them." Irald's eyes widened again. "That powerful? You're saying she's a threat at the disaster class level? A demon lord level threat?" Elmesia nodded. "Indeed, and Ryden isn't the only one. Felix has some of the primordials under his command. I suspect they're even stronger than Ryden. On top of that, his military is well organized. The common soldiers are ranked between C and B, with officers at a rank and above. The primordial of yellow, John, is the one responsible for the military, so I expect them to be quite capable combatants." Irald rubbed his temples, clearly trying to process the information. We've underestimated Demon Lord Felix's forces. This is troubling. Be careful, Elmesia. Reconnaissance is important, but don't expose yourself too much. We cannot predict what Felix might do, especially now that he has some influence over you. He seems friendly enough, but one can never be too cautious. Elmesia held back a wince. Geralt had no idea Felix was already exercising his influence over her, making her serve him in ways she had never before served anyone. A lewd shoulder massage. Really? She reclined further in her throne, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the intricate designs on the armrest. Elmesia's expression wavered between mischief and contemplation. The truth was, she hadn't expected Felix to become such a fixation in her mind. Sure, he was powerful, and yes, his reputation as a demon lord was well earned, but there was something about him that got her a bit interested, something that wasn't entirely political. And that irritated her to no end. It was likely that he had found a unique way to mess with her, in a way she would have trouble retaliating against him. She was always one to mess with others, even as she matured. That hobby of hers never faded, but it wasn't often that someone could get one over her multiple times, leaving her not many ways to retaliate. As such, he was a fixation in her mind due to her constantly wondering how to get revenge on the evil demon lord. It would be nothing malicious, of course. I know what I'm doing, Geralt. She said, her tone suddenly serious. The weight of her presence momentarily revealed itself, cutting through her usual flippancy. I am not some child playing at diplomacy or war. Felix is formidable, yes. He has primordials under his command and an army that could challenge the best in the world. But I am not naive. I know how to handle power and how to manipulate it for my own ends. She didn't plan to manipulate Felix or anything, she was merely trying to reassure Geralt so he wouldn't needlessly worry. She had a feeling if she did try to manipulate Felix, then she would not be in for a good time. Geralt crossed his arms, his sharp gaze still fixed on her. I'm not doubting your intelligence, Elmesia, but Felix is no ordinary threat. You're toying with someone who is unpredictable and dangerous, even for you. You've had your fun before, you've pulled your pranks, but this may be the riskiest of them all. Who knows how he'll react if he finds out you infiltrated his palace? Elmesia's eyes flicked up toward her uncle. I am aware of the risks, but I have a feeling he won't be as upset as you think. She said. You are thinking of him as some evil being that will exercise whatever authority he has to make others' lives worse. I spoke with him in private and that is not what I saw at all. He is merely someone living his life to the fullest. Geralt's brow furrowed, sensing the depth behind her words. Fine then, you want to see where this goes. She sighed, leaning back and closing her eyes. I do. Felix is a rather intriguing individual. I am curious about him. Never before has there been a rise to power as swift or as drastic as his was. Rimuru Tempest is similar, but Felix seems to hold even more power than Rimuru. He's infuriating, reckless, arrogant, but also intriguing. His way of looking at the world is different, unconventional. And yes, I want to see how far he'll go, how far I can push him. She still remembered the thrill of pleasure she felt when Felix moaned out in pleasure at her caress. She hadn't felt anything quite like that before. Geralt remained silent for a moment. She could admit to herself that this wasn't just about politics or power anymore. Elmesia was fascinated, maybe even intrigued by Felix on a deeper level. That was dangerous territory for her, she knew that very well. When she found something interesting she could go a tad bit overboard. It was how she was with wind magic which led to her developing an ultimate skill focused on wind manipulation. Her obsessions could take her far, this was merely the first time she was interested in a person rather than some magic or object. You've always been one to have your fun, Elmesia. Geralt said with a sigh. I can't stop you either way, but be careful. A small smile formed on her lips. I will, uncle, trust me. She had lived for so long, experienced so much, that very few things in the world truly excited her anymore. Felix was new, unpredictable, and somehow, despite his vulgarity and the crude charm he wielded, she couldn't deny that he had piqued her interest, as did Rimuru. Plus she still wanted her revenge. She would wait for the perfect opportunity to strike, she would prank him yet. Whatever, just make sure you don't lose. Her uncle said, giving up on pretenses, openly admitting that she was merely playing a game. Elmesia smirked, her usual confidence returning full force. She flicked her wrist dismissively, as though shooing away his concerns. I'm the Divine Empress, uncle. I don't lose. As the two of them bathed in the silence of the room, her thoughts drifted back to Felix. A strange warmth coursed through her veins whenever she thought of him, a warmth she hadn't felt in a very long time. It was more than just the thrill of the political chess game they played, it was something a bit more personal. When giving him that massage she used some of the more pleasurable magic she had knowledge of. When she did, she had power over him, or at least she believed she did, and that power stirred something deep within her, something she hadn't expected. It wasn't just about controlling him politically. No, there was an intoxicating rush in knowing that he was drawn to her, even if he would never admit it. The knowledge that she could bend him to her will, that he could fall under her influence, awakened desires she had long since buried beneath centuries of stoic rule. It didn't matter if her beliefs weren't true, merely the thought of them created an odd feeling within her. The game they played was not one of simple dominance or submission, it was more primal, she would call it. When she felt that flicker of control over Felix while giving him that massage, she felt an undeniable rush of power. Her lips curled into a slow smile, her heartbeat quickening slightly as she allowed herself to indulge in the thought. There was something arousing about having Felix at her mercy, or at least the illusion of it. He was strong, dangerous even, yet there were moments when she felt she could practically unravel him, could pull him in closer, manipulate him not just with her mind but with her body. The idea sent a ripple of heat through her. A soft chuckle escaped her as she tilted her head back, eyes half closed as she let the thought linger. The idea of her attempting to get him under her control, of trying to get him to respond to her touch, to her words, to her every whim, and then after all that to her failing. The cold, calculated side of her knew that this was dangerous territory, that allowing herself to feel this way about Felix could lead to complications. But the other part of her, the part that craved excitement, couldn't help but push the boundaries. What could she say? She liked her fun. She liked it even more when the results were unpredictable, that was just the kind of woman she was. She looked out into the distance, beyond the palace walls. Felix was likely going about his business, entirely unaware of the conversation that just occurred. Or perhaps he was fully aware. That thought alone both annoyed and intrigued her. Grand Bell. He calmly strode forward as he went over everything he had planned once more. Demon Lord Rimuru would soon be escorted to the meeting with the Council of the West. Soon after the start of the meeting it would be attacked by Kigali's magic inquisitors. He was rather curious as to how they were more powerful than the norm, but he couldn't focus on that now. That would be a resource he could explore later. He turned to his side where his old friend walked beside him. Razel's dark frame contrasted quite heavily with his rather old looks. Are you ready, old friend? Razel nodded. I am ready. Razel said as he clenched his fist. I will fulfill the duty that is expected of me, Grand Bell. Grand Bell nodded, a small smile on his face. Excellent. Misha should already be in position and ready for teleportation. They couldn't sneak Misha and her large horde of monsters into the capital city of Riberius. There were just some things that were impossible. So they ended up deciding that Misha and her monsters would be teleported with spatial magic. He had long ago created openings in the important barriers in Riberius that would be impossible to spot without knowing about them. Those weaknesses would allow for Misha and her beasts to be teleported directly into Lune. And while he was no expert at spatial magic, he still had an artifact given by the Scorched Dragon Velgrind that allowed one to freely be transported past any barriers a single time. Damrata had been given a similar artifact according to his knowledge. He gave his artifact to Misha. Kigali's eyes had widened when she spotted it but she hadn't said anything. Currently Razel and he were traveling through a hidden underground tunnel, one that led to the front of the Grand Cathedral. The tunnel had been hidden through various magics as well as a seal that would trick sensory abilities to believe the tunnel wasn't there. He would not be surprised if someone managed to see through the trick, yet he believed only beings vastly more powerful and experienced than he was would be capable of doing so. The remaining members of Blood Shadow and the Foreign Intelligence Agency of Silk Rosso should already be stationed around Grand Cathedral to assist in the attack. They entered Lune under the disguise of ordinary citizens. He had long since gotten them the proper papers to be registered as people of Riberius and residents of Lune for precisely this moment. He began whistling a light tune, knowing that either he would die or everything he had ever dreamed of would be accomplished in the upcoming hours. If he was able to free Cronoa from luminous clutches, then humanity will have finally gotten the hero it needs. He can leave everything to her, and if he dies then he dies. The dead do not have feelings. As he and Razel emerged from the tunnel with their presences completely suppressed, he felt the faint hum of magic barriers. He raised a brow. He could sense the barriers around the Grand Cathedral had been strengthened a great deal by Luminous. If he hadn't already coded in loopholes he would have failed to get through. He could only praise his foresight for adding such well-hidden loopholes for himself and his compatriots. By now Kigali should be in position with Misha. She and Tyr would be teleported along with Misha, however they would quickly split apart as Kigali would head towards the Holy Arkansas. He had ended up deciding to have Maria accompany Kigali and Tyr as extra reinforcements as well as to act as his eyes. Maria, his long-dead wife, was one of the most beloved people to him. Yet she was taken cruelly from the world. He preserved her corpse and imbued it with centuries' worth of love energy that Luminous had meant to give him, which strengthened Maria considerably. Not to mention he imbued her with the essences of many other worlders that had outgrown their uses. As she was now she would even give some awakened beings a challenge. The Grand Cathedral loomed ahead, its spires cutting into the sky like jagged teeth. A place of holiness to many, but to Grand Bell, it represented the iron grip of the goddess who had manipulated this world for far too long. He glanced up at the imposing structure, his lips curling into a smirk. Soon, it would be reduced to nothing more than rubble. He could almost taste it, the sweet triumph over his rival, Luminous. He would either free this nation from the demon lords and the deceptive light of Luminous, or he would die trying. He knew there was no in-between. There were times in a man's life when they were willing to die for their ideals. This was one such moment for him. "Remember, old friend," Gran Bell murmured to Razzle, his voice low but laced with anticipation. "Once we breach the outer defenses, Misha and her monsters will be teleported in. That's when the real chaos begins. You will serve as my backup, remain hidden until then." Razzle nodded. He paused for a moment, before deciding that some things needed to be said. "Razzle." Gran Bell spoke softly. "If this goes according to plan, we will change the world. But remember, your life is just as important as the mission." Razzle had been his closest friend for centuries. Perhaps he hadn't treated him as well as he could have, yet he knew he would cry for his old friend's death in private, just as he had for Maribel's. The taller Magian hesitated for a moment before giving a slow nod. "I will do what I must for your dreams, Gran Bell." He sighed. He had expected as much from his friend. In the end, he could only hope that he hadn't underestimated Luminous and her allied Demon Lord's forces. He had attempted to plan for any variable he could think of. Demon Lord Rimuru would be busy with the Council of the West. Demon Lord Felix was far from Lune. Teleporting over such a long distance would require obscene levels of calculation and power. He pressed a hand to the side of his ear, activating the small communication stone hidden beneath his collar. The range he needed was too vast to communicate through the telepathy spell or thought communication, not to mention the many barriers that could intercept their call. He wouldn't take unneeded risks. "Misha," he whispered. "Are you ready?" A voice crackled through the stone, rough but feminine. "In position. Waiting on your signal." Gran Bell smiled. Everything seemed to be in place. Soon one of the greatest attacks in Riberia's history would take place, and he was the reason for it all. He knew many human lives would likely be lost, but sometimes the ends do justify the means. He took a deep breath. His beloved longsword, Truth, was sheathed on his side. Truth was given to him by his master Rudra over 2,000 years ago, and he had been using it since. It was a bona fide god-grade weapon now. One he wielded like it was his own limb. "Let us begin then." He motioned to Razzle, and the two stepped into the shadows of the cathedral's outer wall, their figures merging with the darkness. He had hidden his presence almost perfectly, yet he would not be surprised if Luminous had felt something was off. At their level, their instincts were supernatural on their own and could warn an individual of danger ahead of time. A precognition of sorts that defied logic. He was proven correct when he found that the Grand Cathedral was almost empty. He closed his eyes and expanded his senses. He felt civilians rapidly vanishing from his perception. He sighed as he opened his eyes. I suppose it was too much to ask to keep this attack as a complete surprise then. He could feel some of the blood shadow lurking on the rooftops above with their blades drawn. Suddenly, there was a flare of magic in the distance. Misha and her tamed monsters had begun their attacks. He could feel the tremors of crashing buildings and roars of rage. "Now, it is time to begin," he said as he withdrew Truth from its sheath, its vast holy energy beginning to leak into the surroundings. Razzle's presence had already vanished, yet he knew Razzle was close by. He exhaled slowly, his eyes locking onto the cathedral's main tower as he made to destroy the Grand Cathedral in a single slash. That would be a fitting way to start everything, destroying one of the seats of power of the goddess Luminous herself. He began to channel his own power into Truth, mostly his potent fighting spirit. He gripped Truth tightly with both hands and swung. Judgment's edge. The blade cut through the air in an arc, but the slash wasn't visible at first, just a whisper of movement, a ripple in space itself. Then, the air split. A violent shockwave erupted from the blade, distorting the atmosphere around him as the wind screamed around him, damaging, and even destroying some of the surrounding roads and buildings. He watched as his slash roared towards the cathedral, the most holy place in Lune, the capital of Riberius. In an instant, the force struck. The cathedral trembled, a deafening crack echoing through the city as the foundation itself groaned. The towering spires crumbled as though made of brittle clay, shattering into dust. Windows burst apart, the stained glass disintegrating midair, and the walls, massive, ancient stone walls, collapsed in on themselves as if they had never existed. Gran Bell watched, his expression cold and detached, as the mighty structure with centuries of history crumbled into nothingness. It didn't take more than a moment. One slash, and the Grand Cathedral, centuries of history, faith, and oppression, was reduced to rubble and smoke. It was certainly fortified, yet it could not handle a slash he put his power behind. Silence followed, save for the roars of Misha's beasts and the tremors of falling buildings. As he made to leave, he paused as he heard a familiar voice. "I would appreciate it if you stayed here, Gran Bell." "Ha ha ha." He laughed boisterously as he turned around. Well, it seems someone isn't as incapacitated as everyone has been made to believe," he said as he eyed Hinata. She was standing harmlessly in the midst of the shattered bits of the grand cathedral. She looked around with a raised brow at the destruction. Was this necessary? He nodded. It was. He responded. His destruction of the grand cathedral sent a message. He didn't recognize the armor she wore, it was far above what he knew her to wear, same with the rapier she held in her hand. It seems he was missing a piece of the puzzle. You didn't answer my question, I was led to believe you were indisposed. Hinata smirked. The reports of my injury have been greatly exaggerated. I am assuming the civilians have all been safely evacuated. Hinata nodded. Indeed, we had long suspected that you would take this opportunity to play your games, and so we prepared ahead of time. A companion of mine safely teleported each civilian to safety the moment that your attack began. Hinata explained with a small smile. He raised a brow at the look she was wearing. Gaha, are you in love now, Hinata? That look is one I had seen on the faces of many love-struck young women. He laughed. Truly, despite his ambush being foiled, he was still enjoying the byplay between him and his old student. Perhaps humanity had hope yet. That's none of your business. Hinata said as she raised her rapier, a stern expression on her face. Now come, Luminous allowed me to be the one to deal with you. Granbell felt a small smile form on his face. Yes. This is the attitude of a proper hero. Come, defend your kingdom from me. But I hope you know, I can be rather unyielding. I am highly motivated by your guys' reviews and likes, so do that. I'll probably keep writing or something. Author's note. And so the attack finally begins. It's been a long time coming, but we finally made it this far. I'm pretty happy with how the Granbell POV went. We also get to learn a bit more about Elmesia's thought process. I think I made her a bipolar gremlin by accident, but it works. I tried to do a deeper dive on her thought process. She is a pretty ancient being and likely seeks entertainment. Even in canon, she wanted to be close to Rimuru to see what he got up to. She ended up partnering up with him to conquer the criminal underworld or something. In this case, she is enjoying learning more about Felix, not to mention she loves her games. Anyways, thanks for reading, peace. Thanks to @Salanti and @Flowerman for betaing this chapter. Chapter 164, Chapter 94, Attack on Rabirius Part. Story, I'm a demon, so what? Disclaimer, I do not own the original setting. Chapter 94, Attack on Rabirius Part. There are up to 15 chapters ahead at p@trian.com/theagbasilisk. Rimuru Tempest. He smiled as he greeted the envoy of the Western Council. The long-awaited meeting would finally be taking place. It felt like it had been quite some time since the attack on the founding festival, yet in reality it hadn't been long at all. Tempest was recovering well, the streets that were damaged were already being rebuilt, the buildings Felix destroyed were rebuilt, everything was almost good as new. Kenya had gone with Felix to Sarion. He hadn't heard much from Kenya since then, but according to Felix, Kenya seemed to be having a good time. He told the brat to write him letters, yet he hadn't received any. He'd have to give Kenya a piece of his mind when they saw each other next. Greetings, Lord Rimuru. Ser said with a light bow. He was notified some time ago that the Western Holy Church would be sending a representative to act as a witness. He was pretty surprised that Ser was the one that would be his escort, though. He was originally expecting Hinata, but she was probably busy with something. Hello, Ser. He responded. Ser looked behind him where his 2 attendants were. The council allowed each member to bring up to 2 attendants similar to the Demon Lord Council. Will they be accompanying us? Ser questioned. He nodded. They will. Let me introduce you. Rimuru said as he turned around. The guy with red hair is Benimaru, one of my closest subordinates, and the man with blue hair is Sui, another one of my closest subordinates. Ser nodded. Well met, you two. Both Benimaru and Sui greeted Ser back. This was going better than he thought it would. Back when he first met Hinata, she had talked a bit about the 10 great saints, though it had turned into the 9 great saints since Felix poached one of them. She had said Ser was rather difficult to get along with, he was headstrong in his beliefs and thought that he was always right. Basically he was full of himself, but Rimuru wasn't seeing any of what Hinata described. Maybe she was just biased, or the more likely thing was that Ser had changed. Are you ready to leave? I have already prepared a teleportation spell. Ser said. He originally planned to offer to teleport everyone himself with Uriel, but he didn't know if Ser would be offended by his offer. He looked to Benimaru and Sui, who nodded. We are. Ser nodded before turning around. A portal appeared in front of Ser. Come, this will lead us to the kingdom of Ingracia where the meeting is being held. Ser said before walking through. The 3 of them followed Ser, and as he asked Raphael a question he already knew the answer to. What are the chances that Granbell will use this time to attack Rabirius like he planned? 86.1243453%. He sighed at Raphael's answer. It was a good thing Felix was ready then, he would be routinely checking in on Rabirius. He did not want to stay there himself as he did not know if Granbell and his compatriots could somehow detect Felix and decide to have their attack on another day. Rimuru thought that Felix was being too cautious, he himself knew how well Felix could suppress his presence, it was as good as his own method, and he literally shoved all his aura into his stomach not even giving it a chance to leak, but Felix was always like that. Too cautious until he got all the information he needed. At least he was like that most of the time. Still, despite the impending attack he still needed to focus on the council meeting, which would determine the course of how easy Tempest could expand in the west. Felix had said to rely on him to at the very least stall out the attack. Veldora and Chloe would remain behind in Tempest to serve as protection in case something happened, while Felix would leave Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina behind to protect his territory for the most part. Felix said those three might go and take their own actions if they thought it wise since he told them to do as they pleased for the most part. Rimuru had also told Chloe to go help Azeroth out if it was under attack, he wanted to repay his friend in some way since he was already doing a lot for him. He went over all the information about the council he possessed. The council, the Western States Council, was made up of different nations surrounding the Great Jura Forest. The councillors elected by each nation would attend the meeting in Ingracia every month. Strictly speaking, unlike councils run by nations, the main goal of the council is to maintain everyone's financial interests. They may have tried to play it off as protecting the West or whatnot, but he could see through the red tape. Everyone in the council was out for their own interests. So he would just have to make Tempest appetizing enough that they couldn't refuse. And he had a few ideas about how to do that. On the surface they wouldn't put smaller nations on lower priority, and instead start off from the point of equality. People would cooperate with each other. All of the members aimed to uphold the idea of defending the good of all humanity or something. The Council of the West was responsible for dealing with any monsters' attacks as well as natural disasters such as drafts, tornadoes, earthquakes, and the like. The Council of the West basically single-handedly made all the big decisions for humanity in the West and was responsible for preserving humanity. The way the Council of the West maintained its control was due to the sheer financial power they had. The Council was funded by each nation, with some nations providing more gold than others. The fund would fluctuate depending on the size and scale of the nations, yet at the same time, all nations shared the same privileges which could be problematic. Due to some nations providing more money, those nations were afforded more councillors which meant more soft power over the council itself. Falmouth, now Farminas, was one of the kingdoms that provided the most amount of gold to the Council of the West. However, due to this distinction, kingdoms could no longer be considered equal among the council. Some kingdoms realized money was an easy way to seize some power over the council, and so they gave several times the gold that was required. In the end, while the Council of the West had a good foundation and seemed good on paper, it was still fairly corrupt. Councillors would prioritize their own kingdoms despite swearing oaths saying they would not do so. Councillors would embezzle money, blackmail others, and other less savory sorts of things. As Ser led them through the streets of Ingracia towards the meeting point, he spoke up. Hinata asked me to give you some advice. He began. Rimuru's brows furrowed. Did she? Give her my thanks then when you see her next, please. Ser nodded. Sure. I'll give you a bit of a heads up on what to expect. Some are against you while others are hesitantly hopeful. Your declaration that you would keep the monsters of the Great Jura Forest under control is one of your biggest weapons. Many kingdoms can save an astronomical amount of money if they no longer have to worry about an invasion from Jura. They do not need to hire adventurers or pay their soldiers to patrol the borders of their kingdoms facing Jura and whatnot. Ever since your declaration of being a demon lord, the amount of monster attacks has decreased substantially, almost completely. This has won you some goodwill with the council. Rimuru nodded. I see. There is more. The kingdoms that are closer to Tempest are more supportive, while the ones under the protection of the Western Holy Church and Freedom Guild are more hesitant due to lacking military power. Even then, the situation with the Freedom Guild has been changing, causing many to be unnerved. Ser continued. Rimuru nodded. He already knew what was going on with the Freedom Guild since Arcuade had reached out to him to help her take it over. Now it was practically fully under Arcuade's control, who had made it clear that he could make use of the guild as he pleased, which was nice. In the end, more support Tempest's addition to the council rather than oppose. Tempest brings a lot more than it has the potential to take, especially since those cowardly councillors are worrying about the East. They will likely want to use Tempest as a first line of defense. Though they will demand some gifts of sorts for your approval, so be ready for that. Ser finished. Rimuru nodded. I see, thank you, Ser. He already expected the council to want to make use of Tempest's resources, but he wouldn't bend over and allow them whatever they wished. Ser was now firmly in his good books. You can stop by to relax at Tempest sometime, you know. He offered. Ser paused mid-step before continuing. Perhaps I will then after Hinata finishes with her daily trainings. Now we are here. Rimuru blinked as he noticed they had arrived in front of a rather grand building. After the meeting, a small party will be held in Tempest's honor if all goes well. Ser shared as they walked through the doors unimpeded. The guards merely nodded towards Ser before giving him, Benimaru, and Sui suspicious looks which he didn't blame them for. The distrust of anything not human was ingrained deeply, and for mostly good reason too. Sui looked around with suspicion. He glanced at every shadow they passed by while Benimaru left no blind spot uncovered. It seems his two attendants were rather wary of his meeting as well. Their weapons were all stored in his stomach, meaning the three of them were unarmed. He could understand why Benimaru and Sui were both more jittery than usual. Some warriors were simply not at ease without their weapons by their side. Personally, he didn't feel any unease at all, but perhaps that was the confidence his own strength had granted him. None of the information Ser provided was particularly surprising to him. The Council wanted to exploit Tempest, so he would exploit them right back. Joining the Council of the West would be an acknowledgement that Tempest was part of humanity, one step closer to seeing his dream come true. But he did not have high hopes for everything to go quite as planned. On his own side, the monster side, things were going rather well. Cooperation was already present among Magians, dwarves, elves, and many other races. Humanity was the main issue. Humans were greedy, he would know. Yet it was due to this greed that humanity had advanced in countless worlds. Ser led them through a short hallway before stopping at a large set of double doors. He turned around. Rimuru nodded back at him, causing Ser to turn around and open the doors for them. Ser walked in first, Rimuru followed closely behind as Benimaru and Sui flanked his sides. All of the counselors he knew of were already present and sitting. Ser was standing to the side of the room, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed in a typical, "I'm cool and you're not" fashion. "Greetings, Rimuru Tempest. Why do we not begin immediately?" one of the counselors said. He nodded as he took his seat. Despite knowing that Granbell would likely be using this distraction to finally begin his plan, Rimuru couldn't help but feel hopeful. All of his efforts till this point had led up to this moment. They ended up discussing everything through. The counselors seemed rather happy that he was willing to offer up some of Tempest's services. Little did they know that the trains they wanted built, the roads they wanted made, the protection they wanted, all of it would give Tempest more soft power over the Western nations. Or perhaps they did know and were merely underestimating him. Still, it all worked out for him. "Wahahaha, I've heard that your Majesty Rimuru is a demon lord. I never imagined you were so easygoing." One of the counselors laughed. "Let us continue our friendship in the future," another added. He put on his best smile. "Thank you all, I look forward to cooperating with you all as well." They had established a basic agreement. There would be more meetings to come to firmly iron things out. They were just taking a bit of a snack break now. There were 3 general conditions that were proposed though. First was to abide by international law. Second was to create an economic zone. Third was to provide military force. The first condition was easily agreed to. It makes sense that every nation part of the Western Council would have to abide by its laws. The second condition was rather annoying as Tempest's advancements could easily be stolen due to patents not existing in this world. It was something he was reluctant to agree with, but he was considering it. If any nation advanced too much, the Angels would attack, so that would prevent any Western nation from advancing too much to the point they could challenge Tempest in its advancements. There was a reason that there was no gas, electricity, or even steam-powered machines in the Western nations. The Angels would destroy any kingdoms that were too advanced. Though magic could compensate for the lack of technology. In the end, he decided to help some of the other kingdoms out by creating the things they wanted for them. This way Tempest wouldn't have to share the designs and it would take ages for each nation to puzzle it out for themselves. But he would be careful. He wouldn't do anything like that for free, or else the other nations would look down on Tempest. Being a ruler was hard. As for the last requirement of providing some military force, that was something he had to seriously consider. He didn't want his own military to be taken advantage of, so some slimy nations could save some money. In the end, it was decided that Tempest would have full authority over the Great Jura Forest, which is something he already had since it was granted to him by the Demon Lord Council. The council never contested any of the other demon lords' ownership over their territories, which made it obvious they were doing so to him as a power play. The council wanted Tempest to act as a deterrent against monsters, which was fine. They were already going to do that. Rimuru could also tell there was another silver lining for the council that they were keeping to themselves. Tempest was in between the Eastern Empire and the Western nations. Tempest would be the first to be attacked if the Empire were to invade, and that was something that the councillors feared greatly according to the information that Sui had gathered. There still had to be a lot to consider. For one, the salary for the military that was dispatched to the west, as well as other various things. As he was chatting with a councillor that wanted to bargain for some of Tempest's resources, Rimuru froze. "Sir Rimuru," the councillor called out. His head snapped to the direction of the double doors, his senses expanded. "Lord Rimuru," Benimaru called out. He nodded. "I feel it. What's happening?" One of the councillors yelled as an ominous aura began to envelop the room. One of the counselors pointed at him. It must be the Demon Lord. He is an enemy to us humans. Sui's eyes narrowed at the counselor. Rimuru could see strings unseen to the naked eye wrap around that same counselor's neck. Not now, Sui, he said. Sui nodded and withdrew the strings. The counselor hadn't even known that he was on the verge of death, or at least quite a bit of pain due to his words. He stood up from his chair and looked to the counselors. It seems that we have some guests. Are any of you responsible for inviting them? Ser was already stationed at the door as the powerful presences got closer and closer. Currently they were walking through the halls that Ser had originally led them through. Oh, of course not. One of the counselors yelled. Rimuru shrugged his shoulders. He didn't think the person behind this would have fessed up anyway. Rimuru turned to Ser. Do you think you can take them? From what he was sensing, there were 6 of them. 5 of them were in the 200,000 to 300,000 EP range, while the last one was in the 450,000 range. That was strong, stronger than what Felix said Clayman had. Easily in the realm of demon lords. Ser looked back at him with a determined expression on his face. I could take them, not without collateral damage however. Ser trailed off. Rimuru nodded and turned to the council. It seems we are at an impasse. I would be doing you all a favor if I assisted Ser here now, wouldn't I? He asked rhetorically. Normally he wouldn't have hesitated to offer his help, but this was politics. Being a nice person was a weakness. One of the counselors pointed an accusing finger at him. Why you? He raised a brow. You don't expect me to put myself and my subordinates in danger for nothing, do you? Tempest is not yet part of the Council of the West due to your own actions. Are you looking down on me, counselor? He asked with narrowed eyes. He hadn't invoked his demon lord's haki, yet it seemed like the counselor had wet himself. Another counselor finally spoke up. We would be very grateful if you would assist Ser. The other counselors quickly nodded along. They weren't used to any actual danger. The moment they felt threatened they would give in easily. Now he had the upper hand in any future negotiations which he could use to get better terms for joining the Western Council. He smiled. Excellent. He turned to Benimaru and Sui as he sat back down, much to the shock of the counselors. Help Ser out, would you? Both Benimaru and Sui had matching grins. Are you sure your subordinates can handle that? One of the counselors spoke up. He spun his chair around to face the counselor, which only seemed to scare the men. No need to be scared, Rimuru said, raising both his hands up. Benimaru and Sui are 2 of my most elite subordinates. They can be considered disaster class threats going by the Free Guild ranking. The counselor's eyes widened, as did the eyes of the other counselors. DD disaster class. The counselor looked to be on the verge of fainting. Disaster class threats were a big deal in the West. Powerful ones of that level could wipe a great nation like Falmouth off the face of the map, so that fear was well earned. It was a calculated risk, showing off the strength of some of his subordinates. It would cause the council to consider Tempest as an even greater threat than before. They didn't have just a true dragon, but they also had other disaster class magen. They would also consider if he had disaster class magen serving him, then just how strong was he? They would be more wary of him and Tempest, but their greed would call to them to continue trading with Tempest nonetheless. Such was the nature of humanity. He was broken out of his thoughts when the double doors were blasted open. 6 figures entered, with one clearly more powerful than the rest. The aura they were emanating was extremely demonic, to the point that it felt like the aura of a demon. Are those demons? Negative. However, it has been detected that they have taken in the power of a demon, increasing their power at the cost of their sanity. These 6 also seemed to be under someone's control. He could break the control over them with ease, but he wanted to let Benimaru and Sui show off a bit, to get the council to understand that he meant business. Try not to kill them. He yelled towards Benimaru and Sui before he snapped his fingers, placing a barrier around Benimaru, Sui, Ser, and the 6 invaders. He expanded the space within the barrier, giving the fighters even more room to maneuver. The one thing on his mind was that this was a rather convenient time for an attack. It was almost as if it was meant to keep him busy while something else happened. Affirmative. The odds of Granbel Rosso staging his attack on Rabirius is now 98.123432441%. Well, Felix would be able to handle it, and if he needs help he can always send him a message. Now if only he had a bowl of popcorn. Felix. I spun in my Raleigh chair, waiting for time to pass. It had been a few days since the whole thing with Evelyn, and with some hindsight, I could admit I went overboard. It ended up fine though. I didn't spend much time thinking about Elmesia. I had bigger things to worry about. Athanas had predicted that when Rimuru would be meeting with the Western Council would likely be when Granbel attacked. I had already discussed everything with Rimuru and Luminous. It was decided that Rimuru would proceed as normal, because despite everything the meeting with the Council of the West was important for Tempest's future. I would be responsible for serving as backup for Rabirius in case Granbel does attack. I didn't bother hanging out in Riberius itself, no reason to risk tipping off Granbell or Kigali. Unlikely, sure, even Othanus thought so, but why take that chance when I could just teleport at the last minute? One final spin of the chair and I decided to get things moving. I planned to have Raiden, Sukuna, Siko, and Kurumi come with me so they could get some experience. They would be the ones I would take along to Riberius to help fight off the attack since Luminous insisted that I don't solo the attack if I can. Something about her people needing a chance to grow, to fight for their home. She said nothing untied humanity than a threat to their existence. She also said she wanted to stretch her feet a bit. She was open to relying on me but didn't wish to rely on me for everything, which I could respect. Evelyn. I called out. The door to my office slowly opened as a stone-faced Evelyn entered. She bowed in front of me. What did you desire, master? She seemed ready to expect anything. Could you call Raiden, Sukuna, Kurumi, and Siko for me? Evelyn's brows furrowed. That's it. I smirked. Oh. Did you want something more? And nothing like that. I will bring the 4 of them here, master. Evelyn sputtered before she quickly left. Heh, messing with her was too much fun. I didn't have to wait long for Evelyn to return, it was 10 minutes at most, mostly due to Evelyn's own travel time. Come in. I said even before Evelyn knocked. The door opened, Raiden came in first followed by Siko, then Kurumi, then Sukuna. Evelyn remained at the door. I turned to address her first. You can leave now, we will be talking about something private. Evelyn bowed before leaving. Siko was quick to salute me. I'm ready to serve, Felix-sama. I raised an eyebrow. You don't even know why I called you yet. Perhaps I should have told them earlier that I planned to take them with me to help with Granbell's attack, it would give them all more time to prepare, but I don't think they would have refused either way. Siko nodded. I have a feeling that you wish for me to take care of your enemies. Siko said confidently. Well, I suppose at a certain point individuals do begin developing instincts for combat. I chuckled. Well, you're not wrong. Kurumi leaped onto my lap, curling up comfortably, her little fox nose nuzzling against my hand. Sukuna crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing slightly. Who dares oppose you, my lord? He asked. I had noticed some changes in Sukuna as time went on. His personality was going in a bit of a different direction than the original Sukunas. They had the same core, if you will, but they had gone through separate experiences by now, not to mention the original Sukuna's memories were somewhat separated from the Sukuna in front of me, most of the emotions behind those memories were suppressed. I shrugged my shoulders. That doesn't matter, you don't need to take care of the guy responsible for the mess I'm going to intervene in. Let me summarize everything for you. A man and his companions will be attacking Riberius. They will not be alone, one of them is a monster tamer so I expect some monsters. Not to mention they have some resources to call upon so there may be more fighters than expected. I want you 4 to deal with the supporters, the rest will be taken care of by others. Raiden nodded. Very well, your will shall be done, master. Kurumi licked my hand, which I figured was her way of saying I'm in. Great, stick around and I'll teleport you all to Luminous when the time comes. She'll have a better overview of the situation so just do what she tells you to within limits. They all nodded, and so the wait began. It would be super awkward if after all this Granbell didn't even attack. How is everything? I asked Luminous through our soul corridor. I felt Luminous' presence immediately focus on our soul corridor and got the feeling of exasperation and fondness from the other end. The same as it was the last 5 times you have asked me, Felix. Luminous responded dryly. Hey. Things can change drastically in even just 30 seconds. I retorted. I suppose you are right. I will let you know the moment I feel something off. Luminous said. Got it. Communication through soul corridors could bypass almost any kind of barrier to my knowledge, even if 2 people were in entirely different dimensions if they have a soul corridor they could communicate, so even if Granbell places a barrier meant to isolate Lune from the rest of the world I'll still know what's going on. I closed my eyes as I considered everything. We had already found some of the hidden entrances and whatnot that Granbell had made, there were a lot, hundreds in fact but I'm not sure if we found everything. All it would take is us missing a single hidden entrance and Granbell would have an in. I have no idea how Granbell plans to get into Lune other than using some secret entrance since the barriers preventing free teleportation are fairly powerful. You would need something like spatial domination as well as sufficient understanding of the space element to get through the barriers, something not many had. I held off on reinforcing the barriers myself since if I made it too hard they may just give up on the initial plan and try something else which could be problematic. We knew the general gist of their current plan so it was easiest if they stuck to it. Why don't we play a game while we wait? I said. Everyone looked at me with interest. Which game, master? Raiden asked with interest. It's called Monopoly. It looks like you need to pay me rent, Siko. I said, smirking as I leaned back in my seat. Siko frowned as she looked down at her dwindling pile of bills. But I'll go broke. She protested, her voice carrying a hint of desperation. Her eyes flicked up at me, wide and teary, though I knew better than to be fooled. She could be a big drama queen one moment and then look perfectly pristine the next. She had mastered the art of crying to get what she wanted to perfection. How much do I owe you for rent? Siko asked tearfully. I leaned forward, looking at my cards. $800. Siko cutely lowered her head slightly and raised both her hands in front of her, fidgeting shyly with her fingers in a way that made her look unexpectedly timid, which she most definitely was not. I just don't have a lot of money at the moment. I eyed her meager stack of bills. I'm aware. I was totally playing up the douche landlord right now. Is there something else I can pay you with? Siko asked hopefully. My brows furrowed. What would she pay me with? She didn't have any cards that I wanted, nor did she own any property. She was at the bottom of this game financially. She was straight broke due to a series of poor financial decisions. No, not really. I'd rather have money, to be honest. I responded. All of a sudden a sly smile crept onto her face. She leaned back slightly, catching the attention of the others, Kurumi, Raiden, and Sukuna, who all watched the exchange with curiosity. It seemed they, too, were wondering what she might do next. Are you sure there isn't something else I can do? She murmured, her voice low and suggestive. Slowly, deliberately, Siko reached up and began unbuttoning her top, revealing even more of her already prominent cleavage. The tightness of her suit did little to hide her figure, and with each undone button, her ample chest became more and more pronounced. Maybe I can pay in a different way. She purred, her violet eyes locking with mine as she gave a teasing smile. Her confidence was undeniable, and it left the room in a stunned silence. Even her large weapon, casually resting against her shoulder, seemed less intimidating than the seductive power she was now wielding. That had to be against the rules. Monopoly is modeled on real life. Siko is using a valid tactic. Athanas chimed in with amusement. Kurumi raised an eyebrow in amusement, while Raiden and Sukuna exchanged glances, clearly intrigued. The room seemed to hold its breath, and I found myself caught off guard by Siko's sudden shift in tactics. I pointed an accusing finger up at her. That's forbidden. Siko smirked. I do not believe that was in the rules you spoke about, Felix-sama. Siko. I began, but my voice trailed off, uncertain of how to react as she paused, her smirk growing. Is this enough for rent? She asked innocently, as she let her hand linger on the next button, taunting me and everyone else in the room with her playful defiance. I was in a true conundrum at this moment. Siko was seriously not playing fair. Felix. It's time. I let out a sigh of relief as Luminous' voice was transferred through our soul corridor. Arcuade, Megumin, Lalatina. You all know your roles. I said in a thought communication. Yes, my lord. I will use the resources the Free Guild affords me to prevent the chaos from spreading beyond Riberius borders, as well as deal with various sources of chaos that may spring up within the West. Arcuade said. I'll just be hanging around protecting your territory, my lord. Megumin said. I'll be Megumin's backup. Lalatina added. I didn't want the three of them coming with me, they would just be overkill. If they were there, Raiden, Siko, Kurumi, and Sukuna wouldn't really have a chance to shine. Good, I'll be counting on you then. I said as I ended the thought communication. Well, it's game time everyone, we can finish this game later. Maybe. I added on as an afterthought as I teleported us to Luminous. In the blink of an eye we appeared in Night Garden. Luminous immediately turned around. Felix. She nodded. She raised a brow as she spotted Siko, Raiden, Sukuna, and Kurumi. She looked at me with an unasked question in her eyes. I shrugged. I want them to get some more experience, just have them take care of the stronger enemies that your people might have trouble with or might lose against. Luminous nodded. Very well. She turned to the four of them. Siko and Raiden, could the two of you take care of the group of otherworlders? Siko and Raiden looked to me. Do what she says. Feel free to show mercy though, chances are they are being controlled. I said. The two of them nodded. Luminous snapped her fingers teleporting Siko and Raiden out. She then looked to Kurumi and Sukuna. I am less aware of your skill set, so I suppose it would be easiest if you merely helped my own subordinates take care of the monsters that have begun rampaging around the city. Sukuna and Kurumi nodded before being similarly teleported out. You know I can take care of all this in an instant. Time stop is handy like that. Luminous rolled her eyes. Then my subordinates will never grow. I shrugged. Your choice. Is Hinata already out there? Luminous nodded. She is. The Grand Cathedral was destroyed. Hinata left a moment before you appeared to check it. I originally wanted to try and use Small World to basically create a dimension around Loon and Night Garden, but that wasn't really possible. I could create a dimension with Small World and suck Loon and Night Garden into it, but overlaying a dimension over something else with Small World wasn't really possible at this point. Othinus had guessed that the Small World Ramiris head was a nerfed-down version of what she theorized Veldanava once had, so the authority I had wasn't quite as overpowered as what Veldanava had. It was still overpowered though. I closed my eyes and expanded my senses. I could sense Hinata making her way towards the Grand Cathedral. She'd be there in a few seconds. With my senses expanded over Loon, I can transport the civilians out of harm's way as we planned. Where did you want me to send them? I asked Luminous. Luminous quickly gave me the coordinates of some place a little ways away from Loon. A moment later I teleported all of the civilians away from Loon into the area that Luminous arranged. Lewis is already there, he will be able to control the humans. Luminous said calmly. It seems Hinata is confronting Granbell, you can probably leave that to her then. I said. Seiko and Raiden just appeared on the battlefield. They were mowing through the Otherworlders that had been scattered around the Grand Cathedral. The Otherworlders didn't even have a chance to fight back as they were blitzed, though I did notice that Seiko and Raiden hadn't killed them. Sukuna and Kurumi were mowing through some monsters, though there was a stronger one that was heading towards Sukuna, a dragon. He should be able to handle it. My eyes narrowed as I felt the presence of a being far more powerful than I expected unveil. It seems Granbell has recruited the help of the Guardian of the West. I can sense him hiding in the shadows near Granbell. He is moving towards Raiden and Seiko's location. The Guardian of the West was fairly powerful, stronger than most saints going by sheer energy alone. I didn't know much about him either, so this was a good chance to observe him a bit. Luminous looked at me with worry. Will Seiko and Raiden be able to handle him? She asked. Well, I did want them to face a challenge and grow. If they can surpass their limits, then yes. I said as I created a body double. Luminous looked at my body double with a raised brow. The body double opened its glowing crimson eyes. Can you watch over all of them? Othinus, who was possessing my body double, nodded. Consider it done. Before Othinus left though, she began messing with the body double. I could feel my jaw drop as Othinus changed the body double to her preferences. The transformation began immediately. The body double's form glowed with a soft, ethereal light as its shape started to shift. Muscles subtly contracted and smoothed out, giving way to a more delicate and slender frame. The shoulders narrowed, while the waist curved inward, giving rise to a feminine silhouette. Bones gently restructured themselves, the jawline softening as the face took on rounder, more graceful features. Hair grew rapidly, cascading down in waves, as the hands and fingers slimmed, becoming more elegant. The chest expanded, and the body's proportions shifted, with hips widening and legs elongating slightly to match a balanced female physique. The skin looked flawless, just like my own did, and it was glowing faintly, as it took on a softer, smoother texture. It didn't look like my own female form, I'd say it was very, very similar to that of Othinus from Tuaru. It was practically the same, well, it was as close as a real-life model could get to an anime character. I suppose I did use that Othinus as a reference for her name. Othinus' hair was blonde, her curves were slim, matching that of Othinus from Tuaru. Despite what it may seem like, I was an enthusiast of all body types, not just busty ones. The outfit had changed as well, she was now wearing a coat and a collared t-shirt that showed off plenty of cleavage. Luminous had a smile on her face as she looked at Othinus' body. Era, who is this friend of yours, Felix? I sighed. Not now, you horny vampire. Othinus looked at me with a saucy smirk. Do you like it, master? I gave her body a once-over. Looks good. I couldn't deny that Othinus looked like a total hottie, as expected of someone who inherited my taste. Othinus pouted as if she wanted something more before sighing. I suppose we can discuss it later. She mumbled. I will be going to watch over those four. She told me before vanishing. Othinus was basically piloting the body double from inside me, so I still had my Othinus. Luminous looked to me with an amused smile. What an interesting individual. I sighed at Luminous' clear interest. I blinked as I felt 3 Northwest 4 individuals appear close to our current location. It seems Kigali has made her move. Luminous' eyes narrowed. Did she now? It seems she does not know when to stay away. I will take care of her. Luminous said. I nodded. Sure. I want the fourth person though, they are concealing themselves rather well and seem to be following behind Kigali and her 2 helpers. Luminous shrugged. Do what you wish, as long as you do not handle this entire mess. My people need their own opportunities to grow. I nodded. I'll leave it to you then. I said as I teleported to where I felt the fourth presence. They were concealing themselves incredibly well, to the point that I would say their stealth was on the ultimate level. Even I had trouble sensing them unless I deliberately focused. I appeared behind the individual in question with my hands tucked in my pockets. My presence was equally concealed, to the point that even magicules were passing through me due to sheer stealth alone. We were in a cavern of some kind, one of Granbel's hidden entrances to Night Garden no doubt. I looked at the men. Before I investigated further, I placed multiple barriers around us preventing escape. I heard a loud sigh as the man stopped concealing himself, allowing me to feel his presence in full. "Wow, you're pretty strong." I whistled from behind him. He turned around to face me. He had the appearance of an aged man with blonde hair and a goatee. His long hair was tied into a single low ponytail draped down his back. And he was wearing a black Eastern-style suit with gold embroideries that depicted 3 tiger heads. He seemed to be someone important going by his strength alone. He was clearly a saint. Through Malim I could see he had an ultimate skill of some kind, but it seemed different than what I was used to. It was more detached from his soul than an ultimate skill should be. It is likely an ultimate skill that has been granted to him, not one he awakened on its own, and so it is not closely bonded with his soul. "Was it Vega?" he asked. I raised a brow. So he already knew. I nodded. It was Vega. The men sighed. And I told Kigali to be careful of that mutt. He sighed once more before giving me a gentlemanly bow. "My name is Damrata. It is an honor to meet a distinguished figure such as yourself, Demon Lord Felix." "Indeed, the pleasure is all yours," I said with some amusement. His lips twitched, but his facial features didn't change other than that. Damrata straight up as he looked into my eyes. "I am afraid that I must cut this meeting short. I do have an objective to accomplish." I tilted my head. "I'm afraid that you won't be able to help Kigali. Luminous already has her eyes set on her." Damrata scoffed. "As if I was going to help her, she has outgrown her purpose." Damrata raised his hands into a combat stance. "No, my purpose is far more necessary, and far more noble." Damrata eyed my hands that were still in my pockets. "Will you assume your stance?" I shook my head. "Maybe later, if I need to," I said with a taunting smile. Damrata nodded as if he wasn't affected and was used to it. "Very well," he said, before a blazing aura of fighting spirit surged around him, crackling with raw power. I jumped slightly, mimicking Goku's warm-up, my hands tucked casually in my pockets. Feet barely leaving the ground, I bounced in place, my fighting spirit and divinity rippling with each light hop. My aura flickered in sync with the rhythm, focus sharpening with every movement. Maximum effort. I muttered under my breath, quoting a certain rated R hero. "I'm sure Deadpool would be proud. I am highly motivated by your guys' reviews and likes, so do that. I'll probably keep writing or something." Author's note. Hello everyone, back with another chapter of Daemon. We get to have a little bit more politicking from Rimuru's POV. He isn't the main character, but I still want other events to be covered in the world. The world doesn't revolve around Felix after all. I know there weren't any crazy fight scenes yet, that'll happen next chapter. This one was more about establishing the various POVs that'll be covered since the attack is taking place on multiple fronts. There is some important character development in some of these POVs, so they'll be covered no matter what, but I'll summarize what I can so you lot don't get bored. Anyways, thanks for reading, peace. Thanks to @Salanti and @Flowerman for betaing this chapter. Chapter 165, Chapter 95, Attack on Rabirius Part. Story, I'm a demon, so what? Disclaimer, I do not own the original setting. Chapter 95, Attack on Rabirius Part. There are up to 15 chapters ahead at p@trian.com/theagbasilisk. Hinata Sakaguchi. She could only sigh in disappointment at the rubble around her. The Grand Cathedral was a place that had been around for centuries. The architecture alone was incredible and ancient. It was reinforced to the high heavens as well, making it incredibly difficult to dent the walls, let alone collapse the entire building as Granbel did. The Grand Cathedral wasn't just sacred to the kingdom of Rabirius, it was its heart, a symbol of hope and a sanctuary for its people. It was a place of worship for the goddess Luminous. The place was meant to be seen as closest to Luminous. Many flocked here year after year to pray to Luminous since they believed their prayers would be better heard from here. To see it reduced to rubble by one who had once sworn to protect it was an odd feeling. She knew the flaws of Rabirius well, she knew it wasn't the truly ideal method to accomplish her dreams for peace and harmony, yet it was one of the most realistic ways possible. Unless one wished to completely dominate humanity under their boot, it would be nigh impossible to accomplish her dream in other ways. Humans by nature were greedy, prideful, envious, wrathful, slothful, lustful, and gluttonous. They just wanted more and more. She shook her head out of her thoughts. Her presence was completely suppressed, so Granbel could not feel her, though she could tell he was on edge. It seems even if he couldn't truly sense her, his instincts were warning him that something was off. It was expected for a hero of Granbel's caliber. As he was about to leave, she interrupted him. "I would appreciate it if you stayed right there, Granbel," she said, her voice calm but commanding. He froze before he burst out laughing, having turned around to face her. Bwahahaha. Well well, it seems someone isn't as incapacitated as everyone has been made to believe. Granbell said as his eyes gazed over her. She could tell he was analyzing her gear, trying to place an appropriate threat level on her. It was something that he taught her to do, always analyze the threat level of an opponent, even if you know they are weaker than you. Being cautious was a good trait to have in this world. She herself was analyzing him even if she was confident in her newfound strength. Even when she trained under him, Granbell, or Gran as he was known as back then, only made use of sunlight magic, basically bending the rays of light from the sun. Even with only that, she never managed to truly beat him. Yet she knew that was not all Granbell was capable of. She had learned some swordsmanship from him, and back then she couldn't see his limits on that front. Then there was the fact that she was certain he had a unique skill she was unaware of. Unique skills could be hits or misses, some would be obscenely overpowered while another may tell you information about a target. It was still useful, but there was a clear separation of ability even among unique skills. She glanced briefly at the ruins of the once glorious cathedral. The towering pillars that had once seemed so eternal now lay like broken bones upon the earth. Was this necessary? She asked, already knowing the answer she would receive. Granbell's smirk was cold. It was. He replied with a raised brow. You didn't answer my earlier question. He continued. I had been led to believe that you were indisposed. His voice was laced with subtle hints of mockery, probably at her defeat to Laplace. Hinata smirked. The reports of my injury have been greatly exaggerated. She returned the mockery. Granbell's grin widened. I assume the civilians have been safely evacuated then? He asked, almost nonchalantly. I noticed them being transported away moments ago. He added. She nodded. Indeed. We anticipated your little game. A companion of mine teleported them to safety the moment your attack began. Her lips curved slightly in a quiet smile. She knew it was Felix. She had felt the distinct warping of space moments ago, recognizing the familiar energy of his spatial manipulation. The civilians had been saved before the battle had even begun. Granbell raised a brow. Gahaha, are you in love now, Hinata? That look is one I had seen on the faces of many love-struck young women. His laugh echoed through the ruins, mocking yet casual. Hinata's eyes narrowed as heat crept up her cheeks, her earlier composure shaken for just a moment. She quickly got herself under control as she clenched the handle of her beloved rapier. The rapier that Felix had gifted her. That's none of your business. She retorted sharply, lifting her rapier into a combat stance. Now come, Luminous allowed me to be the one to deal with you. She was grateful that Luminous gave her this opportunity. Hinata knew that Luminous also wanted revenge on Granbell for his betrayal. Yet Hinata felt like she would lose something if she wasn't the one to defeat Granbell. Perhaps she wanted to show her growth to an old mentor, maybe she wanted to understand the reasoning of a man she once looked up to. There could be many reasons why she was feeling what she was. Granbell smiled. Yes. This is the attitude of a proper hero. Come, defend your kingdom from me. But I hope you know, I can be rather unyielding. Granbell said as if he was repeating a joke only he knew about. She blinked as she felt the appearance of Raiden and Siko. Granbell also seemingly sensed them as his head snapped towards the two of them. Siko waved enthusiastically. Hinata. Felix-sama has asked us to take care of those no-good interlopers that are surrounding you. Hinata smiled fondly at Siko. That would be appreciated. Of course she had sensed the blood shadows surrounding the building. They were not good enough at concealing their presence to hide from her. Raiden lightly slapped Siko on the back. Come, let us fulfill our master's orders. Raiden said calmly. Siko pouted at her friend. I know. Granbell's eyes narrowed. So it seems Demon Lord Felix's forces have arrived, that could be troublesome. He muttered. Hinata smirked in his direction. I did say we expected this attack of yours. Granbell sighed. This is truly troublesome. He said as Raiden and Siko both vanished. Moments later the blood shadow were rounded up in a pile of bodies. They were alive, which was nice. Each of them was given a bad hand in this life. She'd like to give them another chance if she could. She wouldn't hesitate to cut down the bad apples, however. He looked towards one of the shadows caused by the rubble. Razzle, if you would. Her eyes narrowed as an immensely powerful Majin began to rise out of the shadows. She hadn't been able to sense the Majin even though he was incredibly close to her. He was strong. Stronger than she was even after her return to the present, though her energy reserves had skyrocketed after becoming a divine human. Razzle, she learned he was called, fully emerged from the shadows, his presence suddenly palpable as he stepped into view. The Majin's body was rather large, he seemed to be covered in an armor of some kind. His entire form was jagged and angular, with spikes protruding from his shoulders and head, giving him a rather unique appearance. She hadn't seen anything like this Majin before. His helmet had two pointed horns and concealed his face, the only feature visible was his glowing red-eyed. The closest thing she could compare the Majin to was ironically a bug, and she didn't mean that as an insult. "Take care of those two please, Razzle," Granbell causally ordered while gesturing towards Raiden and Siko. Hinata looked at the two of them with concern. She had wanted to take her time with Granbell, to truly test herself with her skill, to see if she could outdo her teacher with sheer ability rather than the raw power she now possessed. But if Siko and Raiden were in trouble then she would have to cut things short. Siko merely smirked. "Don't worry, Hinata. Felix-sama believed in us, so we must be capable of this," Siko said with confidence. Raiden stoically nodded beside her as she summoned her blade from her cleavage. The sky darkened as lightning began to crackle around Raiden as the temperature around them soared. Bolts of lightning erupted from her body in wild, chaotic arcs, scorching the earth beneath them. She could only guess Felix had made her summon her weapon from her cleavage like the lewd beast he was. Granbell looked at the two of them with interest. "Oh, at least your courage is admirable," he said as Razzle immediately blitzed towards Raiden and Siko. The earth cracked beneath him as he moved at blinding speeds. She felt the shockwaves from their momentum pass through her. Moments later Raiden, Siko, and Razzle had vanished, taking their fight elsewhere. Hinata shook her head. She couldn't worry about those two now, she was sure Felix was keeping an eye on them from somewhere as well, he cared for them too much not to. They would be fine. Her gaze turned back to Granbell who assumed his own combat stance. "Come, show me how much you have improved, Hinata." She smiled in amusement. The confidence in his voice was almost endearing. He had no idea how outclassed he was now, even with a hero's egg, she had ascended far beyond him. As a divine human wielding an ultimate skill, she was operating on a different plane of existence. She could defeat him in an instant if she unleashed her full power, but she wouldn't. No, this was about more than victory, it was about testing herself against a former mentor, one she had once admired. She would defeat Granbell not with raw power, but with skill and finesse. Perhaps she would find that missing piece of the puzzle, yet if things went too far she wouldn't hesitate to take out Granbell. She wouldn't sacrifice the city merely to satisfy herself. She twirled her rapier, drawing a thin circle in the air before raising a barrier around the destroyed Grand Cathedral. A shimmering dome of energy enveloped the area, humming with suppressed power. It would prevent their battle from causing further damage to Lune and keep it isolated. Granbell didn't waste a second. The moment the barrier sealed, he dashed forward, a blur of motion accompanied by a sonic boom that shattered the rubble around him. Hinata mirrored his movement, careful to negate the shockwaves with magic, so as not to further damage the Grand Cathedral. They met in the center of the battlefield, their blades locking with a sharp clang as their fighting spirits surged against each other. Sparks danced between their crossed weapons, the sheer force of their clash sending a wave of pressure outward, though contained by Hinata's barrier. Granbell jumped back, retreating with a wild grin. "Ha ha ha, you truly have improved, Hinata," he yelled, exhilaration lacing his voice. She was rather astonished by his sheer strength and speed. His movements were more refined than she remembered, each step calculated, each strike precise. He wasn't even a complete saint, yet the strength behind his blows, and the potency of his fighting spirit, surpassed hers when she had been a complete saint. It seems even when training her he had been holding back drastically. Just what kind of monster was she facing? "You're not so bad yourself," she said with a smirk, hiding the shock she felt within at Granbell's ability. It seems she had underestimated her old mentor, it was no wonder he was able to go toe-to-toe with Luminous in the ancient past. Granbell smiled at her words, his eyes gleaming with renewed intensity. He dashed at her again, and she met him in the middle. This time, their blades moved faster, a whirlwind of slashes and parries that echoed through the empty cathedral. They exchanged flurries of attacks, neither gaining a true advantage. Every time Hinata pushed forward with a rapid series of precise thrusts, Granbell countered with strength and a near-flawless defense. Likewise, when Granbell launched a heavy, wide-sweeping strike meant to overwhelm her, Hinata evaded with graceful footwork and well-timed ripostes. For now, she was content not to draw upon the power of her unique skills. She was testing just how far Granbell's strength went before she came up with a plan of action. As it was now, their swordsmanship ability was about equal, which was rather impressive. She had the experience of being Cronoa for more than a few centuries, yet Granbell was matching her in that respect. Granbell's next strike came low, attempting to break her balance, but Hinata deftly hopped back, her eyes never leaving his. Her heart raced, not from fear, but from the excitement of facing another opponent that was just as capable as she was, at least in one aspect. She was glad she was restraining her raw power to enjoy this moment. Perhaps Felix had rubbed off on her, she had begun to enjoy the fruits her power had granted her and began to luxuriate in the thrill of fighting a fun opponent. The her of before would have taken Granbell out as quickly as possible before assisting the civilians, she didn't have to worry about that thanks to Felix and her allies though. "You're better than I thought, Granbell," she remarked, her tone still casual, but there was a hint of respect now. Granbell laughed. I would hope so. Otherwise, what kind of mentor would I be? His eyes gleamed, and this time he attacked with a different rhythm, trying to catch her off guard. She parried, the sound of their blades meeting ringing out, but she felt the shift in his style. He was testing her defenses, searching for a weakness just as she was doing to him. She knew she would eventually have to take Granbell out. She refused to allow him to live after everything, but she would enjoy the moment. No. He sent an arc of fire towards the massive monster he was currently dealing with. They weren't completely caught off guard with this onslaught, even if he was surprised at the sheer scale of the attack. All of Lune's precious infrastructure was strategically attacked, yet it seems that the goddess Luminous had already expected everything, and so proper measures were in place to protect mostly everything. Men. You know what to do. He shouted as he bisected a giant bat, one that had more power than any he had ever encountered before. His men listened to his orders as they scattered around the battlefield, surrounding a portion of it completely. Moments later a prism of light formed around the surrounding area. A holy field was being placed, one that would instantly kill any weaker monsters due to the intensity of the holy energy involved. They were in the capital of Rabirius after all. This entire city was practically a holy ground. He could see many holy fields being placed all throughout Lune as his fellow great saints assisted in their formation. Ever since Hinata had begun training them, the 9 great saints had seen a dramatic improvement. Their raw power hadn't grown much, as that was something that took time, but their technique had improved as Hinata suggested new and creative ways to make use of their abilities. Their teamwork had improved, which allowed them to take on foes above their weight class to a certain extent. He wasn't certain how Hinata herself had managed to improve so much in such a short period of time. It was like she was in an entirely new dimension when compared to her previous self. She was able to give valid and helpful advice on all sorts of things, even things he knew she shouldn't have known. There was a reason the goddess Luminous placed her in charge, he supposed. He smiled as many of the attacking monsters fell where they stood, while the stronger ones were weakened. Before he could give his order to continue their attack, he felt the appearance of 2 extremely powerful individuals behind him. He instantly turned around and swung his blade in an arc. Fire that scorched the landscape was released from his blade, yet in a burst of force his attack was rendered useless. He narrowed his eyes as he faced the 2 Majin. One had 9 tails and fox ears, the other had 4 muscular arms, and tattoos on his arms. Despite his imposing appearance, he wore well-tailored clothes that contrasted his savage aura. His eyes were drawn to the female fox Majin, whose seductive grin tugged at his attention. Her brown hair danced in the air as though caught in an invisible breeze. Before he could continue with his attack, the male raised a hand. Fear not, we are here to aid you on behalf of Demon Lord Felix. The male Majin said diplomatically as the fox looked on in amusement. Though behind that diplomatic look, Arnaud could see a deep, unfeeling detachment in his eyes. It was as if he didn't care for the attack that had caused many to lose their homes, their livelihoods. He embodied the archetypal Majin, emotionless and monstrous. My name is Sukuna. I am one of the 9 demonic generals, one of the foremost lieutenants of Demon Lord Felix. Sukuna said with a confident smirk on his face. Arnaud released a sigh of relief. He wasn't quite sure how stable the alliance with Demon Lord Felix and Demon Lord Rimura was, but that wasn't something he was concerned with at this point. He smiled. Great. Can the 2 of you help mow all these monsters down? There are plenty scattered all throughout Lune. We know they are being controlled somehow, yet according to our findings even killing the tamer will not help, as the monsters will go into a frenzy which has the potential to be even more chaotic. He shared. Sukuna nodded. That is what I have been ordered to do. Fear not, for this city is under the protection of my lord. All shall be fine. Sukuna said with reverence in his tone. Arnaud did all he could to prevent his lips from twitching. Some Majin could be rather extreme in their loyalty, though humans could as well. He nodded. Right, I'll be counting on you too then. He said as he gripped his weapon. He would do all he could to cut down the monsters, but there were a lot of them and it would take time. Perhaps if they could count on Hinata things would have been easier. She had grown rather strong, to the point even if all of his fellow great saints banded together they couldn't beat her. Arnaud guessed that she was currently busy, or else she would be here with him fighting these attackers off. He knew very well how much she cared for the city and its people. It was a relief that all of the citizens were teleported away. He could only guess it was the goddess power that accomplished such a feat. He knew very well that she was in actuality a demon lord, yet that did not change that she was helping humanity. He would not scorn her for her deception, at least not until she proved to be an enemy of humanity. As he made to dash forwards he paused as he sensed a massive aura emerge out of nowhere. R-O-O-O-A-A-A-A-R-R. A massive roar deafened the surroundings. The earth itself shook from the sound waves traveling through the earth. He looked worryingly in the direction of the monstrous presence. It seems the 2 of us will have something else to handle, it seems. Sukuna said. The fox spoke for the first time. Indeed, I am sure Master is aware of what is going on. He must believe in our abilities to have deployed us here. If we are in danger, I am sure he will save us. She spoke with complete certainty. He wondered just what Demon Lord Felix did to get his subordinates to have such faith in him. Sukuna nodded as he held his hand out, and an odd weapon appeared in his hand as small sparks of lightning began to flicker in and out of existence. Indeed, let us go make Lord Felix proud, Kurumi. As both of them vanished, Arno's mind was stuck on one thing. Kurumi, so that was her name. He shook his head and focused on the battle head. He would rely on Sukuna and Kurumi to take on whatever monstrous beast that was. He could tell that Sukuna and Kurumi were both extremely powerful themselves, they had more than double the energy he had. Sukuna seemed to be someone who was used to being in a position of power. He hid it well, but Arno could see it in his eyes. He was completely apathetic to the world around him. He saw almost everyone as beneath him and his values were twisted. Sukuna wasn't the first individual recorded to be like that, and he wouldn't be the last. Many demon lords had similar traits. Arno's only question was how powerful Demon Lord Felix was to have such a powerful subordinate. His instincts were telling him that in a duel Sukuna would mop the floor with him. He scoffed. So much for being the equals of the demon lords. The 9 great saints had much work to do if they wanted to live up to that reputation. But that was why he joined the Western Holy Church. To be like Hinata Sakaguchi, to be a beacon for the people and a protector. He knew it wasn't going to be easy. He just hoped that Demon Lord Felix could keep such a chaotic force under control. Sukuna was powerful, he had more energy than Ser, and as a lieutenant of Demon Lord Felix he had no doubt Sukuna could make use of his power well. He shook his head. He could think about potential threat levels after this mess was taken care of. He winced as he heard a loud boom that shook the very city, shattering the windows of the still-standing buildings and homes as some of the rubble closer to the source of the noise was atomized by the shockwave. Someone was using very, very powerful lightning. He narrowed his eyes as a ground dragon dragged itself around the battlefield. His blade lit up with flames as he charged. Rah! Luminous Valentine. She wore an amused smile as she waited for her targets to arrive in her chambers. It was almost pitiful what Kigali was going through. She had lost almost all her family, her only purpose for existence was to avenge them. Luminous could empathize, but that did not mean she would show mercy to an enemy that had clearly made themselves hostile. She was still quite irritated that Kigali and Granbell had actually created a very well thought out plan. The only thing that doomed them was that she knew about the plan, other than that it was fairly thorough. She had trusted Granbell too much. He had managed to create various secret entrances into various secure places. Some she managed to find, but she couldn't be certain if she found all of them. They had guaranteed multiple entrances into Night Garden and Loon. They had created distractions so her palace would be less guarded than usual. Overall it was a good plan. Ordinarily she wouldn't be here, she would be fighting Granbell, leaving the Holy Ark defenseless other than the barriers and seals she had placed. Sadly for them, Kigali and Granbell were doomed to lose from the start unless she was a fool of the highest order and was unable to take advantage of the advantage she had. Felix was taking care of the 4th member that was sneaking in behind Kigali. She hadn't even known there was a 4th member, which goes to show just how good at stealth that individual must have been. It would have been quite bothersome if she was caught off guard by that. Everything had been going rather well. Hinata's minions had grown stronger and would continue to grow stronger. Her relationship with Felix was prospering. She had her 2 best friends back, and she was living in interesting times. She wouldn't let a helpless muck like Kigali, or her former subordinate, Granbell, take that away from her. She had wanted to be the one to deal with that cretin once and for all, but giving that honor to Hinata wasn't bad. Nikolaus was giving her reports about how the counterattack was going, and according to the reports it was going rather well. Felix's subordinates had been rather helpful in handling the larger threats. Raiden and Siko seemed to be dealing with a rather powerful Majin currently. Nikolaus said that he couldn't tell who was winning or losing as it was above his league. All he could see from the distance he observed was the occasional shadows and the shockwaves their attacks caused. But he was able to at least guess that Siko and Raiden were at least on the defensive due to their positioning and the slight movements he could observe. It must be a rather powerful Majin if the 2 of them were having trouble, even more reason for her to finish up here and then leave to assist those 2. One was a new friend, and the other was her lover's maid and probable lover. He would be sad if either of them died. Though she doubted it would get to that, Felix wouldn't be confident in their abilities for no reason. Lewis was currently in a bunker of sorts a distance outside of Loon. He was managing the civilians Felix teleported away as he was the pope of her religion. "My lady, did you wish for me to deal with these fools?" Gunther asked. Her lips curved upwards. That would crush their spirit, wouldn't it? Seeing you alone decimating them. Very well, but I will intervene should you be outmatched. She doubted that would be needed. Gunther was strong, as was right of her predecessor, the Vampire King. Gunther bowed. As you wish, mistress. It didn't take long for the intruders to arrive. Kigali's eyes widened as she saw her, sitting on her throne leisurely. Shit. She cursed as she shot a glance at her clownish companion. Her voice trembled with urgency, though her expression remained cold and calculating. Tear, this is the worst-case scenario, you know what to do. Tear, as she was called, nodded and quickly assumed a combat stance. Yet Luminous wasn't threatened at all. Her gaze was drawn to the third member of the group. She looked just like Maria Bell did, just older and more mature. It seems Gran Bell truly is a fool, she muttered. She could feel her love energy inside the being. It was an undead corpse, the undead corpse of Gran Bell's long-dead wife, Maria Rosso. The corpse was being sustained by her love energy as well as some sort of undead ritual. It did have quite a lot of energy, far more than what Maria held in life. There are some things that just should not be done, she said as she rose up off her throne. Maria had already passed on to the promised land. Without a soul, resurrection was impossible. Yet it seems Gran Bell had not given up and created an undead of his beloved in the process. The aura radiating from the undead Maria was tremendous. Maria contained centuries worth of love energy that was meant for Gran Bell to maintain his power and youth, which had warped and empowered the corpse. Energy she had given to her luminaries to preserve their youth now pulsed through Maria's lifeless body, making her a being of immense power. And yet, even in this awakened state, Maria was no match for Luminous, especially not with the power of her ultimate skill. Perhaps she would have had some trouble without her ultimate skill. Gran Bell had truly made as many preparations as he could have. If it weren't for her ultimate skill, she would be at an incredible disadvantage now. She turned to Gunther. Plans have changed. I will deal with these fools myself, she told Gunther. She rolled her eyes as she spotted Kigali trying to sneak away under multiple concealment spells. I think not, she scoffed as she snapped her fingers, placing a barrier around the room, one the likes of Kigali and her cohorts had no chance to break. Kigali's head snapped to her. It seems we have no choice, Tyr. A demon lord will be falling today, Kigali said solemnly. Fufufu. She could not help but laugh at that proclamation. Ah, you truly are a pitiful child, she said as she shook her head. She could tell that Kigali was angry at the complete unseriousness of her posture. Still, I am a benevolent demon lord. I shall permit you to announce your names, Luminous spoke. For some reason that only seemed to anger the group more. Kigali scoffed. Do not act so imperiously, Luminous, you know well who we are. How else were you already here waiting for us? Luminous' smile widened as she watched Kigali's face twist in anger. It amused her to no end to see the leader of such a pathetic coup lose her composure. Tear twitched nervously as she sauntered towards the group. Of course I do. But this is formal combat, is it not? The least you can do is introduce yourself before your inevitable defeat, Luminous said, her voice laced with playful malice. Even when Kigali was Demon Lord Kazalem, she hadn't taken her seriously. She saw the games Kazalem was playing, trying to gain support among the Demon Lord Council by recommending Majin that would owe her favors for getting them on the council. It started with Carrion and Fry, then before Kigali could expand she faced a defeat against Leon. Leon was a figure even she was wary of, solely due to the lack of information on his abilities she had. Back then Kigali had hoped to gain control over the Demon Lord Council by having many members among it indebted to her, but one thing Kazalem didn't understand was that behind the politics in the games, among the Demon Lord's power was the key factor. How could it matter if you had half the Demon Lord Council on your side when someone like Guy Crimson could still annihilate them with a look? Their world was an unfair one, some thrived while most suffered, but that was just how it was. Rimuru was the odd one trying to change things. Laplace, Kigali quietly muttered. She raised a brow. Laplace, what happened to him? Kigali demanded. Do you believe you are in a position to be asking me questions? Luminous asked with curiosity. A burst of fighting spirit shot off Kigali. Where is Laplace? Kigali demanded once more as she released the brunt of her aura. Luminous merely smiled as Kigali's vessel began to get damaged as it was not built to channel much power. At most Kigali could exert the power of a greater Majin, the power level of an insignificant insect. She rolled her eyes. Like a child demanding attention, she sighed. Tear. Take her out, Kigali demanded with a growl as she prepared her own magic circle. With a quick glance she immediately discounted the magic circle. No magic Kigali could currently wield would even scratch her. It was almost pitiful what had happened to someone who was once considered her peer. She didn't even bother calling on her beloved weapon, she wouldn't stain it with the blood of these fools. Kigali's spells crashed harmlessly against her as her physique dealt with the brunt of the damage. Damn it, Kigali yelled as she took out an artifact of some kind. Luminous paid her no mind as her attention was focused on Maria, who dashed forwards, leaving a shockwave that crashed against the barrier. Luminous casually raised an arm, blocking Maria's punch. She raised a brow as she felt some love energy attempt to invade and harm her body. It seems after becoming so infused with love energy, Maria can now wield it to a certain extent. She quickly analyzed Maria in her entirety. She knew that Maria was an undead of some kind, one that had been infused by her love energy, but that was all. Granbell probably preserved Maria's body and then used her corpse to create this death golem. No, that's not right. This carcass has no free will. This must be a familiar summoned by the necromancy spell Raise Undead. To have resorted to such forbidden sorcery, has that man really fallen that low? She could only sigh at the depths a once hero had fallen to. She could understand wanting to bring back a loved one from death, she didn't personally understand it, but she could intellectually understand it. Yet to go so far as to desecrate a loved one's corpse. All for a mere shadow of what once was. Granbell had to have gone crazy in his grief. Granbell and Maria were a very close couple. Maria was known as a saintess, she supported Granbell throughout his life in the Western nations. It was with Maria's help that Granbell managed to equal her to a certain extent, though she was far weaker back then. Luminous blinked as all of a sudden a burst of force shot out of Maria. She casually blocked Tyr's punch as she felt the force behind the punch pass through her body. Her hand gripped the fist, a moment later Tyr boomed to the other side of the room as she focused back on Maria. She's not even taking us seriously. She heard Kigali scream, but Luminous ignored her. Maria went on to use multiple other abilities that could be classified as unique skills. Each rather complex and unrelated to the others. Granbell had to have done something to grant Maria this much power, even her love energy wouldn't be capable of this, at least not in the quantity that she gave Granbell, and not without significant development. All of a sudden a realization came to mind. Granbell was known for having many otherworlders under his employ, if you could consider what he did to them as that. He fused otherworlders in Maria. She muttered to herself as she punched Maria in the stomach, sending her crashing into a wall. It was possible and something she could do with Asmodeus, Lord of Lust. She learned what she wished to, now she would begin to take her opponents seriously and deal with them. She turned to face Kigali and Tyr. Tyr was standing in front of Kigali protectively as Kigali's sides lit up with magic circles. Any last words? She asked casually. Kigali grit her teeth. Screw you. Luminous boomed forwards at speeds neither Tyr or Kigali could follow, her fist lit up with fighting spirit that was shaped like a blade and more potent than many god-grade weapons. In the blink of an eye her fist pierced through Tyr's chest. Tyr coughed out her lifeblood as she looked down at her chest in complete shock. She had used Asmodeus's power to instantly suck all of Tyr's life essence, of which she had quite a lot. She would die within moments. She quickly feasted on the energy from Tyr, empowering herself with it slightly. Luminous casually withdrew her fist from Tyr as she looked at Kigali who wore a similar look of shock. Tear. Kigali cried out in pain, yet before Kigali could make a move Luminous was already in front of her. Her hand gripped Kigali's neck as she was lifted up off the floor. Luminous tilted her head as she stared into Kigali's hate-filled eyes. This is all a rather unfortunate situation. She began. If you kept to yourself, and accepted your loss you could have lived a good life, not the greatest, but one that is good enough. I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Kigali spat out. She raised a brow. If that is what you wish. Luminous said as she casually crushed Kigali's neck. She made sure to destroy her spiritual body, preventing Kigali from sticking around, while also absorbing her energy, empowering herself slightly as she did with Tyr. Kigali's soul would return to the cycle and she would reincarnate as all beings did. Luminous let go of Kigali, dropping her to the ground as she turned around to face Maria who had recovered from the thrashing she had received. Now to deal with you. She muttered to herself. Maria attempted to dash forwards, but Luminous appeared behind Maria and held her still by her shoulder. She used Asmodeus' power to erase the essences of the otherworlders inside of Maria as well as to extract the love energy from Maria. As while Maria had embraced and adapted to the love energy, in the end it was still and always would be hers. Maria immediately ceased moving and would have fallen forwards if Luminous hadn't held onto her. I'll give you a proper resting place. She muttered. One with Gran. She was once friends of sorts with Granbell and Maria, despite everything she would at least allow them to rest in peace. Take care of her, Gunther. She ordered. Gunther appeared beside her. As you wish. He said as he took Maria from her. She turned to look at Tyr who was leaking blood over the floor, just as Kigali was. Clean this up, and give them a proper burial. She added. She flicked her blood-soaked arm outward, a rush of wind followed in its wake, as the blood on her arm from Tyr was flung off. Gunther bowed. In the blink of an eye she vanished, floating above Loon. She locked in on Siko and Raiden's presence. They were fighting a fairly powerful Magian, one more powerful than Gunther energy-wise, and Gunther was her most powerful subordinate as she didn't see Hinata as a subordinate anymore. She could sense Hinata and Granbell clashing, as well as various other forces fighting each other. All in all, while it would take some time to repair everything, Loon would grow stronger from this. She wished to check on Hinata, but she trusted her friend to deal with Granbell. Her current priority was Raiden and Siko. In the blink of an eye she appeared above Raiden and Siko who were clashing with some kind of insectoid Magian. She watched for a moment, admiring their capabilities. Raiden was summoning bolts of lightning that even Gunther would be careful of, and Gunther was her strongest subordinate, one with thousands of years of experience, a progenitor in his own right. Felix truly had all the luck with his subordinates. She decided to watch for a moment to understand Seiko and Raiden's capabilities. They weren't in any extreme danger at the moment, she would step in if they were. Perhaps she could give them advice in the future, it would be a way to bond with them perhaps. She watched with interest as Raiden moved in a blur of motion. Even Luminous had trouble tracking Raiden as she was moving at the speed of lightning by transforming herself into lightning incarnate, practically becoming an elemental of sorts by converting her physical form into that of lightning. In fact, it could be considered a form of spiritualization, though she imagined it was incredibly draining. She ignored the rising temperature from the lightning as she continued to observe. A large storm was gathering overhead as bolts of lightning randomly struck down at the insectoid Majin, yet despite all odds the Majin seemed to be brushing all the attacks off. Luminous' eyes narrowed as she attempted to decipher the phenomena occurring in front of her. He has a high level of magic resistance. Luminous almost flinched at the seductive voice she heard. She quickly turned around only to be greeted by the woman that Felix had created. That had come out of him. Luminous wasn't quite sure what Felix had done. Her eyes roamed over the woman's supple form. She was curvy in all the right places, she wasn't extremely gifted, but everything fit the woman's rather slim form. All in all, she was one of the most beautiful Luminous had ever seen, and that was saying something. The woman raised a brow before huffing in amusement. It seems my master's understanding of you is fairly accurate. You are a lewd vampire, as he calls it. Luminous smirked as she cocked her hips. I am what I am, Felix knows, and accepts that. She wouldn't let her desires control her, and she was far too prideful to sleep with others that were below her standards. Not to mention until recently she believed that men did not hold her interest. Not to mention she knew Felix. He was a prideful and jealous sort, he wouldn't like it if she partook in another's company, at least not without him there. It was a simple fact, in the same vein as the fact that she was Luminous Valentine, Felix White could not share, the sole corridor between them told her that much. But she was already well aware that Felix was a hypocrite and a brat of the highest order. She was fine with seeing how things would go for now, but she wouldn't let go of him if she could help it. If it didn't work, then it didn't work. It was difficult enough to toughen up and corner Felix. She was not particularly interested in any more romantic companionship other than that of potentially Hinata's. Perhaps if she got to know Felix's other lovers that would change, but she was satisfied with what she had. Back when Chloe and Hinata first spoke about Felix, she wouldn't have imagined things turning out as they did, but that was the wonder of life, unexpected things tended to happen from time to time. Now who could you be? Luminous asked. The woman merely smiled. I am Othinus, my master's partner. She raised a brow. His partner. It is rather odd that I have not heard about you. She hadn't heard Felix mention any sort of Othinus before, Hinata and Chloe hadn't mentioned the existence of this woman either, and Chloe knew quite a bit. Othinus turned away from her, focusing back on the fight occurring beneath them. I suppose my master merely has not had an opportunity to share my existence with others, there has been no reason to after all. She was beginning to suspect what this woman was. If Othinus was a part of Felix, that would explain why her body came out of Felix's own body. You're a Monus, aren't you? Luminous said. Othinus merely nodded. Indeed. I am the Monus Othinus. It is a pleasure to meet you in person, Luminous. Luminous' lips twitched at the conformation. I am highly motivated by your guys' reviews and likes, so do that. I'll probably keep writing or something. Author's note, hello everyone, back with another chapter of Daemon. A continuation of the attack, of course, the POVs are spread out so you all can understand what's happening during the attack. Hinata is having her fun with Granbell, Arno was meant to represent the POVs of the Paladins as they fought off the monsters attacking, and then Luminous was to finally give an end to Kigali. Honestly, she is a pitiful person, as Luminous said. She lost everything because of too much ambition and not enough ability, she was just fueled off hopes and dreams at this point, other than that she was just waiting to be put out of her misery. R.I.P. Kigali and company anyways, thanks for reading, peace. Thanks to Salanti and Flowerman for baiting this chapter. Also, you guys should check out Bon Voyage Tensura FIC, it's pretty damn good. Chapter 166, Chapter 96, Attack on Rabirius Part. Story, I'm a demon, so what? Disclaimer, I do not own the original setting. Chapter 96, Attack on Rabirius Part. There are up to 15 chapters ahead at patreon.com/theagbasilisk. Seiko. She glared intensely in the weird bug's direction as she and Raiden desperately attempted to strategize. The environment was scorched with burn marks from Raiden's lightning, and random craters scattered around from her own strikes. Her purple suit had almost been completely ruined, showcasing a good portion of her skin. Yet, in an instant, the fibers came to life as they began to heal. In a matter of seconds, the tattered suit was back to new, repaired to perfection using the magic hills in the air. It was a gift from Felix-sama, after all, and he would only give her the best. Raiden was in her humanoid dragon form, her soft skin covered in countless violet scales that increased her physical strength and defenses. Yet this way, she kept her agility and speed and didn't suffer from the disadvantage of becoming a larger target in her normal dragon form. Turning into her complete draconic form would increase the amount of power Raiden could output at once, but that wouldn't help them much now. Earlier on, Raiden had turned into living lightning, giving her more spiritual properties, but even that increase in power wasn't enough. The bug magent's armor still dealt with the attacks Raiden sent as a living font of lightning, and Raiden's power was not to be underestimated in that state of being. The bug magent didn't even seem to be bothered that they were coming up with a plan against him, his stance radiating an air of confidence. It was as if they were so below his notice that no plan they could come up with would manage to harm him. His cold, dismissive eyes seemed to mock their efforts, filling the air with an unsettling sense of futility. He was looking down on them, she knew that. It was a well-earned arrogance too. No matter what attack she and Raiden threw at the Magen, nothing worked. Her battle will wasn't strong enough to break through that weird armor, and Cook hadn't been sufficient so far when it came to directly altering the properties of the armor, and Raiden's magic just dispelled harmlessly against it. Without breaking through that armor, they had no chance at defeating him. Both she and Raiden were well aware of that, the weight of their failure already pressing on their minds. He's far stronger than us. Raiden muttered, her voice heavy with reluctant acknowledgement. Siko nodded, feeling a pang of frustration rise in her chest. It was rather discouraging that after all the training she had endured, she still wasn't able to take care of Felix-sama's enemies. Her hard work, her determination, none of it seemed to be enough against this monstrous opponent. Every time she thought she was finally strong enough, another stronger enemy would appear just to show her how wrong she was. She gripped onto her beloved weapon tightly, knuckles white with resolve. That just meant she had to try harder, to surpass her limits. She couldn't afford to doubt herself now. In this world, doubting oneself already meant defeat. She just had to find a way. Plus ultra, as Felix-sama had said to Hinata. Felix-sama trusted them to take care of his enemies, so she wouldn't fail, and she was sure Raiden felt similarly. Still, that didn't change the fact that they were being suppressed by the weird bug. They weren't completely losing, but they weren't even close to winning either. She allowed the bug to land his blows on her since all of her wounds could automatically be healed. Ultra speed regeneration was one of her most useful abilities in this fight since her cook wasn't enough. No matter how vast the difference in strength, she could still rely on this ultra speed regeneration to get an edge. Healing so fast took energy, and the more she tanked the hits, the more exhausted she would become. Usually, she would have been able to finish the fight before it became an issue, but now that strategy wasn't going to work. Raiden didn't have ultra speed regeneration, but her scales and speed protected her from most blows. However, that didn't mean that she also wasn't starting to feel the exhaustion of the battle. Even with a defense like hers, enough attacks would be enough to leave a bruise. Siko was the main fighter while Raiden relied on her speed and raw power to attack the Magent's blind spots, yet that wasn't enough. You two are impressive enough. The Magent's deep voice echoed. Yet you are still too weak, surrender. You two may have a place in Granbel's world. Siko scoffed. Never. Felix-sama said to never trust the villains. You were usually just a loose end to them, in his own words. The Magen tilted his head as if he couldn't understand why she rejected. He sighed. How unfortunate. There has been corpse after corpse, left in my wake. And now it seems I cannot spare you. Heed my words, I am Razel, the Guardian of the West, and I have never known defeat. He declared solemnly. The Guardian of the West is the person who had been defending the Western nations from the demons of Guy Crimson for centuries. That was troublesome. We need more information before we come up with an effective plan. Raiden said. Siko nodded. Right, again. Raiden nodded. Again. In an instant, Siko and Raiden split off in opposite directions, the terrain beneath them shattering from the force of their rapid movement. Raiden's form blurred with crackling lightning, leaving afterimages as she circled Razel at impossible speeds. The Magen barely moved, his cold, unwavering eyes tracking their movements with ease. Siko, in the meantime, lunged straight for him, her odachi raised high. The sharp whistle of her blade cutting through the air was drowned out by the rumbling of Raiden's lightning overhead. Thunder break! Raiden's voice roared through the chaos as she unleashed a barrage of electric bolts down upon Razel from every angle, the crackling energy filling the air with a deafening hum. At the same moment, Siko struck with her full strength, the edge of her weapon glowing faintly with her fighting spirit. She was aiming to find some sort of weak point, his armor couldn't be foolproof. But once again, Razel didn't flinch. The ground beneath his feet seemed to hum as his aura pulsed outward, a dense, impenetrable shield that effortlessly absorbed both the electric onslaught and the strike from her own weapon. The blade slammed against the armor, causing a violent explosion of air from the force of the collision. Yet her attack failed to leave more than a faint mark. Raiden's lightning also dissipated into the air, harmless, as though it had never been summoned. TCH. Raiden clicked her tongue in frustration, her speed making her a blur as she continued to reposition, searching for an opening. Siko, undeterred, launched another series of rapid strikes, each one fueled by her burning desire to surpass her limits, but each swing was met with the same infuriating result, Razel's seemingly invincible defense. It felt like striking against a mountain. She had no idea how to get through his defense, but she would keep trying while trying to observe for some sort of weakness. Razel finally moved, faster than Siko could react, and his palm thrust forward with incredible force. It connected with her abdomen, and she felt the wind rush out of her lungs as her body was hurled back across the battlefield, crashing through a nearby boulder. Yet even as the sharp pain flared through her body, her ultra-speed regeneration kicked in, healing her wounds almost instantly. Siko! Raiden shouted, her voice strained as she pushed herself harder, sparks of frustration mingling with her lightning which was flickering in and out of existence. They were both starting to feel the drain, neither of them could keep this up much longer without an answer. They both had tremendous amounts of energy, but their reserves were finite. They would be fine for the foreseeable future, but if they couldn't find a way to bypass Razel's armor then they could not win. Razel's crimson eyes shone, a flicker of something sinister passing over his bug-like as if he was growing tired of their fight. With a sudden movement, his hand shot out, this time toward Raiden. A blast of dark energy exploded from his palm, aimed directly at her. Raiden dodged just in time, the sheer force of the energy passing by her leaving deep gouges in the earth behind her. Siko wiped the blood from her lip and grinned. She wouldn't be giving up, she just had to surpass her limits. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for, despite training her ass off she knew she fought best when in true danger. It sent her instincts into overdrive. Without warning, Siko's aura surged, her fighting spirit flaring more intensely than before. Her body glowed with a radiant red hue as she enhanced herself with fighting spirit. She didn't care about pain or the seemingly indestructible armor anymore. If they couldn't win with precision, then she'd simply overwhelm him. She was pushing her skill, Ogre Berserker, to the limits, in fact she was surpassing her limits. She hadn't ever managed to reinforce herself to the extent she was doing now, thankfully she succeeded in the nick of time, while fighting her strongest foe yet no less. Felix-sama is counting on us, Raiden. Siko yelled as she placed her Odachi over her shoulder. Raiden's gaze didn't leave Razel, but she nodded as she twirled her Tachi lightly. They both refused to accept failure as an option. Razel merely tilted his head. Truly magnificent. Even amongst the demons of Guy Crimson, few have been able to stand against me for so long, Razel praised. Siko's eyes narrowed. It was humiliating to be complimented by an opponent she hadn't even scratched. Shut up. I'll rip that smugness off your face. Siko shouted as she blinked forward, leaving a sonic explosion in her wake. She raised her sword high and then brought it down with multiple tons of force. Razel was completely unmoved. He simply raised his left arm and caught her blade midair. She felt tremors pass through her arms as a loud clang reverberated. The floor under Razel exploded from the force of the impact, yet he simply stood there, unmoved. Raiden saw this attack as an opening, and charging her Tachi with as much lightning as she could, she practically teleported behind him. Yet Razel simply ignored her, not even bothering to turn around as he pulled his fist back and sent a casual punch with enough force to explode her organs. Siko barely managed to block the attack with the flat of her Odachi, yet she still had to grit her teeth to withstand the shockwaves, her beautiful weapon revealing a few cracks as she got sent sliding backward from the force. Thankfully, her weapon was just like her and quickly began to heal as she coursed magicules through it. In the meantime, Raiden struck with her Tachi directly on the Magian's neck. Her lightning crackled and exploded, lighting up the area around them in a flashing light, yet even then, her attack was proven completely ineffective against Razel's armor. If I win, Felix-sama will praise me. If I fail, he will be disappointed in me. That thought was what kept her going. She and Raiden continued their battle in earnest, no longer dwelling on their dwindling reserves. As long as they desired something then they would get it. That was something that Siko fundamentally believed. Her will just needed to be strong enough. Maybe that was where she had gone wrong. Her will had been so weak that she had given up on her technique too early and had simply decided for brute force. She returned to her old fighting style the moments things got hard. Her fighting style had changed compared to that of the past, following the suggestions of Arcuade and Megumin. She had devoted herself to Hakuru's teachings when she was in Tempest, as well as what she learned from Hinata and Felix-sama. She learned to value the importance of technique instead of relying on brute force. Her fight with Razel had further honed her swordsmanship, but before she could make that breakthrough she had stopped. Not anymore. Siko swung her Odachi with all her might, sending a shockwave rippling through the air, aiming straight for Razel. Raiden mirrored her move, lightning surging along her blade as both attacks hurtled towards the Magian. Their eyes met for a brief second, a silent exchange passing between them. They weren't done yet. Siko jumped up into the air, her Odachi raised above her as she focused on her unique skill, Cook. Certain outcome allowed for any action to result in an outcome that she wanted. She focused the power of certain outcome onto her Odachi. The outcome she desired was destroying Razel's armor in one hit. She wanted to bend the rules to get the outcome she desired above all else. She had tried it before, but she failed. Still, she did not fall into despair. She believed, with every fiber of her being, that her wish would come true as long as she kept pushing. Razel calmly parried Cheyenne's attacks. He attacked and defended with mechanical precision. He was entirely nonchalant in how he calmly handled her and Raiden's coordinated attacks. This was a Magen that had defended the Western nations from the demons of Guy Crimson for centuries. His combat experience surpassed hers by a massive margin, yet she was still trying to defeat Razel. Perhaps that made her a fool, but she always liked idiots more. Her and Raiden continued to fight for what felt like ages, though it likely hadn't even been half an hour, yet no progress had been made. She tried every trick in the book. She pushed her intrinsic skill, Ogre Berserker, to the limits. She used Cook to the limits. Her willpower was drained and she was beginning to feel the strain. Siko knew if something didn't change soon, then she and Raiden would lose. And going by the grim look on Raiden's face, she knew that as well. She didn't let any of her feelings show on her face as she calmly deflected the shockwave from Razel's punch. She and Raiden were mostly on the defensive in the latter part of this fight. Siko's head snapped in Raiden's direction for a moment as she felt her friend's power swell and multiply. Razel similarly gazed at Raiden. Then all of a sudden Raiden collapsed and cried out in pain. Siko's eyes widened. Raiden. Focus on the fight, Siko. Raiden grit out as she slowly stood up. She could tell Raiden was on the brink of collapsing, yet she refused to give up. Siko nodded, respecting her friend's will as Raiden began slowly approaching her. Razel calmly walked forwards as she and Raiden stood next to each other. With each step he took, his aura swelled and multiplied. He was holding back. Raiden gritted out with frustration. Siko nodded. You are indeed strong. And you should be proud of that. But you can't win against me. You failed to damage my shell. You're finished. You should just give up and surrender. I have taken a liking to you, so I am offering this final opportunity. Razel declared. Siko clicked her tongue. You just don't get it, do you? I will surpass my limits here and now. We will beat you. She declared with confidence. Razel tilted his head in what seemed to be amusement. It was hard to read the facial expressions of an insect. But there was something in his stance that suggested he found her words entertaining. Siko activated thought acceleration and thought back to everything she had experienced, hoping for some form of inspiration. Before meeting Felix Sama, she was a fairly standard Magen. She pursued strength above all else, because strength is what secured safety in this world. If you were strong, then you were right. That's just how the world worked. She believed that if you were weak you would die and deserve to be exploited. It wasn't until she herself died that she realized just how wrong her thought process was. From an outside view, perhaps Felix Sama seemed similar in that respect, yet he wasn't. He was a tyrant of the highest order, yet he cared for those below him, those that were mere ants to his existence. He enjoyed his power because it allowed him to have fun. Those were his own words. He didn't dislike anyone for being weak. He didn't exploit those who were weak. Those in his territory were given a fair share and had to work for what they had, but there wasn't any exploitation. Working to survive was only natural, as long as one still got time to enjoy their life. It was only after she herself died that she realized that life had more meaning than simply being strong. Strength and weakness had no meaning. If you were bad at something, then you were good at something else. Combat strength was merely one form of power. There were many other forms. Q-Robe was one such individual. He was not strong in the traditional sense, yet he could make weapons that kingdoms would go to war over. After coming back to life, Siko decided she wanted to understand what it meant to be alive. She started that by becoming lovers with Felix Sama, to understand that form of love, and she hadn't regretted it since. Their relationship was different compared to the ones she grew up around. After coming back alive, she decided that she wanted to grow as a person. She let go of her ugly emotions, her envy of Raiden's position, of others close to Felix Sama, and simply decided that she would focus on her own growth. As long as she grew when compared to the her of the day before, then she would be satisfied. Confirmation complete. The intrinsic skill, Ogre Berserker of the individual Siko, has evolved into the unique skill, Divine Berserker. Siko let a vicious smirk form on her face. She looked to Raiden and found a similar smile on her own face. They would win this. Siko just knew it. Raiden. Raiden panted, sweat dripping down her face as she fought to steady her breathing. All the while, Razel began grandstanding. He was a fool if he believed they would surrender at this point. So far everything she threw at Razel had been insufficient. Even turning into lightning for more raw power was not worth it due to the massive energy drain. As Siko blocked one of Razel's punches, Raiden closed her eyes and focused on channeling the energy of the planet itself. Sir Midray had taught her the art, planetary assimilation, which involved taking the energy of the planet itself into her body. The strain on the body is immense as most are not built to channel that much energy, yet if winning was the objective it would work. She hadn't managed to succeed in performing the art even under Sir Midray's guidance. Even guiding the energy of the planet slightly was a momentous task, yet there was no time like the present. Raiden clenched her fists, her breath steadying as she focused inward. She felt the pulse of the planet beneath her feet, the deep, ancient rhythm of life that Sir Midray had once guided her toward. Her senses attuned to the earth, the veins of energy coursing through it, she could almost taste the raw power within reach. So much energy was coursing through the planet even now, and drawing on even a fraction of a fraction would bestow one with incredible strength. Even her master had said the planet itself was almost like a living thing, and the planet's energy was immense. Her master had said it eclipsed even his own reserves, and her master had over 50 times more EP than her. Come on. She muttered under her breath, her body trembling as she willed the energy to flow into her. Siko was buying time for her. They had tried almost everything they could think of, even Siko's cook wasn't powerful enough as Siko's energy and perhaps her will was lacking. The ground beneath her feet began to rumble softly, a response to her call. She felt a surge of warmth run up her legs, then through her core, spreading outward to her fingertips. For a brief moment, Raiden thought she had succeeded. She felt an almost unending torrent of power flood through her body. Razel's head snapped in her direction, as for the first time he took her seriously. But then, without warning, the warmth turned into a searing heat, overwhelming her senses. Her muscles stiffened painfully, her veins felt like they were on fire, and her vision blurred. She lost control of the unending energy. It was too much power at once. Sir Midray had taken centuries to master the art of planetary assimilation. To expect to do the same in a fraction of the time was too much, yet it was her only hope. She screamed through gritted teeth, trying to hold onto the power, but it slipped through her grasp like sand. The energy lashed out uncontrollably, causing the earth around her to crack and splinter, sending debris flying in every direction. Raiden collapsed to one knee, gasping for air. Her limbs felt heavy, and her head pounded with the force of what she had attempted. She hadn't been able to control it. She was still too weak. Raiden. Focus on the fight, Siko. She grit out. They couldn't afford to be distracted right now. Razel was an absolute monster, his combat experience outshone theirs, and his energy reserves were larger than theirs. Yet his armor was the biggest reason for their failure so far. She had hoped to use planetary assimilation to elevate one of her attacks to damage if not destroy the armor. She stood up and appeared next to Siko, fighting through the immense pain she was currently in due to overexerting herself. They needed to group together to have a chance of defending against Razel. With each step Razel took, his aura swelled and multiplied. He was holding back. Raiden grit out. The only reason they had lasted so far was because of Siko's ultra-speed regeneration, and her own speed causing most of Razel's attacks to miss. Siko nodded. You are indeed strong. And you should be proud of that. But you can't win against me. You failed to damage my shell. You're finished. You should just give up and surrender. I have taken a liking to you, so I am offering this final opportunity. Razel declared. Siko clicked her tongue. You just don't get it, do you? I will surpass my limits here and now, we will beat you. She declared with confidence. Raiden nodded along with Siko. Just because her plans failed so far, didn't mean her next plan would fail. She was stubborn and would keep trying to fulfill her master's orders, as she should as his maid. Razel took another step forwards, his aura pressed against her own dragon's haki and Siko's mortal fear. The air almost seemed to crack under their combined pressure. Yet his aura held the advantage, even against both of theirs. It just went to show that despite all the training she had undergone, it still wasn't enough. If she wanted to be the best maid, then she would have to put in even more effort. She thought back to everything that had happened since she was born. As a dragon she was practically a mass of energy. Before she met her master she barely had any thoughts of her own. She merely survived, and then she was named by her master. That was when everything changed. Her ego was still underdeveloped back then. She saw that her master liked maids, so she would become a maid to please him. She didn't attempt to think for herself as she didn't need to. She could leave everything to her master. The first time that changed was when Tempest was attacked by the Falmouth military. She had found the bodies of people that were nice to her. She had seen the body of Siko. That was when she realized that she wasn't enough. She had to be more if she wanted to be the best version of herself. And then she met Sir Midray some time after. He had told her that she wasn't complete in a way, that she was a gem waiting to be polished, but she had to change in order to truly fulfill her potential. She had to become her own person, and so she stepped out of her comfort zone, outside of her role as a maid, and explored herself. That was when she learned that there were many other things to be enjoyed about life. Her life didn't have to revolve around being a maid for her master. Even better, her master seemed to be genuinely happy that she was changing, that she was growing as a person. Her master approved, so she must have been on the right track. Ever since then she had been stepping further and further outside of her comfort zone. She spoke with the people under her master more rather than just ignoring them. She found hobbies that she enjoyed during her free time. She found it in herself to question her master's motives from time to time. Yet that didn't change that her dream was to become the perfect maid for her master. In fact, it only strengthened her resolve for her dream. She would become the perfect maid, for she was Raiden. It was as simple as that. All of a sudden she felt something within her change. Unique skill, made acquisition successful. She blinked as everything became clear. She could feel an uncharacteristic grin form on her face. Her head snapped to Siko, who wore a similar grin. One final attack, Siko. She voiced out. Siko merely nodded as she gazed at Razzle. Razzle shifted on his feet slightly, as if he realized their threat level had increased drastically. Raiden's eyes narrowed as she felt Siko's body change. She knew very well what a spiritual body looked and felt like, and according to her own senses, Siko was a spiritual life form. Did she evolve? Raiden shook her head. No, it didn't seem like Siko evolved. Raiden could sense Siko's energy reserves as they had made a soul connection to assist in their coordination for this fight, and currently Siko's magical reserves were draining at an astronomical rate. Siko likely acquired a skill that allowed her to temporarily take on the properties of a spiritual life form, similar to Benimaru's flame transformation, and her own lightning transformation. Something like that granted an incredible amount of raw power. But raw power had been shown to not be enough so far, but she trusted Siko to know what she was doing. As Razzle's body lit up with fighting spirit, Raiden focused inwards. She would be the one leading this final attack with Siko following up. She activated thought acceleration and called upon the power of her new unique skill, Maid. The sub-skill service made it so that as long as Raiden believed she could win, and there was an actual possibility of victory, then her skill would guide her towards her desired outcome. This was not as direct as it sounded, as she would need to follow her instinct. This was a passive sub-skill. However, this was restricted in that Service's guidance made use of her own information, so if her enemy had some hidden ace she didn't know about, Service could not account for it, but it could fill in the smaller gaps for her. The second sub-skill is perfection. Whenever she is completing her duties as a maid, she will do whatever her master orders her to do perfectly. If she is ordered to kill someone, she will do it in the perfect way. To cook food, she will do it perfectly. However, if an opponent is above her level, she will have to rely on Service to guide her actions, as this skill does not make the impossible possible. This is also a passive ability that guides her unconsciously. Then the final sub-skill is servitude. She can reside in her master's shadow for as long as she wishes, and she will feel a tug whenever her master desires her presence. She can allow the tug to pull her, instantly transporting her to her master's side. Even most barriers would fail to hold her back when using this sub-skill. She called upon Service and Perfection to help guide her actions. She needed to create some sort of opening for Siko's certain outcome to take advantage of. That was her objective. She began channeling the energy of the planet once again, remembering Midray's advices. Service took everything into account. She felt the way the energy flowed in her body change, as subtle misalignments were fixed, as she channeled the energy more efficiently, as she began to respect the planet itself. Her master was right, the planet was almost a living being. She needed to create a close bond with the planet itself to be able to use planetary assimilation properly, something that required mutual respect, and so she conveyed her will to the planet, her desire to succeed. Raiden's muscles tensed, trembling under the pressure of the immense energy she was trying to harness. Her entire body was straining as if the very essence of the planet was fighting her will to control it, yet as time went on, she could feel the energy soothe the aches in her body as it began to bend under her control. She refused to let go despite the increasing strain. Not now. Not when they were so close to the brink. Her mind flickered to her master's lessons, how he always emphasized patience and control, qualities she had yet to fully master. "You're trying to sprint before you can walk," Sir Midray had often warned her. But what did it matter now? They didn't have time for patience. She was sure he would be rather upset at her relying on her skill as a crutch to use planetary assimilation, but she could deal with his scolding later. All of a sudden she felt everything snap into place. "Get ready, Siko." She grit out as she channeled the energy of the planet into her Tachi. Thankfully her Tachi was strong enough not to shatter from the sheer power it channeled. Sparks of lightning flickered around her as Razzle appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye, an odd seriousness shone in Razzle's crimson eyes. "It seems I have played around long enough." Razzle grunted as he punched forwards, creating a sonic explosion around his fist. Raiden resolved herself to take the hit so as to land her own strike. In the blink of an eye her Tachi met Razzle's armor, and it cracked under the strain of her Tachi. Shockwaves emanate from their clash, brutalizing the surroundings. That was all she saw before blood spurted out of her mouth as an explosive amount of force erupted from her midsection. She was sent flying away. All that she could hope was that Siko managed to take advantage of the opportunity. Through blurry eyes the last thing she saw was a blonde-haired woman. "Well done, Siko." She grit her teeth as she ignored her friend for the moment. After Razzle sent Raiden flying away, he calmly looked down to his chest. One of his hands slowly rose as he lightly touched the crack on his armor. "All that for just a crack," he said, but she could feel his respect for Raiden grow. Even Siko was rather shocked at what Raiden managed to do. She wasn't sure if with all her power she could manage to crack the armor of Razel, yet Raiden managed it. Her energy was rapidly draining as Divine Berserker elevated her flesh temporarily. It granted her a boost in raw power, but she couldn't hold this state for long, and she would be sore for a long while when she returned to normal. But as long as she beat Razel, then it would be worth it. Razel lowered his hands as he faced her. Perhaps she could have attacked while Razel was distracted, but despite everything, Siko was an honorable fighter. Even if this was a 2v1, she wouldn't defeat her greatest obstacle yet with a sneak attack. Razel tilted his head. Your friend managed to land a rather lasting wound. It seems I was too lax to not take you too seriously from the start. Razel said as he began to focus his remaining fighting spirit into his fist. Siko raised her Odachi as she began channeling her own fighting spirit. Her focus was on the crack that Raiden managed to create with her last attack. Under the influence of Divine Berserker, her aura increased by multiple times and even began to overwhelm Razel's. Siko dashed forwards at speeds she couldn't even dream of before. In her perception it was as if the world itself was paused, with he being the only one to move. Yet that was when Razel, for the first time since the fight had begun, moved backwards. Siko's body was moving on pure instinct, following everything she had learned. Her footsteps were light yet powerful as she moved. Each step only briefly touched the ground, yet it left an explosion behind her. Razel, on the other hand, moved in a strange pattern unlike any she had seen before. She was certainly faster, but she couldn't quite reach him. Taking in a deep breath, Siko relaxed her body, slowing down for an instant before launching herself directly at Razel and closing in the gap. Knowing he could no longer dodge, Razel stopped in his tracks and prepared to defend himself. Siko's Odachi was raised high as she began to use Cook to manifest her desired outcome. With all her willpower infused in her strike, it could cut through all the laws in the world. Yet, Razel dodged her first swing, moving his body just out of reach as he sent a punch in her direction. His fist collided against her chest, yet even as she felt her body collapse under the pressure, she continued on. Swinging her sword once again, Razel weaved back, coating his fists in fighting spirit and sending aura blasts in her direction. Yet her Odachi cut through them as if they were butter, dispersing the energy and the attacks away as she moved to him. It seems I must extinguish thy flame. Razel muttered, standing his ground as he prepared for a final attack. Chaotic fate. Siko yelled as Razel sent a fist covered in aura in her direction. Yet, this time, it was she who dodged. The fist passed by her head, missing her by only a few hairs as she aimed her Odachi directly at Razel's armor. Or, more precisely, the crack Raiden managed to form. The moment she struck, they both froze in their places. Razel's fist still stretched past her face. Then, he felt the power that seeped through the crack, affecting his entire body. The crack slowly began to expand and spread, slowly overtaking his entire body. Then, Razel took a step back as he collapsed to his knees. Both of your strengths. Extraordinary. He muttered as he looked up into the sky in defeat. Oh, dearest Granbell, my master. I'm sorry, I have finally met my match. And with that Razel's armor, or rather his shell shattered as he turned into motes of light. His body turned into energy and vanished. Suddenly her legs began shaking as Divine Berserker wore off. She stabbed her Odachi into the ground to use as a crutch, yet her grip loosened as she began falling. Just before she was about to collapse, she felt herself land in someone's arms. Good job, Siko. You surpassed your limits, as Felix likes to say. Sukuna. He allowed a mad cackle to leave his throat as he gestured towards the monster that had leaped at him. Moments later the monster was cut apart into pieces. He and Kurumi had just left the company of that oddly strong human. In his experiences humans tended to be weak, but this world was one of many wonders. Ah, I've missed this, the chaos, the destruction, the pain. It's all so much like the Heian era. He yelled in glee. He finally had the chance to allow his inner demon out, to stop holding back. His eyes were locked with that of a dragon, one that was merely observing him. It's intelligent. Fufufu, I have not seen you like this before, Sukuna. He heard a seductive voice say behind him. He looked towards Kurumi, one of his lord's fellow subordinates. It was still odd to refer to someone as his lord. He knew he had been changed. He still had the memories of when he was the king of curses, yet the emotions behind those memories were dull to the point that he didn't mind his new place in life. He didn't mind how he had been forcefully changed. The weak serve at the whims of the strong after all. I am merely enjoying the opportunity to let loose. He responded diplomatically. He wasn't all that close to many people. Kurumi merely raised a brow as a monster that was attempting to sneak attack her was crushed by gravity. Kurumi tilted her head. I see, did you wish to handle the dragon then? Sukuna nodded. I do. Kurumi nodded. I will go after the one behind these monsters then. Good luck. She said as she vanished. Sukuna turned around, facing the dragon who merely looked down at him arrogantly. Despite being under someone's control, it seems it still retained its general characteristics. Sukuna slowly walked forwards, as 2 more arms unveiled from his torsos, and his 2 extra eyes opened from his cheekbones. I am Ryaman Sukuna. He introduced himself. I will be killing you, he declared with certainty. The dragon huffed in amusement. Sukuna was beginning to doubt if the dragon was truly controlled or if it merely tagged along out of amusement. Sukuna's eyes gleamed with malicious excitement as he strode forward, his extra arms flexing with anticipation. The dragon before him, a massive creature covered in shimmering scales, watched with arrogant disinterest. Ah, you think you're above me, don't you? Sukuna chuffed, his voice dripping with dark amusement. It has been a long time since I have been looked at like that. With a sudden burst of speed, Sukuna dashed toward the dragon, his feet barely touching the ground as he closed the distance in an instant. The dragon reacted quickly, a torrent of fire erupting from its maw, the heat searing the earth in front of it. Sukuna leapt through the flames, his magicules flaring around him like a shield. Magicules were different yet similar to cursed energy in many ways. It had been a joy for Sukuna to explore the many new avenues of power available to him. Even his innate technique had been strengthened by this world. His extra arms reached out, one of them grabbing the dragon's thick tail as it whipped toward him. His muscles bulged as he grinned. Got you. With a swift movement, he slammed the dragon into the ground, sending tremors through the earth. Before the creature could recover, he placed a hand directly onto its flank, channeling magicules into his palm. Cleave. His technique surged through his hand, adjusting to the dragon's immense toughness and energy. The dragon's scales, thick and nearly impervious to most attacks, offered no resistance as his power found the perfect balance. In one fluid motion, the dragon's side was torn open, a clean cut slicing through muscle and bone alike. He felt a significant drain on his reserves, proving just how durable the dragon was. The dragon roared in agony, twisting its massive body to throw him off. Sukuna jumped back, watching with cruel delight as blood poured from the wound. The beast retaliated with a powerful swipe of its claws, aiming to crush Sukuna where he stood. But he was faster. With inhuman agility, he darted forward again, his extra arms grabbing hold of the dragon's foreleg, anchoring himself. His lower arms pressed against the dragon's scaled hide. You're already dead. With another cleave, he tore through the dragon's leg, severing it in a flash of magicules. The beast collapsed to the ground, its strength sapped by the precision of his attack. It let out a final, guttural roar, its arrogance crumbling into desperation. Pitiful. Sukuna remarked, walking around the fallen creature, his 4 eyes gleaming. I expected more. The dragon was mighty, despite the relative ease he felt in taking it down. When compared to his former self, this dragon was stronger, its body was tougher, and it had more energy. Yet in coming to this world every aspect of him was strengthened, his energy, his technique, and even his domain. He had not been slacking since he arrived in this world either. He would not be the king of curses if he did not strive for more. As the dragon attempted to rise again, wings beating feebly, Sukuna decided it was time to end things. Out of respect for the dragon's might, he raised his hand, fingers twitching slightly. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. As a world system skill he did not need to chant the name, yet the words still left his mouth. The grotesque shrine materialized around them, trapping the wounded dragon inside. The dragon, sensing the end, tried one last time to break free. But within his domain, escape was impossible. Invisible, deadly cuts rained down on the dragon from all angles, each one perfectly calibrated to its remaining defenses. The dragon's body was reduced to shreds in moments, its once proud form utterly destroyed. As he dispersed his domain, Sukuna sighed in disappointment. He had expected more power from a mighty dragon. It seems that not all dragons were created equal, as Raiden was still more powerful than him. Sukuna blinked as Kurumi appeared before him, her tails lightly swishing through the wind. Did you already finish? He asked. She nodded as she looked at the body of the dragon. The one controlling the monsters has been taken care of. I imagine the monsters will be rather easy to round up now that they lack coordination. He nodded. I do believe our Lord wished for us to help in that endeavor. Kurumi nodded. Indeed. Rimuru Tempest. Thank you for dealing with those ruffians, Sir Rimuru. You as well, Sir Ser. One of the counselors said, his voice trembling with a mixture of relief and awe. Rimuru smiled as Benimaru and Sui took their places behind him. No problem. I'm just glad everyone's safe. Ser similarly nodded. I am merely doing the duty that was assigned to me. The remaining counselors all murmured their own thanks before turning to each other and began to murmur among themselves. He could overhear their conversation quite effortlessly. They were talking about how close that was, and how they were thankful for his presence. That all worked out rather well. By dealing with the attackers he was able to get some trust from the counselors as well as make an even better impression. His gaze turned to the 6 attackers that Benimaru, Sui, and Ser managed to take out. The atmosphere, previously tense, started to slowly relax as the counselors were assured of their safety. He tilted his head as he turned around to face the rest of the counselors. Was this meeting not supposed to be safe? One of the counselors nodded nervously. Oh, of course it was. Someone must have tampered with the barrier. We will give you an explanation as soon as possible. The rest of the counselors nodded along. Surprisingly, they were all on the same page when just earlier they were at each other's throats trying to get their respective nations more benefits from Tempest. Era, there is no need for that. Rimuru jumped slightly as he heard a seductive voice echo throughout the room. Ser immediately raised his blade defensively before deflating after catching sight of who it was that had intruded. Benimaru and Sui similarly froze up for a moment before drawing their weapons, though when they caught sight of the woman in question they relaxed. Arcuade. What are you doing here? He asked as Arcuade seductively prowled towards them, holding a man by the scruff of his neck. He didn't even sense her. How was that even possible? There was another man walking a distance behind Arcuade, but he had sensed him. He just assumed he was another guard or something coming to check on the situation. His brows furrowed as he senses something different about Arcuade. She seemed to be more. Did she evolve? He could sense the faint thrums of divinity radiating off of her. Benimaru and Sui shifted nervously as Arcuade calmly approached. The counselors were damn near shitting themselves, as despite releasing no aura, Arcuade still had a presence about her. A presence that most couldn't ignore. Notice. It is likely that the demon Arcuade has developed an ultimate skill of her own, allowing her to hide her aura masterfully. Damn, concealing herself to the point that even Raphael couldn't detect her. Scary. What the hell, Felix? Felix didn't tell him Arcuade would be here. This woman seriously scared him. She was super intense. A month ago she came up to him with an entire plan on how to conquer the Western nations without lifting a finger. She's way too scary. I am highly motivated by your guys' reviews and likes, so do that. I'll probably keep writing or something. Author's note: hello everyone, back with another chapter of Daemon. Seiko and Raiden finally get a bit of a power-up. Seiko's is the same as what she got in canon, though her mindset is a tad different. I thought of giving her some other ability but couldn't really come up with one that would have been worth including. Raiden got a rather powerful skill. She needed something to keep up in my eyes, as while lightning is powerful, I just felt like compared to Seiko and the others' bullshit it was rather simple. But perhaps I'm just not being creative enough. The fight with Seiko and Raiden went on pretty long, but I wanted to show off how they've grown a bit. The rest of the fights should hopefully be shorter. I'm hoping to wrap the attack up in the next chapter, but there are still a few paths to cover, so who knows how that'll go. Just gotta cross my fingers and hope for the best. Hopefully you're all enjoying this attack segment, but I understand if it's a bit bothersome to read so many fights one after the other, but a need's a must. Lots of stuff to cover after all, and I don't want to decrease the quality of my work by summarize relatively important events. Also, Sukuna bodied the dragon. R.I.P. Dragon. Sukuna's abilities have always been pretty cool in my eyes, so I wanted to show him off a little bit since he's had little screen time so far. Anyways, thanks for reading. Peace. Thanks to @Salanti and @Flowerman for baiting this chapter. Also, you guys should check out @Bon Voyage Tensura FIC, it's pretty damn good. Chapter 167, Chapter 97, Attack on Riberius Part. Story: I'm a demon, so what? Disclaimer: I do not own the original setting. Chapter 97, Attack on Riberius Part. There are up to 15 chapters ahead at p@trian.com/theagbasilisk. Arcuade. There is no need for that. She said, her voice smooth and cold. She sauntered towards the group of counselors with deliberate steps. Her grip on the other human's neck remained tight, fingers like a vice, barely showing effort in restraining her captive. After her lord had left to deal with the escalating crisis in the capital city of Riberius, Arcuade took it upon herself to ensure the Western nations remained orderly, as her lord had ordered. This was no time for disorder. Chaos would be rather bothersome in the long term. The inconvenience of losing her people to the spreading conflict would have been intolerable. Lalatina and Megumin were also fulfilling their orders. She was confident that her lord's territory would remain unharmed, and so she teleported out to accomplish her own tasks. She had made ample use of the Free Guild's resources to carry out her mission. Some adventurers had been scattered along the borders of Lune, tasked with containing the disaster within the city. Many monsters were attempting to flee the city with what little survival instincts they had, and they fled right into the jaws of eager adventurers. Although the Free Guild's strength was formidable, entering a foreign capital city, such as Lune, without explicit approval from the Pope of Luminism was tantamount to a declaration of war. The tenuous balance of politics was something Arcuade both despised and mastered. Her lord did not wish to do a complete takeover of any foreign nation, and so Arcuade had to abide by the rules of humanity to a certain extent. As she approached, her crimson eyes flickered to Benimaru, Sui, and the incomplete saint, who all instinctively raised their guard. Arcuade suppressed a chuckle. She could only praise their instincts. After returning to and surpassing the level of power she held in the demon realm, she had become a very dangerous woman. She clenched her free fist as she felt her increased physical power. Her Deathman vessel had evolved, and while it wasn't as powerful as her lord's own vessel, it was still incredibly powerful. She could tank the punch of a weaker saint with her physical body alone now. Benimaru and Sui visibly relaxed once they caught sight of her. They trusted her lord due to their shared history. Though the incomplete saint seemed to only become more wary once he caught sight of her. He knew exactly who and what she was. Perhaps Hinata had informed him. From what she knew, he was one of the great saints that the Western Holy Church flaunted around. He was rather powerful. It would make sense to keep a powerful subordinate in the know. Arqade. What are you doing here? Lord Rimuru's voice rang out, his expression a mix of surprise and relief. She narrowed her eyes as she felt a wave of energy pass through her. It seems Lord Rimuru was attempting to analyze her. Despite her respect for him, she rebuffed his attempt, causing Lord Rimuru's eyes to widen. She likely gave away the fact that she had grown stronger, but he would have found out anyway. He was still an ally. She didn't mind him knowing. She simply wished to keep the exact limits of her newfound power a secret. The less people knew, the better. She effortlessly hoisted the men she held higher. I have found the men to blame for the attack on this distinguished meeting, she stated calmly, though her grip tightened slightly, a subtle reminder to Johann to behave. The moment she invaded his manor, he practically gave up. In fact, it was as if he was expecting someone to take care of him. The room fell into a tense silence as her words settled in. She noticed some of the counselors stiffening, their faces paling. They weren't afraid of her. No, it was the men she was choking that drew their fear. Interesting. It seems they were aware of who he was, after all. Lord Rimuru's eyes lit up with recognition. Ah, really? Thanks, Arqade. His attention then shifted beyond her. But, who's that guy following you though? Pay him no mind. Arqade replied, her tone even but carrying an underlying command. He is the man in charge of the Free Guild now. She made sure to place an illusion over her words so the counselors present didn't hear. If they realized the Free Guild's leader was one of her subordinates, she imagined they would take some rather annoying actions. They would be quite worried about one of the Western nation's most valuable defenses being in the hands of a demon lord. The times may have been changing, but to trust a demon lord with their security was a rather large leap. Rimuru nodded, taking her explanation at face value. So, who's that guy? He repeated, nodding towards the men in her grasp. With a casual flick of her wrist, she tossed the men onto the desk at the center of the room, his body colliding with the wood in a loud thud that reverberated through the chamber. Several counselors jumped at the sound, their fear palpable. Oof! He cried out as he rolled onto his back. Johann seemed to have given up hope of escaping the situation. He was holed up in one of his mansions which she had raided. Her lord had informed her to clean house, so to speak, when this attack happened. All of it could be disguised as a terrorist attack, just like the attack on Loon. The other three elders were all similarly taken care of by her subordinates. She merely brought Johann to Lord Rimuru's attention as he was partially responsible for this meeting being interrupted. She was sure her lord would be happy with her thoughtfulness. This is Johann Rostia, one of the 5 elders that rules over the Council of the West. She shared. Preposterous. One of the counselors shouted, his voice shrill with desperation. We are each distinguished leaders of our kingdoms. No one rules over us. His outburst drew every eye in the room. Her eyes narrowed as she allowed some of her aura to leak. Her nose scrunched up as she saw him wet himself. She rolled her eyes and looked back at Lord Rimuru, who seemed to have expected it. Lord Rimuru sighed, apparently not surprised by the outcome. So, Granbell is making his move now. Riberius is likely under attack. He murmured thoughtfully. The incomplete saint's eyes widened. What? He exclaimed, but they both ignored him for the moment. She nodded. My lord is already on site and handling it. Lord Rimuru nodded. Right, I'll head over too in case my help is needed. He turned to Benimaru and Sui. Can you stay here and protect the counselors? It shouldn't be for long. Lord Rimuru said as he withdrew a magic rope and bound the 6 magic inquisitors. The moment she entered the room, she knew just what the attackers were. Her lord's records were rather detailed. She could feel the wisps of demonic energy perfuming the air around the inquisitors. One of them even had the power of an archdemon, which was rather impressive. Archdemons could rule entire regions of the demon realm without contest as long as no other archdemons interfered. Archdemons were practically the kings of hell, as long as a primordial didn't interfere. For a human to have gained the power of one was rather absurd. Benimaru and Sui both nodded. As you wish. Lord Rimuru turned to look at her. Will you be coming? He asked. She shook her head. No. She said as she eyed the counselors, each of them shivering under her gaze. I do believe I have something else to do here. she stated. Lord Rimuru nodded. Got it. Before he could leave, however, the incomplete saint interrupted. She would be impressed by his audacity normally. Can you take me with you? If Rabirius is under attack, it is my duty to assist my people. Sure, sir. Lord Rimuru said as they teleported away. Ser seemed to be fairly young and of elven descent. It is quite the achievement for him to be an incomplete saint at his age. All he has left is to learn to think with his spiritual body, then he will truly begin shining. He was someone she would keep an eye on. No one who becomes a saint, even an incomplete one, is normal. She allowed a small grin to creep up on her face as she turned towards the counselors. They were each cowering behind their chairs as her presence enveloped the room. Moss. She called out. One of her minions' body doubles appeared a moment later. Yes, mistress. Moss bowed submissively. Moss's aura was similarly concealed just as hers was, though not to the same extent. She noticed Benimaru and Sui's mouths gaping as they stared at Moss. The two of them were fairly strong, yet Moss still surpassed them. Moss was her most powerful subordinate and had been undefeated for over 10,000 years. If some Oni that had some experience were more powerful than Moss, then just what had Moss been doing his entire life? She gestured to the bound elder. Take Johann away, I have more use for him. She planned to interrogate him at a later date, perhaps he would have some useful information. The reason she came to this meeting with Johann in tow was to send a message, nothing more. Moss bowed. As you wish, he said before he vanished with Johann in tow. She looked back towards the counselors, more specifically the one at the edge of the table. She planned to go down the row. She sauntered towards him as a few papers appeared in her hands. Now, this mistress of yours seems to be rather important to you, she said as casually flipped through the stack of papers as she approached the counselor, her eyes glinting with cruel amusement. You've been quite generous with her, haven't you? Her voice was soft, dangerously so, as she dropped the papers in front of him with a casual flick. They scattered across the table, letters, receipts, and compromising notes. The other counselors didn't dare look up as they continued to cower. It truly astounded her that these were the men in positions of power, men with the power to decide the fate of millions. They hadn't even truly tried to stand up to her. The counselor's face paled, his hands trembling as he reached for the damning evidence. I don't know what you're talking about, he stammered, though his voice betrayed the fear creeping in. Oh, but you do, she purred, leaning in closer until her lips were inches from his ear. Imagine if your wife were to find out. Or better yet, the court. Your title would be stripped, your fortune seized. The man was a rather powerful noble, a marquis in fact. Normally having a mistress wasn't too uncommon for nobles, in fact it was almost always expected. Yet this particular noble was married to the sister of the king. Much of his success could be attributed to this relationship. It was rather disrespectful to take on another partner behind the sister of the king's back. She may not be the princess anymore, but she still held incredible influence among the court. The king in particular was known to be rather doting towards his sister. If he found out, he would be rather upset. It would be grounds for the man's position to be seized, if only temporarily, as many other nobles wouldn't like the precedent such a thing would set. She trailed off, watching the terror rise in his eyes. So, you see, she continued, straightening up. You will comply with my demands, as will the others. Or perhaps Johann's fate is preferable, she said as she threw another stack of papers to each of the counselors. The other counselors exchanged uneasy glances as the weight of the threat sank in. Her lord would surely be pleased at gaining control over the Council of the West, wouldn't he? She smirked as she heard Benimaru and Sui shuffle nervously behind her. Those two weren't used to the more subtle aspects of courtly politics. Felix. Haha, you're a strong one, aren't ya? I said as I caught Damrata's fist. The impact of his strike reverberated through my arm. My body had true dragon levels of durability, and Damrata's strike was enhanced by his aura, but it still went to show that Damrata had a lot of raw power. He had really pulled the wool over everyone. Even I thought Damrata of Gold was just some really good merchant that Yuki had under his thumb. Who would have known he was this strong? Even Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina would have struggled against Damrata before they evolved and gained ultimate skills. Maybe even now they would struggle as they didn't have perfect control over their new skills yet. I wonder if this attack would have gone differently if Kigali knew of his strength, and I have no doubt that she was unaware. If she was aware, Damrata would likely be elsewhere. Someone like him could reshape the battlefield entirely if unleashed in the right circumstances. As he was now, he would be a waste of resources. Someone as strong as him could make the entire city of Lune kneel to him if Hinata and Luminous aren't present. Damrata is just built different for a human. He clearly had some other goal in mind. When I mentioned that Kigali would be dealt with, he just scoffed in derision. His nonchalance bothered me. I wonder what his true goal for being here could be. Now that he wasn't bothering with concealing himself, I could feel his power in full. For a saint he was damn strong. I could only imagine how powerful he would be if he attained enlightenment and reached divinity. His EP was around the 4 million range, which was honestly incredibly impressive. However, oddly enough, despite his high EP, he wasn't a divine human, he was a saint. It wasn't like you needed divinity to get to the higher EP levels, I just hadn't encountered someone who didn't have divinity at the higher levels. Still, even then, it was the way that he uses his energy that makes all the difference. He was efficient as hell and had good technique. Damrata was a master of technique, his martial arts ability was around the same level as Hinata's swordsmanship ability, so very, very high. His fighting style was centered around 1v1s from what I could see, so he was in an ideal environment if you ignored just how much stronger than him I was. Technique is what makes fighting certain people troublesome, not raw power. When both technique and raw power are combined, you get a powerhouse. I'm guessing that it would look something like Velzard. Guy was technique taken to the extreme, though Guy wasn't lacking in the energy department either. Thankfully, Damrata didn't have an absurd amount of raw power, making him far less troublesome. Technique could cover for a lot, but sometimes you just needed more output. After all, what's a master swordsman gonna do against a nuclear bomb? Well, theoretically said master swordsman could become a literal bomb if they're good enough. Thank you for your recognition, Demon Lord Felix. Damrata casually said. Despite not having managed to hit me once, Damrata seemed rather relaxed, so he likely had some trump card he was fairly confident in. It's either that or he had a really good poker face, since I couldn't detect any fear in him, though I could be wrong, as oddly enough I couldn't read him with Lover. Lover wasn't a skill that needed to solely be used for sex, I could read people's intentions, their emotions, their desires. All of these were useful even when fighting, yet Damrata was a blind spot to Lover. I was brought out of my musings as in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of me with his fist drawn back. His movement technique was rather similar to instant move but a little different. As Damrata's fist punched forwards, creating a sonic explosion. As the wind boomed around me, I raised my palm, catching his fist harmlessly as I dispersed the energy within it. I let go of Damrata's fist as Damrata backed up. His martial arts technique was rather brutal, his goal with that punch was to inject his fighting spirit into me and basically destroy me from within. It was a very difficult technique to master, though I'm not sure how he plans to deal with Infinity. Maybe he doesn't know about it. I've been relying on Infinity less and less as time goes on. After all, even in this fight I have Infinity's barrier skin tight, so it doesn't impact the battle much. As far as the well-informed public knows, I'm just really good at spatial magic, so it wouldn't be odd if Damrata didn't know about Infinity. It seems I underestimated you, Damrata said as he tucked his arms behind his back. I didn't expect you to deal with my spiral penetrator so easily, he said. Spiral penetrator, huh? Kinky, oh, and also cool, I said, shooting him a thumbs up. Very Chuyuni, which in this world meant it was good. You overpowered bastards all act the same. Damrata sighed in reminiscence. I raised a brow. You know any other overpowered bastards? Damrata tilted his head with a small smirk. That is not something you need to know, he said as he got back in position. Now come, let me see what you are capable of, let me see what one with the recognition of Guy Crimson can do. I smirked. Testing me, huh? But for what, I wonder? I said just before I dashed forward. Damrata's eyes narrowed as I appeared in front of him in a millisecond. The entire reason I wanted to fight Damrata was to have some fun. I wasn't going to finish him off in one move. Besides, I was a bit curious about him. I wanted to see what he was capable of. I closed the gap between us with a speed that made the air shudder, but at a speed Damrata could still perceive. My fist was already moving towards his midsection as it blazed with fighting spirit, but just before impact, Damrata shifted. His body twisted fluidly, avoiding the blow while simultaneously launching a counterpunch aimed at my ribs. I smirked, twisting my own body to narrowly dodge his strike. He wasn't just strong, but his speed and technique were sharp enough to keep up with the speed and strength I was using now. My base body was as strong as that of a true dragon, so I had to limit my stats a bit, but I was still enjoying myself. Damrata's gaze locked onto me, focused but calm, and I could tell he was sizing me up just as I was doing to him. It wasn't often I found someone who could at least make me try a little, especially those I didn't care about hurting. As much as I loved finishing fights in one decisive move, there was something to be said about savoring a good match. Not bad, I said as I leapt back, landing lightly on my feet. For a merchant, you've got some serious moves. Damrata's expression remained impassive. And you're holding back, he pointed out calmly. Is that arrogance or restraint? I raised a brow at his observation. He did have an ultimate level ability, so he was more in tune with the world around us. I suppose he could see what others couldn't. I grinned. Call it curiosity. I want to see what else you're capable of. It's not often I find an unknown as strong as you are. It would be a shame if I just one-shot you. Damrata sighed. You truly all are the same. He muttered under his breath before he shook his head as he tilted his head. You are not worried for your allies? I shook my head. Nah, I believe in them. Not to mention I sent Athanas to watch over them. The unique skill, Maid, and the unique skill, Divine Berserker, have been analyzed. I activated thought acceleration as I took in the new data. Both skills were useful and would elevate both Seiko and Raiden's combat capabilities to another level. Maybe they were ready for evolution now. Meh, I'll still wait a little. It won't hurt to allow them to grow a tad bit more. Though I do have to do it at some point soon so they can get a handle on their power before the Eastern Empire invades. From Seiko and Raiden, I presume. Indeed, the two of them surpassed their limits, as you like to say. They defeated the Guardian of the West through teamwork. Raiden created a crack in his armor and Seiko took advantage of the crack to flood it with her power, shattering Razel entirely. The armor of Insectars is busted as hell, so it's quite incredible that those two managed to crack Razel in half. Heh, I knew they could do it. Thanks, Athanas. It is my duty, master. How are they now? Both of them are unconscious and resting. I'll leave them to you then. How about Sukuna and Kurumi? Sukuna let himself let loose a bit. Despite my previous incarnation's modifications, he is still the king of curses. He defeated a powerful archdragon with ease, while Kurumi has been testing her new combat techniques on the various monsters scattered throughout Lune. She also dealt with the woman who is responsible for controlling the monsters. And Hinata. She is testing herself against Granbell, though I do believe that soon enough she will regret that. I sighed internally. What did you do? It is not what I did, but what I did not do. It seems that Granbell has some skill that allows him to suck up the energy of his allies once they have been defeated. Razel's energy has been transferred to Granbell, and I believe he will be powering up soon. Ugh, you gremlin. You just wanted to see if he'd get an ultimate skill, didn't you? I got a vague feeling of embarrassment from our connection. Just keep an eye on them. I will. I lowered my thought acceleration and focused my attention back on Damrata. He straightened, his eyes narrowing as he apprised me again. Then I suppose I have no choice but to show you. But be warned, Demon Lord Felix, what you face next is not something you can afford to take lightly. I would be disappointed if you fell at this point. Oh. He's hyping himself up. I was beginning to suspect Damrata's origins. He was from the Eastern Empire, of that I'm certain. Guy hyped up his old buddy Rudra a lot. Could Rudra have missed someone as strong as Damrata in his backyard? Doubtful. I'm sure I'll get the whole story later. I wasn't going to kill Damrata. He was too interesting to do that right off the bat. He hasn't slighted me directly yet, so I was willing to give him some rope to hang himself with. Though I do wonder if he'd still be as confident as he was if he knew just how much I was holding back. It wasn't even funny. I wasn't even using 5% of my total capabilities. I was too busted. Please don't nerf. Damrata raised his fists as the aura around him changed. The energy around him condensed, becoming sharper and heavier, as if the very air around us was suffocating under the weight of his intent. Oh. I raised an eyebrow. This is pretty neat. You took fighting spirit to its absolute limit, didn't you? I was beginning to respect Damrata solely for the fact that what he was showing was rather incredible. The amount of effort he had to have made to reach this point must have been insane. All right then. I said, rolling my shoulders. Let's see what you can do. I didn't think he was going all out yet. Even with the power he was showing, it wouldn't be enough to truly pose a danger to me, so Damrata must have something he's hiding. I have a feeling he really just wants to see what I'm made of, which is a good enough move. You can't plan against someone if you don't know what they are capable of. Without warning, Damrata launched himself at me again, but this time, his speed had increased exponentially. His fist came at me with terrifying force, a golden spiral of energy coiling around his arm like a drill. I raised my hand to block it, but the sheer pressure behind the punch forced me to take a step back, something that hadn't happened in a long time. Even if I was still using just my base stats without any fighting spirit, what Damrata just did would be something even Hinata would struggle to do, and she had divinity. There was a reason Midray always said that technique was something weaklings used to reach the strong. It could really bridge a gap somewhat. I smirked, the weight of Damrata's punch still lingering in my hand. Not bad. You actually made me move. I couldn't help but be a little impressed. Despite the massive gap in power, Damrata was doing something most couldn't. The only other person that had done something similar to me was Midray. It's why I respect him so much. Damrata's spiral attack was impressive, combining pinpoint technique and efficiency of power. It wasn't just raw strength, it was a refined, tempered force, molded by years of practice. I could feel the heat from the energy spiraling around his arm. It wasn't just for show. He was trying to break through, using the precise energy control to destabilize my defenses. If taken to the absolute limit, perhaps he'd even be able to bypass infinity by shredding through space itself, though multidimensional barrier is a whole other thing. Multidimensional barrier was most definitely possible to break. Mine, however, was far harder to deal with due to my almost constant reinforcement of it. Well then. I grinned, cracking my knuckles. Let's see how far your technique will take you. Before he could respond, I lunged forward, closing the gap between us with a burst of speed, though not fast enough for it to be impossible for Damrata to react to. If I wanted to bully him, I wouldn't bother with the entire show I was putting on. My foot ignited with fighting spirit, burning a deep violet as it slammed toward his midsection. Damrata, however, was faster than expected. He pivoted at the last second, my strike narrowly missing his torso, and countered with a lightning-fast elbow aimed at my temple. I ducked under the blow and swung upward with a back fist. Damrata blocked, but the impact sent him skidding backward across the ground, his feet digging trenches into the earth. The air around us cracked from the force, a low rumble echoing around us. Damrata didn't miss a beat. He slid into a low stance, and a golden light began radiating from his body. It was subtle but deadly, the energy flowing through him becoming even more compact, more refined. Was he getting stronger? With a blur of movement, Damrata closed the distance, his fists moving in a flurry of precise strikes. Each of his punches was filled with fighting spirit. They were weapons of their own. He was aiming for vital points, wanting to take me out for good. I countered each strike, meeting him blow for blow, my body blurring. I could tell that he was prodding my defenses, trying to find some opening to take advantage of. No one was perfect, not even me. You're seriously making me like you. I commented as I ducked under another one of his punches, landing a solid kick to his side. The shockwave of the impact cracked the earth beneath us, sending debris flying. But Damrata rolled with the blow, twisting in midair and landing gracefully. I've faced worse. He replied with a smirk. The mask he kept on was slowly fading as he got into the groove of combat. It seems he was a bit of a battle maniac. Despite the visible dent in his side, he stood up straight, unfazed. The glow around him intensified, and I could feel his energy beginning to surge again. Efficiency allowed him to make way better use of his energy, so he wasn't at much of a risk of running out of energy unless our fight stalled out for too long, at which point I'm betting Damrata would try and run. You got any more tricks? Hate to break it to you, buddy, but I'm barely trying. I said as I placed my hands behind my head, leaning backwards. I'm getting a bit bored too. That wasn't quite true, but I was getting bored waiting for Damrata to do something new. So far our fight had just been a back and forth, which while enjoyable wasn't what I was seeking. I just wanted to know Damrata's goals. No one reaches his level without pursuing something. Damrata's eyes narrowed. Surely one of the single digits can do better. I said with a smirk. Damrata's eyes widened as he heard me. His reaction alone gave away the truth of the matter. I only suspected Damrata was a single digit. He was way too strong to not matter back in the Eastern Empire. Saints were incredibly rare, after all. In the entirety of the Western nations, there were only like 2 or 3 saints, and literally 0 divine humans other than Hinata. Tens of millions of people resided in the Western nations, yet only a minuscule fraction managed to reach the enlightened stage, let alone become saints. I imagine it was similar in the Eastern Empire. Either Damrata managed to stay hidden from Rudra, which was doubtful. After all this time and the resources Rudra has, he would have to be incompetent to miss out on a talent like Damrata. Single digits were all saints, according to Guy. In that case Damrata fit that qualification, even if his raw power alone placed him far above normal saints. Damrata's technique was excellent, which could be explained by his being a single digit. Same with him having an ultimate level ability that was given to him. It wouldn't be too out there to think that Rudra could do such a thing. He was a student of Veldanava, so perhaps he knows certain things that most people don't. Though Damrata should have good control over his facial expressions, if he was trying to keep his status as a single digit or former single digit hidden, then he should have kept his facial features under control. He wants me to know that he had once been a single digit. The only question is why. Damrata. Surely one of the single digits can do better. The Demon Lord said with a smirk. He allowed a small smile to creep up on his face. It was good that Demon Lord Felix was able to catch on. At first the Demon Lord was merely an obstacle to get through, an obstacle to his goal of freeing Cronoa and initiating communication with the heroine. That was the first step of finding someone new who could take on Emperor Rudra should the worst happen. Yet it seems he had been underestimating Demon Lord Felix, for he was far more powerful than he had guessed he would be. He hadn't thought he had been underestimating the demon in front of him. He was always wary as despite Yuki's genius, Yuki never managed to get the upper hand on Demon Lord Felix, or even Demon Lord Rimuru. There was something different about Yuki that attracted Damrata to him. Perhaps that was something that Demon Lord Felix and Demon Lord Rimuru shared. They had charisma. They could attract others to their cause and bend the masses to their whims with words alone. Those were the kinds of people Damrata believed in, those like Emperor Rudra. Damrata was resolved to accomplish Emperor Rudra's will, but he was not sure if he himself could accomplish the task, so he would entrust that task to other capable people. Perhaps it was cowardly, but Damrata simply did not think he could stand up to those like the Emperor. As a spiritual life form, belief was everything. If he could not believe he could come out on top, then he couldn't come out on top. That was just how the world worked. He knew Demon Lord Felix would likely be strong, he was an awakened Demon Lord after all, yet he still found himself surprised. If Demon Lord Felix's words were true, and that he was barely trying, then perhaps Demon Lord Felix could be his silver bullet against Emperor Rudra. But that remained to be seen, he still was not completely sure if Demon Lord Felix was capable enough. He had once thought the same about Hinata Sakaguchi, yet she failed to live up to his expectations. She was powerful, there was no doubt about that, yet he didn't see her making it to the true dragon class. She wasn't flexible enough in his opinion. Damrata no doubt respected Demon Lord Felix a great deal. His combat technique was superb, and his control over his power was excellent, but Emperor Rudra was on a whole different level. Emperor Rudra had casually defeated him without even moving a muscle in the past. In each of the Emperor's new reincarnations, he gave himself 1 decade to train his new body up to the same heights that his body was at in its prime. 1 measly decade to acquire a body that could channel enough power to defeat even true dragons, as a weak body would simply collapse on itself if too much power was channeled through it, mirroring Kigali's situation. Emperor Rudra was just built different from the rest, and Damrata was beginning to suspect that perhaps Demon Lord Felix was as well. Well, he digressed. At this point, this entire fight was about Damrata testing Demon Lord Felix. He wanted to see if the Demon Lord would be capable of defeating Emperor Rudra, and that meant having a way to get past the Emperor's unbeatable defense, Castle Guard. He thought that Yuki could be capable of that with his anti-skill, but that didn't pan out as he hoped, mostly due to the Demon Lord in front of him. He remembered hearing about the attack that the Demon Lord used for his awakening, the attack he used to massacre Clayman's army. It was a powerful one, and the tremors were felt quite far away, yet Damrata did not know where Demon Lord Felix's limits lay. At this point, he didn't have much faith that he would be able to free Cronoa. According to Demon Lord Felix, Kigali was likely being dealt with. Granbell was out there doing whatever it was he did. Damrata stopped trying to understand his old friend ages ago. His best hope at this point was Demon Lord Felix, but he wished to see a bit more, just to be sure. Not to mention he had to convince Demon Lord Felix that he wasn't full of shit as well. He clenched his fists as he felt his power flow through his body. He had been working on his energy efficiency for centuries, so he still had a large portion of his reserves. He also hadn't used all of the abilities he had. Getting a bit more serious now. Demon Lord Felix said nonchalantly, and he was right. From here on Damrata would truly be giving it his all, even using his alternative. Demon Lord Felix crossed his arms. I suppose I should show off a bit too. Why have all this power and not be a show-off? The Demon Lord mused out loud. Damrata held back a snort. Him and Rudra were so alike. Both confident in their strength, both cocky in front of their inferiors, never taking their lessers seriously. But Rudra was caring to his people, it remained to be seen if this Demon Lord was the same on that front. With a slow, deliberate motion, Felix raised a single finger. The air around him instantly thickened, as if the world itself was recoiling from the weight of his presence. His aura surged, a suffocating pressure radiating outward like a tidal wave of malice. Damrata held back a gasp as he dealt with the brunt of Demon Lord Felix's Demon Lord's haki. It was an overwhelming force of domination that sent a cold chill down Damrata's spine. The sheer pressure was a manifestation of the Demon Lord's will to dominate according to Emperor Rudra. Demon Lord's haki wasn't just physical, it attacked the mind, the very essence of one's being. Felix's Demon Lord's haki wasn't just meant to subdue his enemies but to crush their resolve completely. His own hero's haki was meant to be similar but slightly different in nature. Dark lightning, mixed with flickers of red energy, crackled violently in the air. Each flicker of the black-red lightning carried with it an implicit threat, as if the very world was splitting under the force of his ambition. Damrata's knees buckled slightly, the weight bearing down on his body with relentless force. Damrata's body tensed instinctively, his muscles locking up as the crushing weight of Demon Lord Felix's power bore down on him. The ground cracked under the strain, fissures spreading out in jagged lines from Felix's feet, as if the earth itself was cowering in submission to his will. Gritting his teeth, Damrata loosened the chains around his own hero's haki, a power fueled not by magic but by sheer will. He was once a champion of the Eastern Empire, and the voice of the world had seen fit to reward him with hero's haki long ago. The gold and white aura of Damrata's hero's haki surged outward, clashing violently with the oppressive dark force emanating from Felix. Sparks of energy exploded in the air where the two forces met. The very air between them shimmered with the strain of their clashing wills. Felix's Demon Lord's haki, steeped in malice and superiority, collided with Damrata's hero's haki, born from honor, conviction, and centuries of battle. It reminded Damrata of back when he bore the brunt of Emperor Rudra's hero's haki. Back then his will was crushed by the Emperor's dominance, yet he came out stronger for it when he reaffirmed his resolve to become more. That was the day he became a saint. Yet, the difference was clear. The weight of Demon Lord Felix's will far surpassed his own as much as he hated to admit it. As his golden aura flared, it was pushed back by Demon Lord Felix's overwhelming power, inch by inch. Damrata could feel it in his bones. Demon Lord's haki wasn't just about power, it was about domination, the ability to impose one's will on the world, the same way the Emperor had done with his hero's haki. The ground beneath them groaned under the pressure, the cracks spreading wider as if it too was struggling to survive the clash of their powers. They were still merely inside of an underground cavern that led into Night Garden. Damrata was surprised that the cavern hadn't collapsed in on itself yet, but the Cardinal World was a tough world. Not to mention perhaps the barriers the Demon Lord placed early on had something to do with it. Felix raised an eyebrow, the smirk never leaving his face. Hero's haki, huh? I did think you were built different, but this confirms it, I suppose. Damrata didn't respond, focusing instead on channeling more of his hero's haki to counter the oppressive force weighing down on him. The power radiating from Felix was like a constant pressure, bearing down on his soul. Demon Lord Felix's eyes gleamed, and in an instant, the weight of his Demon Lord's haki increased tenfold. It was as if the air itself was being pulled into a vortex of Felix's will. Damrata grunted, his legs buckling slightly under the force, but he stood his ground. The only reason he hadn't collapsed into submission was because he had dealt with worse from Emperor Rudra. However, this haki was on the level of what he felt from the scorched dragon Velgrind whenever she got a bit angry. His hero's haki flared brighter, forming a golden shield around him that flickered and cracked under the strain, yet held strong. You're quite the resilient one. Demon Lord Felix said, almost sounding impressed. But here's the thing. He raised another finger, and in the same slow, deliberate motion, Demon Lord Felix extended his aura even further. The sheer force of it sent a shockwave through the battlefield, uprooting chunks of earth and sending debris flying. I'm not even close to trying yet. Damrata took a deep breath as he gave it his all to resist, to not crumble. His hero's haki further refined itself, if Damrata could laugh he would. His haki hadn't made any progress in literal centuries, yet a haki clash with a demon lord caused him to make more progress than he would have in centuries. Haki was about will, and this encounter was testing his willpower to its limits. Oh. You're using me to refine your haki, huh? I don't know if I should be insulted or impressed by your balls. I'm sure Guy would get a good laugh out of this too. Damrata could feel the true difference between them now. He never had a chance from the start, he could see that now with the Demon Lord's haki bearing down on him. It felt just as oppressive as Rudra's. Yet it would leave a sour taste in his mouth if he just gave up now. Clenching his fists, Damrata took a step forward, pushing through the suffocating weight of Demon Lord Felix's power. After this fight, would you mind hearing me out? Damrata requested. This Demon Lord had earned his respect, and if he was right about Demon Lord Felix's strength, then perhaps he finally found a way to accomplish his Emperor's wish. Demon Lord Felix raised a brow. I don't see why not. A wild grin formed on Damrata's face. Excellent. Then I can fight without worry. He yelled. He expected the demon to ask to form a contract, but perhaps he trusted him at his word. Damrata didn't plan to go against his side of the deal anyway. Currently his hero's haki was spread rather thin, it was covering a vast area to defend against Demon Lord Felix's own Demon Lord's haki. Yet a sudden burst of inspiration hit Damrata, he hadn't felt like this in centuries, and he wished to try something new. And so he focused his hero's haki inwards rather than outwards. Demon Lord Felix seemed content to give him a moment to prepare, still not taking Damrata seriously at all. Yet a part of Damrata couldn't be upset at that, Rudra did the same after all, and Rudra was the man he respected most. He was going to end this in one final punch. His fist pulled back as he gathered all his fighting spirit and focused it into his fist, reinforcing his fist as he used the power of his alternative to compress it all into a single strike. This attack was known as the Holy Demolisher Fist. Yet he would be taking it even further beyond. He focused his hero's haki onto his fist as well, condensing all the energy, willpower, and strength he had honed over the centuries into a single, decisive blow. Flickers of red lightning scattered around his fist, but it wasn't true lightning, merely the world reacting to his oppressive presence in flickers of energy. This was an advanced form of haki. Demon Lord Felix's eyes narrowed. What the hell? Is that Galaxy Impact? I am highly motivated by your guys' reviews and likes, so do that. I'll probably keep writing or something. Author's note. Hello everyone, back with another chapter of Daemon. God damn it, I didn't manage to finish the attack this chapter, but I got caught up in the Damrata vs Felix fight. Wanted to show off Damrata's chatness as despite Felix being an op motherfucker, Damrata is seriously something special. He had no OP cheat like Raphael or Odin and he still managed to get to a level that even Velgrind respected him. Dude is just built different. Also haki in Tensura is kinda ass, it's barely used, never explored, and hugely irrelevant. So I took some inspiration from One Piece to make it a bit cooler. None of this is outside the bounds of the Tenshuraverse. Fuse was just uncreative as hell when it came to hockey. I won't say that the attack will end next chapter as I am simply not sure. I'll try and compress the fights down a bit, but we'll see how that goes. Should be returning to some older POVs, so those should be shorter, but trust me, I am trying to wrap this attack up without missing any elements. Thanks for the patience, anyways. Thanks for reading. Peace. Thanks to @Salanti and @Flowerman for betaing this chapter. Chapter 168, Chapter 98, Attack on Rabirius Part. Story, I'm a demon, so what? Disclaimer, I do not own the original setting. Chapter 98, Attack on Rabirius Part. There are up to 15 chapters ahead at p@treon.com/theagbasilisk. Felix. My eyes narrowed as I watched Damrata compress literally everything he had into his fist. His fighting spirit, his holy power, everything. This wasn't just an attack anymore, it was the culmination of everything he had, a strike that held nothing back. Literal centuries of fighting, of mastery, he's putting his everything into this strike, and there's something about that just captivates me. It was similar to the reason I respect Midray. He didn't have any of my bullshit, yet he managed to reach a level that even the strongest would have to take seriously. I'm well aware that I cheated to the top, who knows where I'd end up without cheating, but I wasn't going to dwell on that. This kind of strike would obliterate even a saint. The sheer density of his power warped the space around him, distorting the air like heat waves did. Damrata was doing some crazy stuff. No one ever creatively uses hockey in this world. That was something I discovered long ago. It was a real shame too, since hockey functions in a similar vein as Conqueror's hockey from One Piece. There's so much potential in that. I have no idea why either. Hockey is such a powerful force in this world, something completely separate from magicules, magic power, physical strength. It was a whole new avenue to power. Sure, it was an uncommon ability, but still. I blinked as Damrata's defensive membrane of Hero's Hockey was slowly withdrawn within himself. I could still feel his Hero's Hockey, but it was focused inwards. Damrata's fist cocked back as he did something I didn't expect. He pushed his Hero's Hockey onto his fist, something that reminded me of a certain Marine from One Piece. Hey, perhaps I spoke too soon. What the hell? Is that Galaxy Impact? I exclaimed, almost laughing at the absurdity of it. I don't think Damrata even knew about One Piece. He was just winging it and somehow managed to create something similar to Galaxy Impact. Him and Garp did have some things in common. Both were beasts at martial arts and both seemed to have some higher purpose, some goal or dream they would put everything on the line for. I didn't know Damrata well, but I knew he was fighting for something with all he had. And that made me curious. What could drive Damrata to push himself to such extremes? What was it that made him fight like he had nothing to lose and everything to gain? Damrata ignored my words as he focused on the power within his fist. The ground beneath him cracked and groaned, unable to withstand the sheer pressure of his gathering strength. I'm sure it isn't easy keeping all that power stable, but I was kinda curious how powerful this attack of his was. Plus it felt almost rude to interrupt, so I let him keep charging up. Maybe it was a bit foolish to just stand here and let him prepare for what was clearly his final, desperate attack. But I was curious. Could his punch, born from the desperation of his final stand, actually breach my defenses, if only for a second? Live, laugh, love. I'll be fine. Probably. And life was boring without a bit of risk. I was beginning to see that now. The sheer intensity of his attack was causing the air around his fist to shimmer, the force threatening to tear through space itself. Tiny, crackling arcs of energy spiraled around his arm, like the birth of miniature lightning storms. A golden glow surrounded his hand, glowing with the power of his Hero's Hockey and fighting spirit. He was even using his ultimate power to strengthen his attack, elevating it further. Damrata. What did Demon Lord Felix call this move? Galaxy Impact. That was a fine enough name. It certainly felt like he was holding a piece of the cosmos in his hand, a singularity of destruction that could level stars. Damrata knew that was obviously not true, probably. But that didn't change the overwhelming torrent of power he felt flowing through his being. This was by far the most difficult mystic art he had ever attempted. Balancing his alternative, his fighting spirit, holy power, and his hockey was difficult. One small mistake and his fist would blow up. But creating something great was impossible without risks. The energy swirling around his fist was so condensed that even the ambient magicules in the air were being drawn towards it like iron filings to a magnet. This was by far his most advanced art, and he created it through a simple burst of inspiration in the midst of combat. He could only imagine what Granbell would think in the face of this art. He and Granbell were old rivals in the past. He hadn't thought to actually make use of hockey in his attacks before, mostly because he didn't think that level of control was possible, yet he still managed to accomplish it. He had no doubt that Emperor Rudra could accomplish something similar, but that didn't take away from the pride he felt for making progress after stagnation for so long. He felt like he had reached enlightenment. His energy was flowing much easier. Normally he would have had far more difficulty condensing his energy to this point, yet he was managing with some effort. He grinned as he looked at the smirking demon lord in front of him. He was merely standing there with his arms crossed, completely looking down on him, but Damrata didn't mind that anymore. Who would have thought he'd grow so much in a fight like this? Rudra was right, challenging yourself in battle was the best way to grow. Felix. I continued to watch with an interested expression, my arms still crossed as I waited. Anti-skill wouldn't be able to negate this attack since it was making use of multiple laws, but that was fine. Anti-skill wasn't ever something I actually relied on, it was just a neat little ability I had but didn't put much stock in. It was good when facing fodder, horrible when facing an experienced fighter. Damrata's aura flared as his fist pulled back, glowing brighter and brighter until it looked like he was holding a miniature sun in his hand. Everything else around us blurred, the sheer intensity of his power causing the very air to shimmer and distort. It was like watching a black hole prepare to devour everything in its path. The energy coiled tighter around his fist, compressing even further, until the space around his arm crackled and rippled, on the verge of collapsing into itself. I wonder what he'd call this move. I'm sure it'll be something sufficiently chunny, if it isn't I'll be disappointed. I felt my grin widen despite myself. You really are something, Damrata. It would be rather unfortunate if I was going to be forced to kill him, he was someone I was beginning to respect in the same vein as Midray. Most opponents would have buckled under the weight of my demon lord's haki by now. But him. He was pushing through it, using my own pressure as fuel to drive himself even further. His hero's haki was stronger than even Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina's haki at this point, though I'm sure they'll catch up. Haki was all about willpower after all. Once they faced a challenge that required them to strengthen their haki, I'm sure they'd manage it. For them it was less about whether they could do it and more about if they needed to do it. I began to channel my own fighting spirit through my body, my instincts were warning me that this strike of his could even harm me if I wasn't prepared. It wouldn't kill me, but it could most definitely harm me if I just let myself be hit without any preparations. A membrane of fighting spirit emerged around me, strong enough to shred even a disintegration apart. With a roar, he exploded forward, his form blurring from the sheer speed as he closed the gap in an instant. The ground cracked, split, and shattered behind him as he launched himself like a golden meteor, his fist aimed squarely at my chest. It was a strike with everything he had. For a split second, I felt a twinge of excitement. There it was, the kind of raw, unrestrained spirit that made me love fighting. Despite how overpowered I was, I had always enjoyed combat, it's just that there weren't many I could enjoy myself against. Melim was pretty much the only one I could regularly get excited fighting. Maybe, just maybe, this could actually. Galaxy impact. His fist tore through my defensive membrane as his arm was shredded apart, yet that wasn't enough to stop Damrata. His fist shattered space itself, rendering infinity useless for the moment. The very laws of existence warped around his strike, bending to the sheer force of his will. Then finally a single point of multidimensional barrier was pierced, giving Damrata a tiny opening to land a direct attack on me. Maybe I could have stopped it at any moment, maybe I could have reinforced space so my infinity could possibly contend against Damrata's attack, but that didn't matter right now. I felt like I had the air kicked out of me as Damrata's fist struck me. A flash of yellow was all I could see as Damrata pushed his hero's haki into me. The ground shattered beneath me as I slid backwards. The impact was deafening. His fist slammed into my chest with enough force to shatter most planets that weren't this one. The collision created a shockwave that tore through the battlefield. Space shattered as the world quickly got to work repairing it. The earth beneath us cratered, rupturing under the sheer power of his blow. Dust and debris erupted everywhere, obscuring everything in a cloud of destruction. I winced as I felt the force of his haki flow through me, completely piercing through my multidimensional barrier. I did always tell Hinata that enough raw power could do just about anything, in this case Damrata broke through my defenses. His power had been condensed into such a fine point that it acted like a needle, piercing through my layers of protection with surgical precision. The force of his strike crashed against the barriers I placed earlier, he even managed to strain my barriers a bit. If it wasn't for the barrier I placed around the area, then the entirety of Luminous Underground Kingdom would likely be in ruins by now. And yet. I stood there, still, arms crossed. If I didn't reinforce myself that would have probably hurt me a lot more. I mumbled out loud for Damrata's sake. There was a moment of stunned silence as the dust began to settle. I glanced down at the point of impact, feeling a faint tingle where his fist had landed. It had been a while since I felt any kind of pain. There was a fist-sized hole in my clothing, but it was quickly patched up. As a spiritual life form, my body was made of energy. The point that Damrata struck in my body was feeling pretty off, that part of my body was behaving rather sluggishly. His strike gave my spiritual body an extremely minor bruise. Damrata slowly leaned back. Puffed, bwahaha. He laughed out in relief. I couldn't help myself and joined him. Gahaha. The two of us continued laughing before Damrata began to lose his footing. I appeared behind him, holding him steady by the shoulder, healing his arm that had been torn asunder. He deserved at least that much from me. Damrata shot me a grateful look before opening his mouth. So, are you still open to that talk? He gruffed out. I nodded. Later, your buddies are still causing a mess up above. Damrata smirked. Granbell was never one to go down easy. I raised a brow. Was there a shared history between them? Damrata's eyes started to droop as he was almost completely empty on energy, something that was very dangerous for spiritual life forms. I will be in your care then, Demon Lord Felix. I nodded. Rest easy. I said as I sucked him up into infinity space. Beginning analysis. Othanus chimed in. Let me know what you find. Of course. Now I wonder what the rest are up to. Granbell. Granbell cackled as his blade met his once student's. Hinata had grown far beyond his expectations. She rivaled him in sheer skill, and he had a feeling she was still holding something back from him. Just what had happened to her? The last time he sparred with her he didn't even have to try, her technique was far from refined, and most of her arts were mere stolen replicas, nothing truly her own. Yes, yes. More. He yelled as his fighting spirit crackled around him. Granbell's eyes glimmered with a maddened excitement as his blade slid against Hinata's with a shrill screech, sparks flying between them. His fighting spirit flared violently, a wild storm of energy swirling around him. He pushed forward with a sudden burst of strength, forcing Hinata back a step. You've surpassed my expectations, Hinata. Granbell sneered, his voice filled with twisted pride. But how long will you hold out? Hinata's eyes remained cold, her expression unshaken. She shifted her stance, her sword ready, the air around her humming with quiet power. I've learned more than you ever taught me, Granbell, and from a far better teacher. He raised a brow at her declaration before focusing back on the battle. Kigali should already be inside Luminous' inner sanctum. Luminous would no doubt soon be arriving, she would want to see his demise in person. Though he had a bad feeling for some reason, a feeling that everything was going wrong. His instincts as a hero and a champion were extremely strong, ignoring them was foolish. She parried his next strike with precision, her movements faster, almost fluid. Their swords clashed again, echoing through the space. Granbell grinned wider, reveling in the resistance she provided. In the past he had given up hope on Hinata taking his place, on her becoming the beacon of hope the Western nations and humanity needed, but perhaps he was wrong. He didn't know what changed, but he could tell Hinata was different, she had grown. Whatever mental block she had, it was gone. Now his only question that remained was why had she not become a true hero? What was holding her back now? He knew that she had a hero's egg, and she was extremely compatible with all kinds of elementals. He had no idea why her hero's egg hadn't hatched at this point. Was there something else he was missing, or was her elemental just that picky? He almost froze as he felt Kigali and Tyr's energy flow into him. His unique skill, unyielding, allowed him to empower himself with the souls of his fallen allies. For their energy to flow into him, that meant they had died. Despite being allies of convenience, they were still considered allies as long as they considered him an ally, and it was willing on both ends. Moments later he felt the energy of Maria flow into him. She had died, again. Luminous. He snarled. Hinata raised a brow. I am your opponent now. Perhaps your old age is getting to you. Granbell's eyes burned with frustration as his barrage of strikes failed to break Hinata's calm defense. He ground his teeth together, his grip tightening on his blade, truth, as he twirled it in his hand with deadly precision. Enough. He growled, his voice echoing with fury. He was truly enjoying himself, yet he was getting rather frustrated at Hinata failing to show her true self, her true strength. Not to mention that his beloved had passed away yet again. He knew the undead doll wore just the face of his beloved, yet he couldn't help his anger, emotions did not function on logic. He knew Maria had moved on, that perhaps she made it to the promised land, yet he could not move on, he was an old man stuck in the past. He leapt backward, creating distance between them. As his feet touched the ground, the air around him began to distort, shimmering with energy. He raised his sword, pointing it directly at Hinata. I'll show you something far beyond your little melt slash. Perhaps that would get him the reaction he was looking for. He truly just wished to understand why she hadn't awakened as a true hero. Hinata's eyes narrowed. I was not aware you knew of that. Hinata was a genius for sure, she relied on her ability to steal arts and skills far too much, but when she dedicated herself she could do much. She created Melt Slash all on her own, it was such an excellent attack that he added it to his arsenal and improved it. His aura intensified, becoming suffused with a dark, radiant glow. A swirling mass of golden light formed along the edge of his blade, growing brighter with each second. He manipulated the spiritrons himself, not relying on Luminous' faith as a crutch, not that Luminous would even help him with that at this point. Melt Strike. Granbell roared. Hinata's eyes widened. With a flash of light, the energy condensed into a beam, a piercing lance of raw disintegration energy shot from the tip of his sword. It tore through the air, crackling with power as it barreled toward Hinata. The ground beneath the beam disintegrated in its wake, leaving a trail of molten rock, and the air sizzled with the force of the attack. Yet despite it all, Hinata seemed rather unconcerned. She was surprised at the attack for sure, yet she wasn't worried at all. Perhaps she accepted death. It was a light-speed attack, avoiding it was nigh impossible. Grand Bell blinked as his melt strike splashed harmlessly against Hinata. It tore through Hinata's initial barrier, and the one after that, and after that, yet another seemingly blocked it. Hinata cocked her hip with a smirk. You'll need to do more than that to get past my multi-dimensional barrier. Trust me, I understand the frustration. You're holding back. Grand Bell snarled, as he dashed forward once more. His strikes became more erratic, but still powerful. Show me everything. Fight me seriously, or I'll force it out of you. He swung his sword in a wide arc, aiming to break her guard. He wanted to see just how strong she was, to understand if he could truly leave everything to her. One thing he had realized long ago, if he could not accomplish something, then leave it to someone stronger. Hinata didn't respond to his taunting. Grand Bell gradually slowed down, deciding to use another avenue. Are you buying time? Perhaps for Chloe? He said, a vicious smile on his face. It didn't matter if what he said was true, what mattered was that he knew. He knew the identity of Cronoa, something that should have been a well-kept secret. He knew Cronoa and Chloe were two different people. Chloe's soul was suppressed inside of Cronoa, while Cronoa was a rampaging beast. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. How? He raised a brow. Who do you think I am? Did you think I had no way to eavesdrop on Luminous and Cronoa's conversations? Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. So you don't know everything then? If you did, I suppose you would be acting differently, if you knew what part one had to play. What was he missing? What part could Hinata have to play with Cronoa, a hero that had been active long before Hinata even came to this world? Grand Bell smirked as he dashed forwards. Hinata leapt back, her feet barely touching the ground before she propelled forward again. Her sword became a blur, intercepting Grand Bell's relentless assault, each clash creating a shockwave. Despite the intensity, she remained eerily calm, her movements precise and deliberate. You've become obsessed with power. Hinata said softly, her voice cutting through the frenzy of the battle. You've forgotten what you once fought for. Grand Bell snarled. Forgotten. I've never forgotten. This world is broken, it is a ruined world. Why should I fight for it when it continuously destroys my dreams? Despite his desire to unite humanity, despite his desire to create peace among his people, he still despaired knowing he was fated to lose. His heart almost broke completely when he felt the energy and soul of Razel empower his being. My best friend just died. My beloved just died. This world is one that tramples on the dreams of the weak. He yelled. Yet despite it all, he felt hope. Hope for the future. Hope that perhaps Hinata could succeed where he failed. Grand Bell's eyes darkened, and with a roar, he unleashed a wave of pure energy, his fighting spirit erupting like wildfire. The force of it slammed into Hinata, sending her skidding back, but her expression didn't falter. He grinned as he felt the power of Kigali, Tyr, Razel, and finally Maria all sublimate into him to create hope. His body was refined as he finally became a complete saint. His youth was returned. He ran a hand through his golden locks, a smile creeping up on his face. Confirmation complete. Condition satisfied. The unique skill, Unyielding, has evolved into the ultimate skill, Serial, Lord of Hope. Ha ha ha, so this is the power teacher always spoke about. He yelled in rapture. Hinata's eyes narrowed as she felt his renewed strength. The energy of his four allies had been enough to stimulate his desires, evolving Unyielding into an ultimate skill. The extra energy left over was used to refine him, further increasing his power. Hinata lightly twirled her rapier. It seems that I can finally take you seriously, Grand Bell. Despite him reaching his peak of power, Hinata still seemed rather unconcerned about his new level of power. Just what made her so confident? I had been wishing to have a truly equal matchup against you. To truly understand where I lie in this world. Hinata stated as she stalked forwards. Grand Bell grinned. Finally. A worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. Whoa. A Kung Fu Panda reference. Both he and Hinata froze as they looked upwards. Above them, Demon Lord Felix was sitting crisscross on air itself. He was eating popcorn as he looked down on them in amusement. Hinata groaned in embarrassment. Can you leave, Felix? And miss this epic moment of character development? Hell no. Hinata sighed. I suppose I should have expected that. Ignore him, Grand Bell, we have unfinished business. He ignored Hinata's words as he stared into the blue eyes of the Demon Lord. He hadn't even known Demon Lord Felix was there. How long had he been there? Performance issues? I suppose that isn't uncommon at your age. The Demon Lord quipped. I'll hide myself then, if you can't see me then I'm not here. That's how it works, right? And with that the Demon Lord vanished. Despite scouring the area with his senses, Granbell had no idea where the Demon Lord was. That was the man that had killed his dear Maria Bell. He didn't feel the all-consuming rage at the mere sight of the Demon Lord, but he was still angry. Don't bother trying to understand him. I've been trying for centuries and still haven't managed much. Hinata sighed. He gazed back towards Hinata. Centuries? Hinata hadn't been alive for centuries. He had a nagging suspicion about what he was missing all this time, but he brushed it off. It didn't truly matter at this point. Very well. Though if you do not mind me asking, how come you have yet to become a true hero? He had cooled off slightly as he felt Razel and Maria's power within him. It was like there was a piece of them within him at all times. He truly had hope for the future, and hope was the most beautiful emotion of all. Hinata tilted her head. I lost my hero's egg. Granbell's eyes widened. He hadn't even known that was possible. Still he nodded. Very well. Let us finish this then. Hinata smirked before an aura of absolute holiness emerged from her. Granbell's eyes widened as he unleashed his own hero's haki to contest against this unknown haki. It seems Hinata had been hiding quite a lot. Hinata Sakaguchi. Granbell stood across from her, the scattered ruins of the Grand Cathedral surrounding them. Hinata could tell that Granbell had undergone a significant change. His returned youth was as clear a sign as any. She sighed. Perhaps she let things get a little bit too out of control, but a part of her was still excited for their fight. Until now she had been holding back. She was a full-on divine human with an ultimate skill. No matter how skilled Granbell was, he stood no chance against her if she chose to go all out, but now, perhaps she could truly test herself. Not against an overwhelming opponent like Felix, but against a former mentor, an equal that she once looked up to. It was rather surprising that Granbell knew about Chloe, but back then Granbell was a rather close subordinate of Luminous. It made sense that he was able to listen in on their conversations. Though he didn't know that she herself was a part of the identity known as Cronoa. She hadn't personally met Granbell back when she was Cronoa, mostly out of fear of changing things. She knew Granbell was a traitor and she didn't wish to tip Luminous off about anything. Not to mention Granbell was also intelligent, he would likely feel something off as well. Granbell tilted his head. I suppose it is time to end this once and for all. There will only be one victor between the two of us. Granbell declared with certainty. She could tell he was nervous, not due to her but due to Felix. She could understand that, having a demon lord floating above you without even knowing was rather terrifying. If you couldn't sense or see someone, how could you defend against them? Still she nodded, agreeing with him. Granbell had done far too much to be pardoned now. He attacked the city he once swore to defend. He had likely committed various other atrocities in the name of his goal of world domination. If it wasn't for their preparations, she didn't doubt that many innocent civilians would have died today. She began drawing upon Fortuna, her own ultimate skill. Now that Granbell had an ultimate skill of his own, she felt confident that perhaps Granbell would be able to give her a good fight if she went all out. He wasn't a divine human, but the difference in their energy reserves wasn't so large that the gap couldn't be bridged. She would have to be careful. She was not facing the weak Granbell from before, now he was an actual threat to her. Complete saints were not to be underestimated. Until she learned the abilities of his ultimate skill, she would have to be wary. She knew from experience just how bullshit ultimate skills could be. She couldn't afford to be caught off guard by some unexpected ability and then defeated. Felix was watching. She couldn't lose in front of him after giving her opponent time to power up. That would just be shameful. She didn't even know what kind of unique skill Granbell had, so she couldn't use that as a base to figure out what abilities his ultimate skill may have, while Granbell likely had some idea of her own ultimate skill. When he mentored her, she told him about Mathematician alone, not Usurper. However, Mathematician is what became an ultimate skill, so he could likely make fairly accurate predictions about what to expect. It wasn't as if her skill's nature changed. It was still focused on calculation and prediction, only with a few things added in. A few very powerful things. Space-time manipulation alone was a powerful ability if used well, though she couldn't manipulate space like Rimuru could, let alone Felix. She only got it because of Felix's blessing in the first place. However, she could do basic things such as damaging a target through the severing of space. That was what Absolute N did, and she trained in the past to get that unique skill. Not to mention she could still call upon Usurper and Vendetta. Both of those would be fairly helpful in this fight as she could elevate their levels to the cusps of the ultimate level. Thankfully she had multi-dimensional barrier. With that as her defense, she was a lot more confident. She knew personally just how hard it could be to bypass, and while hers wasn't anywhere as strong as Felix's, it was still strong enough to block Granbell's melt strike so long as she was careful. Without multi-dimensional barrier, she would have been in a lot of danger from that attack. Granbell just kept surprising her with his ability. He improved Melt Slash and then went on to use her own ability against her. She stopped restraining her aura, allowing it to freely rampage around the surroundings. It wasn't like the Grand Cathedral could get any more destroyed at this point. Releasing her aura had an immediate and overwhelming effect on the surroundings. The air seemed to thicken with power, vibrating with her energy as it spread in waves, saturating the ruins of the Grand Cathedral. Thankfully a barrier was already in place to prevent her aura from affecting the rest of Lune. The sheer force caused the remaining stone walls to disintegrate under the pressure, and the atmosphere itself grew dense with energy, distorting the light and sound around her. As her aura rampaged uncontrollably, the ground beneath her trembled, fissures forming. She smiled slightly as she took in the effects. It didn't feel like much time had passed since her full aura could merely crack a boulder and nothing else. Now she could level entire cities with her aura alone if she wished to. Granbell's eyebrows shot up before he began laughing. Ha ha ha, so you were holding back this much. She tilted her head. Granbell was acting oddly excited this entire time. She was getting a bit confused about what his goal was at this point. Did he want to take Cronoa or not? What was his goal? Even Felix and Luminous weren't entirely sure what exactly Granbell's goal was. Did he want Cronoa to control her and sick her on Felix and Luminous to get revenge? She knew he wanted world domination thanks to Maria Bell, but with how he was acting she felt like there was something else he desired, she just didn't know what. I hadn't known you had progressed this far, Hinata. And is that an ultimate skill I feel in you? It seems I've underestimated you. Granbell said as he tightened his grip on his weapon. She merely smirked. As I said, I found a far better teacher than you. Ah, I'm going to blush, Hinata. Felix's amused voice echoed throughout the surroundings. She rolled her eyes at his theatrics. You don't need to worry about the others, your minions are doing rather well at taking care of the monsters, while the bigger threats have already been dealt with excluding Granbell, so have fun or something I guess. Felix's voice echoed in her mind. She smiled, knowing that everything was taken care of was a relief. She wouldn't be telling Granbell of that of course, she didn't know how he would act if he was cornered. Cornered dogs often acted unpredictably after all. An odd emotion flowed through her being as she knew that Felix only informed her of it so she could truly enjoy herself, as otherwise a part of her would worry about everyone else if she could afford to take her time with Granbell. Well, enough with the grandstanding. Granbell said as he raised his blade. I couldn't agree more. She said as she raised her rapier, both their weapons lit up in fighting spirit. Granbell dashed forwards. Rah! She met him in the middle with a swift parry, the clash of blades echoed through the ruins, sending out shockwaves that reverberated across the crumbling landscape. The air around their weapons crackled with the power of their fighting spirit. Sparks flew from the collision, blue flames flickering to life on Granbell's blade. Her eyes narrowed as she leaped backwards, narrowly avoiding a stream of the blue flames. Granbell didn't push on the offensive, he merely stared her down. It seems you are already aware of the danger of these flames, he said. She didn't bother responding. Her usurper wasn't allowing her to copy whatever those blue flames were, meaning it was part of his ultimate skill. Granbell's eyes narrowed as the intensity of the flames dimmed ever so slightly. Ah, this is your ability to weaken others' abilities, Her brows shot up. She was not aware that Granbell knew of usurper. Oh, don't be so surprised. You can only hide so much from me. Granbell scoffed. She needed to find out more about Granbell's new skill in order for Calculation Domain to predict the future more accurately. A moment later she felt Calculation Domain warn her about an incoming attack as Granbell dashed forwards. She raised her rapier just in time to parry Granbell's strike. She sidestepped his next slash and countered with a rapid thrust aimed at his side. He deflected it effortlessly, their weapons dancing with precision and ferocity. Their clash continued like that for a few moments before Granbell raised his weapon, the blue flames lighting up in intensity. These flames, they do not just burn, they erase, he said as the flames surged around his blade. He swung his sword downward, likely aiming to cleave through her multidimensional barrier, but multidimensional barrier was harder to get through than that. Even an ultimate ability like Granbell's flames would fail, she was certain of it so long as she devoted some of her focus and energy to maintaining the barrier. This was a skill Felix's Manus had created explicitly to serve as Felix's last line of defense according to Felix. Her multidimensional barrier wasn't as powerful as Felix's due to not having as much energy available, or a high enough mastery of space, but it was still strong. The flames intensified, attempting to bypass her defenses, but rather than allowing them to tear through a few layers of multidimensional barrier, she opted to conserve energy in the long run. As Granbell's blade neared her, she activated Absolute End, severing the space between them with a sharp flick of her rapier. She may not have had the unique skill version of Absolute End, but she could recreate its effects with space-time manipulation due to her own experience. Space itself warped for a moment, creating a chasm between her and Granbell's sword, halting his advance. The blue flame sputtered momentarily, giving her a moment to come up with a plan. Until now she had been winging it, but if she wanted to end this fight anytime soon she couldn't just rely on her raw power, she needed to think too. She darted backward, regaining her composure as Granbel's blue flames failed to reach her. "You'll have to do better than that," she taunted, her eyes narrowing as she analyzed his movements. "Spatial manipulation," Granbel muttered before shaking his head. "You are truly becoming more interesting as this fight goes on," Granbel said before whispering. "Can she be the one?" She blinked in confusion at his statement. Could she be the one for what? Granbel raised his blade once more, this time it lit up with green flames. Her eyes narrowed as she felt some of the fighting spirit her rapier was coated with weaken as it was absorbed by the green flames, strengthening the flames. Granbel didn't give her time to react as he appeared in front of her, capitalizing on the disruption. His sword descended, flames roaring with the authority of his ultimate skill. He targeted her flank that seemed weakest. She merely smirked. Preemptive strike warned her of Granbel's attack ahead of time. She quickly adjusted and blocked Granbel's strike with her rapier. She blinked as the moment Granbel's blade touched her rapier, she felt the fighting spirit dim further. Granbel smirked. "Serial allows me control over life and death. This includes an energy so related to life like fighting spirit," Granbel boasted, seemingly not worried about giving her that hint on its abilities, though she would have figured that out in a few moments either way. Granbel merely saved her the trouble. Serial. Was that the name of his ultimate skill? She remembered from her old world that Serial was an angel mainly from Judaic tradition as far as she knew. It seems Granbel awakened an angelic series ultimate skill then, maybe it was even one of the virtue series. Angelic and Sin series skills had the potential to be far more threatening than normal ultimate skills, she knew that. Her eyes narrowed as she counterattacked. She felt sword flow activate as it elevated the power behind her attacks with each consecutive strike, easily making up for the loss in her fighting spirit's potency. Granbel grunted as he was put on the defensive. Her body moved before she even needed to think as calculation domain and her own instincts guided her actions. Her rapier spinning in a blinding arc to deflect Granbel's blade. The force of their clash sent out a shockwave, shattering the stone beneath their feet. "Judgment wave," she called out, unleashing a burst of purifying energy from her rapier. A radiant explosion of holy light erupted around them, momentarily pushing back Granbel's flames and forcing him to retreat a few paces. Granbel clicked his tongue. Tisk. They lunged at each other once more, blades clashing in a blur of motion. Granbel's mastery of swordsmanship combined with the authority of Serial made him difficult to predict due to her lacking data, but as the fight went on she learned more and more, resulting in Granbel becoming more and more predictable. Her calculation and adaptability kept her just ahead of him. At the rate the current battle was going, she would win. She panted as she began to feel the effects of their extended battle. It felt like it had been hours, yet it hadn't even been an hour. Granbel's evolution allowed him to pressure her, leading to more exhaustion from her. Her energy reserves weren't infinite, or as monstrous as Felix's. Even Luminous had almost double her reserves, and each little burst of fighting spirit, or holy power would eventually add up. She had been training to expand her reserves, but those things required time. Her efficiency wasn't as good as it once was either, meaning a lot of her energy was wasted during this battle. Granbel smirked cockily. "I suppose you are regretting giving me a chance to strengthen myself," she scoffed. As if. She still believed she would win this fight, it just wouldn't be as easy as she was expecting it to be at the start. Granbel held remarkable control over his ultimate skill already, which was a surprise. It seemed to have something to do with souls, similar to Luminous' own ultimate skill. Granbel's blade was coated in pale blue flames that could even harm her if she allowed the flames to touch her directly. However, Granbel was having similar troubles. He had failed to get through her multi-dimensional barrier, and so he couldn't land any direct attacks on her, and even if he did break through her barrier, she was still confident in avoiding his attacks. Granbel lunged again, flames dancing along his blade as he swung it in a wide arc. "We are just getting started." His voice was filled with confidence, but she saw the glimmer of fatigue in his eyes. His reserves were even lower than hers, he was still a saint. With a quick sidestep, she avoided the flames that erupted from his sword. She could see the trajectories of his attacks thanks to her own calculation domain and preemptive strike, which allowed her to avoid most attacks fairly easily. The more data she had on Granbel and his abilities, the easier he was to predict. She rolled her eyes as he continued his attack with a flourish of his blade, just as she predicted he would. As he pressed the attack, she found her rhythm again, deflecting his blows while searching for an opening. Even if she could predict most of his attacks, that didn't make her invincible, as her fight with Felix showed. Granbel wasn't an overwhelming opponent like Felix, however, but that didn't mean his defense was weak, that didn't mean his combat instinct was non-existent. Granbel was a champion for ages. Even if he couldn't predict her attacks, he could still react to them in time to block or dodge them. Granbel's movements were relentless, his pale blue flames flaring with each swing. Usurper was weakening his power ever so slightly, but in the end it was still just a unique skill. It couldn't directly combat an ultimate skill, but that didn't mean it wasn't useful. Is that all you've got, Grand Bell? She taunted, shifting her weight to the side and countering with a quick thrust of her rapier. She was enjoying this fight of theirs. Grand Bell grinned, narrowly dodging the blade as he pivoted away. You know better than that, Hinata. I'm just warming up. He countered with a series of rapid slashes, his speed increasing as he unleashed a burst of energy. The air crackled with intensity, and Hinata felt the pressure building around them. The ground shook as the energy from their duel spiraled outward, causing the remaining debris that were made of more higher-end material to shatter into millions of pieces around them. She felt bad for those who would have to clean up after their mess, but magic would make it easier. She felt sword flow activating once again as it enhanced the power behind her strikes. Grand Bell clicked his tongue as he leaped backwards. TSK. That annoying ability of yours to enhance your blows is truly troublesome. He sighed. She narrowed her eyes as she felt the effects of sword flow fade. She needed to continue striking for sword flow to enhance her blows, something it seemed Grand Bell had picked up. She could see the few weak points in Grand Bell's form through the sub-skill hunter, yet she found out early on that many of those weak points were merely feigned weak points. They were traps for Grand Bell to take advantage of, and Vendetta couldn't differentiate the fakes from the real ones. She had been holding off on using Guaranteed Strike as it was more of a trump card, and she could feel that this battle would be coming to an end soon. She had yet to use Virtual World yet, it was also another one of her trump cards and it drained her reserves rapidly, but it seemed she would have to use it soon. But for now she was content with this back and forth between them. Despite her experience she was picking up new things from Grand Bell which went to show that she still had a lot to learn. I am highly motivated by your guys' reviews and likes, so do that. I'll probably keep writing or something. Author's note, hello everyone, how are you all doing? I had a lot of fun writing Damrata's Galaxy Impact, hockey is pretty badass after all. As for Grand Bell vs Hinata, I am a bit less enthusiastic on that. I apologize if the quality of that fight is a bit lacking but I've been feeling pretty down lately. I'll try and make sure that doesn't affect my writing but I can only do so much. Not to mention I'm getting pretty bored of writing so many other POVs, Felix is the main characters and I want to focus on him lol. Thankfully this should all be wrapping up soon. I'm hoping to wrap up this whole arc soon, it's getting me pretty burnt out since it's gone on so long. Hopefully it doesn't seem like I'm drawing it out because that's pretty much the opposite of what I'm going for. Anyways, thanks for reading, peace. Thanks to @Salanti and @Flowerman for baiting this chapter. Also, you guys should check out @Bon Voyage Tensura FIC, it's pretty damn good. Chapter 169, Chapter 99, Attack on Rabirius, Interlude. Story, I'm a demon, so what? Disclaimer, I do not own the original setting. Chapter 99, Attack on Rabirius, Interlude. There are up to 15 chapters ahead at p@treon.com/theagbasilisk. Felix. I hovered high above the battlefield, lounging midair with my arms crossed, a bemused smile was tugging at my lips. I was using Laplace's unique skill, Falsifier, to hide myself from the perception of both Hinata and Grand Bell. It was a seriously broken skill, Laplace could have straight up started wars if he felt like, and no one would know he was responsible. He could quite literally pull an Eisen if he wanted to as long as he had enough energy to maintain his illusion over others and had enough skill with Falsifier. The dude was that OP. He should be able to make others perceive his own reality, making it impossible for anyone to know what's real from fiction. In combination with Seer, Laplace had one hell of a crazy skill set. He was set for success, unfortunately, even his ridiculous powers couldn't get him through the sheer raw power of the Chaos Dragon. When against overwhelming odds there's only so much technique can do, it's why Midray still stands no chance against Malim, they're in entirely different dimensions of strength despite Midray following behind Malim's back for over 2,000 years. It's why I respected him so much, when someone was so dedicated to something it was worthy of admiration. As for Laplace, perhaps he isn't as fortunate as he seems. This world was filled with bullshit, so there's probably a counter to his ability somewhere even when excluding how Laplace's own capabilities would influence the extent he could push Falsifier. I doubt Veldora would be caught lacking like that, let alone people like Guy and Velzard, though Laplace still has a scary amount of potential. It was no wonder he was once a hero. Still, among his own level he was pretty unbeatable, even with my training Hinata lost, and I was pretty tough on her. As the shockwaves from Hinata and Grand Bell's clash were harmlessly dealt with by infinity I thought more about Laplace's situation. Is it possible to recreate his memories with Brahma? I asked Dothanus. I had a feeling it should be possible, and I could experiment a bit beforehand just to make sure. But if I had Othanus who could give me an accurate answer right away, why not use her? I'd been trying to cut down my reliance on Othanus since I did still want to be an independent person of my own. It would be a bit boring if she solved all my problems and came up with the spells I would have enjoyed creating. Of course that was only when it came to casual things, with big things that involved my continued existence I'd be using every card I had. Laplace was currently hanging out in Luminous Dungeon unconscious. She got bored of him pretty quickly, something I'm sure his relatives will be happy about. I can't imagine his experience under Luminous care was enjoyable. She could be a vicious woman. Hinata was alright, so Luminous didn't really hate Laplace. I'm sure they would change if Laplace actually permanently got rid of Hinata. If he did, I'd still be having his soul tortured in infinity space, maybe imbue his soul into some boots so that every step I take causes insane amounts of pain. I wasn't big on torture, but sometimes you just want to make someone suffer. It's normal. Probably. The last time I asked Odin and Othinus that question I didn't have Brahma, a skill specializing in creation, so the answer would hopefully be different. Now I could maybe take a deep dive into Laplace's soul, and if his memories aren't there, I could probably gather enough data to recreate a portion of them, if not all of them. That's what she was doing with Veldanava's memories. I'm sure Laplace scales lower on the totem pole compared to Veldanava. If I can restore Laplace's old personality as Sarion, that would likely make Elmesia and Sarion as a whole even more indebted to me. I may be pretty strong for this world, but I wasn't arrogant enough to think I was unbeatable. When you yourself have bullshit, you should expect others to also have bullshit that can be turned against you. That's rule number 1 of being an OP Ice Guy protagonist, and if it isn't, it should be. So gathering allies when I could was something I would eagerly do, and the Sorceress Dynasty of Sarion was one hell of an ally since they had 2 ultimate skill users as far as I know. Not to mention just how advanced they were in magic when compared to other kingdoms out there. The overall level of power in Sarion was vastly above that of most human nations. Elven longevity practically guaranteed that. There was Elmesia, and Sylvia, and after helping Laplace turn back into Sarion, perhaps he'll grow strong enough to become a useful ally on his own. Laplace was no longer a true hero due to his Magian nature conflicting with that, but he was still stronger than the average saint. Plus the Ace Knights that were under Elmesia, from the brief glance I got at them, each of them are pretty solid and would be enough to take on a normal human military, which most kingdoms make use of. And while military might won't matter when it comes to the important fight, it is still very useful to take on the weaker troops of other people if the stronger fighters are busy. It should be possible to recreate Laplace's memories if you consume him with Beelzebub. With Brahma I can take a deep dive into his soul to bring up any suppressed memories. If he has no suppressed memories, perhaps I can gather enough data to recreate his memories with Brahma. They won't be the original memories, but they will be close enough. That's something to add to my to-do list then. I'm sure Elmesia will be happy. She seemed to want to get to know her father. It can be my way of giving her something for the bull cough teasing that I did to her. I watched with interest as Granbell sent another melt strike towards Hinata. He really stole Hinata's art, improved it, and then used it on her. That level of disrespect is unmatched. I respect him for it. Melt strike was a good art that I would use if I got the chance. It wasn't anything groundbreaking, but it improved upon what Hinata had already created with Melt Slash. Othinus had already briefed me about what had happened with this fight so far. Hinata had been basically toying with Granbell when she could have suppressed him with her raw power. It really was just a back and forth between the two of them, with Hinata lowering herself to Granbell's level. No idea what she was thinking, but her mind was pretty hard to predict. Maybe she wanted to fight her old teacher as an equal or something. Or maybe she just wanted to have a good fight, only she knows. The one thing I could praise Granbell for was his swordsmanship. He was really good, around Hinata's own level in fact, and she'd been fighting for a long time counting her years as Cronoa. My own swordsmanship was also really good, but I didn't really take pride in that since I cheated my way into becoming a Grandmaster swordsman. But in the end Hinata ended up giving Granbell enough time to get his shonen power up, and now she's having to deal with a far stronger Granbell. Granbell straight up awakened an ultimate skill out of this fight. Othinus accomplished her wish in pushing Granbell to awaken an ultimate skill, and she also managed to analyze it, giving her more data. Granbell awakened the Virtue Series skill, Serial, Lord of Hope, while also returning to his prime body-wise. He no longer looked like an old man but like a young man in his 20s. He was actually a threat now. I'd still beat him, but I'd be serious just because ultimate skills tend to be bullshit. You can never underestimate them. It's why I took Yuki out before he had the chance to fully form his own ultimate skill. They can really be capable of just about anything. Granbell's old unique skill, Unyielding, allowed him to channel the soul energy of his recently deceased allies. I can only guess that he used that energy to push Unyielding to the next level while also pushing his evolution further. Razzle was pretty strong, and I'm sure he's lost some more allies in this attack of his. I can only imagine how much soul energy Granbell got from that, soul energy that Othinus allowed him to get. Teehee. At least she's happy. Othinus really liked skills, especially ultimate skills, not that I blamed her. Serial was a pretty powerful ultimate skill. It didn't have a lot of variety like my ultimate skills did, since Odin and Othinus modified mine to add extra abilities. Just like she modified Hinata's, Arcuades, Megumin's, and Lalatina's. Most ultimate skills traditionally only have a few sub-skills. Serial gave Granbell some control over life and death itself, though it leaned more towards the life aspect. It also had some control over the cycle of reincarnation. It was pretty much the opposite of Luminous own Asmodeus, which was pretty funny. Demon lords and heroes were bound by causality. It wasn't absolute or anything, but that binding was there. I'm betting Granbell and Luminous are each other's fated adversaries. Neither I or Othinus had much data on the cycle of reincarnation, so Granbell's skill at least increased my understanding over that. Apparently there was a promised land of sorts present in this world. An afterlife that people could go to. The requirements of getting there are unknown, however, and it is impossible to interfere with the promised land generally. Even I can't touch it. I wonder if Veldanava is up there. Or maybe he's watching us with amusement, who knows? It's hard to understand the mind of a former all-powerful god. I've of course heard of the promised land, but there was really no way to know if it really existed or not. It wasn't like in the Jujutsu Kaisen world where the afterlife was directly connected to the world. When I was in that world I could distinctly sense the afterlife and its dimension, though I didn't want to mess with it and risk disrupting the cycle of reincarnation of that world. Even I wasn't that reckless. I watched as Hinata backflipped, gracefully avoiding Granbell's soul-sucking flames. Each of his strikes left blazing trails of destructive energy in the air, scorching the ground and warping the atmosphere around them. His eyes were gleaming with an eerie light as a manic grin spread across his face. Granbell was clearly reveling in his ascension, and why wouldn't he? The guy just went from an aging relic to a literal powerhouse. Ultimate skills made that much of a difference. Once you got one, it was like you understood the world through an entirely different lens. Hinata didn't seem fazed, though. She was always calm, even in the face of overwhelming danger. Even when we first met, she stared me dead in the eyes with no fear despite likely suspecting my displeasure with her. The difference between our strength levels back then was huge, yet she showed no fear. It was one of the things that made her so troublesome in battle. Someone who didn't get scared was harder to predict. Most people, even strong warriors, would have some sort of reaction to what was happening. Their eyes would widen, their breathing would get erratic if they were still mortal, something. But Hinata. Her expression was flat, her eyes were sharp, reading every movement Granbell made with the precision of a machine, or the precision of a skill in this case. Granbell swung his arm again, releasing another torrent of that soul-infused flame, but this time, he added a twist. The flames curved mid-air, homing in on Hinata's position. She jumped, flipping through the air, but the flames chased after her. With a flick of her wrist, she dispersed the flames with her rapier. That's new. I muttered. Granbell was adapting. Fast. His control over Serial was growing by the second. He wasn't just using brute force anymore, he was learning to finesse the power, to shape it according to his will. I suppose he wasn't a hero candidate for nothing, he was talented for sure, it usually took longer to get the hang of an ultimate skill. Othinus hummed in the back of my mind. Granbell is more than just brute force with Serial now. He had technique before, but after acquiring Serial the technique suffered due to the sudden increase in raw power. His growth rate is impressive, to say the least. If left unchecked, he may reach a point where even Hinata can't match him. That point is far away, but if given time he may be able to reach it. I frowned. I thought you wanted him to awaken Serial. I approved. I wasn't as much of a skill maniac as Othinus, but I'd always take data on new skills. I did. But I didn't expect him to master it so quickly. It seems his will to live, his hope, is feeding directly into the skill. Fitting, considering the nature of Serial. Othinus said with some amusement. Hope, huh? Well, hope was considered one of the most powerful emotions for a reason. It could drive those with nothing to gain everything, it made the impossible possible. Despite all that, I still believed in Hinata. Despite Granbell's shonen power-up, Hinata still hadn't used all her cards, she had yet to use her most overpowered abilities. She hadn't made much use of Vendetta yet, though that would only be of so much use. Hinata could elevate it to the ultimate level due to her knowledge of the world, but it would still be bottom of the barrel in the ultimate category, not of much use against Granbell since the few times Hinata did use Vendetta he quickly figured out how to counter it. Her real trump card was Virtual World, that would literally be a game changer. The downside is that it costs a ton of energy, but if Hinata can pull it off at the right moment when Granbell least suspects it, then she wins. Not to mention getting through multidimensional barrier will be tough, but Damrata sorta managed it against me and my defense was far greater than Hinata's even if the skill itself was the same. Still, Granbell was doing better than I expected. His mastery over his ultimate skill was fairly high for having just got it, but he was chosen by the skill itself, so his compatibility with it was probably off the charts. If Granbell wasn't literally insane, I'd probably try and talk to him like I had Damrata, maybe I'd get a good fight out of it. Oh well, I'm happy with having laid the seeds to turn Damrata into an ally. I have a feeling that after Damrata wakes up we'll get along. I smirked as I thought back to his galaxy impact. We'll definitely get along. Is that all you've got, Granbell? Hinata taunted as she quickly thrust her rapier. Granbell just laughed as he dodged her strike. You know better than that, Hinata. I'm just warming up. Granbell and Hinata continued to play cat and mouse for a bit. This was actually getting pretty boring. It was hard to enjoy fights between weaker people for an extended period of time. Especially when they just did the same thing, but I didn't blame them. They were still testing each other's capabilities, which was only normal. I didn't even flinch as I heard a voice sound out from behind me. They are still going at it, Luminous said as she floated beside me. I had already concealed us with falsifier, so neither Hinata or Granbell knew she was here. Granbell seemed to have some sort of hate/respect boner for Luminous, so who knows how he'd react. I turned around, meeting her heterochromatic eyes. Yup, Hinata took it easy on Granbell, giving him enough time to get a power-up. As Luminous looked down at the battle, I smirked at Othinus. She really went all out when creating her own body. Things went fine, I assume, I said. Othinus nodded. Indeed, as I informed you. Raiden and Seiko acquired new skills and defeated Razzle. Othinus informed. It was a bit odd speaking to Othinus in person. I was much more used to talking to her in my own head. With one final meaningful look, Othinus' body turned into energy and flowed back into me. I had given Othinus about 10% of my total energy, so she had about 8 million EP that I lost. Now I was back in peak condition. The unconscious forms of Raiden and Seiko floated towards me. I raised my palm and sucked them into infinity space. They'd be fine with a bit of rest. They went plus ultra, so they deserve a bit of a break. Defeating Razzle at their current level was no easy feat, mostly because of his bullshit armor. Both their new unique skills would allow them to fight at a level higher than before. Seiko's gave her the raw power she was lacking, and Raiden's gave her the hacks she was lacking. He acquired an ultimate skill. Luminous muttered as she looked at Granbell with a conflicted expression. They were once friends from what I understood. The betrayal of a friend would always sting. I floated towards her and placed a hand on her shoulders. If it's any consolation, I'm 90% sure he's so insane that he's looped back into being sane. Luminous lips curled upwards slightly. Is that so? I appreciate your attempt to distract me, but it is unneeded. Do you know what Granbell's skill makes him capable of? She asked. I nodded. Yeah, it seems to basically be the opposite of your own ultimate skill. Yours focuses on manipulating the death aspect of the cycle of life, whereas Granbell's focuses on the life aspect. Luminous sighed. It seems we truly are bound by fate. I pouted. If you go saying that, I might get jealous, I said with a laugh. I wasn't serious. I was confident in myself. What wasn't there to like after all? What? Do you disagree? I suppose not, but no one likes a preening peacock. That's true. Luminous rolled her eyes at my comment. What am I to do? My lover is a jealous sort. She sighed dramatically. I crossed my arms. Women were complicated. I'm pretty sure she was asking what sort of activities we could enjoy together, but maybe I'm wrong. I suppose your lover would enjoy a personally planned date. Oh, and with wholesome hand-holding. Luminous lips twitched in amusement. I see. So what's going on in Lune? I asked, changing the topic. I already knew the general gist since my senses were pretty damn good, but hearing it from Luminous' mouth would be better. I wasn't a selfless guy or anything, but I didn't want a bunch of humans to lose their homes and livelihoods for something completely out of their control. That would just be cruel. I was a demon lord, but that didn't mean I had to be an unempathetic piece of shit. Most of the monsters that were attacking have been taken care of by the holy knights and paladins. Luminous said. I heard there was a rather powerful dragon on the loose. I have no idea how Granbell was able to mind control a dragon of all things, especially an archdragon. They are a prideful bunch. I had once tried to tame some of my own, but it was too much work keeping them in line. Luminous sighed. Yeah, I sensed the dragon too, though Sukuna quickly took care of it. Even I was surprised by just how efficiently and brutally Sukuna took out the dragon. I wasn't personally there watching, but I could record the information of the fight through the soul corridor Sukuna and I possessed. Sukuna was seriously making the best of his new stronger abilities in a traditional brutal Sukuna fashion. He didn't even give the dragon a chance, and then he bullied it with his domain expansion or world system skill now for good measure. He completely destroyed the pride and ego of that dragon before killing it. Despite how his soul was reworked, he still kept the primary characteristics of his old self. Even I felt bad at the end of it all. And seemingly Zijin was Sukuna's preferred sparring partner, meaning Zijin could last against Sukuna. Perhaps it had something to do with his exoskeleton. Maybe Razzle would have been harder for Sukuna to take on. Sukuna, That was the four-armed demon that you brought along. He did feel a bit odd, not like most demons I have encountered. Luminous said as she toyed with her hair. I nodded. I recruited him from another world. He was basically the big bad villain of that world. His evolution into a demon was a bit different than most demons due to his nature in his old world. I imagine curses would become similar to Sukuna but weaker. Though I do wonder if curses would become more similar to true dragons in nature, as they are basically embodiments of certain fears, as far as I know, with the disaster curses being embodiments of literal disasters. I'm sure they wouldn't be anywhere near as strong as true dragons, but it's still an interesting thought to entertain. Would Volcano Head be able to body the Sukuna under my command due to having more conceptual weight as the embodiment of volcanoes? They would likely connect to the concept they represent as beings born from humanity's fears in some way, but their power levels would likely not change by a large margin. They would not become ultimate existences like true dragons. However, their immortality would be strengthened. They would likely become similar to yokai if anything. That's about what I thought, but I'd still like to test that theory out myself someday. I'm also pretty sure that the old Sukuna would be either angry or amused at my simplifying of his deeds in the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. But he'd probably accept my verdict. He was a man who believed the strong had the right to rule. In this scenario, I was the strong, so I could do with him what I wished. His mindset was very caveman-like in that way. He was a straight-up menace to society, but I don't think Luminous would care about that. Luminous let out a noncommittal hum. Being able to recruit from another world is truly unfair. I nodded. There are lots of people out there that can be considered extraordinary, more extraordinary than me. In reality, while I was more special than most, I wasn't some extreme prodigy. Satoru fit that description better than I did. I just got lucky. Luminous raised a brow. If there are people more powerful than you out there, then I truly fear for this world's safety. You're misunderstanding. While I wouldn't be surprised if there are people stronger than me out there, by extraordinary I meant it in terms of mindset, and in terms of desire. There are some people out there who can truly do some maddening things just because they have a dream. It was honestly pretty humbling. But I was who I was, and I wasn't going to try and change that to become more special. I'll just live my life like I want to, easy as that. It had been working so far, and I was taking steps to maintain my current style of living. Luminous nodded, though for some reason she seemed doubtful. She probably had a skewed vision of me in her mind. Over time she'll probably learn to see the full picture. After that is when I think a true and real partnership between us can begin. Once she gets out of the honeymoon phase, basically. Perhaps someday we can go to another world together to pick up some people for you. I offered. Spending more time together was the best way to see just how compatible we were. I was doing the same with all my other lovers as well and was having a fun time with it. Luminous nodded, a small smile on her face. I would like that. As for your earlier question, the damage to Lune is rather noticeable. Luminous said as she gestured outwards to all the destroyed buildings in the distance, the cracked and destroyed roads. The Grand Cathedral below us was in ruins as well. I'm pretty sure it was some super special holy site too, so I don't think her people will be very happy about that. The entire infrastructure of Lune would need to be repaired. Despite everything being reinforced with magic, there's only so much it can all handle. Luminous even prepped ahead of time for an attack by reinforcing things further, but when an archdragon rampages, not much can stop it from toppling some buildings, not mentioning some of the other powerful monsters I sensed at the beginning of the attack. Plus Granbell seemed to have arranged things so as much damage was done to the infrastructure as possible. He seriously wanted to do as much damage to Luminism as possible. He was completely set on his path at this point. I wonder who pissed in his Cheerios. I believe that would be you, Master. Nah, I don't piss. I can take care of some of the damage. I got a skill that is uniquely suited to that. I offered. Brahma would allow me to fix all this up pretty quickly, then the civilians can get back to their normal lives. Some normalcy is something everyone deserves in this cruel world. Luminous nodded. Very well, I would appreciate that. I nodded. Despite Luminous' pride, she took her station as the ruler of her people seriously, even the humans. She wouldn't put her pride above getting her people a nice and warm home to keep them safe. Though which skill are you speaking of? Luminous asked. I tilted my head thoughtfully. I didn't mind opening up to Luminous about my skills. It was part of building trust, but I wasn't going to put everything out on the table at once. Think of it as a better material creation. It can create things really, really good. That was the most simple explanation of Brahma that I could give. Luminous nodded with raised brows. I see. Thank you for sharing. I nodded. What about Kigali and Co? I asked. I wonder how Yuki would feel knowing that he started the death of all his friends. If he never reached too far, all his friends would still be alive. Luminous snorted. It was as you said, she has an inflated opinion of herself. She believed she alongside her companions were enough to take me on. I truly do wonder where the once cunning demon Lord Kazalem has gone. Loss can make people do things they normally wouldn't. It's normal. I said, knowing the part one played in Kigali's loss. I didn't regret my actions. Footman was planning to release Charybdis on Tempest and he almost succeeded. If I wasn't there I couldn't see Rimuru managing to defeat Charybdis on his own, even with Tempest's forces. He just wasn't all that strong back then, even as a demon lord seed. He lacked the raw power to affect something as large and volatile as Charybdis. Footman and Tear made themselves out to be a genuine threat to what I cared for, and so they were dealt with as such. Yuki was partially responsible for Siko's initial death as well as a host of other things. And Laplace almost permanently killed Hinata, though perhaps Laplace had a chance for redemption if he got his old memories as Sarion back. Part of me was curious what he would be like. I've never met a regular true hero before, candidates sure, but not bona fide true heroes since Leon doesn't count. His elemental abandoned him so he lost that status, and Chloe wasn't the standard. Sarion didn't have an ultimate skill or else he wouldn't have suffered the fate he did with his broken skills, but I was still curious about him, similar to how I was curious about Hinata when I first heard of her. I could think of that later though, right now I had the company of a beautiful woman. That is true. Loss can make even the most intelligent of beings act recklessly. Luminous nodded. Kigali didn't seem to truly be all there in the head it was. She was focused on Laplace and was making some truly foolish mistakes. She even attempted to use basic elemental magic on me. Luminous said with a scoff. I nodded. Yeah, she probably went a bit mad. Who all were there to ambush you? I sensed 3 people when I left. I'm guessing there was Tyr and Kigali, but I have no idea who the third could be. Probably someone from Cerberus or something. They did seem decently strong though, no one that the current Luminous would struggle with, but still strong. Luminous lips pursed. There was the female clown, Tyr, and then Granbell sent the undead corpse of his wife. My brows shot up. That's pretty weird. He resurrected his wife as an undead and sent her to attack you. Luminous nodded. It was filled with the love energy that I gave Granbell over the years to maintain his youth, allowing the undead to be a bit more powerful than usual. It was also filled with the energy of some other worlders, giving the undead more power as well as a few abilities. If I hadn't acquired Asmodeus I likely would have struggled with the 3 of them. The undead doll must have been pretty strong then. I mused out loud. And what about on your end? Who was it that you wanted to take on yourself? Luminous asked. I smirked. Damrata of Gold is how he's known in Cerberus. He's the merchant behind Cerberus but he isn't weak at all. He was fun to fight, you can talk to him yourself later if you want. Luminous raised a brow. He's still alive. I nodded. He wanted to talk to me but he fell unconscious, plus I like him, it would be a shame to get rid of him now. I'm pretty sure he wasn't super deeply involved with Granbell's plans. He seemed to be doing his own thing, using Kigali and Granbell's plan as a smokescreen. Though I don't actually know what it is he was after. He confirmed that he was once one of the single digits in the Eastern Empire, so my guess is that it's something involving the Empire. From what Guy said, Rudra really shouldn't be the kind of person that would just let go of someone of Damrata's caliber just like that. Either Damrata escaped from the Empire, or he has some goal in the Western nations that aligns with the Empire's own motives. He must be quite something then. Luminous said. He most definitely was quite something. He could fight at the ultimate level, and he grew a tremendous amount mid-fight. Damrata got his own shonen power up. I guess there were just people out there that grew most when in life or death scenarios, everyone was different. I preferred to grow in a safe environment, the more you sweat in training, the less you bleed in combat. Oh. Is that so? Luminous hummed. Fear not, for I am here. I heard a voice shout from behind me. I rolled my eyes and spun around to see Rimuru doing the All Might pose, with his fist in the air and a victorious smirk on his face. A bit late, Rimuru. I retorted. Though I'll give you props on the pose, All Might is a pretty neat guy. I admired him for his selfless heroism, couldn't be me, but I could admire it. Behind Rimuru, Ser was floating. We were still hovering in the air after all. Ser's eyes widened upon seeing Luminous, he quickly bowed. Lady Luminous. Luminous nodded with a smile. Ser, I assume things went well on your end. Ser's lips twitched. Not quite, my lady. The conference was attacked, but I, alongside 2 of Lord Rimuru's subordinates, were able to handle them. Luminous sighed. I suppose I should have expected that. Granbell would hate for a kingdom of monsters to gain any form of authority in the West. I shook my head, sensing the weight behind Luminous' sigh. Granbell's hatred for anything that disrupts the status quo made it pretty inevitable that he'd become an enemy. It doesn't help that I'm basically responsible for the death of his granddaughter and have unraveled all of his century-old plans. The old guard never likes when things change too fast. They see it as a threat to their power, and Granbell, well, he's a master at keeping power where he wants it, he has had to be to maintain it for so long. Luminous nodded. Indeed, Granbell would never willingly part with his coveted power. I'm sure he had good intentions at one point, but clearly something went wrong in his head. I said as I gestured to him below us. The guy was cackling as he sent soul-destroying flames Hinata's way. Something clearly changed within him, not that I didn't understand. Going on a power trip when given lots of power was normal. Maybe I was still on my own power trip, who knows. I heard a slight cough and turned to Ser with a raised brow. I do not mean to intrude upon this conversation, but who is Granbell? Ser asked as he looked down nervously. It seems he was rather worried about Hinata. Hinata has some good minions. No one that you need to be concerned with right now, Ser. If you wish to know more about him, ask Hinata at a later time. For now, since you are here, please do assist your fellow holy knights and great saints with containing the damage. Luminous ordered. Ser continued to stare at Hinata and Granbell, who were still clashing, before he bowed. As you wish, he said before a burst of fighting spirit from his feet sent him flying deeper into the city. He seems to have changed a bit. I remember when he showed up at the end of our outing that one time, he seemed to be pretty dissatisfied back then. I mentioned. Luminous shrugged her shoulders. I cannot take credit for that. Hinata managed to rein Ser in. I nodded. I see. Rimuru was rather silent as he observed the fight occurring below us. Did you need any help, Luminous? He asked offhandedly. Luminous shook her head. Everything is taken care of, or in the process of being taken care of. I would suggest that you focus more on your meeting with the Council of the West. They will be rather shaken up after all this. Rimuru nodded. Right. I guess I showed up late. He said with a sigh before then looking at me. Man, I didn't know that Arcuade could be that scary. When she showed up I was super surprised. She walked in like everything was under control and then just made the entire council submit. I tilted my head. What did she do exactly? I kinda just gave her free rein on what she could do with this opportunity. Despite my reluctance to play politics, I wasn't unaware of the opportunities the current chaos in Riberius offered. So I told Arcuade to do what she thought was best to make the most of the opportunity while also making sure to secure the borders of Riberius using the Free Guild's resources. Having the Guildmaster of the Free Guild as one of my indirect minions was never part of my plan, but I can't deny how useful having those kinds of connections have been. Rimuru gave me a half-lidded stare. You don't even know what she's doing. She's in the council chambers bullying the councillors. She came in with one of the 5 great elders, I think they're called. Then she started calling out some councillors and their secrets to get them to submit. Though they probably deserved it. I'm sure Arcuade wouldn't take any foolish actions. She should have everything under control. I had no idea what she was trying to do, but I'd trust her. She was way more knowledgeable on the political front than I was. Rimuru nodded. She did seem like she had things under control. But when did she get an ultimate skill? Rimuru asked. It didn't surprise me that Rimuru knew. With a skill like Raphael watching his back, it would be pretty difficult to not detect an ultimate skill unless the user itself was hiding it to a masterful degree. Luminous gaze snapped to Rimuru. The Primordial of White has acquired an ultimate skill. Rimuru nodded. She evolved into a Devil Lord too. I don't think Diablo will be very happy. Rimuru mentioned offhandedly. Luminous turned to face me. How did this happen? She asked with curiosity. Though I could tell she was a bit wary. She could handle the primordials under me before due to the stat difference between them, but now that stat difference may no longer exist. I didn't blame her. She was a ruler and had to evaluate all the threats to her reign, that included me, Rimuru, Veldora, basically everyone who could tear her foundation down. Not too long ago. I was able to help Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina all evolve. They all managed to get an ultimate skill when they evolved as well. I had considered offering such a service to others like Luminous, but decided to hold off for now. I didn't have an infinite amount of souls, I'd rather keep them in reserve for my own subordinates, then the extras can go to others. Besides, I'd also like to develop our relationship a bit more before I went all in like that. Oh. You did not do this for your other subordinates? Luminous asked curiously and with no jealousy. She should understand why I've refrained from helping others out. I shook my head. No, they weren't ready. The process is rather strenuous on the soul. Luminous hummed. I see. She said with a thoughtful look. If I did decide to help Luminous out with life reconstruction, her EP should increase by quite a bit, but I can think about that more later. So Megumin and Lalatina also got ultimate skills? Rimuru asked in surprise. I nodded. Yup. Rimuru whistled. That's pretty impressive. I wonder how Diablo will react. I smiled as I thought of Diablo's reaction. It was hard to predict that guy. I couldn't tell if he'd just train his ass off or if he'd come to challenge Arcuade, Megumin, or Lalatina. I'm leaning towards him training his ass off and then challenging them to prove his superiority. I didn't even blink as Kurumi and Sukuna appeared beside me. My lord. Sukuna bowed. Master. Kurumi yipped as she transformed back into her fox form. She quickly took her place on my shoulder. I have no idea why she likes to do that so much. Maybe some sort of kitsune culture. I nodded towards Sukuna. Sukuna. Good job taking on that archdragon. It was a really good showing. I am honored by your praise, my lord. Sukuna said as his eyes teared up. The Diablo template is really shining through. So this is the demon who took on the archdragon, the one you described as the villain of his world. Luminous said. Lady Luminous. Sukuna greeted. Those days are behind me. Now I am content to serve at Lord Felix's whims and bring eternal suffering to his enemies. It was always really weird seeing Sukuna act like that. My image of how the original Sukuna acts hasn't faded yet. They have some similarities but they're still so different. But these are the consequences of my actions. Even Rimuru was looking weirded out. Luminous raised a brow. I see. Since you're done, Sukuna, I'll send you to help Arcuade out. Maybe Arcuade could use some more intimidation. I doubt she needs help if she really wants to intimidate someone, but by appearance alone Sukuna looks more intimidating. What with his 4 arms and 4 eyes? Sukuna bowed. As you wish. I turned to Rimuru and got the coordinates of the council room and then transported Sukuna away. I am highly motivated by your guys' reviews and likes, so do that. I'll probably keep writing or something. Author's note. Hello everyone, back with another chapter of Daemon. This one was more of an interlude with Felix and Luminous talking about everything that's happened, along with Felix making some plans. I was trying to build up Luminous and Felix's relationship a bit more since theirs is rather different in nature compared to the rest that Felix shares. He's already really close with his subordinates and knows he can rely on them for anything. For Luminous it's a bit different since she is a ruler and has her own priorities, so I'm trying to lean into that a bit. Also fun fact, did you know that Elmesia and Sylvia have giants? Plus Rimuru also showed up, a bit too late but it's the thought that counts. Thanks to Salanti and Flowerman for betaing this chapter. Also, you guys should check out Bon Voyage Tensura FIC, it's pretty damn good. Chapter 170, Chapter 100, Attack on Rabirius, Finale. Story, I'm a demon, so what? Disclaimer, I do not own the original setting. Chapter 100, Attack on Rabirius, Finale. We're finally at Chapter 100. I just wanted to thank everyone who has actually stayed long enough to get this far. I looked through this FIC a bit, and there are some clear ups, but also some clear downs, like some parts in this very arc, but all in all, I am decently happy with it so far, and I'll be doing my best to continue to improve my writing as I continue this FIC. The pacing is slower than most Fiximo, but pretty sure that's just my style at this point, lol. But I just wanted to reiterate how much I appreciate all you readers. I do have a vision for how I want this story to end up, and you all have helped support that vision, whether through critiques or just supporting me with likes and comments. Anyways, I love you all, whether you're just here to shit on my writing or here because you're enjoying this FIC. The solo leveling arc is going to be decently long, mostly because I want to explore the lore and relate it to Tensura's own lore. Rimuru Tempest. Rimuru continued to half listen to Felix and Luminous' conversation, but his main focus was on the fight occurring below them. He wasn't really sure why Luminous and Felix didn't seem to be bothered about the life and death struggle happening right in front of them. It was pretty interesting to watch from his point of view. He was picking up new tricks, subtle movements and strategies as Granbell and Hinata expertly used their abilities, pushing each other to the limit. Hinata was really, really good with a sword, and Granbell was almost just as good. They were better than him, that was for sure, though he hadn't been training much as of recently. His main focus had been Tempest, and so his combat abilities had lagged behind a bit, but that was fine. He had subordinates to cover for him if he messed up. Plus he could rely on Chloe and Veldora, both of them were broken cheats. Notice. Beginning reconstruction of Rimuru Tempest's hazy style. Why? Raphael will modify the style as well as incorporate other aspects of other swordsmanship styles to better optimize it. Raphael had already begun such a process before but was stuck in the gathering of data phase. Now Raphael has recorded enough data to begin making adjustments. Thanks then I guess. He didn't think Hakuru would be very happy with cheating his way to the top, but what was it that Felix always said? If you weren't cheating you weren't trying. Rimuru was sure that Hakuru would understand. Affirmative. It has been detected that the demon Felix White has incorporated aspects of other swordsmanship styles into his own. He has likely done something similar. I see. Thanks then Raphael. It is Raphael's duty. Raphael was always so hard-working. Felix was even more broken than Chloe. Rimuru still remembered when he ragdolled Cronoa around, though to be fair Cronoa wasn't really thinking straight. though Chloe seemed to be rather upset at how easily Cronoa was defeated by Felix. If you could call that a defeat though. Chloe had been bugging him to arrange a fight between her and Felix. Felix had agreed, but after this entire mess was sorted out, which Rimuru could understand. He was pretty eager to watch a fight between those two himself, maybe he'd learn a thing or two. He focused back on the fight. He didn't have many chances to watch a real-life shonen battle. As if he was going to miss it. He had known that Hinata had acquired an ultimate skill after her evolution into a divine human. Felix and Hinata did fight in the dungeon after all, and he could observe basically everything going on inside of the dungeon thanks to Ramiris basically giving him admin access over it. Though he didn't really understand everything Hinata's ultimate skill could do. It seemed to have some sort of spatial manipulation as well as some predictive abilities, but he couldn't pick up much through a recording. He didn't even know its name. Back when Hinata and Felix were sparring, there was a point where his observation failed. Hinata seemed to have created a barrier of some kind that blocked him from perceiving everything going on inside of it. Notice. Upon further analysis, Raphael believes it is a new type of discovered skill, a world system skill. The user can deploy their own world into the surroundings, overriding the texture of the natural world. The nature of these worlds differs from person to person. One thing they all share is that they can overwrite the natural laws of the world in some way. Whoa. Isn't that just a domain expansion? Felix never said that was a thing. He wanted a domain expansion. It is similar, however world system skills are likely of a higher level. Rimuru shifted slightly, his attention still fixed on the battle. Hinata's ultimate skill was definitely something he wanted to know more about. The thought of having an ability that could overwrite the natural laws of the world around you was both fascinating and intimidating, not to mention it sounded cool. He trusted Hinata, but if Hinata could get such an ability, then couldn't others? If something like that was deployed in Tempest, he wasn't sure if he could stop it before his people started getting injured. He really just needed more data on them so he could make Tempest more secure. He had to be prepared for anything, and that meant understanding these world system skills on a deeper level. He couldn't help but compare it to reality marbles from the Naceverse. Except world system skills seemed to be even more bullshit than reality marbles. Maybe Hinata was even stronger than he thought she was. Affirmative. Raphael has already developed countermeasures. Good job, Raphael-sensei. It wasn't that he doubted Hinata's loyalty. Far from it. But having such a broken power was pretty crazy. What if something or someone managed to take control of her? Rimuru wasn't naive enough to think that mind control, possession, or other foul tricks weren't possibilities. In fact, it was his duty as leader of Tempest to think about these contingencies. Better safe than sorry. Ah, I sound like Batman. He'd likely end up just asking Felix about them, his buddy would help him out. Though that would be pretty awkward since Raphael had been trying to make countermeasures for Felix too, though she kept failing from what he had heard. Every time Raphael had something in the works, Felix would show off something new that he shouldn't have, which changed all of Raphael's calculations. It is recommended to ask the individual Chloe Aubert for more complete information. Got it. I'll do that then, Raphael. It wasn't like he was planning to take Felix out behind his back, but he'd feel a lot better if in case someone got the better of Felix, he was prepared. Hinata also had two unique skills from what he understood. One of them even allowed her to break through Felix's multi-dimensional barrier back when they fought in the dungeon. Though Raphael said it was likely just a fluke due to Felix's distraction. Felix's multi-dimensional barrier was a cut above pretty much every barrier he had data on. Multi-dimensional barrier was something even Raphael was having trouble with. Though Raphael had said they almost had a way to recreate multi-dimensional barrier, which was great since it was even more powerful than his absolute defense. Raphael also reminded him that the reason for Felix's barrier being incredibly powerful was due to his own power over space. Then there was Granbell, who also had an ultimate skill. This was all spiraling way out of Rimuru's expectations, but Felix and Luminous didn't seem to care, so everything would be fine. Probably. Worst case, they can team up like the Power Rangers to 3v1 some poor fool. Rimuru chuckled at the thought, his mind briefly wandering to how fun it would be to fight as a squad with Felix and Luminous. The image of them striking silly poses after taking down a big bad was oddly entertaining. Veldora and Malim could join in too. Ah. Maybe he was taking this too casually too. Felix. We all continued to chat while Hinata and Granbell continued their fight. Even Luminous stopped paying much attention at a certain point. I have yet to understand what Hinata is trying to do, but I'm sure she has a plan. Probably. All of a sudden I felt a shift in the world around us. Going by Rimuru and Luminous change in posture, they felt it too. My gaze snapped to the fight occurring below us. It seems the fight will be ending here soon. I murmured. Luminous nodded. It seems Hinata will finally be taking things seriously. Hinata Sakaguchi. She narrowed her eyes at Granbell, who calmly stalked forwards. Their fight had been going on for some time now, and Granbell had enough time to pick up some of her tricks. Usurper had failed against Granbell, he had found some counter to it which wasn't that surprising. In the end it was only a unique skill even if it was one that she could elevate. But it didn't matter, Usurper used to be the source of her strength that allowed her to quickly cheat her way to the top, but she had recently realized that relying only on Usurper would cripple her in the long run, so she had begun branching out quite some time ago, learning techniques the manual way and whatnot. Vendetta was also fairly easy to predict, though it had still proved useful in this fight. But she was getting rather tired of this back and forth. She hadn't gone all out at the start because she wanted to compare her ability against her former teachers. To prove to herself that she had grown, and she was happy with the results. Her swordsmanship was slightly better than Granbell's. Though Granbell was a hero from ages ago, she wasn't surprised that his swordsmanship could keep up. His arts and battle will were phenomenal but she could keep up. All in all, her general ability surpassed Granbell's. He had only managed to last so long against her due to his ultimate skill being more combat-oriented than her own Fortuna which was more calculation-based. Of course space-time manipulation alone was a powerful ability, but she hadn't made much use of it in this fight. She preferred to rely on her blade and battle will most of the time. Granbell smirked as he approached, his sword lowered but ready. "You've grown," he acknowledged, his voice calm. "Stronger than I ever thought you of all people would be able to become. Your mindset and drive was always holding you back, but now it seems something has changed." Granbell sighed wistfully. If only you had a hero's egg, but perhaps. She wasn't quite sure how to take that. Granbell never thought she could go further, huh? She supposed she could see his point of view. Before she was rather stuck in her ways, she believed that her way was the right way and refused to compromise when she could have afforded to. Not to mention her over-reliance on Usurper, in the end robbed power could never allow her to fight against those who truly clawed their way up from the bottom and made their power their own. She never bothered to truly make the ability she stole from others her own, and that was another mistake. She would learn or steal something, adding it to her arsenal and then never train it, never adapt it to her own way of fighting. "But you're still holding back," Granbell continued. She raised a brow. "I'm surprised you could tell." She wasn't holding back much, only her space-time manipulation, and virtual world had not been used so far. Though to be fair space-time manipulation was an extremely powerful ability, in the hands of someone with enough experience even she would have to take them seriously. Being able to manipulate the fabric of space was that terrifying if used tactically. Calculation domain allowed her to practically read Granbell's moves before he even made them due to her increasing understanding over his own abilities. It wasn't perfect but it was almost there, she just needed a bit more data. As she tightened her grip on her sword, Granbell suddenly unleashed a torrent of hero's haki. The very air seemed to tremble under the weight of it, it was an invisible force pressing down like a tidal wave. His haki wasn't just power, it was the literal crystallization of centuries of battle-hardened experience, the will of a hero who had faced the impossible and triumphed countless times. She knew full well the things Granbell had gone through. His aura darkened the sky above them, warping the battlefield with his sheer presence. Haki wasn't about total energy, it was about your ambition, about your desires, and about your will. She saw it for what it was, Granbell was testing her resolve, she didn't flinch. In response, she summoned her own sacred haki, letting it surge from her core like a brilliant sun breaking through storm clouds. The ground beneath her feet cracked and trembled as her haki poured out of her. She hadn't had much of a chance to experiment with her sacred haki, it was a mutation of her old hero's haki that allowed her to exert her overwhelming holy power in the form of haki. Felix had called her a reactor of holy power and he wasn't wrong on that front, she was practically a living font of it. Granbell laughed. "Your holy power truly is something else," he said as the land beneath them became a holy ground of sorts as it absorbed her energy. Her sacred haki was different from Granbell's. It wasn't the ancient weight of history and things about the past, hers was filled with her dreams of the present. She hadn't faced unbeatable odds and came out on top like Granbell, even as Cronoa she hadn't faced many challenges due to her overwhelming strength. But what she had was passion to accomplish her dreams. The strength of someone who had climbed the path to power with relentless determination, who refused to be overshadowed, who was chasing after someone's back. The air between them shimmered with a palpable intensity, it was as if reality itself struggled to contain the clash of their haki. She didn't get the chance to be proud at how far she'd come as the invisible force of their auras meeting head-on created ripples in the atmosphere, distorting the very space around them. Where their haki collided, sparks of energy crackled like miniature lightning bolts, arcing through the space between them. Each spark was a manifestation of their raw power, flashing violently before disappearing into the charged atmosphere. The ground beneath them could no longer withstand the force. It splintered and cracked, jagged fissures snaked outward from where they stood, growing wider with every second, spider webbing across the battlefield. Dust and debris were kicked up, swirling around their feet. Without the protective barriers holding the effects of their clash in check, the sheer scale of their haki would have been catastrophic. Entire structures would have crumbled, over time cities would be leveled. Granbel's hero's haki pressed down on her like a mountain, a weight meant to crush any who dared to oppose him. But her sacred haki rose to meet it, burning with unyielding resolve. As their haki continued to rage around them, she tilted her head. This has gone on long enough, Granbel. Granbel raised a brow. Oh. Are you finally ready to use your final trump card? None of your ploys have worked so far. Whatever skill that you are using to weaken my skill is barely doing anything. I have found counters to the other odd abilities you possess as well. Granbel was right, without something special this fight would go on for a long time, it would turn into a battle of stamina. Though Virtual World was bound to change that. After this fight she was determined to begin working on a final finisher, some final powerful attack that she could use to defeat her enemies in one blow. Luminous already had one of her own, as did Felix with his hollow purple. She hadn't ever seen his hollow purple in person, but she'd heard of the attack he used to wipe out Clayman and his army in one attack. Suddenly, Granbel dashed forward, his blade gleaming in a deadly arc aimed straight for her neck. It seems he was trying to not give her time to deploy her trump card. She barely had to think, her body moving on instinct. Her sword met his with a sharp clang, sparks flying. The force of his strike rippled through her arms, but she held firm. She stepped back and then pivoted, using his momentum against him as she spun, bringing her sword down in a diagonal slash. Granbel parried but staggered slightly, the precision of her strike catching him off guard. He recovered quickly, launching a counterattack with a flurry of precise thrusts and cuts, but she danced between his strikes with fluid grace. Granbel's eyes flashed, and with a surge of power, his aura flared to new heights as he imbued the life-sucking effects of his skill into it. She felt the pressure intensify as his ultimate skill activated in full force. She still didn't know what its true nature was, but it was still a powerful ability. Granbel swung his blade in a wide arc, eyes fierce, as the blue soul-searing flames exploded outwards. But she was no longer bound by the same rules. Calculation Domain had already mapped out the attack the moment he thought of it. She moved effortlessly, appearing behind him in the blink of an eye. She appeared behind him in a blink. You were right. I was holding back, she said. But not anymore. She had more than enough data to predict Granbel now. This fight was as good as over. With a subtle surge of energy, she invoked Fortuna in its full glory. It wasn't just a boost to her awareness, it was as if the very fabric of reality unfolded before her eyes. Endless streams of calculations flooded her mind in an instant, processing every variable of the battlefield. Granbel's every movement, the arc of his blade, the tension in his muscles, even the direction of the wind. She saw the intricate web of possibilities stretch out like threads, each one leading to a different outcome. Angles of attack, weak points in Granbel's defenses, the way his stance might shift, she could see it all. It was as though time itself slowed to accommodate her heightened perception. She was no longer using Fortuna as a passive tool, it was feeding her information faster than her mind could consciously process. During her spar with Felix she hadn't been capable of this, but she figured out this aspect of Fortuna over time and relentless training. Just because she had reached the peak of her evolution didn't mean she couldn't continue to grow after all. Now, she whispered, her eyes glowing faintly with the light of her ultimate skill. Let's end this. As Granbel launched himself forward, his sword gleaming, her body moved without hesitation, guided by the flood of data from Fortuna. Virtual World. She whispered under her breath, activating her world system skill. In that instant, the battlefield shifted imperceptibly. The air around them shimmered, bending to her will. Granbel's world subtly altered, distorted under her control. The rules of reality had become fluid, dictated by her own calculations, just as she demanded. She rolled her eyes as she felt her domain encompass the observers she didn't know she had. She knew that Felix had probably stuck around, but she hadn't been aware of Luminous, Rimuru, and that pet fox of Felix's appearance. And she wouldn't have been aware without her virtual world encompassing them. Felix's stealth capabilities were quite extraordinary as well, it seems. Granbel's eyes widened as he paused his charge. What is this? For the first time in this fight he looked genuinely surprised, he had no idea what had just happened. She didn't blame him for that, she didn't even know world system skills were a thing until she got one herself. Granbel shook his head. No matter. He grunted as fighting spirit sparked off his blade in waves as he imbued the effect of his ultimate skill into his aura. She could have shut that down, but decided to show Granbel just how out of his league she was now. His blade passed through her form harmlessly, his expression twisting in confusion as she dissolved into mist and reappeared behind him, completely unscathed. This is my domain, Granbel. She declared, her voice cold and absolute. You will find that gaining the upper hand in this battle will be much harder for you from now on. Granbel gritted his teeth, frustration etched across his face. His sword crackled with energy as he prepared another charge, but she could see it coming before he even moved. In her virtual world, the battlefield became an extension of her mind, every aspect under her control. With a mere thought, she altered the flow of time in the space around Granbell, slowing his movements to a crawl. To him, it would feel like the air itself was pretty much thickening, dragging him down. His blade, once swift and deadly, now likely felt impossibly heavy, the same as if a normal human were trying to swing it underwater. She had long since been thinking of ways to creatively use her authority in the virtual world. When she fought Felix she had used it in a rather brutish way with no finesse, but she had no practice with it. Now she had the time to build up her imagination. "Is something wrong, Granbell?" she asked, her tone laced with amusement as she watched him struggle against the new reality she'd woven. Each step he took forward became sluggish. He swung his sword, in a slow desperate arc, but she simply stepped to the side, letting the blade pass by harmlessly. "This is futile," she said. "In this world, I control everything. Your speed, your strength, they mean nothing here. You're fighting against the laws I've rewritten, and you are no Felix, you cannot fight against my laws like he could." "Yes. Glaze me more." Felix's voice echoed out. She rolled her eyes and ignored him as Granbell grit his teeth in frustration. Granbell growled, pushing harder, his fighting spirit flaring violently in defiance. But every burst of energy he unleashed was instantly neutralized, swallowed by the fabric of her virtual world. She had adjusted the environment so that his fighting spirit couldn't fully manifest, its power diluted before it could reach her. Granbell simply lacked the raw power to fight against virtual world, and despite his willpower it wasn't enough to fight off her virtual world. She didn't give him a moment of reprieve. With a flick of her wrist, she altered the terrain beneath him, shifting the ground into a treacherous, uneven surface. Fissures appeared, then vanished just as quickly, tripping him up as he tried to regain his footing. Granbell stumbled, his balance thrown off by the constantly shifting reality under his feet. He quickly dealt with that by expelling fighting spirit from his feet, allowing him to float. She could have shut that down too if she wanted. Against an equal foe, virtual world would practically guarantee her victory. "How long can you keep this up, Granbell?" she asked, her voice echoing unnaturally through the digital space. She altered his perception next, bending the light around him, creating illusions of herself in every direction. 10, 20, 100 versions of her appeared, surrounding him from all sides. Each of them moved in perfect synchronization, each one seeming as real as the next. Granbell slashed at the closest one, only for his blade to pass through nothing but air. He snarled, spinning around to attack another, but it, too, was an illusion. "You can't win," she said, her voice coming from every illusion at once. "I know every move you're going to make before you even think of it." She was beginning to feel bad. Was this bullying? Granbell froze for a moment, his breathing ragged as he tried to gather his thoughts. His eyes darted from one illusion to the next, but it was useless. Then, with another thought, she let the illusions vanish, leaving only her real self standing before him, her sword at the ready. Granbell panted, his resolve still unwavering despite the dire circumstances he was in. "You fought well," she said, her voice soft but unyielding. "But this is the end," she said dramatically. She was sure Felix would approve of the gravitas. Granbell stared at her blankly for a few moments before leaning back. "Bwahaha." She blinked in confusion as Granbell laughed. "Granbell." "Bwahaha." Granbell roared with laughter, his voice echoing through the battlefield without restraint or care. It was the kind of unbridled laughter that came from deep within, as though every restraint that had once bound him was now suddenly irrelevant. He hadn't expected Hinata to get the upper hand on him so thoroughly, to push him into this final corner. His grip on truth, his beloved, ever-loyal weapon remained firm, his fingers curled tightly around the familiar hilt, yet he knew, deep in his heart, that he would never swing it again. Not in battle. Not against her. Not in this lifetime, for death itself awaited him, it was an inevitability. He had done far too much for Luminous to voluntarily spare him, and he wouldn't want that either. If he was alive he would continue fighting for his goals, for his dream no matter what. He would get in the way of the younger generation, for that was just who he was. His body was bruised and battered, and he struggled to stay upright with the pressure from all directions, but the grin on his face spoke more of his satisfaction than the sense of defeat. Throughout this fight with his former pupil he had been continuously surprised. Hinata evolving into the legendary divine human was something he hadn't expected. The only men he had ever heard of that reached such a stage was his own mentor, Emperor Rudra, and a small few others in the Eastern Empire. While Hinata was far from his mentor's level, she had still done something he hadn't been capable of. She had reached the peak of the human race, and that too without even becoming a true hero. If she became a true hero now, at this very moment, then the entire world would tremble at her feet. Her enemies would know nothing but fear and despair, for they would face a force unlike any they had ever encountered. Even he, who once thought of himself as one of the greatest protectors of humanity, could only stand in awe of what she might become. The multiplicative force one received when awakening as a true hero or true demon lord was simply that immense. He still didn't believe she would manage to rival Emperor Rudra energy-wise. Daemon was still as vast as the cosmos in Granbel's perception, but Hinata still had tremendous potential. Of course, he had failed in his own ambitions. He had failed to free Cronoa, the great force that could have given humanity the hero it deserved, or, failing that, the fate of being destroyed by their own creation. Either outcome had been acceptable to him, for both would lead to the same end, the growth and advancement of humanity, even if it came at a terrible price. But now, perhaps, he didn't need Cronoa anymore. A flicker of hope, distant yet persistent, sparked within him. There was a reason Serial, Lord of Hope, chose him. He simply couldn't stop hoping. If Hinata truly believed in the ideals she so fervently preached, if she was willing to fight for them, then perhaps, just perhaps, she could become the hero he had always wanted to be. A hero who could lead humanity forward, a beacon to light their way in the darkest of times. Hinata had already reached the vaunted status of an ultimate skill user, a feat that only the most exceptional beings could achieve. More than that, she had somehow altered the very fabric of reality itself, twisting it to her will in ways Granbel could barely comprehend. He wasn't entirely sure how she had done it, but when she had spoken the name of her attack, Virtual World, he had felt the world shift. Now here he was, helpless and practically defeated. Who knew that Hinata would reach this point? She had far surpassed him at this point, and he couldn't be happier. She was someone he could entrust the future of the human race to. His laughter only intensified as he noticed Hinata's confused expression. Her brow furrowed, her eyes sharp and questioning, but her confusion only seemed to amuse him more. "Ah, you must be confused," Granbel asked as he finally managed to regain control over his outburst, though his lips still curled into a crooked grin. Hinata's eyes narrowed further, her voice icy with suspicion. "Indeed, why are you laughing? You are helpless, Granbel. You will die without your goals being accomplished. Your grand plans will amount to nothing," she said simply. She wasn't trying to be cruel, she was merely stating a fact. Granbel winced, a fleeting pang of regret surfacing as he recalled the death of his dear friend Razel. Despite acquiring an ultimate skill partially due to Razel's death, Granbel wished it hadn't come to that. And then there was Maria, though Granbel had never truly cared for the undead doll that bore her name. That monstrosity had only been a means to an end, a hollow imitation of the woman he had once loved. His real Maria had passed away long ago, and despite his occasional delusions, Granbel was not so far gone that he believed the undead puppet was truly her. And Kigali, well, her death had been regrettable, but such were the risks when one chose to attack Rabirius. They all knew what they had signed up for. His senses were rather scrambled due to the ability Hinata overlaid over reality, but he felt fairly confident that the other aspects of the attack were similarly handled. If the monsters were still a threat, Hinata wouldn't be here speaking with him, she would have finished him off before taking care of the other threats. He nodded to Hinata. "Perhaps, but who said I have to be the one to accomplish my goals, All I wish for is for humans to thrive, for us to no longer have to defend our borders with our very lives for fear of being attacked by non-humans." His mind wandered to Razel again, who had single-handedly protected the western regions for centuries, tirelessly battling the demons of Guy Crimson. Non-stop fighting against the demons of Guy Crimson was a rather cruel fate. The demons of Guy Crimson had halted their continued attacks for some reason, he wasn't quite sure why, but it did make him rather worried. Guy Crimson was the only individual Emperor Rudra recognized as an equal. He didn't think humanity could survive against the Lord of Darkness without a powerful figure to lead them. He had once believed that the best way to accomplish his goal of safeguarding humanity was by uniting the world under Emperor Rudra, but he had lost his way, he had gotten power-hungry, and by now he had burnt that bridge. Besides, he felt like betting on the underdog. Hinata raised a brow. "You have a rather odd way of achieving that goal, attacking Rabirius, one of the cornerstones of humanity in the West. Trying to unleash Cronoa, who would end up being a rampaging berserker which you likely knew of." He scoffed. "Rabirius. Luminous is stifling the potential of humanity. The people under her are safe, and for what? To have all their potential stripped away. To live as mindless sheep. That is not the humanity that I love," he said with finality. While Luminous had bought humanity time, in the end she was slowly killing what made humanity so wondrous. Breeding the creativeness, the rebellion out of them. It worked for a time, which was why he joined her, as they needed time back then. As for Cronoa, would it not be fate if humanity was wiped out by the very hero that swore to protect them? It would be the rise of a new era, one where humanity can truly spread its wings," he said with a grin. Hinata's lips pursed. "You're mad." He shrugged. "Sanity is for losers." He found his tongue becoming far looser now that he was facing certain death. The weight of years of planning and scheming seemed to lift from his shoulders. He had nothing left to protect. It was almost freeing to allow his worries to fade into nothingness. Death would be a comfort from this harsh reality. Hinata's lips quirked up slightly before she regained control over her facial expressions. "So that was it. This was all one last way for you to get back at Luminous. One last shot for you to see your vision of humanity come true? Hinata asked. He shrugged. Something like that. I wouldn't mind inconveniencing Luminous or that crappy Demon Lord Felix. He was well aware that Demon Lord Felix was likely behind the death of his beloved Maria Belle. Sure, she was a little demented in the head, but he cared for her nonetheless. Hey! A voice echoed out throughout the surroundings. Both he and Hinata proceeded to ignore the voice. Hinata slowly stalked forwards. He sighed as he closed his eyes, recalling every single hopeful and positive memory he had. He had lived a good life, he had no regrets, he walked his path and laid the foundation for others to follow. He opened his eyes once Hinata was in front of him, her rapier clenched tightly. His gaze wandered to it. The craftsmanship was excellent and its slim, gleaming blade reflecting the light with a soft glow. The guard was elegantly designed, with silver vines curling around the hilt. It was most definitely a god-grade weapon. Hinata noticed what he was gazing at as she shot him a questioning look. What is it called? He asked. Hinata's lips parted. Divine Moonlight. He nodded, his lips quirked up as his gaze wandered to Truth. He gently stabbed Truth into the ground beneath them. I am aware that I have no right to ask anything of you, but would you look after Truth? Hinata raised a brow as she stared at Truth. She shrugged. I don't see why not. It would be foolish to reject a god-grade weapon. I will not place the sins of the master on the weapon. He smirked. Excellent. He had been considering what final parting gift to give Hinata. She was his former student, it wouldn't do if he merely died without giving her anything. His smirk widened as just the thing came to mind, though his smirk seemed to cause Hinata to raise her guard once more. Oh, don't worry. I'm aware that I have lost. I will not be trying anything. He sighed. Before he could go on with giving Hinata his gift, he blinked as a familiar woman appeared next to her. She had long silver hair that fell gracefully down her back and striking heterochromatic eyes, one a sharp crimson, the other a cool blue. Her pale skin and elegant appearance gave her an otherworldly beauty, but there was a quiet strength in her gaze. She was dressed in the same gothic outfit she normally was. Luminous. He greeted. Luminous' cold eyes met his own. Granbelle. You look pathetic. He laughed lightly. I suppose I do. His clothing was tattered, and his wounds had caught up to him. Even his healing couldn't take care of it all since his reserves were dwindling. Why? Luminous asked simply. I do not believe that you would go through with all this simply for revenge. He raised a brow. Were you not listening? I wish to free Cronoa. She would either destroy humanity and reforge it anew, or she would become the protector I failed to become. Luminous smirked. I see. It is a good thing you failed then. I had been looking forward to fighting you. He sighed. It had been a long time since he and Luminous had a bout, but he was satisfied with facing Hinata as well. If he didn't, he wouldn't have been able to witness her growth. Luminous raised a brow. Without that ultimate skill of yours you would have lost. I am not like Hinata, I would not have given you time to grow stronger. Hinata turned to the side nervously, hearing Luminous causing him to smirk lightly. Indeed, that was a rather foolish mistake that Hinata made. He teased lightheartedly. Enough. Hinata said, seemingly embarrassed. It is time to finish this. He sighed. He had been waiting for this moment, he wouldn't resist his death. Before you go through with it, I have one last thing to give, or rather two last things to give. He said. Hinata raised a brow. Oh. You are feeling rather generous. What can I say? It is about time I fulfill my duty as your mentor. He had already tested Hinata and found her worthy of what he was about to give her. Granbelle would entrust his beliefs to Hinata. It was a pity that you couldn't become a true hero. Why don't we fix that issue? He said. As Hinata's eyes widened, he called upon his spirit. He urged his spirit to inhabit Hinata, to believe in her just as he did. Before long, the holy spirit of light that guided those to victory had been handed over to Hinata. Hinata gasped as a new hero's egg was formed inside of her. She already had the blessing of the Spirit Queen, all that she was lacking was an elemental of light or darkness to reforge her hero's egg. There was no rule saying that you couldn't get another hero's egg after somehow losing the first one after all. Did you just? Luminous trailed off. He smiled. I am entrusting my spirit to you, Hinata. He said. Right after he said that, Hinata gasped once more. He raised a brow. I did expect her to meet the qualifications to hatch a hero's egg, but to see it happen just after is rather amusing. He hadn't managed to meet the high standards of his holy spirit of light, yet Hinata satisfied it almost immediately. Hinata became unsteady, as the world she created around them began to fade, turning the surroundings back into the destroyed Grand Cathedral. Just as she was about to collapse, another man appeared and caught her. He had striking white hair and clear blue eyes. Luminous didn't seem surprised by his appearance. Hinata was sucked in by some spatial distortion, but seeing as Luminous didn't react he assumed it was safe. You must be Demon Lord Felix. Granbell said. The men nodded. It's nice to meet you face to face, Granbell. I've heard lots about you, mostly bad things. I don't doubt that. With Hinata's virtual world dispelled due to her incapacitated state, Granbell could get back up and fight, but any fight he had left him for the moment. He was content with what he had accomplished, and it was the fate of the weak to hand their dreams over to the strong. It was what he wished to do with Cronoa, and what he had done with Hinata. Still, thanks for giving Hinata your old hero's egg. I did plan to take her to see Ramiris at some point once she mastered her current power a bit more, but this works too. Demon Lord Felix said. Granbell merely nodded. I entrusted my dreams to Hinata, the least I can do is help her along the way. As a true hero, the path will be much clearer for her now. He said, burying the rage he felt at the sight of the Demon Lord. It was pointless to get angry at Demon Lord Felix now. He had made his own bed, now it was time for him to lie in it. Demon Lord Felix nodded. That's true. Her EP should rise to be above 10 million at least. She'll definitely be a real monster. He was somewhat aware of what EP was. It was a method of ranking total energy reserves in Tempest. It was primarily used in the dungeon as a way for adventurers to measure themselves against others. For what it's worth, sorry for getting your granddaughter killed. The Demon Lord said nonchalantly and without a hint of remorse. Granbell narrowed his eyes. Do not say what you do not mean. Demon Lord Felix shrugged. I just thought it would be polite. Anyways, seeing as how you're about to die, there's no use in talking to a dead man. Damrata was far more interesting than you, you're just an old man who's given up hope. He had faced Damrata. Seeing as he looked rather unscathed, Granbell assumed it was safe to think that Damrata had lost. He would mourn for his old friend, but he would be joining Damrata soon enough. He smirked. No, I'm an old man who has too much hope. Granbell said as Demon Lord Felix vanished from his perception, leaving just him and Luminous. He met Luminous' eyes. In the end you will be the one to kill me, How convenient. He said. Luminous gave him a grim smile. Indeed, this moment has been centuries in the waking. I suppose we were the fools for believing a different outcome was possible. Luminous said without any hate or spite despite the damage he had done. Indeed, but I find myself looking forward to it. Perhaps I will see Maria on the other side. Luminous rolled her eyes. You are the same love-sick man as you were back then. Before you finish me off, I didn't get to give Hinata her other gift. Would you pass this on to her, and if she is not compatible, pass it on to someone else you find worthy? He said as he ripped Serial, Lord of Hope, from his soul and passed it on to Luminous. He bore the excruciating pain from tearing apart his soul without blinking. He had been betting that Luminous had an ultimate skill involving souls, seeing what her old unique skill was capable of. He was not certain if Serial would find Hinata worthy. It was an ultimate skill he awakened himself. Whether it could be passed on would entirely depend on the new user's compatibility. Even then, the new user would likely not have as easy of a time with his ultimate skill as he did, for if there was one thing he understood, it was that borrowed power was always weaker than earned power. Luminous' eyes widened. This. She sighed. Very well, I will do this one last thing for you. Luminous extended her hand as her blade appeared. Goodbye, Granbell. Luminous Night Rose gained a crimson glow as Luminous jabbed her blade forwards. Memory End Requiem. Blood exploded from his mouth as he felt his life force be sucked away. Just wait for me. Maria. Were the last words he said. I am highly motivated by your guys' reviews and likes, so do that. I'll probably keep writing or something. Author's note. Sup everyone, back with another chapter of Daemon. Finally this arc is over. I felt like I've been writing it for ages. In the end, Granbell got cooked and decided to believe in Hinata in a standard shonen style. His character did change a bit towards the end because he let go of all his worries, he accepted his loss and his death, and he was content with that, so that's the reason his character changed a bit, or at least that's the reason I'm giving. Basically, Granbell went through all stages of despair and insanity before looping back to sanity. The next bit of chapters will be wrapping up from this mess plus a few side plots. Then I'm hoping to initiate the next world jump. The pacing is going to slow down from this point on, as the next major plot point is the Eastern Empire, as I'm sure you all can guess. Of course, there is still going to be a lot of things to cover between then and now. Anyways, thanks for reading. Peace. Thanks to @Salanti and @Flowerman for betaing this chapter. Chapter 171, Chapter 101, Repairing Loon. Story, I'm a demon, so what? Disclaimer, I do not own the original setting. Chapter 101, Repairing Loon. Arcuade. Excellent. I am glad that we could come to an agreement. She said with a pleasant smile on her face. The portly-faced man she was talking to growled. You vile demon. Arcuade's smile deepened, the sharp glint in her crimson eyes contrasting her deceptively sweet tone. Oh, such words. You wound me, truly. She whispered, her voice dripping with mockery. She could enjoy toying with humans from time to time just like any other demon could. She saw it as a waste of energy normally, but this time it would just be the cherry on top. It was best to make sure none of the wise counselors got any ideas. She was glad that she listened to her lord's partner when the being said that there would be an opportunity to acquire more power for her lord. The man's fists clenched as he glared up at her, but he was losing his defiance. He knew that she held all the cards. Her aura was spread throughout the room, not potent enough to physically or mentally harm any of the counselors, but sufficient enough for intimidation purposes. She was going through the counselors, one by one, putting the blackmail she had on them on the table. After that it was up to them what they wished to do. So far all of them were wise enough to not protest against her. They were politicians first, they knew when they were cornered. She had enough to ruin each of their political careers, excluding the physical threat that she could become, which she was sure was also on their minds. Perhaps they would get ideas in the future after her attention seemed to be elsewhere, but she would always know, and that's when she would replace them completely. Arcuade took her time, eyes scanning the room, locking onto each counselor in turn. Now then. She continued, flicking her wrist dismissively at the trembling men before her. You all will play your part. Johann was just the first. I'd hate to see what would happen if any of you decided to disappoint me. She knew she was being rather heavy-handed, but this was an optimal time frame to take control of the Council of the West. Her lord may not have asked for such a thing, but one could not underestimate the influence of soft power. Wielding a vast amount of soft power over the entirety of the Western nations will be very useful, if only because her lord wishes to help Lord Rimuru out. A few of the counselors visibly paled at her words, their bravado dissolving into nervous glances at one another. Some shifted uncomfortably in their seats, while others sat rigid, refusing to betray their fear but failing miserably in concealing it. All in all it was a rather amusing game. Now only 3 counselors remained, all 3 of them were staring at her without flinching, hiding their fear away. One was the brother of the king of Ingracia. Ingracia was a thriving and powerful kingdom in the west. It wasn't surprising that a duke of such a nation had an inflated sense of self-worth. Not to mention he had relation to one of the defunct 5 elders, giving him more status than most others in the council. The second and third were both also at a similar status. The 3 of them practically led the Council of the West due to the soft power of the 5 elders behind them. The 3 of them saw Johann's state, yet they continued to be rebellious. She didn't know whether they were just being foolish or courageous. Perhaps they still believed Granbell would come and save the day. She didn't know of Granbell's current state, but she did not think her lord would allow the opportunity to take out another annoyance slip by. Granbell had made himself into a clear threat, and this was a rather blatant opportunity to get rid of him without any fanfare. Now for you 3. She said as she sauntered towards the head of the table. At the head was Duke Alfred Ingracia, the brother of King Egil Ingracia. Sat to his right was Samuel Doran, brother of King Doran. Samuel was also one of the 5 elders. He had likely come to this meeting personally due to the interest the 5 elders had taken in Tempest. The kings of the general kingdom of Doran took on the first name of Doran when they ascended the throne. Then finally sat to the left of Duke Alfred was Ralph Siltrasso, brother of the king of Siltrasso. He was also a descendant of Granbell's and the uncle of Maria Bell Rosso, meaning he had an even larger ego than most of the counselors here. He likely thought that everything would be fine, that the unbeatable Granbell would make sure that everything worked out. He was too foolish to realize that Samuel, one of the 5 elders, seemed to be a bit nervous. It was rather amusing just how out of touch with the world most humans were. Though she wouldn't solely blame them for that, the humans with power kept the other humans uninformed, ignorant. They were easier to control that way, yet Arcuade still found it rather pitiful. Ralph Siltrasso stared her dead in the eye once she was in front of him. You will not cow us into submission like the rest of these poor excuses for counselors, wench. He spat out. She raised a brow. Amusing. Before she could continue she blinked as space seemed to twist for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, Sukuna stood before her. His forearms, covered in dark, jagged markings, crossed casually over his chest. He wore a rather smug grin as his eyes ran over the various counselors. Each counselor shivered the moment he gazed at them. He was dressed rather neatly in a suit and tie, similar to Diablo. She raised a brow at Sukuna's presence. Neither Benimaru or Sui reacted other than tensing slightly once they sensed the spatial distortion before relaxing upon seeing who it was. Sukuna. She said. Sukuna bowed lightly. Lady Arcuade. He then turned to Benimaru and Sui. Sir Benimaru, Sir Sui. Sukuna greeted casually. He didn't see either Benimaru or Sui as threats, but he seemed to respect them at least somewhat. While they were technically equals as subordinates of their lord, there was still a distinct status difference between the top of the 7 demonic generals and the bottom levels. While most of the others didn't refer to other demonic generals with titles, Sukuna was different as he respected strength above all. Since she was stronger than him, he called her with the lady suffix. "It is nice to see you again, Sukuna," Benimaru said as Sui nodded along. "Indeed, the last we saw of each other was during the founding festival," Sukuna said with a sigh. "Ah, the bloodshed of that night was truly wondrous." Benimaru's lips twitched at Sukuna's proclamation, but he didn't say anything. Internally she agreed with Sukuna. She hadn't had much of a chance to let loose a bit and kill some mortals that crossed her. The founding festival was a truly pleasant occasion, if only due to the bloodshed she caused. "Why are you here, Sukuna?" she asked with a sigh. The counselors were watching them with blatant fear in their gazes. Some even had a hint of hope, though that hope was quickly fading. Perhaps they thought Sukuna was an enemy of hers and would take her out. "Ah, my apologies for disrupting you, Lady Arcuade, but our lord sent me here to see if I could be of assistance." Her lips curled upwards. "I see, if Lord Felix has sent you to be of assistance, then I will of course not turn you away." She didn't quite need any assistance, however she was sure her lord was merely looking out for her. She knew him well enough to know that this was not a dig at her own capabilities, he just worried from time to time, which was rather heartening. No one had ever tried to look out for her of all people. She was the big bad primordial demon after all, so it was a rather interesting feeling for someone else to look after her. She couldn't say it was unpleasant, in fact the feelings that sprouted in her chest were rather wondrous and she couldn't wait to explore them further. It felt similar to what she felt for her dear Blanche, yet slightly different in nature. She shook her head. Now was not the time to ponder deeper on her own changes since incarnating. "Very well then. My goal is to gain control of this council so they can be used for our Lord and Lord Rimuru's ends." She added the last part mostly for Benimaru and Sui's sakes. Sukuna clapped. "What excellent initiative. Yes, surely our Lord will be happy if we gift him the vaunted Council of the West." "Demon Lord Felix, huh?" Ralph Siltrasso said. "It seems we now know who to blame for this mess. Do not think that the pathetic demon lord you call Lord will escape the consequences of his actions." The moment Ralph uttered his threat, Arcuade's eyes flashed, and an intense wave of Demon Lord's hockey swept over the room like a crashing wave. Crackles of blackish-red lightning-shape energy spiraled across the room and crashed into the barriers. The oppressive aura bore down on the counselors, seeping into their very bones and making the air feel heavy, suffocating. Even the remaining defiance in Ralph's expression faltered as he gasped for breath, his hands trembling involuntarily. She hadn't unleashed the full power of her hockey. If she had, all the counselors would be dead. Around the table, the other counselors instinctively clutched their chests or gripped the arms of their chairs as if bracing against an invisible weight. Their faces contorted in terror, and their gazes snapped away from her, unable to bear the full intensity of her gaze. Arcuade's voice, cold and calm, sliced through the silence. "You dare speak of consequences?" she said, her tone laced with lethal amusement. "Lord Felix is far above the so-called consequences your meager power can deliver." "Kaha, well said, Lady Arcuade." Sukuna joined in as his own aura similarly pressed down on the counselors. Ralph's bravado was mostly gone, his face now drained of color as he struggled to keep his composure. He gritted his teeth, but his body betrayed him, shivering under the crushing force of her presence. The once defiant Duke Alfred stared at his shaking hands, unable to look up, while Samuel Doran remained frozen in place, his arrogance now shattered. She had barely even used a fraction of her demon lord's hockey, as she hadn't wished to kill all the humans in the room, yet it seemed even that may have been too much. Sukuna slowly walked forwards. "So these three are the ones left causing you trouble?" She withdrew her hockey as she looked to Sukuna. "I would not say they are causing me trouble, I merely am having to convince them a bit more than I expected." She disliked resorting to torture, for she felt it was beneath her. She far preferred to dominate over others with her words alone. "Kaha, it seems as if these people do not understand their positions. They are weak, and so they should bow." Sukuna chuckled, his voice dripping with menace. He took a step forward, and the air seemed to ripple around him, dense with malice. "Well, if they are so intent on keeping their dignity, allow me to strip it away piece by piece. There is no need for you to dirty your hands, Lady Arcuade." She raised a brow before stepping back. "Very well, but do try not to kill them. It would be bothersome to have to deal with their replacements in a similar fashion." "Kaha, you do not need to worry about that," Sukuna said as he approached Ralph, Duke Alfred and Samuel. The Duke of Ingracia stiffened, his face a mix of defiance and barely concealed fear, while Samuel Doran and Ralph Siltrasso glared back, stubbornly masking their unease. Samuel Doran sneered, his voice trembling only slightly as he spoke. It was honestly rather impressive that they were so defiant, even with Sukuna's menacing aura beginning to leak out of him. The other counselors had paled and were currently shaking. "Your tricks don't scare me, demon." Samuel spat, though his hand twitched toward the table, fingers pressing hard against the wood to keep steady. She smirked in amusement. From one moment he was scared and the next he regained his courage. "What an odd little human." Sukuna's smile grew wider, a gleeful smile on his face. "Is that so? Then let's make it memorable." His fingers flicked upward with a deadly precision, and in a flash, Samuel's right arm was cleaved from his shoulder, the flesh and bone splitting cleanly as though it were mere paper. Benimaru looked on with a stony expression, same with Sui. Both were Majin, they knew the nature of how this world worked. Dismantle, She mused out loud. She was aware of Sukuna's skill set. Dismantle allowed him to cut things with an invisible slash, while cleave is the second slashing attack that adjusts its power depending on the target's toughness and energy level to cut them down with one attack. Though for cleave Sukuna had to be making physical contact with his target if he hadn't already deployed his domain. Domain expansions were rather interesting in Arcuade's view. She had been working on developing her own as an idle curiosity, yet she gained a world system skill from her evolution. Sukuna's world system skill hadn't been able to affect her much, though that was due to the sheer difference between them, a difference that had only widened with her evolution. His abilities truly had quite a lot of potential. Sukuna had been training to cut apart more esoteric things like the souls of stronger individuals. As he was now, he could cut the souls of weaker people apart, but the souls of stronger people were far more resistant to any negative effects. So far he hadn't succeeded in that endeavor, but he had succeeded in others, like cutting apart magic circles, elements, aura, and even hockey, as well as various other things. She watched with disinterest as the counselor let out a strangled scream, his face paling as he clutched the bloody stump, blood pooling between his fingers. Sukuna tilted his head, as though watching with detached curiosity, while the other two counselors sat frozen, their defiance quickly crumbling into horror. Still not impressed? Sukuna asked mockingly, his gaze now boring into Duke Alfred, whose resolve visibly faltered. Ralph Siltrasso, though visibly shaking, managed a glare. You think this will change anything? Granbell will. Before Ralph could finish, Sukuna's hand whipped forward, and an invisible slash sliced through the air, severing his left leg just below the knee. Ralph collapsed, gasping in pain, his face contorted in agony. Sukuna chuckled softly, his expression a mix of sadistic delight and mild disappointment. Pathetic. He sneered, stepping over Ralph's writhing form as he approached the Duke. Tell me, do you think you're any different? He reached out, grabbing the Duke by his collar and lifting him effortlessly from his seat. The Duke gasped, his bravado finally shattering as he struggled against Sukuna's grip. Sukuna leaned in close. From now on, you will obey every word my companion speaks. Or I promise, I'll dismantle you all, slowly. He dropped the Duke back into his seat with a flick of his wrist, and the three bloodied, broken men sat in stunned silence, their rebellious spirit shattered beyond repair. Sukuna turned to Arcuade with a smirk, gesturing to the now thoroughly subdued council. Is that enough? He asked. She smirked. More than enough, she said as she eyes the now submissive trio. Luminous Valentine. She watched silently as Granbell, the once proud hero, slowly lifted his gaze to the darkening sky. His eyes, once burning with conviction, now flickered with the last remnants of life. Just wait for me. Maria. His voice cracked as the final name escaped his lips, his hand barely grazing the hilt of the sword, Truth, which stood stabbed into the earth beside him. With a shuddering breath, he collapsed onto his back, his body finally giving out. She shuddered lightly as Granbell's life force flew through her being. Her reserves had increased by approximately 20% due to practically eating Granbell's life force. A fool till the end, Luminous whispered softly to herself. Her words held no malice, only some regret for the men who had, in the end, remained true to his own misguided ideals. She truly saw Granbell as a friend once upon a time, and a rival once upon a time. She would allow her anger at him to fade in his death. A small, almost bittersweet smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Granbell was once truly a great man, to see him reduced to such a state was rather unfortunate. Her thoughts were interrupted by the familiar presence of Felix, who appeared beside her without a sound. Rimuru had already left once the fight was over. He said he wasn't interested in hearing any more monologues. He also wanted to check to head back to the meeting with the Council of the West to make sure everything was fine on that front. Kurumi was still lazily resting on his shoulder, seemingly content to just be there. That went a bit differently than I expected, Felix remarked, his tone casual. Luminous gave a slow nod, her gaze lingering on Granbell's still form. Indeed. She agreed. It was almost as though I was speaking to a younger Granbell at the end, the one who hadn't lost his vision, his drive. The one who still believed in what he fought for. A Granbell who truly hoped from the bottom of his heart. Felix crossed his arms, staring down at the fallen hero. I can see the appeal, he seemed almost inspirational near the end there. I can see why he was considered a champion, he certainly had the charisma for it. Luminous allowed herself a moment of silence before responding. He was once a truly grand hero. She paused. A man who led others with unwavering conviction. But somewhere along the way he lost himself. At least he ended up passing on some goodies. I didn't expect him to give his hero's egg to Hinata, and then he even gave you his ultimate skill to pass on. He was feeling really generous. Felix mused. She nodded. It was rather ironic that their ultimate skills were so similar in nature but were also practically opposites, hers specialized in death while his in life. Granbel's ultimate skill wasn't quite that compatible with her, she managed to loosely bind it to her soul with life domination, she could easily remove it and pass it on to another individual if she desired. She could feel the skill lightly testing her will, but she kept it tightly bound in chains. She was used to it with Asmodeus, and somewhere along the line Asmodeus had submitted. The Sin series skills were never particularly loyal, they required domination to be wielded properly. I don't think Hinata will be very compatible with it though. Those Virtue series skills and Sin series skills tend to have minds of their own. If they don't like their wielder they'll rebel. She nodded. Indeed. I do not think Serial will be very compatible with Hinata either. But I promised Granbel to try. If not then I will retain Serial until I find another worthy wielder for it. Felix shrugged. Maybe it'll fit Chloe. She does have a mana so maybe she can handle it a bit better. She nodded. Perhaps. Speaking of manas, will you be explaining Athanas? She asked with a raised brow. Felix tilted his head. Athanas told you huh? Felix didn't seem to be bothered with Kurumi overhearing, so she didn't bother trying to conceal anything from Kurumi. If he trusted Kurumi then she would trust his judgment. She nodded. Partially, she merely confirmed it, I had suspected it when I saw her appear from you. Felix shrugged. Sure, I don't mind sharing a bit about her. What do you want to know? How was she born for one? The only mana she knew of was Cronoa was originally just a mass of negative emotions. She didn't think Felix had something similar to that in his pocket. Keep this secret for one, but Athanas was actually born from one of my skills. A very specific series of events had to occur but through a series of what I would call miracles, Athanas was born. Luminous hummed. I see. Manas could be born from skills. How intriguing. She didn't ask more as she was aware everyone had some secrets they wanted to keep mostly hidden, though she already had some ideas as to how that was possible, her own Asmodeus also held a will of its own after all. Felix, ever greedy, approached Granbel's long sword, Truth, still lodged in the ground next to Granbel's body. She still remembered her beloved Night Rose clashing against Granbel's Truth ages ago. Truly time passed by far too quick, even for an immortal. He wanted Hinata to have this right. I suppose I'll pass it on to her when she wakes up. Maybe she can pull a Kirito and dual wield. She noticed the spatial phenomena that was always present around Felix dissipating as his hand moved towards the hilt, but the moment his fingers brushed against the blade, Truth erupted in a surge of explosive energy, sending sparks flying and forcing Felix to yank his hand back. Kurumi growled lightly at the blade, which was rather adorable, especially considering how Truth as a weapon had more energy than Kurumi. Man, that actually stung a little bit. Stupid holy power. Felix sighed as he shook his hand in mild irritation which was a testament to his own strength. Holy power was basically poison to beings of demonic nature like Felix, at least holy power not their own. Felix could likely control holy power of his own that he gathers from his own faith. Truth's holy power was particularly potent with an EP of over 1,500,000, and yet Felix shrugged off a full blast of that much holy power, even she would be severely wounded by something like that. Fufufu, letting your guard down around even the weapon of a foe is foolish. She said with an amused smirk. Felix rolled his eyes. Yeah. He then looked back at the weapon. Geez, you don't like me, I get it, but I'm just going to be holding onto you for a bit. I even lowered infinity so that you could get a feel for me. This time, Truth allowed him to grip it without resistance, its fiery spirit seemingly satisfied with his intentions. With a swift motion, Felix tucked the blade away into his spatial storage. Shitty weapon. He grumbled, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Luminous couldn't suppress the small chuckle that escaped her lips. Fufufu. She laughed softly, her eyes glinting with amusement. Felix shot her a quizzical look. What? She shook her head. It is nothing. The silence stretched on between them, filled only by the distant hum of the wind. Luminous eyes remained fixed on Granbel's lifeless form, her mind drifting back to a time when he had stood at the height of his power, leading armies with unwavering confidence. Those armies were led against her in fact, his forces against hers while the two of them would duke it out. There was no clear victor between them back then. He had been someone she respected, even if they hadn't always seen eye to eye. As an immortal she hadn't gotten close to many individuals who had ended up passing away. It was always a unique experience for her, it had been some time since she felt the familiar pang of loss. She felt Felix gently place a hand on her shoulder. She shook her head. There is no need for that. Felix pulled back his hand. If you say so. At least this is all finally over and done with. Now there is just the Eastern Empire to worry about. After that hopefully we can relax for a few years. She raised a brow. I was thinking a few centuries. Felix rolled his eyes. You immortals have no sense of time. You will soon be the same as us, she retorted. Felix shrugged. Probably. Now I suppose we should coordinate a meeting between our forces now. This meeting will have aftershocks that will resonate throughout the Western nations. It would be best to put on a strong front to make sure the Eastern Empire doesn't see now as a time when we are weak. It would be rather annoying if they attacked now. Felix nodded. That would be a good next move. Felix gestured to Granbel's corpse. What do you want to do with that? I will bury him next to Maria's marked grave. I suppose I will also bury Maria's corpse as well since Granbel had made use of it. Felix nodded. She kneeled down and placed a hand on Granbel, storing him in her own spatial storage. She turned to Felix. Come, there is more to be done if you are not busy. Felix nodded. I'm down to help you out a bit. I already promised to repair the material damage to Lune. She offered her arm to Felix. He promptly locked arms with her. She smirked as she caught Kurumi's eye. It would be amusing to tease the fox girl. She acted mature and seductive, but in reality Luminous knew she was rather innocent all things together. As she led Felix towards one of the still-standing churches, Felix spoke up. By the way, can you give me Laplace? I might have a way to restore his memories. That'll be a good way to secure Sarian's loyalty. She raised a brow. Very well. I do not mind handing Laplace over to you. I had long since lost interest in him. He is in a forced coma in my dungeons at the moment. Felix nodded. I'll grab him later. She did wish to speak to Felix a bit more. She especially wished to tease him about Hinata. It was rather blatant that Hinata was fond of Felix, and despite seeing the signs, Felix seemed to be taking his time. She was aware they had a date planned. Hinata herself had told her. Back then she did all she could to not grin like a cat that caught the canary. Her plan was rounding up rather well. Soon she would have the two people she cared for in a single bed. But now was not the time for small talk or bonding. She had her duties to fulfill as the goddess of luminism. She would be remiss to fail in her duties. You said you would repair the damage to Lune's infrastructure? She asked. Felix nodded. I did say that. Want me to do that now? She nodded. That would be appreciated. The sooner the civilians can get back to their daily lives the better. Lewis is doing his best to maintain order, but despite my efforts humans are a rather curious bunch. I would rather not test their patience. Felix snorted. Veldanava did seem to favor humans for a reason. She nodded. Indeed, they start the weakest, but they have the potential to surpass even the most ancient of beings. Back when the high humans were around, they were an even bigger force to be reckoned with. If it weren't for Guy, I imagine the world would be vastly different. The high humans were truly almost Twilight's perfect creation, other than her of course, since she was far more perfect. They had an extended lifespan, and an absurd talent for magic. A high human saint would have been a match for her before she got her ultimate skill, and back then she had thousands of years of experience, and reserves that dwarfed every saint she had come across. I can imagine. Apparently Rudra was a high human, and according to Guy, the guy had more energy than even Guy did. He was built different. Felix said. She raised a brow. She hadn't personally met the hero of the beginning, but she had of course heard of him. She knew just how vast Guy's own reserves were. Even now he had reserves multiple times greater than her own. It seems Rudra was not the favored student of God for no reason. Felix sighed as he stretched his arms. I suppose I should get on with that whole repairing the city bit. He turned to look at her. See you soon. With that he leaped into the air, leaving behind a sonic explosion that thrashed the surroundings, just giving him more work. She narrowed her eyes as her carefully prepared hair was ruined by the torrent of wind. She shook her head as she sighed. Lewis, bring them back. It will be useful if they see this. As you wish, mistress. Lewis responded to her thought communication. Most of the monsters had been taken care of. She believed in the capabilities of her subordinates to prevent any civilian from meeting harm. While her citizens were under her thumb, it wasn't like she controlled each and every one of their thoughts. She was sure some had rather mixed feelings about the Western Holy Church allying with Demon Lord, and so she thought to put on a show. That was part of why she accepted Felix's offer and asked him to repair the city now. While most of the citizens were evacuated before they got to see any rather grueling sights, the event was still fresh in their minds. It was normal to feel anger at one's home and livelihood being destroyed. Now if they saw an allied Demon Lord fixing all their issues, wouldn't that endear Felix to them? While she was sure Felix didn't personally care about what her people thought of him, it would make things a bit more convenient for her. She didn't even blink as she felt the presence of her citizens begin to appear around Lune. While neither she or Lewis were masters of spatial manipulation comparable to Felix, she was still rather good. She had mastered distortion field after all. She had taught Lewis enough that short-range teleportation was possible for him. The bunker that the citizens were sent to wasn't too far from Lune either. She wanted to be able to reach them quickly in case something happened. She had built it after Granbel's betrayal once she learned about his intentions, but she couldn't be sure if he could still find out about it. For all she knew, he was mad enough to go after her people to get back at her. She looked up into the sky and watched as a burst of energy was released off of Felix, a burst of energy that encompassed the entirety of Lune. In a flash, Lune was bathed in a warm, radiant light, almost as if a second dawn had come. Felix's energy flared brilliantly, casting a protective shield across the entire city. Buildings began to mend and reshape, stone and metal shifting back to their original positions. Shattered walls reassembled, roofs reformed, and even the cobblestone streets were smoothed, each piece snapping back into place as if time itself had reversed. The citizens began to look around and wonder in awe. Felix floated above them, a calm and focused expression on his face, his hands outstretched as waves of energy pulsed from his body, rippling through the city. Cracks sealed, rubble disappeared, and every last detail was restored down to the smallest scratch on the walls. It was as if the battle had never happened. His power didn't merely repair the damage, it left Lune even more vibrant and immaculate than before. Even she was left surprised seeing it in person. As an ultimate awakened, she could see the world in a different way from most. To her perception, it looked as if Felix had practically recreated Lune. Not even material creation could do such a thing. The walls were all organic and not made of magicules like anything made of material creation. This was a whole different thing, and she was left rather confused at the implications. Could Felix wield creation? Such a thing was something only the Star King Veldanava was capable of. Even Malim hadn't inherited that from him. Arnaud. Arnaud grunted as he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly as he faced one of the few remaining monsters left. Much of the chaos had been dealt with, now only a few monsters remained. This one in particular was a powerful Calamity-class monster. The few that were left were rather powerful ones, some were even on the cusps of reaching Disaster class, which would require him or one of his fellow great saints to take care of, or a large group of paladins. The creature before Arnaud was a towering beast, its body was covered in thick, armored scales. Scales that were known to be magic-resistant. It was a molten fang drake, a rather rare and deadly Calamity-class monster known for its molten breath and regenerative abilities. A dragon offshoot alone was powerful due to their heritage and scales, but an offshoot that had regeneration aspects was even more deadly. It seems that the archdragon was not the only draconic beast present. The molten fang drake was an offshoot of a fire dragon, not as powerful as an archdragon but still deadly. He would be taking it on alone since his other subordinates were busy handling other Calamity-class monsters. They were grouping up so they would be fine, especially since they were trained to deploy their holy fields whenever the opportunity presented itself. The beast's eyes, a smoldering red, focused on him with some intelligence, and a low growl rumbled from deep within its throat as it prowled forward, claws gouging deep furrows into the torn-up road with every step. Arnaud's muscles tensed as he watched the drake's every move. He could feel the intense heat radiating from it, waves of oppressive warmth crashing against his skin. Even his heat-resistant skill wasn't proving to be effective in warding off the worst of the heat. This one will be rather annoying. He muttered to himself, his fingers tightening around his sword's hilt. Dragons and their offshoots were always rather troublesome due to their scales. They tended to be very hard to damage. The drake lunged, maw open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs dripping with molten lava. Arnaud sidestepped just as the beast unleashed a torrent of molten fire, scorching the ground where he'd stood moments before. Using the opening, he dashed forward, his blade gleaming with fighting spirit. Arnaud swung his blade in a powerful arc. The strike cleaved into the drake's side, sending shards of molten scales scattering, but the beast barely flinched, its wounds beginning to close almost instantly as its regeneration took hold. He clicked his tongue as the drake's regeneration kicked in. He had been expecting it, but a part of him had been hoping the drake was too drained to regenerate. Arnaud eyed the molten fang drake as it loomed before him, its molten scales radiating even more intense heat as the drake gathered more and more energy. It seems that rather than overwhelming it with his full strength, he would have to use a more precise approach that would be enough to handle this beast. He tightened his grip on his sword, focusing his aura into a calm, steady glow around him. The drake lunged, molten jaws snapping as it tried to crush him once again. Arnaud sidestepped as he quickly reached out his hand, invoking earth magic with a whispered command. The ground beneath the drake's feet shifted, trapping its legs in place with a binding of solid rock. He felt his earth elemental assist him in the endeavor, making it far easier. With the beast temporarily immobilized, Arnaud channeled holy power into his blade. His reserves were running rather low, so he hadn't put his all into the earlier strike, but this would have to do. He wasn't the reactor of holy power that Hinata was, but he wasn't favored by the spirits for nothing. His weapon glowed faintly as he advanced, dodging a claw swipe with practiced ease. Then, with a single, graceful slash, he drew his blade across the creature's side, interfering with the drake's body. Hinata had taught him a bit about spiritrons and what they could do. Higher-level holy magic made use of spiritrons rather exclusively, and so he used that to interfere with the beast's healing. The drake roared in pain, unable to heal as its molten energy began to cool, its strength waning with each passing moment. Moving swiftly, Arnaud spun around to the beast's vulnerable underside and struck again, this time aiming to pierce its core with minimal force, just enough to end the battle. The creature collapsed, its molten glow fading entirely as it crumbled to ash. Arnaud exhaled calmly, sheathing his sword and casting a quick look around. Most of his subordinates had dealt with the monsters around them. Arnaud blinked as all of a sudden the citizens that should have already been evacuated began appearing. Perhaps everything was taken care of, so the goddess Luminous summoned them back. Protect them. He ordered his subordinates. He didn't know whether the area was truly secure yet. All of a sudden Arnaud froze as he heard 8 ear-shattering roars echo throughout the surroundings. His eyes snapped to the direction of the beast and widened as he took in a hydra. His eyes narrowed as he felt the energy the hydra was releasing. It was strong. He winced as his eardrums burst as another sonic boom echoed throughout the surroundings. He kept the hydra in his peripheral vision as he looked towards the origin of the sonic boom. He watched with wide eyes and a gaping mouth as Demon Lord Felix took to the skies from the other side of Lune with a fox on his shoulder. Arnaud's eyes narrowed as Demon Lord Felix released a burst of power, his mind thinking the worst. He quickly deployed a barrier as large as a city block. There was only so much he could do under pressure in a moment. Cover yourselves. He yelled to his fellow paladins, who immediately got to work extending his barrier and protecting the civilians, ignoring the hydra, who was also similarly distracted by Demon Lord Felix. Yet the worst did not happen. He watched with a gaping mouth as he witnessed the impossible feat before him. Buildings mended themselves, roads smoothed out, and debris vanished, all within a moment. It was as if the destruction wrought upon Lune had been nothing more than a nightmare, now fixed by one of the so-called enemies of humanity, a demon lord. He clenched his fists, feeling both relief and an uncomfortable sense of humility. Here he was, one of the legendary 9 great saints, a protector of humanity, yet even he and his comrades together would have been hard-pressed to repair such devastation with magic. Yet Demon Lord Felix had done so in a simple gesture. It was even more humbling than getting thrashed by Hinata on a regular basis, that was for sure. Arnaud glanced over his shoulder to see the citizens around him, who were staring with wonder and gratitude at their restored city. It was clear that their fear of Felix, or rather their wariness of any demon lord, was beginning to melt away. This display of power combined with the care shown for their home had made an impression he doubted they'd soon forget. It was only natural to be grateful to the one that had protected your livelihood and home. He couldn't help but wonder if that was all part of her plan. To create a religion as vast as Luminism, Demon Lord Luminous had to have a scheming mind. Was this all a show to help cement Demon Lord Felix and Demon Lord Rimuru as allies? Was this entire attack a hoax? He would never know, he supposed. Before he could dwell further on it, Arnaud's senses prickled. He spun around in an instant. In the distance he could see the hydra had begun to make its move. It slowly stomped its way towards him and his group of paladins. George, Alan, Roger. Take care of the civilians in the area and escort them away. He ordered. The rest of you, with me. Right. This hydra felt like a certified disaster-class monster. Its reserves exceeded his own. He didn't think he could beat it on his own. All of its heads eyed him directly as he ordered his men to swiftly surround the monster. They were aiming to deploy a holy field in line with protocols. With a holy field in place, it would be much easier to take care of it. Arnaud looked up one last time only to meet the eyes of Demon Lord Felix. He was looking down at him with some interest in his eyes, if Arnaud could read him correctly. Arnaud's eyes narrowed as he considered the meaning of that look before brushing it off. Trying to understand an unstoppable demon lord that may be in the leagues of Guy Crimson was pointless and a waste of energy. I suppose I'll be nice and help you out a bit. You've done your part rather admirably after all. Also, my cute little student would be upset if I just let you get your shit kicked in. Arnaud's eyes widened as a voice resounded in his head. He hadn't even felt any sort of mental link established. It was as if the very sanctity of his mind was violated, something that caused him to shiver. Were even his thoughts not respected? Demon Lord Felix raised a hand, releasing a pinpoint beam of energy that shot across the city with unerring accuracy, striking down several of the remaining monsters in a flash of light. All 9 heads of the hydra were pierced in an instant. A resounding thud echoed the surroundings as the hydra's corpse collapsed. When he looked up again, the demon lord was gone. And one thing that Arnaud learned was that Demon Lord Felix was scary. He took out the hydra in one casual attack, a hydra that even if he went all out against alone he would fail to defeat. Truly, it seems he didn't grasp the vastness of heaven and earth. Arnaud blinked as he saw Serre crash beside him. I suppose I'm a little late, aren't I? Serre mused. Arnaud snorted. You could say that. Serre had become far more chill, for lack of a better word, since Hinata had returned. He stopped being rebellious against Hinata, seemingly accepting that she was more fit to lead them. He was far more amicable with his fellow great saints as well, which was a relief. Serre was a valuable ally to have. It would have been a shame if they couldn't develop a true bond due to Serre's jealousy. Serre shrugged. It can't be helped, I suppose. I was on bodyguard duty. You know how boring that can be. Arnaud nodded. How was it? You were guarding the meeting with the Council of the West and Tempest, right? In fact, shouldn't you be there right now? Ser sighed. Yeah, but shit happened. Arnaud nodded in understanding. Shit was always happening, it seemed. Him and Ser blinked as they watched various people begin to kneel down on the ground and begin praying. Oh, thank you, Lord God. One fervent man said as he cried tears of joy. Arnaud supposed he could understand. He couldn't imagine what it would feel like to know that your entire home and livelihood were destroyed. He was fortunate in that he was strong, so he could take his services anywhere else and he would be welcomed with open arms. These people didn't have a similar privilege, their lives were here, in Lune. More and more people began to kneel down and join the men in prayer. Ser looked at him with a sigh. You think she planned this? He raised a brow. Who? The goddess. He shrugged. Maybe, I wouldn't put it past her, despite everything she is a demon lord. I'm sure she has her goals. Ser sighed. Right. Let's just hope that those goals are beneficial to humanity. Arnaud lightly pat Ser on the shoulder. Relax, just trust in Hinata. Despite everything, she will put humanity first. She wouldn't hesitate to go against the goddess if she needed to. Ser's lips pursed. I suppose that is true. Still, we need to train more. Arnaud nodded. That Hydra was a serious threat to him. It was a disaster-class monster that was capable of destroying entire kingdoms if allowed to. He had no idea how the attackers managed to get their hands on it, but he clearly needed to get stronger. I am highly motivated by your guys' reviews and likes, so do that. I'll probably keep writing or something. Author's note. Hello everyone, back with another chapter of Daemon. Things are slowly being wrapped up, now there are just some after effects of all the attack to deal with. Writing Sukuna scenes is really fun, his slashing attacks just uniquely interest me. Though we haven't had a focus on Felix's POV in a bit, so I'm going to try and focus on that a bit, but other things do need to be covered. Anyways, thanks for reading, peace. Thanks to @Salanti and @Flowerman for baiting this chapter. Chapter 172, Chapter 102, Fist Saint. Story, I'm a demon, so what? Disclaimer, I do not own the original setting. Chapter 102, Fist Saint. There are up to 15 chapters ahead of update schedule at p@trian.com/theagbasilisk. Arcuade. As she eyed the submissive trio, a calculating glint entered her eyes, considering all the ways she could exploit them. They were each important nobles in the Western nations after all, they would have some use. The Council of the West was insignificant, all things considered, mere pawns kept in power by those far above them in strength and influence, Granbell primarily. Without him there to help maintain their power, things could collapse if no one intelligent enough is on the council. Maintaining the political power they had maintained thus far was no easy feat after all. Still, they had their uses, she would make sure they remained in power, if only so they could be useful to her beloved lord. I do hope my ally made it clear what any sort of defiance will result in. She said as she eyed each and every counselor. They all nervously nodded, even Ralph, Alfred, and Samuel. It seems having a limb removed truly made things easier. Samuel was clutching his bloody stump, pale from both shock and the crude healing magic he was using to stave off blood loss. It was no holy magic, but it would do temporarily, while Ralph slowly began to crawl towards his seat, his blood smearing across the tile floor. He would need to get that treated or he would die from blood loss. She was sure he would manage. Why yes, my lady. Alfred stuttered out. It seems he had learned from the fates of his companions. She didn't blame him, for most humans losing a limb was crippling. Though he may just come out of all this unscathed, his cut-off limb was still laying on the floor. If he could find a skilled enough healing mage, then he could have his limb reattached. She clapped lightly. Excellent. I am glad that we were all able to come to a worthwhile agreement without any undue conflict. She said, her tone perfectly pleasant but dripping with mockery that sent the counselors squirming in their seats. Benimaru stifled a snort. Is there something you wish to say, Benimaru? Benimaru coughed lightly. And no, nothing. She nodded, turning back to her prey with a satisfied look as Benimaru settled back into silence. Benimaru. Benimaru kept his expression composed, but he couldn't shake the chill running down his spine as Arcuade turned her piercing gaze away from him and back to the trembling counselors. That lady seriously scared him, she had to be batshit crazy. He released a small, controlled breath, grateful that her attention was now focused on the cowering nobles. He really felt for them. It wasn't that he doubted his strength, he'd honed his skills under Lord Rimuru and battled fearsome opponents. But her demon lord's hockey was seriously something else. Even if it wasn't focused on him, he felt the weight of it press down on him when she loosened her control over it. She was damn powerful, that was for sure. Her demon lord's hockey didn't feel as powerful as that of Lord Rimuru's, but she was still far more powerful than even he was. He wasn't prideful enough to delude himself about his own strength. He observed as she continued speaking to the nobles, her words were sharp and laced with an almost predatory calm. As if she knew everything was under her control and nothing could touch her here. There was no need for her to raise her voice, in fact she was rather quiet, but that was a power move on its own he supposed. She was forcing the counselors to listen to her deeply. He met Sui's eyes, both of them sending an unspoken message between each other. They were both observing what was happening, both to report to Lord Rimuru and also to perhaps learn from it. Arcuade was a primordial demon, after all, in the same league as Diablo, and Benimaru had learned firsthand how helpless he was against someone on that level. He was sure anything he could pick up from her could be useful. Benimaru's eyes flicked towards Sukuna, who seemed to enjoy the display, his smirk widening as the counselor's fear grew. Benimaru knew that if any of them so much as muttered a word of defiance, it would be the last mistake they'd ever make. Sukuna was equally batshit crazy if not more than Arcuade in his humble opinion. That guy seemed to live for bloodshed, or at least that's what he thought. He hadn't actually interacted with Sukuna much, they just weren't all that compatible, but that didn't mean he didn't like Sukuna. Sukuna was an ally that automatically put him on Benimaru's friendly list. With Arcuade's presence looming over the room, Benimaru was reminded once again that there were forces in this world he was only beginning to understand. He had thought he was strong after receiving the gift from Lord Rimuru, yet he had quickly learned that he was merely a frog in a well. He swallowed quietly, committing the lesson to memory. Strength was more than just power. It was how you used it as well. Arcuade. After turning away from Benimaru she looked back at the terrified counselors. The papers filled with blackmail were still scattered around the table they were sitting at. Sukuna stood by her calmly, seemingly content to let her take the lead, which was good. If he tried to get uppity she would have to show him his place. She would be the one delivering the counsel to her lord, she would be the one getting praised, not him. Arcuade's gaze swept over the trembling counselors, the subtle smirk playing on her lips deepening as she noted their horrified expressions, each one glancing nervously at the incriminating papers scattered before them. Sukuna remained silent by her side, his forearms folded with that same unsettling grin, as if he found this entire display of fear mildly entertaining. But that was all he would do. Let him enjoy the show if he wished, he knew better than to try and interfere. Now, she said, her voice smooth but laced with steel. I trust you all understand the gravity of your situation. I'm offering you a very generous choice, your loyalty, or, well. She allowed a miniature fraction of her hockey to pulse again, a controlled wave of pressure rolling over them, pressing them into their seats and rendering their resistance meaningless. Their shallow breaths and trembling hands betrayed how close they were to breaking entirely. The portly men who had first dared to defy her whimpered, barely able to meet her eyes. Please, we'll do as you say. Ah, good. She said, arching an eyebrow. It's always nice when someone sees reason without further persuasion. And remember. She continued, letting her words sink into their minds like poison. If any of you decide to get creative with your loyalty, I will know. She would have Moss monitor them carefully, he was useful for those kinds of things with his other bodies. One of the counselors, his face ashen and beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, stammered. We understand. We swear our loyalty to Demon Lord Felix, and to you, Lady Arcuade. Satisfied, her hockey receding as the pressure around the room lightened. She had them exactly where she wanted them. Her eyes gleamed with satisfaction as she imagined Lord Felix's praise upon learning of her success. The West's counsel was now firmly within her grasp, and soon, all its influence and power would be wielded in service to her lord. She wanted to finish this all soon as she had far bigger fish to fry. Demon Lord de Gruul would be sending over a representative to discuss Azeroth's alliance with his own kingdom soon. That was something she would treat far more seriously, doubly so because she knew de Gruul's true background. The true giant was not to be underestimated. Just as she was wrapping up she felt space begin to warp once again. A portal formed through which Lord Rimuru stepped forth. Benimaru and Sui were the first to greet him, both immediately kneeling. Lord Rimuru. They echoed in unison. Rimuru smiled as he looked down at Benimaru and Sui. Ah, Benimaru, Sui, no need to kneel. Both Benimaru and Sui stood up on his orders. Lord Rimuru then greeted her. Hello once again, Arcuade. He nodded towards Sukuna. And Sukuna. She nodded lightly. Lord Rimuru. Sukuna gave a light bow. Lord Rimuru. Lord Rimuru's gaze wandered to the trembling counselors. She had assumed they would have some hope in their eyes with Lord Rimuru's arrival, but she was proven wrong. It seemed Sukuna's display had done far more mental damage than she thought. Lord Rimuru's lips twitched as he took in their state. She saw his eyes wander to Samuel's severed arm, and Ralph's severed leg. What happened here? He asked cluelessly. Nothing much, Lord Rimuru. The Council of the West was being rather rebellious. I merely corrected whatever assumptions they may have previously had. She said. I do believe they will be welcoming you into the council now. Whatever conditions you wish to be fulfilled will be met. She said, eyeing Ralph. Lord Rimuru tilted his head. Ah. Is that so? He muttered. Ralph quickly, almost desperately nodded. Yes. You are most welcome among our numbers, Lord Rimuru. In fact, we would like to offer you or a representative of yours a seat on this council. Lord Rimuru's eyes widened. Eh? Seriously? Ralph nodded. Yes. Ralph was looking at her from the corner of his vision. She gave him a small imperceptible nod, causing him to relax his shoulders and exhale a sigh of relief. Rimuru Tempest. This chick is crazy. He had just returned from Rabirius, Loon more specifically. Watching Hinata face Granbell really was something, especially when she deployed her world system skill. It was certifiably under the hacks category. She seriously got such a bullshit ability. Even he wasn't sure if he could deal with it. He had faith in Raphael, but her world system skill was just that broken. Her combat ability had also improved a lot compared to where she was at before. Even without her ultimate skill, she was a far more impressive fighter. After his awakening, he could have dealt with her with ease before she traveled to the past. Now he wasn't so sure. He was still confident, but he didn't have the absolute certainty he had before. It seemed like she had worked through some issues and had grown stronger for it. When he left, Hinata and Granbell were speaking. He wasn't going to stay there for their grandstanding when he had other important matters to take care of, like dealing with the Western Council. Watching the fight was pretty fun though. He hadn't had many chances to see stuff like that. He even recorded it for Veldora to see. Last he heard, Veldora was whining about being left out of the fun, as he called it. Hopefully this would appease him. Then there was the fact that Felix sent Sukuna of all people to help Arcuade manage the council. Sukuna may not have been the same Sukuna he read about in the manga Jujutsu Kaisen, but in the end his core still stayed the same. He wasn't all that different from the men who slaughtered thousands in Shibuya for fun, the men who was quite literally a menace to society. He felt like if he left Sukuna alone with the council for too long, then there might not be a council anymore. Sukuna was a very unhinged individual, though perhaps Diablo was even more unhinged. The guy brought random plans to conquer random Western kingdoms to his desk almost daily. It was almost like taking over countries was an enjoyable pastime for Diablo. Rimuru managed a polite smile, hiding his surprise at the state of the council as best he could. He quickly analyzed the papers on the table and held back his sigh as he went through the copious amounts of blackmail. He glanced over at Arcuade, who wore her usual look of calm superiority, her gaze unwavering and calculating. He knew her methods were harsh, very harsh. In fact, he would consider them literal torture. She cut a guy's arm off and another guy's leg off after all. But the council had been a thorn in his side for far too long, refusing his previous diplomatic attempts to bring them into alignment. It was only with Felix's help that he got this meeting, since Felix basically told Maria Bell to arrange it back when she was alive. Clearly, Arcuade had her own ways of securing alliances, even if those ways were terrifying. He did feel a bit bad. He didn't like using methods like torture, but Sui had looked into each of the counselors beforehand. Each of them were scum. Sure, some were less scummy than the rest, but most had slaves, blackmailed the innocent, extorted the hardworking. They were everything that was wrong with a modern society. Only caring about lining their own pockets while the people they had sworn themselves to suffered. Thank you, Ralph. Rimuru replied, his voice warm yet authoritative. He knew that Ralph was a rather important figure, the uncle of Maria Bell and the brother of the current king of Silt Rasa, which was the Raso's home base. They were all still puppets of Granbell, but that didn't mean they weren't important, though perhaps that importance would wane depending on how things change with Granbell's death. There was Duke Alfred of Ingracia, Samuel Doran, the brother of King Doran. The council was filled with various individuals of importance, so having them on his side was helpful. Despite the rather violent method used to gain their allegiance, Rimuru couldn't afford to be picky. He'd hear about everything in detail from Benimaru and Sui later, but going by the two limbs on the floor, he guessed Sukuna did something. I appreciate the generous invitation to join the council. I'll certainly consider appointing a representative. He was thinking of Diablo. Diablo wanted to dominate a few kingdoms for him, so maybe he would be fine with representing Tempest's interests within the Council of the West. He would have to give Diablo strict orders to not go over the edge and maim anyone like Sukuna did though. Blackmail was fine though, these guys all deserved it. The saying never trust a politician couldn't be more true. He turned to Arcuade, who was watching him with something resembling satisfaction. Her crimson eyes gleamed with triumph, a look that reminded him of how serious she could be in her loyalty to Felix. Lucky bastard. He wanted a hot One-Isan waifu too. But Shuna was enough for him, she really was too sweet. And who knows, maybe she would grow up into an One-Isan. Did that count as grooming? Nah, he was fine. Probably. He plastered a smile on his face. Thank you for your help, Arcuade. I imagine this would have been more difficult without your methods. She inclined her head slightly. Your words honor me, Lord Rimuru. I live to serve. It always weirded him out just how subservient these primordials were. Before he didn't see it as a big deal, but after Felix shared their history in detail and the significance they held to the world, even he was a bit weirded out that such significant figures were completely fine with submitting to someone else. But they were eons old, that probably warped their mindset a bit. He couldn't imagine what he would do for literal eons, that sounded super boring. Just then, Sukuna's voice broke in, a hint of amusement coloring his tone. Yes, Lady Arcuade's methods have proven highly effective, he said, casting a sly glance at the trembling nobles with a playful smirk on his face. He seemed to enjoy the tension in the room, and if anything, their fear only added to his satisfaction. Seriously, he was messed up. A strong subordinate though, he could see why Felix wanted Sukuna. Especially if Sukuna's domain expansion turned into a world system skill. All he knew was that Sukuna had a unique skill of some kind and that he retained the abilities he was known for in the manga of Jujutsu Kaisen. He learned all that thanks to the monitoring he could do within the dungeon. Sukuna and Zijin sparred from time to time, those spars would take place within the dungeon. Rimuru suppressed a sigh, aware that handling both Sukuna and Arcuade's high spirits after a successful power play might be as exhausting as dealing with the council itself. Right, so, I assume everything's in order here. Perfectly. Arcuade replied smoothly. The council is yours to command, Lord Rimuru. He was aware that Felix would likely have more control over the council than him, Arcuade was his subordinate after all. But Felix wasn't really interested in political stuff, so Rimuru wasn't worried about Felix doing something that ran contrary to his own goals. Rimuru nodded, glancing over the nobles who still dared not meet his eyes. He took a step forward. Now, as part of our alliance, I expect complete transparency and loyalty to our cause, he said. I want to avoid any more misunderstandings. Arcuade went through all the effort, it would be a shame not to use the newfound control he possessed over the council. The councillors nodded fervently, their desperation to appease evident. He sighed again. This really wasn't how he saw all this going, but he wasn't going to complain. With the Council of the West on his side, Tempest's expansion into the Western nations will be easy as pie. He held his hand out, summoning a full potion. Now it was time to make them more loyal and grateful to him. Restoring a limb ought to do that, right? The carrot and the stick and all that. Felix. I lightly whistled as I descended back down to the ground. It was pretty easy to take care of all the monsters still around the area, I didn't see any reason to leave Arnaud hanging or anything. He seemed to be rather worried about that Hydra after all. As I descended I eyed the various buildings, each of them were back in perfect condition, Brahma really was broken. I couldn't thank Yuki enough for giving Creator to me, it had an incredible amount of potential. It wielded the power of creation, at least to a certain extent. Theoretically, if pushed far enough, it could basically do anything. Make a true dragon, turn me into a true dragon, create ultimate skills, anything was possible as long as I had a sufficient amount of energy and understanding over what I wanted to create. I blinked in confusion as I felt the faith of the humans in Lune begin to flow into me. Thanks to the secret art of faith and grace, anytime someone prayed to me or held faith in me I could feel it. I didn't particularly care for the faith since I didn't really need it for any holy magic since I could just use it all manually, and the extra computational power it granted was minimal in comparison to my own computational power. But it was useful for when my subordinates cast holy magic and they needed a bit of extra oomph. Raiden was the main consumption of my faith since she was one of the strongest holy magic users under my command, followed by Adelman. I could spend faith to basically help them along with forming their spells whenever they called upon my name, and I could grant the spell some extra power. So while I didn't really care for faith, I couldn't deny it was useful to a certain extent. I lightly touched down on the ground in front of Luminous. Why'd you transport the civilians back already? I asked. I simply believed seeing you repair their homes would be the easiest way to create mass acceptance of Rabirius allying with demon lords. While my people will obey me, I am aware that some are rather hesitant and worried about the recent moves I have made. Luminous said. I nodded. That's fair. Hope you don't mind some of their faith being directed to me. Not much I can do about it. Luminous merely huffed. I care not, it is merely a trickle of the faith I receive. I nodded. I will be going back to my palace, I have things that need to be taken care of. Lewis will likely need my advice in organizing all of the civilians and maintaining order. Luminous said. It is possible to awaken Damrata at any point now. I have regenerated his reserves within the infinity space and returned him to peak condition. I nodded. I understand, do what you need to do. Though, do you mind if I get a small meeting room in your palace? I have someone I want to talk to. Luminous raised a brow. Very well. She then snapped her fingers, transporting the three of us to Night Garden. Gunther. Luminous called out. Moments later the vampire butler appeared. He swiftly bowed. My lady. He then turned to look at me and bowed lightly. Lord Felix. I gave a short wave before he turned to look back at Luminous. I have fulfilled your orders, my lady. The body of Maria Rosso has been laid to rest, and an empty grave lies next to her. Luminous nodded. Good, and what of Kigali and her partner? They have been buried as well. Gunther responded. I raised a brow. Luminous was being rather generous, burying Kigali and Tyr. I suppose she just didn't care enough about them to actually hate them or anything like that. Something like hating or even disliking someone after they already died requires conscious effort. Luminous smiled. Well done, Gunther. I have other errands to run. Could you escort Felix to a meeting room for his use? Gunther bowed. As you wish, my lady. Luminous turned to me, a small smile on her face. We will talk later. Before guiding you to a room for your use, Gunther will guide you to Hinata's quarters that I have given her in my palace. Please leave her there. I rolled my eyes at Luminous' protective words. Yeah, I'll do that. I waved. With that she vanished, teleporting away. I turned to Gunther. Before we go, let me do something. Gunther nodded. I turned to Kurumi, who was still resting on my shoulder. I wanted to keep the conversation I was having somewhat private for now. I could explain things to the others later if I needed to. Hey Kurumi, I'm going to be sending you back to Azeroth, okay? Kurumi, still in her fox form, pouted at me but nodded nonetheless. I smiled. Thanks for understanding. I said as I twisted space, sending Kurumi straight to her room. Gunther raised a brow. Your mastery over space has not been exaggerated, it seems. Even my lady would struggle to teleport over such a vast distance with the ease you demonstrated. Thanks Gunther, I'm ready now. Gunther nodded. Follow me, Lord Felix. Gunther said. I walked beside Gunther as he led me through Night Garden. You've been serving Luminous for a while, right? I asked, making small talk. Gunther lightly nodded. That is right. What made you want to serve her? You're a progenitor yourself, you could have afforded to make your own way through this world. Gunther was pretty strong, he had an EP slightly over 1 million, that's around saint level. Statistically barely anyone is on that level in this world, I just tend to associate with stronger people so they seem more common than they really are. Saints are like 0.0000001% of the population. That's about 10 for every billion humans. Gunther gave me a side eye, as if the question itself was foolish. She is stronger than me for one, us vampires follow the rules of monsters, we respect strength above all else. However, her charisma is what attracted me to her, her desire to create a world in her own image. Something about that was quite enthralling. I nodded. I see. I didn't really get what Gunther was saying, but to each his own. I just wanted to make small talk. Here we are, Lord Felix. This is the room offered to Lady Hinata. Gunther said as he opened the door to a room. Thanks Gunther. I said as I walked into the room. I looked around carefully, it was rather bland all things considered, but I suppose I should have expected that from Hinata. Nothing was on the walls, her bed sheet and blanket were plain with no design, there was just a dresser and a mirror in the corner along with various other amenities. Perhaps I should leave a present behind, this room is super dull, I'm sure Hinata would be happy if I lightened it up. Plus messing with Hinata was always an enjoyable pastime of mine. You may leave Lady Hinata on her bed. Gunther said from behind me. I nodded. Got it. Does she stay here often? No, she does not. She primarily stays in the quarters assigned to her as a member of the 9 Great Saints rather than the room Lady Luminous offered to her. Gunther said with a hint of disapproval in his tone. I see. I walked towards her bed and summoned her from my infinity space directly on her bed. Her eyes were closed but I could feel a subtle pulse of energy just waiting to burst out of her. She wasn't evolving or anything, but her reserves were most definitely in the process of growing. She was hatching her hero's egg, so I expected a good amount of growth from her. She's going to have an even tougher time controlling all her energy. At least she has Fortuna to help her with that. As I walked away I snapped my fingers decorating the room. Various posters decorated Hinata's walls, the bed sheet and blanket had a bunch of swords designs on them, more specifically the Master Sword from the Legend of Zelda series. I do not think Lady Hinata will be very happy about that. Gunther said. I shrugged. Meh, it'll be fine. What's she going to do? Yes. I will abuse my power like a true demon lord. Gunther sighed. I suppose that is true. If you are ready I can escort you to a meeting room that you may use. I nodded. I'm ready. Hinata will probably take a few hours to wake up. Did you wish for me to assist her? Sure, if there's a way you can help then go for it. Very well. Gunther quickly led me through the palace, before long he had stopped in front of a door. Here we are, Lord Felix. He said as he opened the door. It was a medium-sized room with a large table in the center. Aha, thanks Gunther. It was my pleasure. He bowed just before I walked in. As the door closed behind me, I snapped my fingers placing a barrier around the room, preventing even Gunther from listening in on anything. The room didn't have any sort of recording devices, so I didn't have to worry about that. I took a seat at the head of the small table. He's ready. Yes, Damrata can be awoken at any time. I have suppressed his consciousness while you were busy, Master, but if you desire I can awaken him. However, before that I do believe that you should take the new information I have into consideration. Oh. What new information? Something from Damrata. Yes. It involved his ultimate enchantment. Ultimate enchantment. Is that what his ultimate skill is called since it was given to him? Yes, though calling it a skill is an exaggeration. It does not possess the qualities of a true ultimate skill, it merely has one ability that if mastered properly can elevate the user's fighting prowess to the ultimate level. Damrata likely got to the level he is at now through much training, since I do not believe his ultimate enchantment has helped him all that much when it comes to direct combat capabilities. I believe that, the guy is a beast in combat just like Midray. I felt Athanas sigh. You and your respect for fighters like Midray and Damrata confuse me. I find it far more efficient to increase your power with data and exploiting the system rather than training. I agree, it is a lot more efficient and all around easier, but I can't help but respect someone who got to where they were through hard work alone. There's something to admire about that. I suppose. I could tell Athanas didn't truly understand what I was saying, but that's fine. We're both our own separate people, even if we are closer than most can ever hope to be due to her soul basically residing in my own. Now what did you want to tell me about the ultimate enchantment? Damrata's ultimate enchantment grants him a singular ability, Soul Protect. In essence it is a soul protection against any kind of spiritual attack with an impenetrable psychological barrier. My eyes twitched. That sounds like something that would go scarily well with Satnal, Lord of Wrath. Perhaps, such a thing requires more data, but I have already analyzed it. The thought of Malim being able to let loose with Satnal without the risk of going mad was crazy. How much raw power would she have then? Truly, Malim was the Nepo child of Nepo childs. Though, I didn't think Satnal's wrath effects could be dealt with that easily. Still a rather useful ability, not a directly combat-related one, but clearly Damrata was able to expand his knowledge over the laws of the world using his ultimate enchantment as a base. His soul protection would likely make greed and mammon basically useless against him in most cases. So what's the issue? This issue is that I have detected a connection between the ultimate enchantment and another ultimate skill. My brows raised. Oh. Which one? Michael, Lord of Justice. My eyes widened. Seriously? Seriously? Were you able to analyze Michael through that connection? If I could get God's chosen skill I would sure as hell take the opportunity. I'm sure it was super broken. No, I already attempted to do so, but Michael, Lord of Justice is a very, very complex skill. I need more data if I wish to properly analyze it. I see, that's a shame, but it's understandable. From what I knew, Michael, Lord of Justice was Veldanava's primary skill before he gave it to Rudra. I guess that's even more confirmation that Rudra is behind Damrata then. Indeed. I was able to analyze the nature of the connection between Michael, Lord of Justice, and Damrata's ultimate enchantment. The holder of the ultimate skill, Michael, Lord of Justice, can control Damrata's actions. I held back a sigh. So a mind control skill. That does seem to be an aspect of Michael. Thanks to the data I gained on the connection between the two, I was able to install a stopgap between Damrata and the connection he holds to Michael. With this it will not be possible for Michael to be used to control Damrata without Damrata knowing from here on out. I have also blinded the connection a bit, making it impossible for Rudra to detect any tampering I have done to the connection on Damrata's side. However, the moment Rudra attempts to assert control over Damrata he will know something has changed between their connection. Great job, Athanas. I'm not sure if Damrata was aware of that connection or not, but better safe than sorry. Indeed. From my understanding I do believe that the connection was mostly unused. It seems to merely be a last resort to keep people in line rather than something that is actively used. However, as I do not have a full analysis of the ultimate skill, Michael, Lord of Justice, there is a possibility that there has been an alteration in Damrata's psyche that I cannot detect. Got it, I'll keep that in mind. Can you get rid of the connection entirely? Affirmative, it will be a deeply invasive process in Damrata's soul, however. I see, well I'll keep that in mind. Depending on how this conversation goes I could bring it up to him. All of a sudden a thought came to me. His ultimate enchantment is linked to his soul, right? Correct. Athanas said, not quite getting where I was going. Damrata had an incredible amount of raw power and skill. I didn't see much lacking in him as a fighter, so my question was just why he wasn't able to become a divine human. Athanas quickly understood where I was going. It is possible that the ultimate enchantment had some sort of effect on Damrata's evolutionary prospects, whether halting the process of developing divinity or otherwise. That would explain it. I'd think about it further depending on how this conversation went. You can wake Damrata up now. Affirmative. I raised my palm, a spatial distortion leading to infinity space formed, and from it Damrata was flung out onto the ground. As I waited for him to get up, I went through all the information I had. I'd have to be a bit careful with what I tell Damrata due to his connection to Rudra. There are some things I wouldn't want getting back to Rudra after all. Thankfully I didn't show Damrata anything all that special. Sure, I showed that I was way stronger than Damrata, but that was about it. Rudra won't get much information on my abilities from that alone. A moment later, Damrata's consciousness began to stir, and his eyes flickered open as he found himself in the room. He took a moment to regain his bearings, then focused his gaze on me. There was recognition in his eyes and his lips were curling upwards. I suppose he was happy I didn't just kill him when I could have. He slowly stood up. Lord Felix. He greeted with a low bow. He was as composed and confident as ever. I suppose he wouldn't be where he was if he just cowered in front of every person stronger than him. I am glad that you agreed to speak with me in private. I waved him off. It's no problem. You interested me and I saw no reason to disagree. I am glad that I was able to interest you then. Damrata said humbly. Take a seat. I said while gesturing to the chair across from me. I've already secured the room so no one can overhear. Damrata nodded gratefully before sitting across from me. So, what was it you wanted to speak about? Damrata shifted in his seat slightly. Before we get into that, allow me to explain some of the backstory so what I request after makes more sense. I raised a brow. So he was going to ask for something, huh? Well, I'll decide whether I should accept or not after hearing him out. Go ahead. Let's hear the full introduction. Damrata took a deep breath. I am known as the Fist Saint Damrata, the former Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Nazca, the former Commander of the Imperial Guardians and the current Vice Commander of the Imperial Guardians. It is nice to meet you officially, Lord Felix. Hold up, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Nazca. I'm pretty sure that's what the Eastern Empire was known as before it, became an empire through rapid and tyrannical expansion. Damrata might be even more valuable than I thought. One thing we've been lacking on is information on the Eastern Empire. I know the basics such as the existence of the single digits and how their military is generally structured, but nothing else really, which is not ideal since it seems the Eastern Empire is going to be our newest enemies. I seriously need to take a break and go to another world. I need some time without having to worry about the next impending attack. If Damrata was telling the truth about him being the current Vice Commander and former Commander of the Imperial Guardians, then at least I can somewhat guess the general level of the Imperial Guardians below him in ranking. The single digits are all saints, but strength between saints can vary a lot. Now that's a lot of titles. I said out loud. Damrata smiled. Indeed, but you wished for the full introduction. I nodded. That is true. Now what could the Vice Commander of the Imperial Guardians be doing here? From what I know, you lot are directly under your Emperor's command. Did Rudra order you to be here? I could see that being true. Ordering Damrata to cause some chaos in the West would be a good way to overall weaken the Western nations, making them easy pickings for when they invade. But if that were true, why would Damrata be here, telling me his whole story? He could be buying for time, or it could be something else. I suppose the only way for me to know is to hear him out. I still didn't even know why he worked for Yuki if he was already an Imperial Guardian. From what Guy said, those guys are pretty loyal to Rudra, not to mention the ultimate enchantment Damrata has, which basically guarantees loyalty if Rudra wished to enforce it. Could Yuki be more related to the Eastern Empire than I thought? Could he have been working for Rudra to weaken the Western nations as well? Maybe Yuki wasn't aware of it. He could have been used, but I guess only Damrata has the answer to that. Indeed, the Imperial Guardians can only be commanded by myself, the Commander, the Marshal, and the Emperor, and I am here under the Emperor's orders. Damrata continued. Before I explain why, allow me to explain more of my backstory. Info dump time, huh? Well, I guess that's fine. Sure, go ahead. In the ancient past, I was once a mere Prime Minister of the small kingdom of Nazca. Damrata's gaze drifted, as though he were seeing back through centuries. Nazca was a peaceful kingdom. He began. I stifled a snort. If they really were a peaceful kingdom, then they seriously have changed when compared to the past. Now they were basically the boogeyman of the world, well, them and the angels. I was appointed as Prime Minister by the then King and Queen of the Kingdom of Nazca. I was a mere boy back then, but they saw potential in me. It was then that I met Emperor Rudra. He hadn't even taken the first steps in his journey back then. He was powerful, yet not even an enlightened. Damrata sighed. Something about him had captivated me from the moment I met him. I knew he was destined for greatness. He just had that charisma about him. Even his sister was extraordinary in her own right. Hey, I imagine Rudra's sister had to be something special to get God himself to fall for her. But I digress. Eventually Rudra left to begin his journey, and I remained managing the nation's resources, navigating alliances, and securing prosperity. Our people were merchants, skilled in trade, our lands rich in resources. I took pride in guiding them toward wealth and influence, keeping the kingdom safe from the powerful nations encircling us. I rested my chin on my hand as I waited for Damrata to continue. While learning about the history of the Eastern Empire was neat and all, I really didn't care for it. Now I will skip the rest, I am sure you are getting bored. Damrata said as he noticed my expression. Eventually, years later tragedy struck, the king and queen had passed away, to poison of all things. The culprit was apprehended but the damage was done. Rudra and his sister, Lucia returned after years of training under the Star King. I could tell the emperor was a changed man, he was determined to achieve a certain goal, he wished for world peace. I sighed. Great, Rudra wanted world peace, yet he was ruling the biggest warring empire in this world. From what I know, Emperor Rudra and Guy Crimson were having a competition, I don't know the details however. I raised a brow. Now that I did not know, but it was only natural that Guy didn't tell me everything. Rudra wished to conquer the world to bring peace. In his eyes, as long as there were multiple kingdoms in existence each with their own goals, world peace would be impossible. Damrata said. I nodded. That was true honestly. The easiest way to world peace was through conquering the entire world, with the entire world at your boots then everyone was equally under you. If you had the capacity to do such a thing then I could understand Rudra's reasons for his rapid expansion even if I didn't particularly approve. The amount of bloodshed in such a thing would be absurd. Not to mention it would be a hollow peace, with everyone equal only under you. World peace won't come easy. Though Guy was bound to be an obstacle in Rudra's goals, for now Rudra hadn't pushed Guy's limits, but the moment Rudra did something that Guy's role as a mediator demanded he challenge. I imagine a big fight would take place. Though I do wonder why Guy hasn't acted already in some fashion, I'm sure the Eastern Empire wasn't always as big as it is now. The Empire is known to conquer all the kingdoms in their vicinity. I suppose that wasn't a danger to humanity in Guy's eyes though, so he didn't do anything about it. Well, either that or I'm missing something. I'll have to ask Guy next time I see him. I decided to believe in him and his dream. By that point I was already an enlightened as I had been training myself. I evolved into a saint soon after. Damrata explained. Rudra would then return to the tutelage of the Star King where he would go even stronger. Damrata went on to explain basically everything Rudra went through. If you asked me, Damrata seemed to be Rudra's biggest fanboy, he knew a lot about the guy. Shortly after returning to learn under Veldanava, Lucia Nazca got married to Veldanava leading to Malim's birth. Then of course a neighboring kingdom attacked Velda when he was weak due to Malim's birth, Velda died, as did Lucia. At this point Dino went on a rampage and destroyed the kingdom that caused Velda's death, turning into a true demon lord. So what next? I asked as I sat up in my seat. From this point on I didn't know nearly as much, sure I knew the general events but not much more. I am highly motivated by your guys' reviews and likes, so do that. I'll probably keep writing or something. Author's note. Sup everyone, back with another chapter of Daemon. We got some more counselor bullying, now there really shouldn't be much trouble going on in the Western nations at all, so the focus will be the Empire. Now we learn a bit more about the Eastern Empire. Thanks for reading, peace. Thanks to @Salanti and @Flowerman for betaing this chapter. Chapter 173, Chapter 103, Alternative. Story, I'm a demon, so what? Disclaimer, I do not own the original setting. Chapter 103, Alternative. There are up to 15 chapters ahead of my update schedule available at p@treon.com/theagbasilisk. Felix. Damrata went on to explain basically everything he knew Rudra went through. If you asked me, Damrata seemed to be Rudra's biggest fanboy, he knew a lot about the guy. Though I guess they were rather close, so that was normal. Still, Damrata was Rudra's greatest hype man. He talked about Rudra inspiring the military to better itself, the politicians to work on their policies for the people. He seemed like a pretty good guy from what Damrata was telling. I was aware that Damrata was biased as hell though, and clearly something had changed in Rudra between then and now for things to be how they are now. Shortly after returning to learn under Veldanava, Lucia Nazca got married to Veldanava, who had taken on the name Veldanava leading to Malim's birth. She must have definitely been something to have attracted God himself. Velda ended up losing the majority of his power to Malim, leaving him at the strength level of an average human despite retaining his status as a true dragon. I highly doubt he wasn't a true dragon anymore, once a true dragon, always a true dragon. After that of course a neighboring kingdom attacked Velda when he was weak due to Malim's birth. There can be no happy endings or something, I guess. I didn't know why they attacked, nor did Damrata. Velda died, as did Lucia. At this point Dino went on a rampage and destroyed the kingdom that caused Velda's death, turning into a true demon lord. I already knew a good portion of that, though I did still wonder just why Dino was so weak to my senses despite being a true demon lord. Odin had previously hypothesized that he was sealing his power, and Athanas agreed. But nothing could be said for certain without me getting to analyze him deeply, which likely wasn't happening. He had an ultimate skill, so he was still someone I had to take seriously with how bullshit some ultimate skills could be. Look at Odin, Lord of Cursed Knowledge, it was basically the greatest source of my rise to power. I rolled my eyes as I felt Athanas preening within me. Despite not identifying as Odin anymore, she was still once that skill. Now that she could actually take pride in her actions, she was enjoying the emotions that came with it. But I didn't think I was wrong to be wary of Rudra and by extension Michael. Michael had already been proven to be able to grant ultimate level abilities with Damrata's ability. That alone was pretty extraordinary. There was a fine line separating the true top-tier fighters in this world. Being able to fight at the ultimate level was that line, and Michael, Lord of Justice, could seemingly bypass that entirely. I mean, I could too with Brahma's gifting function, but Brahma, Lord of Creation, was made through a lot of hard work on Odin's part as well as tons of data. I suppose Michael, Lord of Justice, was God's skill for a reason. It was seriously varied: mind control, ultimate level gifting abilities. What was next? A super overpowered barrier I couldn't get past. So what next? I asked as I sat up in my seat. From this point on I didn't know nearly as much. Sure, I knew the general events but not much more, so I was rather interested in hearing more. After losing Velda and his sister Rudra had fallen into a deep state of depression. Damrata said with remorse. Damn, so the first true hero got depression. Not that I didn't understand. No matter how spiritually strong one is, the loss of someone close to you is bound to affect you in some way. Though he eventually got himself together, he and the Lord of Darkness, Guy Crimson, had a meeting. Something Guy Crimson said sparked something within Emperor Rudra, and for that I will be forever grateful. Damrata stated with conviction, causing me to smile. Despite the things Guy had done in the past, like massacring millions of people when he practically erased all life on the ice continent, I did think of him as a good friend to those he cared for. I wouldn't condone what he did, but again, who was I to judge him for his actions? I wasn't a very good person either. It would just be hypocritical of me to criticize him. Not to mention that wouldn't get me anywhere except perhaps on Guy's bad side. He had to have gotten Lucifer, Lord of Pride, for a damn good reason. He was prideful as hell. He wouldn't take my criticism well. Despite my confidence in my ability, I wasn't going to start a real fight between us for no real reason. Me and him weren't that close, but I'd like to think there was a mutual respect between us. I didn't want to ruin that. That is when the rapid expansion began. We would demand that our neighbors surrender or face our wrath. Most did not surrender at first. Damrata continued. I snorted. I can imagine how that all went. Damrata nodded. Indeed, it was not a peaceful process, I can fully admit that. We took over their kingdoms by force and incorporated it into the newly renamed Eastern Empire. Eventually many of the neighboring kingdoms lost hope. Some would willingly submit themselves to the Eastern Empire without even being asked, while others would give in to the Empire's demands the moment the Empire declared its intent to invade. Damrata said with a sigh. I am aware that it was incredibly tyrannical, but now life is thriving in the Eastern Empire, so I suppose it was worth it. Damrata mumbled to himself. I wasn't in any position to judge him or his empire's actions. I killed 30,000 plus magians that served Clayman, simply for the sin of obeying their ruler, likely under threat of death. I'm sure many of the magian I slaughtered for my harvest festival did not want to be there. But when a demon lord tells you to do something, you do it. Even Clayman, who was by far the weakest within the council at that time, had a lot of pull. Greater Magian had EPs of 10,000 or so, normal Magian had even less, and Clayman was above 300,000. I didn't even feel guilty about it. That said more about me than anything else. I knew damn well that I wasn't a good person. I just tried my best to not be a bad person while prioritizing those I was close to. And according to Malim Ir, Damrata genuinely believed what he had said about everything so far. The military was restructured and the Imperial Guardians were created to be Emperor Rudra's personal enforcers. I was placed as the commander over all of them due to my strength as a saint. Eventually the standards were raised and the requirement to be a single digit at all was sainthood. Damrata explained. So originally you were basically the only saint in the Empire? I asked. Damrata shook his head. I was not the only one, yet there were very few of them. Things are different now, however. I nodded. Right. As far as I know, the Eastern Empire had at least 9 saints then, not including the Emperor himself. Maybe there were even more that Damrata didn't know of as well. Saints were not weak at all, they were stronger than the majority of the world at minimum, while if they trained I wouldn't be surprised if their EP went beyond 3 million. Damrata's own was a bit higher than 2 million. And from what I know, ranks 10 and below all have a requirement of being an enlightened. I asked. Damrata nodded. That is correct. Imperial Guardian number 10 serves as a reserve of sorts for the single digits. They're the ones most likely to become saints in the Emperor's eyes. So that's 91 powerful enlightened then. With the higher in ranking you are, the more powerful you get. Despite everything, even enlightened could be serious threats. Glenda was only an enlightened, yet with her unique skill, marksmanship, and the training she got from Lalatina, I feel she'd be able to take on even Clayman, and he was once an official demon lord, a weak one but a demon lord nonetheless. Damrata sighed. Things were going well, Emperor Rudra's empire was rapidly expanding. Velgrind and him were happy, even after the loss Emperor Rudra went through. At this point I had begun to notice something odd. As the years went on, the emperor seemed to be weakening. He was more distracted. I leaned forwards. Continue. Any weakness on the hero of the beginning would be very useful. I'd trusted Damrata so far since Malim I hadn't picked up any dishonesty yet. I learned that he would have to reincarnate himself as his spirit was weakening. It wasn't until later that I would learn why. Damrata said with sadness. Why did he have to reincarnate himself? I asked. I will get to that shortly if you do not mind. Damrata said. I sighed. Sure, continue with your story then. I had all the time in the world right now, and it seemed Damrata wanted to be dramatic. Damrata nodded. Thank you. At some point Emperor Rudra and I grew even closer. Hold on, is this going into that direction? Am I in some shoujo manga world? He was my best friend. Damrata continued. I let out a sigh of relief. I didn't want to hear about Damrata and Rudra's homosexual relationship if that was a thing. Damrata looked at me oddly before continuing. The empire continued to grow and grow. Soon enough there were even more saints other than myself who served Rudra, leading to the formation of the elite single digits. Each of them were saints and had all swore loyalty to Emperor Rudra. It was then that Emperor Rudra bestowed upon us an ultimate power, alternative. I raised a brow. So it was named alternative. That was rather lackluster compared to what I'm used to, but I suppose it isn't an actual ultimate skill. Though with all the information Damrata is giving me, I'm pretty sure he's betraying Rudra, or at least he wants to. He's made it seem like he's super loyal to Rudra, yet here he is giving me all this information. Sure, he could be giving me false information, but thanks to Malimir's truth-detecting abilities I could tell he was not lying. So why would he betray the men he claimed to be loyal to? Alternative was an ultimate power given to each and every single digit. Each single digit was bestowed with a different ability. I was given absolute mental and soul protection, while others were given things like absolute superiority over unique skills and magic. Excuse me. What kind of bullshit was that? Absolute superiority over unique skills and magic was bullshit. I'm sure there was a weakness. Nothing was absolute in this world, but it's still bullshit for a normal fighter to have that. Damrata nodded. Indeed, Emperor Rudra was a man of many mysteries. It wasn't until later that I would understand where our alternatives came from. Michael, huh? Damrata's alternative came from Michael, Lord of Justice, so it was safe to assume the rest did as well. That means every single digit has a connection to Rudra as well. Damrata's eyes shot open. How do you know about that? I'm not completely clueless. I responded as if Guy hadn't told me everything I knew. I suppose I should have expected as much. Damrata sighed. Each of the single digits has alternative, as you call it then. Damrata nodded. They do. As saints they can handle an ultimate power. My lips pursed. I see. If alternative allowed each single digit to fight at the ultimate level, that would be rather troublesome. Saints were strong in general, though not all of them could fight at that high of a level. Ser was a saint, yet he was still a long way from reaching that level. Hinata was also a saint before she went to the past, and she was also very far from the ultimate level. Among my subordinates only Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina could fight at that level. The rest would have a lot of trouble if they faced a single digit then. Rimuru was even worse off since none of his subordinates except likely Diablo could fight at that level. If the Eastern Empire goes on a full offensive and they strategically deploy their single digits, things could get troublesome. Rudra doesn't seem like an idiot. I'm sure he's already prepared for massive AoE attacks so his army doesn't get wiped out in a single attack. I'm sure he's learned from his previous experience with sending his army at Veldora. Though that expedition alone was pretty dumb. Do you know what the alternative powers are? Damrata narrowed his eyes but nodded. I do know some of them. Explain them to me. I all but demanded. Damrata sighed. Fine, I've already thrown my lot in with you. I raised a brow at that statement but brushed it off. He'd probably explain that later. I will explain the ones I know. I only know of the ones the single digits below me possess, and even among them, some I do not know what their alternatives do. Damrata began. I nodded. Very well, single digit number 009 is named Jiwu, her alternative is known as complete concealment of own powers. I raised a brow. That didn't sound too impressive. I was capable of such a thing, so were many of my subordinates. Hayes could do something rather similar in fact. Noticing my expression, Damrata shrugged. I didn't say they were all glamorous, but it was sufficient for Jiwu to grasp the truth of the world and fight at the ultimate level. Not to mention the overall buff that alternative provides. I nodded along. Fair enough. Jiwu is an otherworlder who is a very experienced combatant. She is well respected among the single digits for her stealth speciality. Jiwoo is shrewd and level-headed, possessing the judgment and skills to maneuver around various situations and environments. She did not become a single digit due to luck, she positioned herself to reach that level. Damrata sounded impressed. She is aware of her shortcomings but does not lose sight of her strengths and plays to them well wherever she can, even covering for her allies' shortcomings when warranted. He continued. For single-digit number 008, Marco, the alternative he was given was merely an enhancement to his own unique skill enhancing its capabilities. Damrata said. His unique skill is known as Adapter. My lips twitched as I thought back to my own intrinsic skill, Adapter. It hadn't been used all that much since I didn't have much that needed adapting to. Only when I faced something that I seriously couldn't handle would Adapter kick in. Adapter allows the user to turn into anybody that they have seen and mimic their power. However, there was a limit to how much the user could mimic. If the target was significantly more powerful than the user, they could not mimic everything. Damrata continued. With alternative enhancing it, even more of the person can be mimicked. It is a rather powerful ability. In the right hands. My brows furrowed. Could it mimic the alternatives of other people? I doubted it since that would be absurd for a unique skill, but it was worth confirming. Damrata shook his head. It cannot, however Marco is loyal to Kondu, and so Kondu is his primary mimic. Once Marco is mimicking Kondu, his fighting abilities are enhanced dramatically as Marco picks up Kondu's divine swordsmanship and divine marksmanship, making him a significant threat capable of scaling up to defeat higher-ranking single digits. I raised a brow. That could be troublesome. If he mimicked me, would he gain all of my sword arts and other arts? I may not focus on swordsmanship since I didn't have many serious fights, but I was still damn good at it. For me, swordsmanship was reserved for fights that I had to take seriously, like some Chuyuni anime character. All I needed was an eye patch and some cringe quote like "beneath my eye lays dormant the gates to hell." Or something like that. I can workshop it. Still, my sword arts were capable of causing mass amounts of destruction in the wrong hands. Though upon thinking on it further, that wasn't possible. The only way this Marco could mimic someone's fighting style is likely due to his skill having some sort of analysis function that dives deep into the subconscious to replicate the combat style of whoever he mimics. I would sense something like that and can just brush it off, so I don't need to worry about that. Though Marco has failed to mimic Emperor Rudra and even the Marshal, meaning there is some kind of cap on it. I suspect he only managed to mimic Kondu because Kondu allowed him to. Damrata added. I nodded. That only confirmed my thoughts. Damrata went on to describe the general character traits of Marco, those being that he was level-headed and serious, but put on a front of a humble and shy man. Apparently Damrata was the one who recruited Marco into the Imperial Guardians some 800 years ago. After some centuries he became a saint and joined the single digits. He was eventually challenged by Tatsuya Konda to a ranking duel and instantly became enamored with his strength, becoming his loyal follower and even joining the Imperial Intelligence Bureau so he could be of use to him. Basically he was a simp, but I could respect it. Moving on to single-digit number 007, Bernie. He is also an otherworlder, one whose talent only shows up once a generation. At merely 45 years of age he is a saint whose strength cannot be underestimated. Bernie's alternative possesses the aspect of absolute superiority over magic and unique skills. Damrata explained. From the analysis Othinus got, I understood that alternative in general at its base provided an overall buff to the user's abilities. Magic, battle will, it was all given a general buff, but Bernie's went beyond the basic buff and enhanced his abilities further. Damrata explained that Bernie was a rather humble man focused on his missions. He was confident in his abilities, but it didn't cross over into the realm of unfounded arrogance. Damrata was also one of Bernie's mentors. Single-digit number 006 was named Minaza and was one of the so-called Four Horsemen. The Four Horsemen were the personal guards of Rudra and were among the strongest in the Eastern Empire. Minaza actually isn't human, she's a magen that Rudra found somehow. Damrata was unaware of Minaza's origins, but she was definitely in the awakened class according to Damrata. Unfortunately, due to the distance between Damrata and Minaza, he didn't know what her alternative was capable of. Even her general combat capabilities were mostly a mystery to him since he hadn't interacted with her much. But I think it's safe to say that she is probably stronger than the other single digits below her, or I imagine Rudra wouldn't have placed her at that spot. Then came single-digit number 005, Garcia. In Damrata's own words, Garcia was a cocky little shit who didn't know the vastness of heaven and earth. For a moment I thought Damrata was an ancient cultivator who taught his juniors lessons. Damrata knew of Garcia's alternative since Garcia had once challenged Damrata for his spot before getting fodderized. Garcia was also one of the Four Horsemen. Garcia's alternative was a rather interesting one, it was called Subjugation Conquest. It transforms Garcia's intent to defeat his enemy into a strong fighting spirit carrying the holy alignment. In practice, this purifies all kinds of magen born from magicules as well as demons. Garcia also experiences a boost in strength the more he provokes their opponent. A skill that makes you stronger the more shit you talk sounds fun. After Garcia is single-digit number 004, Gardner, who was also one of the 4 horsemen. Damrata didn't know much about Gardner since he hadn't personally mentored or recruited him. From what Damrata had observed, Gardner's alternative allowed him to make clones of himself that retained all of his abilities, though he had to split off a portion of his own energy to give to the clone. It sounded somewhat similar to split body. Finally, there is single-digit number 003, Granite. He is also the leader of the 4 horsemen and a man even I cannot see through. Damrata said. My brows shot up. He's stronger than you. Damrata nodded. I believe he is, however he never cared to challenge me for my spot, and so he remained below me in the rankings. Damrata explained. If you've never fought, why do you think he's stronger? I asked. I'm sure Damrata had a reason. When you get to our level, your instincts alone were supernatural and could be considered to give you precognition. Your instincts could warn you of incoming attacks, someone's general threat level, etc. For one, it's his total energy. He had multiple times my own reserves. My lips twitched. That was a whole lot of energy, above 10 million EP most likely. As a saint, that was honestly absurd. Perhaps Granite already is a divine human and Damrata just doesn't know. Becoming a divine human isn't about total strength, even if that does play a part, it's about understanding and seeing the world in a different way. It's why Hinata evolved into a divine human only after being stimulated and reaching an enlightenment of sorts. I do not know which alternative he was given, unfortunately, though perhaps I could challenge him as I am now. My clash with you, Lord Felix, allowed me to grow more than I had in centuries. Damrata said with a smile. I shrugged. What can I say? I guess I'm just a good teacher. Damrata nodded. Perhaps. Give me a list of other members of the Imperial Guardians worth noting later. Damrata nodded. Very well. He said with a sigh. I have a feeling he didn't like selling his comrades out, but he seemed to genuinely believe it was for the best. Continuing on, Rudra and I had grown close enough that I learned more about Emperor Rudra's abilities. Michael was a rather wondrous power, its absolute defense made Rudra unbeatable. Damrata continued. My lips twitched. Did I jinx it? An absolute defense. I mean, Rimuru used to call Uriel's layered barriers an absolute defense when they most definitely weren't. Maybe this was a similar situation. What absolute defense? I still asked. I only knew of the control aspect of Michael, not much else. Damrata shrugged. I am not aware of the exact details of how the ability works, but I have seen it in action myself. No ability can touch Emperor Rudra. Fighting spirit, magicules, arts, magic, nothing can touch him. It's almost as if any attack used against him is simply negated, as if they were never used in the first place. He called it Castle Guard. Damrata looked up to the ceiling. It was a truly wondrous ability. I'd heard even the Scorched Dragon was helpless against it when the Emperor used it. My lips twitched. I see. Even Velgrind couldn't get past it. Well, the rumors Damrata heard could also be wrong, but that does paint a rather troublesome picture. Guy did say Michael was originally God's skill, but I'm still surprised by how overpowered that sounds. Something that just negates skills, arts, battle will, and power in its entirety just sounded too unfair. It was like anti-skill on steroids. Though perhaps it has some weakness, I doubt Damrata knows everything about Michael. In fact, he probably didn't even know a fraction of what it could do. Still, that's important information. At least sparing Damrata is paying off. I had hoped that Yuki's unique ability would have been capable of dealing with the Emperor's defense, seeing how it could also do something similar, but it seems that plan was destined to fail. Damrata said. You talking about anti-skill? I asked. That would make some sense if one was uneducated about anti-skill's weakness to something more complex. I highly doubt anti-skill would work on a defense of the caliber that Damrata described. Perhaps he thought that anti-skill would just be able to no-sell whatever unstoppable defense Rudra has. For something to be able to negate skills, arts, and magicules in general, it would have to be obscenely complex. So something that anti-skill would fail against. It seems Damrata was shit out of luck for betting on Yuki. Indeed it would. Athanas chimed in. Damrata nodded. I am. I pursed my lips. Well, you may still have that on the table, but the thing is, why would you want to come up with a counter to your Emperor's defense? Damrata looked at me in confusion. Still have that on the table? Do you know someone with anti-skill? I believe that Yuki was the only individual with it. Believe me, I have looked. Damrata's eyes lit up with a meager amount of hope. Or have you perhaps kept Yuki alive? Yikes, he really was desperate, huh? I shrugged. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. I'm not going to spill everything when I still don't know what goal you're playing at. Damrata nodded. That is fair. Very well, I will continue then. I had continued to serve Rudra diligently for a very long time, things changed as they always do. Tatsuya Kanda showed up and took my place as single digit 001. My eyes narrowed. Tatsuya Kanda. That name doesn't sound familiar. You mentioned him earlier, so I was waiting for you to bring him up. That was definitely a Japanese name, so probably an otherworlder. And for someone to have taken Damrata's place, they'd have to be pretty damn strong. Damrata smirked. Kanda did always pride himself on his ability to stay hidden. He is known as the darkness of the Empire. Not many know of his existence, let alone his name and position within the Empire. It is said that he knows everything within the Empire. He is the Emperor's eyes and ears when it comes to the happenings within the Empire. I tapped my finger on the table. Kanda, huh? He beat you for your spot then? Damrata nodded. Even I can admit that Lieutenant Kanda is an extraordinary man. I raised a brow. Lieutenant? Isn't he the head of the Imperial Guardians? Shouldn't he be higher up on the totem pole than a mere lieutenant? There were tons of ranks above that of lieutenant when it came to the military, like captain, major, colonel, then of course the general ranks. Compared to those, lieutenants were more low-ranking, even though lieutenants also served as important stations within the military. Damrata shrugged. That's what one would think, but that is one thing that Kanda was adamant about. He wishes to stay a mere lieutenant. I nodded. I see. Mind explaining more about Kanda then? I said in a tone that brokered no disagreement. I liked Damrata, I really did, but I didn't know about this Kanda guy until this moment. And he was very important within the Eastern Empire if he leads the single digits. If I didn't know about Kanda, what else could I be missing? There was war on the horizon, and I'd do my damnedest to make sure our side had the highest chance of victory possible. That meant the information Damrata had could be priceless. Damrata sighed. I suppose I must. I leaned back in my chair as I waited for Damrata to continue. I do not know everything, but my position in the Empire as well as my friendship with Emperor Rudra afforded me quite a bit of trust. Damrata began. I hummed in agreement. I can imagine, he even told you about his ultimate skill. The only people that really knew any details about my skills were the subordinates I trusted and cared for, and friends and partners like Rimuru and Luminous. Hinata too, but I wasn't quite sure what category she would fall under. Friend. Student. No need to label it, it can be a combination of labels. From what I know, Kanda is an otherworlder, one that appeared in front of Emperor Rudra when on the verge of death. Kanda seemed to be from the military from his former world and valued loyalty above all else. Emperor Rudra took care of him personally, which won Kanda's loyalty. The Emperor offered a high-ranking position to Kanda almost right away due to seeing the potential in him, yet Kanda rejected, stating that he wished to work his way up the ranks himself. Damrata said. Kanda's devotion may as well be considered fanatical towards Emperor Rudra. He is one of the single greatest threats in the Empire, surpassed by only the Emperor himself and the Marshal. So Rudra and Velgrind are the only ones superior to him, huh? Damrata raised a brow. I suppose I should not be surprised about your awareness of the Scorched Dragon's position within the Empire. Fanatically devoted, huh? I muttered, mulling over this new piece of information. If Damrata rated Kanda so highly, he was someone worth thinking about. I'm not sure if Guy knew about him either. He didn't mention Kanda at the very least, though he could have just opted to not tell me for whatever reason. Still, that level of loyalty was usually useful, not for me, but for Rudra. It would be annoying to have to consider Kanda's place in everything that's going on now. It could be dangerous if left unchecked. But why stay a lieutenant if he's so powerful? What's in it for him? I asked with curiosity. Damrata said he really didn't know, but perhaps he had at least something. Anything about this Kanda guy's personality could be useful at this point. Man, I hate being uninformed. Damrata shrugged. I cannot give the exact reasoning because I do not know. But I believe it is in relation to his previous life in his other world. I hummed. I see. Continue. Damrata nodded. As I mentioned earlier, his role in the Empire is to serve as its shadows. To catch any betrayal in the makings, to make sure everybody is doing what they should be while also maintaining his information network beyond the bound of the Eastern Empire. So he has an information network in the West. Damrata nodded. He does. He likely already knows about what had just occurred with Granbel's attack on Rabirius. I would not be surprised if he has people in Azeroth as well. I rolled my eyes. I'm sure he's tried, but I trust Arcuade to deal with all that. The amount of spies she has routed out are absurd. Gotta love that girl, she makes life so much more simple. I would feel bad for making her do so much if she herself didn't ask for the workload she has. She's one of the odd people who enjoy working. Damrata tilted his head. Arcuade. I nodded. She's one of my strongest allies and is someone I trust a lot. You'll meet her later. Probably. Damrata nodded. He has an alternative of his own then? Damrata nodded. I know for a fact he does, though I do not know what it does specifically. I see. I hummed. However, something even more important than that is the fact that Kanda has a genuine ultimate skill. My eyes widened. For real? Damrata nodded. For real. I clicked my tongue. Troublesome. Ultimate skills could do anything, for all I know it's something focused on elemental manipulation like Elmesia's, which is easier to handle despite the potential the elements have. I mean, Elmesia managed to turn wind manipulation into something Whitebeard would be proud of with his quake and shockwave manipulation. Do you have any idea what Kanda's ultimate skill can do? Its nature. Damrata shook his head. I unfortunately do not know much. The times when I have seen Kanda make use of his ultimate skill was only once, and Kanda was not willing to share the details of his ultimate skill when I asked. I sighed. Then what about the one time you did see him use it? Damrata's lips twitched. That was when he challenged me for my position in the single digits. Kanda has a rather unique style of fighting, sword in one hand, gun in the other. I already knew that the Eastern Empire was rather advanced technologically. According to Chloe, they had magic guns, magic swords that could basically use specific magic attacks once some energy was used, they had magi tanks, magi airships, and some other interesting stuff. They've really been abusing the knowledge they get from other worlds. Back then he merely looked at me with disinterest. We fought and I lost. What ended it all was a single bullet that he fired at me. It was able to bypass all of my defenses. By the time I realized its threat level, it was already far too late. I had already lost. That means he can imbue the effects of his ultimate skill into his weapon, which isn't unheard of. I can do it, Luminous can do it, plenty of others can also do it. That doesn't mean it doesn't require mastery over your ultimate skill, so on top of everything else, this Tatsuya Kanda knew how to use his ultimate skill properly instead of just relying on it like a crutch. At least that gives me a hint on Kanda's abilities, some sort of barrier-piercing ability. Perhaps something like Megumin's. That made 3 ultimate skill users in the Empire, Rudra, Velgrind, and Kandu. While I had 4 directly on my side, myself, Arcuade, Megumin, and Lalatina. Rimuru had himself, Veldora, and Chloe, while Luminous had herself and Hinata. Looking at it from that point of view, we outnumbered their heavy hitters, but fighting on the ultimate level was possible even without an ultimate skills. I'm sure each of the single digits will be at that level. In the end, quality always trumps quantity in this world. In the end, I see Kandu as a man who values discipline above all else. Perhaps he found strength in humility, or maybe it's his way of keeping a low profile. Either way, Kanda was absolutely unshakable, and in many ways, he was Rudra's shadow, a figure who could act on behalf of the Emperor when needed without revealing his true hand. Damrata continued. It was no surprise that he attained the legendary feat of obtaining an ultimate skill. Is there anyone else in the Empire like him? I asked. People who might not be on record but would make a difference in a fight. Damrata shook his head. The Eastern Empire has its experiments, and perhaps some of them are successful enough to cause damage to a normal mortal army, but as far as I know, nothing has been created that can fight at even the awakened level, let alone higher than that. If there is anyone like Kandu, they haven't surfaced. I see. If that is all your inquiries about Kandu, I will continue with my story. Damrata said. I sighed and leaned back in my chair. I'd rather just pluck all the information from his mind, but I could tell Damrata wanted to do this, maybe to comfort himself, maybe to reaffirm his resolve. Who could tell? At some point Rudra requested to meet me in private. Damrata began. I can remember that meeting as if it were just yesterday. Rudra and I made small talk and caught up before he got serious. He asked me if I was willing to kill him. I firmly denied, which Rudra expected. That's when he opened up about his issue. I sighed in relief. We were finally getting into the good stuff. His ultimate skill, Michael, Lord of Justice, was killing him. Damrata said with sadness. Michael was too powerful. Somehow, someway it was able to fight back against Emperor Rudra's will, resulting in a fight within the Emperor's soul. An eternal fight within himself. Due to this he would have to reincarnate every century or so to strengthen his soul. This went on for some time. Damrata explained. Michael fighting back against Rudraha. Well, all Virtue Series skills have a latent ego within them. Greed swapped over to Yuki from Maria Bell because its ego wanted to, but I would have thought the ego of a Virtue Series skill, one of the Archangels, would have a good alignment. Though I suppose because it had a good alignment it was fighting back against Rudra. Rudra was conquering surrounding countries tyrannically. One didn't have to be a force of absolute goodness to become a true hero. So perhaps Michael didn't like Rudra's ways. It was still pretty off-putting to know that a skill, one's own power, could do that to someone. Don't worry, Master. You will not have that issue. I wasn't talking about you. You know full well that you have my full trust. It would be pretty bad of me to still doubt Othinus at this point. I felt an influx of positive emotions from Othinus. I still needed to get used to the connection between us. Her soul was literally housed in mine. It doesn't get much closer than that. He said that his mind wears out each and every time he reincarnates. However, he hypothesized that it was his soul that wears out. Despite the reincarnation, he is losing more than he is gaining with each reincarnation, but he cannot stop. Damrata explained. I pursed my lips. How does he reincarnate? I asked first. Damrata raised an eyebrow at me, looking mildly amused. Well, the first step is pretty straightforward, he said with a smirk. He and his chosen queen at the time have sex. That's where it all starts. I snorted. Wasn't he with Velgrind? I'm pretty sure having a spawn is forbidden for true dragons. Damrata nodded. It is. He received permission from Velgrind to procreate with his queen to create a spawn to reincarnate into. Ignoring the fact that Rudra reincarnates into his own child, I chuckle. Heh, cuck. Damrata raised a brow. She would likely attempt to incinerate you instantly if she heard you say that. I shrugged. I'm just calling it as I see it. Moving on, Emperor Rudra's reincarnation ritual was not the standard, it was specially designed for him, so his overpowering power was inherited by his reincarnation. There was a price for a mortal to gain power that surpassed even that of the true dragons, the ultimate spiritual lifeforms. Damrata said mournfully. He passed on his power to his reincarnations. I asked for confirmation. Damrata nodded. He does. How does he not, go poof. That much power in a brand new vessel would overpower the vessel. I asked with curiosity. There was a reason vessels were important. If you didn't have a strong enough vessel, your vessel would just collapse. Damrata nodded. You are correct, which is why until he reaches adulthood he trains his body to be capable of handling his power. Until then it remains sealed. My lips twitched hearing that. Adulthood in this world is 15 years old. I doubt he was training from birth since he would be a baby, so in under 15 years he trains a normal weak body up to true dragon levels. That's just absurd. Even after my harvest festival my Deathman body wasn't that good. It was only after getting the Star King factor, Storm factor, and Frost factor did my physique make its way into true dragon territory. I suppose Rudra was just built different. I am highly motivated by your guys' reviews and likes, so do that. I'll probably keep writing or something. Author's note. Hey everyone, back with another chapter of Daemon. We get some more background knowledge on Damrata and everything that's been going on in the Eastern Empire. Learn a bit about the single digits as well as some more stuff. I hope to go over a bit more, but it is what it is. The chapter practically wrote itself with how it was rolling. Lots of more important information is going to come up that will probably change some of Felix's plans, so look forward to that. Anyways, thanks for reading, peace. Thanks to Salanti and Flowerman for betaing this chapter. Also, you guys should check out Bon Voyage Tensura FIC, it's pretty damn good.